After Shiyu disappeared, he began searching everywhere. Yet the unique senses of the Uzumaki clan told him there were no real humans nearby. The people marching in the parade had all been replaced by puppets. At that moment, atop the tallest tower at the very heart of the city, a red-haired woman slowly walked toward the edge of the tower. She waved her hand in greeting to the people below, utterly unaware that those on the ground had long since become mere puppets. So, that must be Queen Sarah of Lauren, Shiyu mused. Just then, Sarah was suddenly shoved hard by the puppet guard at her side. Losing her balance, she tumbled from the lofty tower, plummeting towards certain death. In the nick of time, a blond boy in a black and orange jacket appeared out of nowhere, swooping in to save Sarah from her fatal fall. However, Sarah didn't seem the least bit grateful. She slapped her rescuer across the face. Uzumaki Naruto. So he really has appeared. I wonder if the future is being rewritten, or if this is a parallel universe. Looks like it's time for some negotiation, Shiyu thought. Without warning, Shiyu appeared before the two of them. Huh? Who are you? Are you here to kill her? Naruto demanded anxiously, brandishing a kunai, his eyes fixed warily on Shiyu. Before Shiyu could make a move, Minato appeared in a flash, silent, but swift as a shadow. I hope you don't misunderstand. We're also here to protect Her Majesty the Queen, Minato said calmly, easily restraining Naruto's impulsive reaction. In that case, it seems we can talk, Minato continued. He and Shiyu led Naruto and Sarah into a spacious corridor. The puppets just attacked out of nowhere. One moment this place was ancient Lauren, and the next it's become this incredible city. What on earth is going on? I can't make any sense of it. If you know anything, please tell me. Naruto pleaded, completely bewildered. Shiyu nodded to Minato, signaling him to explain. Minato obliged. Very well, I'll explain what I can. He removed his mask and spoke. We're on a confidential mission from the Leaf Village. And in truth, this isn't the Lauren you know. If my guess is correct, you're someone who has come here from the future, Minato surmised. The future? You mean the future? Naruto repeated, stunned. Yes. The reason I hesitate to say more is that if someone from the future gets involved with this era, it could drastically alter the flow of time. Compared to your own time, this era is roughly 20 years earlier, and 6 years ago, there was another ninja who traveled here from the future as well. It seemed that during his time apart from Shiyu, Minato had uncovered quite a bit of information like you. He showed up all of a sudden. His name seemed to be Mukade. Naruto clutched his head as he spoke. What? The one we're chasing is Mukade. What's going on here? I'm totally confused. What exactly happened to you? Can you tell me? Maybe we can find a clue, Minato asked, hoping to get the story straight for Naruto. Naruto began explaining. We were chasing Mukade, driving him all the way to the Dragon Vein, but then he swallowed the sealing technique into his own body, and after that. So you and Mukade both traveled back in time, to the present, through a space-time jutsu, is that right? Minato seemed to grasp the situation. I still don't get it. Does that mean I won't be able to go back? Naruto asked, sounding a bit anxious. Well, if it's just as you said, and he really did absorb the technique into himself, then as long as you defeat Mukade, time should return in normal, and you'll probably make it back to the future, Minato analyzed. Really? Naruto was instantly fired up again. In any case, we have to defeat Mukade as soon as possible, or else the timeline will get even more twisted. Minato urged. Shiyu then spoke up. Do you know what Mukade is called in this era? What? Mukade is actually the minister of the ancient kingdom of Rorin, and Lu Shan. He's using the Dragon Vein to create the ultimate puppet weapon, Shiyu revealed directly. At this, Sarah could no longer hold back. You people, stop talking nonsense. 6 years ago, when someone came to the city, there was no ninja named Mukade. And Lu Shan is a distinguished man. And Lu Shan, as a minister, inherited my mother's will and has worked tirelessly for this city. He loves peace so much. There's no way he's creating the kind of weapon you're talking about. Shiyu shook his head, inwardly exasperated. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but you've been deceived by that man. Minato also tried to persuade her. It's hard to believe, but we have to consider the possibility. I can't believe that. You're the ones who seem suspicious. With that, Sarah turned and left. Hey, where are you going? Naruto called after her. I need to see for myself, she replied, but you just narrowly escaped an attack. That could have been that in Lu. No Mukade plotting from the shadows. Naruto said, concern in his voice. But Queen Sarah was already far away. Shiyu stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Listen, let's split up. I hope you can protect Queen Sarah, while we go search for Mukade. Naruto originally wanted to handle both tasks at the same time, but after being touched by Shu, he noticed something different about his body. He couldn't quite explain it, but there was a strong sense of trust toward Shiyu that welled up inside him. So he nodded and said, "I understand. Here, take this." Minato also handed Naruto a special kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. "This kunai is something I crafted myself. As long as you have it, no matter where you are, the two of us can instantly appear by your side," Minato explained. This kunai was embedded in the sealing technique. Could it be that this person? Naruto had only just begun to speak when Minato cut him off. "Time is running out. Go quickly." "Understood, Sarah. I'm counting on you," Minato added. With that, Naruto left and Shiyu and Minato moved to a different location. Just moments ago, Shiyu had not only absorbed the bloodline power of Naruto Uzumaki, but had also drawn a bit more than Nine Tails' bloodline. Most importantly, within the bloodline he'd taken from Naruto, he could sense the presence of Ashura's lineage as well as expected from the reincarnation of Ashura this time. This mission was truly worth it. After all, under normal circumstances, he would have had to wait another 20 years to absorb Naruto's bloodline power. Once he'd finished stabilizing the bloodline within his own body, Shiyu turned to Minato and said, "Minato, come with me. I know where the centipede is hiding." Their destination was naturally deep below the ancient kingdom of Rorin, where the immense dragon vein stretched forth. So that's it. He's using the dragon vein to control all the puppets in the city. Minato was taken aback. Get ready for some serious chaos. That bastard centipede will have to show himself, Shiyu declared. What lay before Minato and Shiyu was a massive factory, utterly unlike the buildings above ground in Rorin. The air shimmered with heat, and a tangle of pipes crossed every which way. Puppet ninja patrolled the area, overseeing Rorin's able-bodied men, who had all been forced into labor driving the roaring furnaces day and night. Heavy iron chains bound their wrists and ankles, leaving no doubt they had become slaves. The colossal furnaces were linked to the dragon vein, and the entire factory was nothing more than a massive assembly line for puppet production. Steam hissed from the exhaust vents, and conveyor belts ferried puppet parts to the next station to be assembled piece by piece into finished puppet soldiers. Using the people of Rorin as labor, drawing upon the power of the dragon vein to endlessly produce puppet weapons. "If we can't stop him, this could turn into a true catastrophe," Minato said grimly. "That's right. In that case, let's start by destroying their production line. The power of the dragon vein can probably only be severed by the Queen of Lulan Sera." Shiyu and Minato exchanged a nod, then, with a sudden whoosh, vanished. Reappearing instantly in the factory's lowest level, the two of them kept low, hiding behind a massive pipeline, inching their way toward the machines churning out puppet soldiers. Sharing a glance, they signaled one another, then each unleashed their own jutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Minato's shuriken multiplied in a flash of green chakra, so many that it was almost overwhelming, making it easy for him to destroy one of the machines outright. Meanwhile, Shu unleashed his Wild Lion's main technique. His chakra surged forth like the maw of a giant serpent, smashing several of the puppet-making clamps to pieces in an instant. But just as quickly, Shiyu and Minato dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the chakra threads that suddenly whipped through the air. Behind them, the unfinished puppet soldiers were already being reassembled. "We're meeting for the first time, aren't we? Who are you? And what are you doing in a place like this? How dare you destroy my machines?" A figure stepped into view. He wore a bandage cap on his head, and with his bushy mustache and thick beard, he seemed almost greasy. "Should I call you in Lushan? Or perhaps Centipede? You'd go so far as to use the Dragon Vein's power to manufacture puppet weapons for war, and force the people into hard labor." Minato drew his Flying Thunder God kunai as he spoke. "Is it so hard to understand? You two Konoha rats couldn't possibly comprehend my grand design. Meddling fools, the both of you. But no matter. It doesn't make a difference if you know, because you will die here," and Lushan declared, his confidence unwavering. "Because of your puppet army. You're awfully sure of yourself," Shiyu replied, completely unruffled, his calmness even causing Minato a moment of surprise. "Oh, don't think that just because you destroyed 100 of my puppets, you're qualified to challenge me. My puppet army has been 6 years in the making. Enough now to trigger a third great ninja war." As in Lushan finished, an enormous crowd of puppet soldiers swarmed from the shadows, encircling Shiryu and Minato completely. 100 puppets. Shiryu-sensei, was that your doing? You really are incredible. Minato managed an awkward, astonished smile. At a time like this, Minato, you still have the leisure to praise me. Better think about how we're going to survive, Shiryu replied coolly. Just give in and die at the hands of my puppets. Huh? And Lushan's laughter echoed as he slipped back into shadows. The puppet soldiers pressed in as dense as a wall surrounding the two of them. It seemed that every puppet in the underground factory had mobilized. Shiryu-sensei, Minato cried repeatedly, trying to break through the encirclement with his flying thunder god technique. But there were just too many puppets. In that case, we'll just have to join forces and take down these puppets together. Shiryu bit his finger and began forming hand seals at lightning speed. Minato Namikaze instantly understood and started making seals as well, almost in perfect sync. Ninja art. Summoning jutsu. Two voices rang out. In a surge of colossal smoke, two massive figures materialized, crushing countless puppet soldiers beneath them, reducing them to scattered parts. Minato, why do you summon me to such a cramped place? The giant toad, with a scar over his left eye, pipe clenched in his mouth, and the traditional character for shrimp emblazoned on his back, grumbled as he glanced at his fellow summoned beast and instinctively edged backward. What is that? Manda, Orochimaru's serpent? Manda, hardly. Shiryu crossed his arms, standing with effortless poise atop the head of a one-eyed crimson serpent. The snake snapped irritably. Stinking toad, don't you dare compare me to that worthless piece of trash. Manda, listen up. My name's Shinya. Our objective is to destroy all the puppets. Let's begin. Under Shiryu's command, Shinya unleashed a powerful attack on the puppets, firing laser beams ahead of them. Shinya's immense body, even larger than Gamabunta's, swept through the puppet soldiers with a single lash, scattering them like leaves in a storm. We can't let him show us up, Gamabunta. Let's go. Minato and Gamabunta charged into the fray, launching their assault against the puppet army. Shinya spat out a torrent of venom. Any puppet soldier touched by the poison instantly turned to stone, though the stream of puppets seemed endless. It was clear both Gamabunta and Shinya were beginning to tire. Flying Raijin, Rasengan, with a burst of speed, Minato unleashed a Rasengan, obliterating a puppet soldier before turning, his voice tinged with urgency. Shiryu-sensei, the number of these puppet soldiers really is endless. He wasn't exaggerating. At this rate, we'll be worn down. It seems the only way to calm these puppets is to cut off the dragon vein. Leave this to me. You go find the blonde kid, and Lushan will likely target Sarah, too. Didn't you give him a flying Raijin Kanai? Shiryu replied, but you can teleport to Sensei. Why not go together? Minato suggested. Enough talk. If we don't completely deal with these puppets, even cutting the dragon vein won't. Stopping Lushan's puppet technique from controlling them, Shiryu refused flatly. Understood. Minato responded, Gamabunta, you go back and get some rest. With a resonant pop, Minato dismissed Gamabunta, then hurled the flying Raijin Kanai to the ground. Shiryu-sensei, let's fight together. For reasons I can't quite explain, I have faith in that boy from the Leaf Village. I'm certain he and Queen Sarah will seal the dragon vein together. Leave things here to us. Besides, I've always wanted to find out, which of us is faster, you or me? Minato was just as determined to fight alongside Shiryu to the very end. In that final moment, Minato chose not to leave, and in him, Shiryu glimpsed a shadow of the third Hokage, raising his opinion of Minato considerably. In that case, Kinya, throw us into the heart of the puppets, Shiryu ordered. Don't you go dying on me, Kinya replied, and obediently hurled them forward. Shiryu and Minato landed right in the midst of the puppets, who greeted the intruders with unrestrained ferocity, dodging and striking in quick succession. Shiryu spoke with a spark of interest during a brief lull. Minato, since we both know the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God, why don't we finish these puppets off in the fastest way possible? It would be my honor, Minato replied, dispatching several puppet soldiers in an instant with his signature technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shiryu called out, creating clones of himself, and followed up with the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. In the blink of an eye, countless Kanai rained down, embedding themselves in or around the puppets. Shiryu and Minato exchanged a knowing smile. The real slaughter had begun. Kanai marked with special seals covered every inch of the underground factory. This entire place had become their stage, Shiryu his shadow clones, and Minato moved with blinding speed, teleporting across the factory floor, their figures flickering in and out of sight. In their hands, the Rasengan exploded through puppet after puppet. Eventually, Shiyu's clones vanished one by one, drained of chakra, while the ground was littered with the shattered remains of countless puppets. Minato was gasping for breath, feeling his strength and chakra dangerously depleted for the first time. Incredible. With our combined Flying Thunder God Rasengan, we managed to defeat thousands upon thousands of puppet soldiers. Why don't I give this move a name? Minato said, his spirits high. Let's call it the spiraling peerless flash wheel dance chain 0. He declared enthusiastically. Shiyu could only look at him, utterly speechless. Well, if you like it, that's fine by me. Just then more puppets swarmed in, encircling them once again. This is bad. How can there still be so many puppets? We've already beaten so many. And yet there are more, Minato exclaimed in shock. We've taken down nearly 8,000 puppet soldiers, but that wouldn't be enough to conquer the 5 great nations. It looks like Lushan is drawing reinforcements from all over ancient Rorin, Shiyu analyzed coolly. What's happening now? Minato gasped in disbelief as the puppets suddenly converged, merging together to form a gigantic puppet robot. They've combined. This one probably has the ability to absorb chakra. Whatever you do, don't let catch you. Shiyu used his Byakugan and sensory abilities to observe everything with perfect clarity. The massive puppet then slammed its fist into the ground, causing the earth to tremble all around. Just as Shiyu was about to teleport away with the Flying Thunder God technique, he was struck head-on by the giant puppet's fist. I let my guard down. Shiyu realized too late that, focused as he was on the puppet's main body, he hadn't noticed its arms suddenly extending so far. Sensei Shiyu, Minato cried out in concern, launching a Rasengan straight at the puppet. But Shiyu's white scale armor was a divine artifact. He emerged virtually unharmed. The massive puppet's true aim had simply been to separate Shiyu from Minato. Suddenly, a mechanical tentacle sprang up from the ground and coiled tightly around Minato, pulling him toward the puppet's body. With his chakra flow restricted by the binding, Minato was unable to use the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the giant puppet seemed unaware of how resilient Shiyu truly was. No sooner had Shiyu been sent flying than he teleported instantly back to Minato's side, slashing downward with a kunai and severing the mechanical arm. But the puppet's body erupted with countless more mechanical tentacles. Shiyu shoved Minato aside, only to be seized himself, locked within the puppet's body. Can't escape now, can you? Is your power slipping away? A voice suddenly echoed, and Lushan's voice, though he was nowhere to be seen. That puppet is absorbing your chakra? How is that possible? A mere child, and yet you possess chakra reserves surpassing even the Kage. And Lushan's voice was tinged with disbelief, beyond Kage level. Minato was dumbfounded. As an elite jonin, he already thought his own chakra, nearly at Kage level, was extraordinary. But Shiyu, not even 6 years old, possessed chakra above even that. Was this some kind of joke? What an unexpected windfall. But no matter how much chakra you have, it will all be mine. Ha ha ha. And Lushan's laughter rang out. Sensei Shiyu. Minato tried to save him, but he himself was drained and nearly out of chakra, collapsing to the ground in frustration and helplessness. Oh, so you love chakra that much? Then I'll let you have your fill. Sage mode. Shiyu activated Sage mode without hesitation. Wah. Even more immense chakra. Excellent. Struggle all you want. Every bit of your chakra will be absorbed by my puppet. But in Lushan's laughter quickly died out. No. How can this be? The puppet, absorbing Shiyu's chakra, suddenly began to transform, rapidly taking on a serpentine form, twisting into something monstrous and bizarre. Seizing the moment, Shiyu leaped out from within the giant puppet. Just as its body turned to stone in the shape of a snake, sage techniques from Ryuchi Cave. Is it? Minato's mind quickly made the connection, showing his keen insight. Yes, just like Mount Myabuka, if you can't control natural energy, you'll end up transforming into a snake. Eventually, you'll be completely assimilated by the natural energy and turn to stone. Shiyu also released his Sage mode. It was obvious by now that all the puppets in the surrounding factories have been wiped out by him and Minato. Haha. You two really are formidable. But what a shame for that foolish queen of Rorin. She's about to be killed by me. With no one left to seal the dragon vein, you'll be left to wallow in regret forever. And Lushan's voice faded into the distance, and then vanished completely, As if he'd never been there, Shiryu-sensei, what should we do next? Minato asked. Without hesitation, Shiryu placed his hand on Minato's shoulder, sharing the last of his chakra with him. Let's go. Together, we'll settle things within Lushan. Shiryu-sensei, your chakra? Minato asked, a note of concern in his voice. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, Shiryu replied, completely unconcerned about his own chakra reserves. After all, Lushan was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. He had barely managed to siphon any chakra from Shiryu at all, though Shiryu's chakra was already at the level of a super Kage, with the purest Otsutsuki bloodline fused from multiple branches. His chakra capacity had long since surpassed ordinary super Kage. Now all he was doing was deepening the sea of chakra within himself. Suddenly, the entire factory began to tremble. In a flash, Shiryu and Minato used Flying Thunder God to appear at Uzumaki Naruto's side. It was clear that Queen Sarah had already severed the Dragon Vein's power. As for Lushan, he had now transformed into a monstrous, spider-like creature, his features twisted beyond recognition, resembling a hollow from the world of the Shinigami. So, you've all come? Then die together. Let Sarah be buried. Here with you. With that, Lushan's forelimbs morphed into scythes, and he lunged at them in a frenzied attack. With a single instantaneous Rasengan, Shiryu sent the centipede-like and Lushan flying. A deafening explosion shook the surroundings once again. Now's the time. It seems Kakashi has succeeded on his end as well. Minato and Shiryu exchanged a knowing glance. With this, every puppet factory had been destroyed. This is it, Sarah, hurry. Lead everyone to the surface and escape. Naruto urged Queen Sarah. Acknowledging him, Queen Sarah rushed off to rescue the people of Rorin. Wait, how did you learn the Rasengan? That move should only belong to the pervy sage and the fourth Hokage. Naruto asked in astonishment, turning to Shiryu. Blonde kid, in our time the third Hokage is still in charge. Don't go altering history. As for the details, it's better you don't ask. Shiryu cut him off with a single sentence, leaving no room for further questions. As I thought, he's even more like the fourth Hokage. Naruto's attention shifted back to Minato, and before he could say anything else, the centipede-like in Lushan began to move once more. Is that thing still able to move? We'd better not let our guard down. This creature's true power is unfathomable, Minato warned, his tone tense. And Lushan sprawled on the ground, let out another guttural sound. Did you really think you could defeat me so easily? He roared in that moment, his head twisted around a full 180 degrees. The puppet soldiers nearby were all pulled toward him, sticking to his body like roof tiles, and he rapidly grew even larger. I told you before, my strength knows no limits, and Lushan declared, oozing confidence and menace. Before Shiryu or Minato could react, Naruto shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple. He snatched up his chakra blade and charged it in Lushan without hesitation. But in Lushan's body, having absorbed so many puppets charged with the power of the Dragon Vein, had become as hard as iron. Naruto's chakra blade couldn't pierce it at all. One by one, Naruto's shadow clones were swatted aside and vanished in a thin air. Sage mode. With a flash, Shiryu entered Sage mode, harnessing overwhelming power. With a single punch, he sent in Lushan crashing into the steel wall, embedding him deep within the metal. Damn you. And Lushan struggled, refusing to give in. Without missing a beat, Shiryu flickered forward, a massive Rasengan of sage energy forming in his palm. He drove it straight into Lushan's body. Impossible. How can you wield such power? And Lushan's mouth hung open in shock, his eyes glazed with disbelief. The sage-powered Rasengan tore him apart, blasting his form into pieces and leaving a massive crater where he'd stood. Everyone stared, mouths agape, stunned by the sheer force Shiryu had unleashed. Did we do it? Minato and Naruto stood at the mouth of the cavern, peering into the swirling dust and smoke. Suddenly, a strange roar echoed from within, and the shattered fragments and puppet parts nearby hurtled back into the cave. It's happening again. Naruto muttered, struggling to believe his eyes. A voice rang out from the depths. Let me show you the true power of my ultimate puppet weapon. Witness the greatness of my reborn body. Shiryu watched carefully, then called out to Minato and Naruto. He's gotten even bigger. Dodge! With a quick movement, Shiryu and Minato narrowly avoided the heavy object and Lushan hurled at them. We can't even call him Centipede and Lushan anymore. At this point, I think Puppet and Lushan is a more fitting name, Shiyu said, his voice tinged with surprise. He hadn't expected that even the Sage Rasengan wouldn't be enough to completely destroy Lushan. It seems the root of the problem still lies with the Dragon Vein. Only by sealing the Dragon Vein itself can Lushan's power be contained. While Shiyu was momentarily lost in thought, the Puppet and Lushan had already burst from the ground, ready to pursue and kill Queen Sarah. Once Sarah is dead, no one will be left to stand in my way, he thought. Minato realized this as well, so he entrusted Naruto once more with the task of protecting Sarah. Sarah! At that moment, the Puppet and Lushan lashed out, ensnaring Queen Sarah with his chakra threads. Your purpose has come to an end. Accept your fate and die obediently. And Lushan forced Sarah's own hands to tighten around her throat. Just as she was on the brink, Naruto arrived in the nick of time, severing the chakra threads completely. 5-element style. Grand Barrage technique. Shiyu coordinated with his shadow clones, launching a devastating 5-element jutsu. The resulting explosion flung the Puppet and Lushan back to the ground. Yet no matter how grievous the injuries, and Lushan would always manage to restore himself once again. I know a way to block. The Dragon Vein at its source. The very inner chamber where you and I first met Naruto. If we can reach that place, the Dragon Vein's power will no longer affect us. And then Lushan won't be able to follow, Queen Sarah declared with newfound resolve, inspired by Naruto's courage. I won't let you escape. I'll kill you, Sarah. And Lushan shouted as his body morphed again, grotesquely taking on the form of a giant centipede. Queen Sarah led her people in retreat toward the place untouched by the Dragon Vein's reach, while Naruto, Shiyu, and Minato once more stood in Lushan's path. This is my fight. You go and protect Sarah. Splitting up will save us precious time, Shiyu insisted. How can you say that? How could I leave you to face this alone? Naruto protested, preparing to join the battle. Shiyu is right, said Minato. That one's no ordinary foe. We need as many layers of defense as possible. He, too, turned down Naruto's offer of help. Trust him. Go now. With that, Minato withdrew from the battlefield. Understood. I'm counting on you. For reasons he couldn't explain, Naruto found it hard to refuse the words of this golden-haired man. Sarah, you're not getting anywhere near the Dragon Vein. And Lushan, now a monstrous centipede puppet, sped after Sarah with terrifying speed. Now there's no one else in our way. I can finally fight you without restraint. Shiyu entered Sage mode, once more weaving his signs, Sage art. Black Radiance technique. From his mouth, Shiyu summoned a colossal black dragon, which hurtled straight for the puppet centipede. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the earth. But this explosion had neither flame nor destructive force. Instead, in a blink, it sealed away the puppet's 5 senses. What kind of jutsu is this? Why can't I see anything? Even the sound vanished. How could this be possible? The giant puppet centipede realized it could no longer hear its own voice. Even when it tried to create vibrations, there was no sensation at all. The endless void and boundless darkness left the centipede utterly bewildered. But just then a bolt of something resembling lightning suddenly split through the air. In that instant, Shiyu could clearly sense the centipede's chakra surging rapidly. Its entire body was now wreathed in a purple electric glow, and in the blink of an eye it possessed a terrifying amount of chakra. Shiyu realized that his sage technique seemed to have lost its effect. What? Even my sage technique has failed. Though the scene before his eyes astonished him, Shiyu was not one to get bogged down in confusion. He quickly understood the reason. So that's it, because it's a puppet, and now it's infused with the boundless power of the Dragon Vein. It can break through my sage technique. Shiyu could also see that the centipede was being injected with particle-like chakra from the top of the tower, making it for the moment virtually invincible. Puppet Whirlwind Fist. The centipede immediately launched an attack at Shiyu. Sage art. Dance of the Earth Repository. In an instant, countless dense bone spikes burst from Shiyu's head, piercing through the centipede once again. Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. Shiyu transformed his right hand into a massive bone spike and drove it straight through the centipede's body. Ha! The centipede burst into laughter once more. Stop being so stubborn. You can't kill me. Again, the centipede was struck by a bolt of purple lightning from the tower's summit, and its body was instantly flooded with chakra, returning to a pristine state as if nothing had happened. If it's invincible, there's no point in facing it head-on. Retreat. With a flicker, Shiyu vanished using the body flicker technique. Fast runner, Sarah, you must die. The centipede didn't pursue Shiryu. Its most important goal was to reach the depths of the dragon vein and kill Queen Sarah once and for all. A furious roar echoed through the air. What? Both Naruto and Minato were stunned by the sudden appearance of the centipede. Naruto immediately summoned a shadow clone and began forming a Rasengan. Minato, seeing the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, was taken aback as well. Rasengan. Naruto charged straight at the centipede, only to be easily swatted aside by its massive tail. Minato swiftly caught Naruto and said, "Leave this to me. You go protect Sarah." But Naruto began, but Minato cut him off. Facing it directly is useless. I have a way to find its weakness, so go quickly. Understood. Naruto nodded and dashed off toward Sarah. Minato hurled his shuriken and shouted Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, countless shuriken, glowing with green light, shot toward the centipede in a rapid, unrelenting barrage like the bullets of a machine gun. Even a massive centipede puppet's body was swiftly shattered. Minato also saw the centipede's true body, hidden at the heart of the giant beast. "So this is your weak spot," he exclaimed, but a bolt of lightning struck the giant centipede once more, and its chakra quickly regenerated. The wounds inflicted by Minato healed in an instant. The rate of regeneration is unbelievable. Is there really no way to stop it? Minato felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. At last, "I've made it." Shiryu had finally reached the spire that channeled chakra into the giant centipede. If I destroy these, that thing should lose the power of the dragon vein, right? Instead of facing the centipede head-on, Shiryu had chosen another path. If that's the case, giant Rasengan. Shiryu unleashed a massive Rasengan, slamming it into the tower, but almost immediately regret flooded him. An overwhelming force far beyond his comprehension hurled him away. With brutal force, a thunderous crash resounded, followed by the dull impact of his landing. For the first time since entering the world of the Hokage, Shiryu was subjected to such a terrifying backlash of energy. Had it not been for the protection of the white dragon scale armor, he would have been left hanging by a thread. As it was, he escaped with only minor injuries. This energy, even, I can barely comprehend it. It doesn't seem to be ordinary chakra at all. Shiryu could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of the dragon vein. Suddenly, the entire tower erupted in purple light, and as if launching an attack, a surge of violet lightning arced straight toward Shiryu. Too fast, Shiryu gasped, startled by the speed of the oncoming energy. The crackling purple lightning struck before he could even attempt to teleport or use Flying Thunder God. He felt the energy devouring his chakra at a terrifying speed. His entire body burst forth with brilliant blue. Chakra so intense that even the giant centipede turned to stare. What a powerful chakra! Even if 5 Kage couldn't wield such force. That brat from the leaf. Could he be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The giant centipede shock only grew. Wait, did he attack the conversion tower? If the tower malfunctions, the chakra drawn from the dragon vein becomes utterly destructive. In that case, does that mean I can finally defeat you? Minato once again blocked the centipede's way. "You're welcome to." "Try." The centipede replied with a chilling smile. "What about that kid?" Naruto asked, worry etched in his voice. "We have no choice but to trust Shiryu-sensei." At that moment, Shiryu realized that his own Super Shadow level chakra was almost completely drained. Even his Sage Mode chakra had been exhausted. The dragon vein's power was beginning to consume his very being. There's no other way. I'll have to use that technique. The 100 Healings Jutsu. Release. Shiryu made a split-second decision, completely undoing the 100 Healings Jutsu. In that instant, an unimaginable surge of chakra erupted from his body, shaking the nearby towers until they crumbled in the wake of his power. "Who is this guy?" the great centipede exclaimed in shock. "How can he possibly have chakra that seems limitless?" "He is one of our own. A ninja of Konoha," Minato declared, once again joining battle. With the great centipede, the power of the dragon vein tore through every cell in Shiryu's body. He could say with absolute certainty that the energy contained within the dragon vein far surpassed even the legendary 10 Tails. It was a force greater than the strength of the Otsutsuki themselves. Even though Shiryu had used the 100 healings, he still found himself struggling, fighting an uphill battle. "Ah!" Shiryu cried out, pushing himself to the limit. Suddenly he remembered, didn't he have one more technique up his sleeve? "If I burn through all my chakra, will I end up crippled like after opening the Gate of Death?" He wondered no matter. At a time like this, it's either him or me. In an instant, Shiyu's eyes flashed golden, and he shouted with all his might, Sage Art. 8 Dragons Rebirth. If the gate of death in the 8 gates release formation pushed the body to its absolute limits, rending every cell apart, then the 8 Dragons Rebirth was like detonating every ounce of chakra within. Shiyu let out a guttural cry of pain, pouring everything he had into the technique. His own chakra instantly suppressed the raging force of the dragon vein, and gradually the wild energy began to calm and settle. But as soon as the 8 Dragons Rebirth and Sage Mode faded, torrents of dragon vein chakra surged back toward Shiyu. This is the power I just unleashed, he exclaimed, with delight, feeling the endless flow of chakra returning to his body. Shiyu was deeply satisfied thanks to the dragon vein. The quality of chakra within him had become even purer. Amazing. The dragon vein returned my chakra. He rejoiced, but then he noticed something was wrong. Why won't it stop? He gasped. There's still more. At that moment, Shiyu felt like a ravenous beast, his body transformed into a vessel for this overwhelming energy. He continued absorbing the steady stream of chakra from the dragon vein. But everything has its limits. The torrent now, flooding from the dragon vein, was more than he could bear. No, this can't go on. I have to use the In seal again. Sealing jutsu. In release seal. Shiyu immediately sealed himself, channeling the endless, pure chakra from the dragon vein straight into the diamond-shaped seal on his forehead. The In seal, to the outside world, it all happened in a split second, but to Shiyu it felt like an eternity. Soon, he realized that even the In seal could no longer contain the dragon vein's power. There's just too much energy in the dragon vein. Even if it becomes less violent, it's still not something I can absorb right now. I am a proud bearer of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Am I really going to be burst apart by the power of the dragon vein? What an undignified way to die. Shiyu was at a loss, for at this moment the power of the dragon vein was already connected to him. He couldn't move, not even so much as lift a finger. I have an idea, but I only have one shot at this. Shiyu's mind raced to the In release sealing technique. I've never tried this before, but if I don't use it now, there won't be another chance. In this hair's breadth moment, Shiyu made up his mind. A super complex formula unlike any other jutsu appeared beneath his feet, and he himself seemed frozen in place, as if even space stood still around him. What? What is that? The giant centipede paused, then shook its head. Doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha. Your friend is doomed, absorbing that much of the dragon vein. Even a tailed beast would explode from within. The centipede's laughter rang out, echoing in the air. I believe in Uncle Shiyu. Minato held fast to his conviction. He didn't believe Shiyu would die so easily. How's it going, Sarah? Still not ready. Naruto's voice brimmed with urgency as he asked. The shock from the tower's collapse might have damaged the door's mechanism. Sarah was doing her utmost, but the mechanism was jammed tight, making entry impossible. Even in its current state, the giant centipede could hold its own against both Minato and Naruto. Minato's chakra was running dangerously low, and Naruto was struggling to come up with a tactic. But who was Naruto, if not the famously unyielding fighter? Again and again he was knocked down, and again he found the strength to stand back up, blocking the centipede's advance with everything he had. Queen Sarah took all of this in. Naruto's relentless persistence moved her deeply, awakening a wellspring of strength within. Naruto. At last, Queen Sarah was inspired by Naruto and summoned her courage to rise again. She dashed to the mechanism, trying again and again to open it, tears streaming down her cheeks. She spotted the chakra blade Naruto had given her, which now glowed with a mysterious light. Aiming at the mechanism, Sarah plunged the blade into it. Then, with the people of Lauren behind her, she led them to push the mechanism bit by bit. Sarah gave it everything she had. Click! At last, the great door swung open. The people of Lauren cheered and hurried inside, but Queen Sarah herself stayed outside. I have something I must do, she declared, her resolve unwavering. Found you, Sarah. The giant centipede crept closer, inch by inch. Shuriken shadow, clone technique. Minato launched another attack at the centipede, once more breaking through its outer shell, but shockingly the creature's body regenerated, restoring itself perfectly once again. So naive. You think I only have one chakra converter power by the dragon vein? And besides, the mighty dragon vein chakra is still surging within me. The giant centipede sneered coldly. It seems that unless we stop the source of the dragon vein, and Lushan's power will be limitless. Queen Sarah declared with unwavering determination, I will seal the source of the dragon vein, no matter what. All right, I'm counting on you, Naruto replied. We have to stop this thing right here. Naruto braced himself, ready to hold the line at any cost. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Once again, Naruto summoned his shadow clones, grabbing hold of the giant centipede's legs. Stop right there. He quickly formed a Rasengan and charged straight at the colossal creature, scurrying about everywhere. What an annoying brat. The giant centipede burst out, unleashing a violent surge of purple lightning from its body. The bolt struck all around, and one by one Naruto's shadow clones vanished in puffs of smoke. Just as the centipede was about to stomp Naruto into the ground, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique once more, whisking Naruto to safety. Sorry, I need to borrow a bit of chakra. Minato's chakra was already running low. It's not over yet. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Facing the centipede, Naruto created more clones, but the giant centipede, growing impatient, roared Dragon Vein. Great Dragon Fire! It opened its jaws, unleashing a stream of purple energy that blasted towards Naruto and his clones. The clones disappeared in clouds of smoke, while Naruto was knocked to the ground. I won't let you pass. Naruto leapt up again, summoning 2 more shadow clones, and together they began forming a jutsu. In a flash, he hurled a spinning Rasen Shuriken infused with wind release. But the giant centipede simply opened its mouth and swallowed the attack whole, then swatted Naruto away with its tail. Naruto! Queen Sarah cried out in concern. Is that all the little leaf ninjas got? The giant centipede taunted, sending Naruto flying. At the last possible moment, Minato rescued him again. Sorry, I borrowed some chakra just now. I'll expose its weakness. Then you finish it off with a Rasengan, but I don't have enough chakra left to form one. Naruto replied, exhausted. I'll give you a hand. Minato said confidently, it won't work. The Rasengan is a 4th Hokage technique. Only Pervy saved me. And just now that brother could use it. Naruto protested. That means I can use it too. Minato replied with a smile. Now quickly, give me your right hand. Naruto stretched out his hand, and Minato instantly gathered a Rasengan for him, while forming a green Rasengan in his own palm. What's going on here? Naruto asked, wide-eyed with surprise. When chakra of similar nature draws near, it begins to resonate. Then, when the chakras merge, the strongest Rasengan can be unleashed. Minato and Naruto's Rasengans combined effortlessly, and in an instant, a storm swirled around them. This is the ultimate Taiji Rasengan, Minato declared. Even the giant centipede sensed the power of the technique and said, what kind of jutsu is this? I'll get rid of you first, then take care of Sarah. At that moment, another tower sent a surge of deep purple chakra into the giant centipede, instantly making it even more formidable. Let me show you my most powerful technique. The centipede roared, and a violet light flared from its chest. Dragon Vein. Super Great Fire Dragon technique. A torrent of blazing purple fire shot toward Naruto and Minato. The Queen of Lauren cried out in alarm. Though the attack was fierce, Minato once again evaded it using the Flying Thunder God technique. Without pause, Minato unleashed the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, exposing the heart of the centipede puppet's body and revealing its true form within. At the same time, Queen Sarah channeled the power of the Dragon Vein and cut it off. Super Regeneration Jutsu. The centipede tried to use the Dragon Vein to heal itself, only to realize that its connection had been severed. Naruto, he can't regenerate anymore. That's his weak point. The rest is up to you, Minato called out as he leapt aside. All right, I'm going in, Naruto replied, charging at the centipede with renewed determination. You won't succeed, the centipede shouted, firing a barrage of hidden weapons from its arms. But Naruto dodged them all with ease. Even when hit with waves of purple energy, Naruto pressed on unfazed. Taiji Rasengan. Naruto spun the Rasengan in his hand and struck at the centipede. You little brat. The centipede tried to withstand the blow, but to its shock, Naruto's true target was its core. The centipede's body began to crack and fall apart as its life force quickly ebbed away. Ugh! The 5 great ninja nations, they should have worked just as I planned. I won't die in vain. I'll destroy you all along with the Dragon Vein. But before the centipede could finish, someone pierced its body from behind. The centipede's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. How could I not even self-destruct? Naturally, it was Shigeru who ended the centipede's life. On Shigeru's forehead, a diamond-shaped mark had turned gold, pulsing with immense chakra. The very chakra of the dragon vein. You're still alive? No, it can't be. You absorbed so much power from the dragon vein. Why didn't you explode from within? The centipede gasped out, collapsing in defeat. Shiyu pointed to his own forehead and said, apart from what I've absorbed, the Yin-Yang escape seal has locked away the vast power of the dragon vein within my body. Centipede, now you can die in peace, can't you? Empty palm. Shiyu struck out with his palm through the air, and in an instant the massive centipede was shattered into pieces. Looks like with the centipede defeated, the dragon vein will never spiral out of control again. Does this mean I've changed history? Shiyu shook his head. He didn't believe the history he'd altered was actually his own. Surely the world of the Hokage had its own concept of parallel universes. That's wonderful. At last, we've stopped the centipede. Minato and Naruto supported each other, their faces glowing with joy as they looked at Shiyu and Sarah. Just then, Yamato rushed in with Kakashi. Captain Yamato, Naruto called out. Seems like everything's already been taken care of. There's nothing left for us to do. Yamato remarked, everyone. Sarah caught sight her people. I've already absorbed most of the dragon vein's power, but this force must be sealed away, or it could fall into the wrong hands again, Shiyu added. Minato nodded and turned to Naruto. Give me the flying thunder god kunai. I entrust it to you. I need it to completely seal the dragon vein, okay? Naruto handed over the three-pronged kunai, and Minato walked to the very center above the dragon vein's core. Seal, he declared, plunging the kunai in. The space around them seemed to be filled with Minato's green chakra, and in the next moment the dragon vein was sealed for good. Naruto noticed that both he and Captain Yamato's bodies were beginning to glow with a soft white light. What's happening to us? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Now that the centipede's been defeated, the jutsu has resumed, and time is flowing along its proper course. Once more, Yamato explained. Looks like you'll be returning to your own era soon. Kakashi, you've completed your mission too, Minato praised. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto blurted out in shock. This leaf ninja was one I rescued. He fainted right in front of the Lulan gates. Honestly, how embarrassing, Kakashi responded with his usual nonchalance, only to be smacked on the head by Yamato. Ow. Why'd you hit me? No reason. I just couldn't help myself after all the times you've bullied me, Yamato replied with a sly grin. It's an honor to meet you. And this person, is it really? Yamato was utterly astonished. I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye. Minato and Shiyu interrupted, bringing their conversation to a halt. Already? Do we have to part so soon? Sarah asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. Well, Sarah, you've already done what you needed to do. You're an outstanding queen now, even without our help. You'll be just fine. Naruto encouraged her warmly. I will never forget you, Naruto. Queen Sarah said gently. To avoid altering history, it's better if we all have our memories erased here, Minato suggested. My ocular jutsu can make us all forget each other's techniques. Would that work? Shiyu asked. No, wait. Didn't you promise me you'd hear me out before doing anything? Naruto called out, his voice tinged with urgency. Yes, but not right now. I'm sure we'll meet again. Minato decisively refused Naruto's plea. Shiyu-sensei, how can this be? There's so much I want to tell you. If I don't say it now, I may never get the chance. Naruto's voice trembled with impatience. One day, I promise I'll listen to everything you have to say. Minato looked at Naruto, his tone full of trust. Big brother. Could it be that you're... Naruto's voice faded into realization. If I had a son, I'd want to raise him to be a ninja, just like you. Minato said, lost in thought. Naruto, maybe just as you said the city of Lauren will be destroyed, but I still have my people. For them, I will do what I must, because that's what you taught me. Sarah called out to Naruto in these final moments. That's right, as long as you have unwavering determination, you can do anything. Naruto replied, his face breaking into a confident smile. Sharingan. At the last moment, Shiyu activated the power of his Sharingan to erase memories. In an instant, Minato, Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato, and the others were all caught in the illusion. But Shiyu hadn't told the whole truth. Since he was the one casting the jutsu, his own memories remained untouched. After all, his very reason for existing in this ninja world was to change the future. Naruto and Yamato returned to their own time, while Minato and Kakashi remained slumped and unconscious where they were. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Shiyu rescued them both, and they slowly regained consciousness. Where are we? What did we end up here? Shiyu-sensei. What's going on? What about our mission? Mission is complete, Shiyu explained, but what really happened, Minato-sensei? Kakashi pressed. Shiyu drew his kunai and pointed at Minato, who suddenly realized what had happened. I see. Now I understand, Minato murmured. The memory I kept is that for the sake of the mission, we had to erase each other's memories, so that's why ours are gone. And why did we erase them? Minato, I think you know the answer, Shiyu said with a wry smile. I understand, Minato replied quietly. Our mission's done. It's time to go home. All the memories we need are still safe in my mind, Shiyu said with reassurance. Huh? Shiyu-sensei, why do you seem different somehow? Has there been some change in the Yin seal on your forehead? Minato asked. Yeah, that's right. Now it's not just the Yin seal, there's also the Yang seal. In other words, the Yin-Yang seal. Shiyu pretended to struggle to recall, as if it had slipped his mind on purpose. At that time, the situation was dire. Shiyu was on the verge of being overwhelmed, so he used the Yang release sealing technique on himself as a desperate gamble. He hadn't expected it to work, but it actually succeeded. In an instant, the power of the dragon vein surged into Shiyu's Yang seal. Because of the interaction between Yin and Yang, Shiyu was able to completely seal that torrent of dragon vein energy within himself, much like a Jinchuriki. In reality, Shiyu had already absorbed most of the dragon vein's power. The seals placed by Minato and Queen Sarah conveniently conceal this fact. In other words, the entire dragon vein had been drained by Shiyu. Whatever could be absorbed, his true body took in. The rest flowed entirely into the Yin-Yang seal. As for what remained of the dragon vein's power, it was barely anything at all. The might of the dragon vein was immense. Yet through the power of the Yin-Yang seal, Shiyu was able to completely drain it. From another perspective, this alone was testament to the seal's overwhelming strength. Minato, Shiyu, and Kakashi sped across the border of the Land of Wind, swiftly making their way into the Land of Fire. Before long, they arrived at Konohagakure. The moment the great gates of Konoha came into view, a wave of warmth and familiarity washed over them. We're finally home. Let's go report in first, someone suggested. Without delay, the three of them headed straight to the Hokage's office and relayed everything they knew to the third Hokage. I see. Since the mission is complete, that is more than enough. Hiruzen nodded, clearly satisfied. An S-rank mission was thus brought to a close. Shiyu then returned to his own residence and threw himself into an intense study of the Yang release sealing technique. Previously, his self-sealing had been rather crude. Now he needed to master both unsealing and the art of placing seals and forming hand signs on others. Even with Shiyu's prodigious talent, the Yang release sealing technique was fiendishly difficult to master. Out of necessity, Shiyu sought out Mito and Kushina. The three of them delved into the art together, exchanging ideas and experimenting with various approaches. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Then one day, Shiyu burst out laughing in triumph. It's done. The ultimate blood release technique that can completely lift the Yin-Yang seal. It's even more powerful than the strength of 100 seal. With all my chakra unbound, my strength will be beyond imagination. With that, Shiyu had fully mastered both the Yang release sealing technique and the art of forming its hand signs. But just as Shiyu was about to break the seal on Xiaoxing, Lady Mito reached out and stopped him. Shiyu, the Yin-Yang seal is meant to suppress chakra. If someone uses this technique on Xiaoxing, they must have some ulterior motive. Xiaoxing's training in ninjutsu is sufficient for now. If we lift the Yang seal, could it cause problems? Mito spoke with genuine concern, trying to persuade him. Shiyu realized it as well. You're right. Xiaoxing is still so young. If we remove the Yang release seal and something terrible happens, what if Xiaoxing gets hurt? Shiyu felt a pang of regret for overlooking such a crucial detail. Let's wait a bit longer. You're all still young. There's still time for everything, Kushina added, her tone gentle and reassuring. In the end, Shiyu decided to postpone lifting the seal on Xiaoxing. He returned to his own quarters, and by chance his gaze fell upon his fallen blade. The fallen blade and the Dragon Fang sword? Of course. I ought to seek out Nanshao and Senior Huiya. Having fine blades without mastering good swordsmanship is truly a waste. Shiyu took the fallen blade and the Dragon Fang sword, dressed himself, and set out for the Hitaki household. When Shiyu faced Uchiha Shursui in battle, he had managed to copy some of Shursui's sword techniques. However, since they weren't complete, their usefulness in combat was limited. Hey, Shiyu, you rascal. You finally showed up? Hatake Nanshao, who hadn't gone out on any new missions and had just recovered from the injuries he sustained during the Chunin exams, was deep in a sword duel against Hatake Sayu at his family's dojo. "Nanshao, are you feeling better?" "I was away on a mission and just got back," you said. "I know. While we were injured, you, Minato, and Kakashi went on a mission." Nanshao replied casually, not minding at all. "Nanshao, who's that?" came a familiar voice from inside the dojo. "Father, he's my teammate Shiyu. He finally made it." Nanshao called out eagerly, "Oh, why not invite him in?" Hyuga responded, his voice lively with interest. "In the world of Hokage and One Piece, there's really no difference between a sword and a blade." At that moment, Hyuga held a wooden katana in his hand, and without hesitation, swung it at Shiyu. Shiyu instantly drew his Dragon Fang sword. Hyuga's wooden blade struck the Dragon Fang with a sharp crack and splintered into fragments. Yet Hyuga still gripped the hilt, unfazed. "Did you specially bring that short sword to learn the Hatake sword style?" "From me?" Hyuga asked, his tone calm, but curious. "Senior Hyuga." "Not exactly. I happened upon this divine weapon by chance not long ago," Shiyu replied, unconcerned that Hyuga might not recognize its worth. Sure enough, Hyuga nodded approvingly. "Indeed, this blade is no ordinary thing, but still it all depends on who wields it. You rascal. You said you'd come to learn swordsmanship from me, but you kept delaying it for so long. You deserve a good scolding," Hyuga said, gradually shedding his aloof demeanor and warming up to the encounter. Nanshao, meanwhile, finally felt his tension ease and his heart settle back into place. "Don't use your sacred weapon just yet. Here, take this katana." Hyuga tossed the wooden sword to Shiyu without hesitation. "Next, we'll continue with the basic drills. Nansuk, you're joining in too. This is a horizontal slash. This is a vertical cut. And this is..." Hyuga demonstrated each move he wanted them to practice, showing them all in sequence. He then asked, "These aren't something you can copy with the Sharingan. There's no shortcut. You have to hack and slash over and over again until you find the right feeling. Do you understand?" Shiyu nodded, and together with Nansuk began practicing horizontal slashes, vertical chops, and all sorts of fundamental techniques. Time slipped by, and beads of sweat began to drip from their hair. Hyuga nodded in satisfaction. Good temperament. They're truly putting their hearts into these basic cuts. This kid is no ordinary genius. No wonder the third Hokage holds him in such high regard. The foundational drills are about done. Now we move on to techniques. Hyuga continued. First, the dead techniques. When you can turn a dead technique into a living one, that's when you've truly stepped into the world of swordsmanship. With that, Hyuga began to demonstrate a series of techniques. Both Shiyu and Nansuk watched intently, giving their full attention to every movement. Watch closely. The Hatake school's swordsmanship, fast, precise, and ruthless, blindingly swift. How to kill your enemy depends entirely on the swordsman. The key is to strike at the opponent's weak point. Aim for a one-hit kill. This is the Konoha style of swordsmanship. Lord Tobarama spread it throughout the village hidden in the leaves, but the real essence lies in a head-on charge. Tobarama's blade, just like his mastery of water release, will cut straight through any enemy, no matter how strong. Hatake Sayu demonstrated each move with patience and meticulous care, refusing to overlook even the smallest detail. Why was Hatake Sayu willing to impart his life's work to Shiyu? First, he saw Shiyu's potential as the third Hokage's disciple. Shiyu had boundless promise and could one day compete for the title of Hokage, coupled with his own remarkable strength, exceptional talent, and the right temperament. Hyuga had every reason to teach him the sword arts. This time, Shiyu had brought not only the short-bladed white fan, but also the legendary blade, Fallen Rain. So Hyuga decided to pass on the distilled essence of both the Konoha and Hatake schools, painstakingly refined over the years, breaking down each technique and teaching them one by one to both Shiyu and Nansuk. Nansuk, being a Hatake by blood and accustomed to these teachings since childhood, mastered his father's key points with ease. The finer details, however, still pose a challenge. As for Shiyu, with his fully awakened three-tomo Sharingan and the sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, he was able to reproduce every move flawlessly. Soon after, he began repeating and subtly adjusting each technique, refining them until every movement fit perfectly with his still small body. In this way, little by little, Shiyu gradually mastered and integrated the sword techniques of both major schools. Eventually, He became so absorbed that he began to perform them with full intensity right there in the dojo. She has actually grasped the core concepts of both the Hitaki and Konoha sword styles so quickly. This is beyond what you'd call a genius. Hitaki Nansoa's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, Nansoa himself was born into the Hitaki clan and had learned swordsmanship from his father since childhood, but the scene unfolding before him was almost too much to accept. Even Hyuga and Hitaki Sayu were momentarily at a loss for words. This kid has immersed himself in the very essence of the sword. So young, yet able to contemplate the way of the blade so deeply. I really underestimated him. Nanso, whatever you do, don't disturb him. He's entered a state of selflessness, striving to fully harmonize the two great sword styles. Understood, father, Nansoa answered softly. But as Shiryu continued to move step by step, Sayu's face once again filled with astonishment. This his techniques. No, it can't be. His moves aren't just from the two main schools. There are elements I never taught him. That's it. I remember now. This must be the sword technique of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect he'd learned even that. Is it the style passed down by Uchiha Kagami? Sayu and Nanso simply stood there dazed and waiting. Before long, Shiryu let out a powerful shout, and then sheathed both his Dragon Fang blade and the falling blade Shiryu. As Shiryu lifted his head, a sense of clarity and exhilaration washed over him. Senior Hyuga, honestly, your sword techniques are truly invaluable, Shiryu said earnestly, but seeing the expressions on Hyuga and Nansoa's faces, he felt a bit embarrassed. Is something wrong? Why are you both looking at me like that? Huh, how did it get so late? Shiryu gasped, realizing that without noticing night had fallen, the air outside was cool and drenched with dew, and the insects' chorus sounded mournful in the darkness. You really are something else, Hyuga said, clapping Shiryu on the shoulder. You've already found your own path in swordsmanship. In just a day, you've almost fully mastered the essence of both major sword schools. Now, whether in sword or blade, you've truly entered the inner circle. To kill one person, or even two, you have more than enough skill. But to truly become a master, you're still a step away. What is that last step? That's something you'll have to discover for yourself. I can't teach you any further, Hyuga said directly. Shiryu looked at Hyuga, sensing the firm resolve in his words, and then respectfully performed the disciple's bow. Master Sayu, I will never forget the kindness you've shown me in teaching the way of the sword. All right. I understand your intentions. There's something I need to tell you. When you were immersed in your sword training, a servant from a noble family rushed over here, quite flustered, saying he was looking for you. He asked that you go to the Hyuga household as soon as your training was done, and said it was related to your birth mother. After hearing Sayu's words, Shiryu was momentarily taken aback. My mother? Shiryu naturally recalled the matter that teacher Nichiza had entrusted to him earlier. I understand. Thank you, Lord Sayu. Shiryu bowed to express his gratitude, for etiquette was highly valued in the Hidden Leaf Village. If you encounter anything you can't handle, be sure to let me know. The Hitaki clan will give you our full support, Sayu declared resolutely. Whatever Sayu's reasons may have been, the fact that he spoke so openly showed he was determined to stand firmly behind Shiryu. Shiryu was genuinely moved. Understood. Lord Sayu, Nansho, I'll take my leave now. After bidding his farewells, Shiryu stepped out of the Hitaki residence. Once he had completely gone, Nansho turned to his father and asked, Father, you said I'm just a tiny step away from becoming a master. What exactly am I missing? Sayu replied, a stage. Shiryu is still inexperienced. If he can prove himself in the heat of battle, then he'll have everything he needs. Father, how much do I lack compared to that little bit? I want to surpass Shiryu. Nansho asked, unable to hide his dissatisfaction. You'll need to train even harder, and you must also be tempered by real combat, Sayu said, not wanting to discourage his own child but unable to deny the truth. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hitaki family, Shiryu used the body flicker technique to hurry to the Hyuga estate. The Hyuga residence, with its traditional Japanese architecture, looked just as it always did. From within the courtyard, the sharp sounds of fists slicing through the air drifted out. Peering inside, Shiryu saw teacher Nichiza practicing his martial arts alone in the family courtyard. Lord Nichiza, Mr. Shiryu has arrived, the servant announced. Very well, you may go, Nichiza responded, then turned his gaze to Shiryu, his brow gradually relaxing. Teacher Nichiza, it's good to see you well. What was it you wanted to discuss with me this time? Shiryu asked, though he already had an inkling. He wanted to see what Nichiza truly intended. Nichiza smiled. Shiryu, you really are a clever one this time. I intend to teach you the full essence of the Hyuga clan's techniques. Once you've mastered them thoroughly, you'll be eligible to challenge the current head of the Hyuga family. If you can prove that you possess the Byakugan and the taijutsu unique to it, then you'll be able to join the Hyuga clan in the truest sense. To join the Hyuga clan? Shiryu still seemed somewhat hesitant. He had grown used to calling himself Uchiha Shiryu. If he joined the Hyuga clan, would he have to change his name to Hyuga Shiryu? Besides, after losing so many of their elite members, the Uchiha clan no longer dared to lay a hand on him. Joining the Hyuga clan at this point didn't seem to hold much significance. Moreover, Shiryu had already mastered most of the Hyuga's taijutsu techniques. If he wanted to learn more, he could simply copy them. But how could he find out the truth about his mother? Joining the Hyuga clan was in the end little more than an empty title. Shiryu was caught in the midst of this dilemma. Perhaps sensing Shiryu's inner conflict, Nichiza spoke up right away. Shiryu, if you can master the Hyuga clan's secret techniques, not only will your strength increase, but with the backing of the Hyuga, your influence in Konoha will grow. Anyone who thinks of harming you would have to consider whether they could stand against an entire clan alone. And besides, Nichiza continued, you and I both know how the Uchiha have treated you, aside from Shursui and Obito. Has anyone else ever truly regarded you as one of their own? As for your mother, she was at least the princess of the Hyuga, while your father was cast out by the Uchiha. Shiryu, I'm not saying this as a member of the Hyuga clan, but as your teacher. Every word comes from the bottom of my heart. Nichiza placed a gentle hand on Shiryu's shoulder, his expression sincere, the clarity in his white eyes leaving no room for deception. Think about it carefully. No matter what you decide, I'll be waiting for you. With those words, Nichiza left the choice entirely up to Shiryu. So be it. Shiryu finally said, Teacher Nichiza, let's begin. Please teach me the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. I hope you can show me some techniques I haven't learned yet. Nichiza was clearly taken aback. Shiryu, do you mean? Shiryu smiled and activated his Byakugan. And this time, he deliberately let the veins around his eyes bulge, making the transformation unmistakable. This is the Byakugan, but with Tomo, a mutated Byakugan, or perhaps a mutated Sharingan. Nichiza gasped in astonishment. Shiryu could only shake his head in exasperation. Teacher Nichiza, since things have come this far, there's no need to keep it a secret. My eyes are called the Byakugan. They're a bloodline limit that combines the 3 Tomo Sharingan and the Byakugan. That means I possess both the Byakugan's 360-degree field of vision and the Sharingan's abilities to copy and anticipate. So, I've already copied some of your secret techniques long ago. I apologize for deceiving you before. I hope you're not upset. Once again, Shiryu chose honesty, openly revealing one of his secrets. I see. It's all right, so what abilities have you mastered? Can you show me everything at once? That way I'll know exactly what I need to teach you, Nichiza said directly. Shiryu nodded and began to demonstrate all the secret techniques he had copied. 8 trigrams empty palm, 8 trigrams palm, rotation, gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Shiryu performed each of the Byakugan techniques he had mastered, one after another. Nichiza was utterly astonished. You've even mastered rotation? Even I wasn't originally qualified to learn that technique. He hesitated, caught between admiration and disbelief. I can't tell if your eye technique is terrifying, or if it's you who's truly frightening. Nichiza fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. Well, very talented. You've already mastered many techniques that only those with the Byakugan can use, but there's still a few things missing. Let me teach you now. Bathed in the moonlight, Nichiza began demonstrating techniques that Shiryu had never seen before. 8 trigrams air wall palm. This palm technique possesses power that surpasses the empty palm. In this move, its range and force are even greater than rotation. This is the great 8 trigrams rotation. And then the footwork during attacks. Nichiza imparted to Shiryu the true essence of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, the culmination of his own insights. Shiryu listened intently, immediately correcting and refining the techniques he had copied before. Before long, he had thoroughly digested and mastered everything Nichiza had taught him, feeling his taijutsu skills rise to a new level. That's everything I can teach you for now, Nichiza said at last, since you've learned so much. I believe you can definitely defeat the clan head. Shiryu nodded with determination. Teacher Nichiza, I won't let you down. Now that I've come to the Hyuga clan, why not go and challenge the clan head right away? Now, are you sure? Nichiza glanced up at the sky, where a full moon hung bright and round. What is it? Is there something strange about the moon? Shiryu asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. No, it's just... On the night of the full moon, the Hyuga clan had strength maybe even greater. Must it be tonight? Nichiza sounded uncertain. The full moon makes him stronger? Why is that? Is the clan had a werewolf or something? Shiryu wondered, puzzled, since nothing like this existed in the original story. There's a legend that the Gedo statue is sealed inside the moon, and the descendants of Himura live upon it. Could there be a connection? He couldn't quite figure out, but sensed that there must be some link. Actually, that makes me even more eager to see it with my own eyes, Shiryu said, his interest piqued. He looked forward to facing his grandfather in a true contest. All right, Shiryu, since you've made up your mind. I won't stop you. I wish you the best of luck. Nichi nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, I almost forgot Sensei. As Shiryu spoke, he patted Nichi lightly on the shoulder. In that instant, a surge of bloodline power flowed toward Shiryu, and he could distinctly feel himself absorbing some of Nichi's bloodline. At the same time, Shiryu used this force to draw out some of the chakra within Nichi. Instantly, Nichi felt a newfound strength well up inside him. What? Shiryu, my chakra feels much more abundant now. Is this your ability? Nichi asked in astonishment. Yes, it is. My power allows me to attract a bit of another's bloodline force and awaken some of their latent potential, Shiryu replied honestly. I see. Does it harm your body in any way? Nichi asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Not at all. On the contrary, it benefits me. My bloodline becomes stronger. And, to put it simply, my Byakugan's purity actually increases. It's a win-win situation. Shiryu explained, if that's truly the case, then it's wonderful. Could you awaken the chakra power of the entire Hyuga clan? Nichi asked, unable to hide his excitement. Shiryu didn't hesitate for a second. Of course I can. Honestly, this technique of mine is mutually beneficial. Nichi nodded, then leaned in and whispered, Shiryu, if you wish to negotiate with the clan leader, this will be your greatest bargaining chip. I'm truly amazed. You possess such a remarkable power. Shiryu just smiled without saying a word. From Nichiza's words, he could sense the strong presence of the clan's bloodline power. It seems the Hyuga clan's bloodline is in no danger of dwindling. Shiryu, following Nichiza's directions, made his way toward the most imposing and luxurious building of the Hyuga estate. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the voice of a Hyuga man with graying hair and a scar running across his eye. Are you my grandson, Shiryu? The man asked, then introduced himself. I am the head of the Hyuga clan, and your grandfather. My name is Hyuga, Ieyasu. Shiryu thought of a famous historical figure, a man from the Sengoku era, also named Ieyasu, but with the surname Tokugawa. If you've made it here, that means you've agreed to join the Hyuga clan, but before that, I want to see your strength for myself. You must defeat me using the Hyuga clan's techniques. That's the only way I'll accept you, Ieyasu declared, his voice brimming with authority. I'm mainly here to find out about my mother, Shiryu replied honestly. If you can defeat me, I'll tell you everything about the past, Ieyasu said, cutting off any path of retreat for Shiryu. It looks like there's no way around this, Shiryu thought, steeling himself for the match against Ieyasu. Are you ready? Begin. Without another word, Ieyasu launched the first attack, Byakugan. At the same moment, Ieyasu activated the Byakugan, but in the next second, he was taken aback by the chakra surging inside Shiryu. How can this be? The amount of chakra flowing through Shiryu's meridians. It's far beyond what any normal person could comprehend. How does he have even more chakra than the third Hokage? Tensigen. Without hesitation, Shiryu activated his Tensigen, and once again, Ieyasu was stunned, both eyes. What's this ominous feeling? Such a pure Byakugan. It seems to be evolving. Is it the Byakugan evolving, or the Sharingan? I can't even tell anymore. After numerous fusions of his bloodline, Shiryu's Tensigen had reached a bottleneck. Once he broke through, it might lead to an entirely new domain. Come, Lord Ieyasu. Show me the true mastery of the Hyuga style. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. Without hesitation, Shiryu raised his hand and launched his attack at Ieyasu. Ieyasu was quick to respond, his own 8 trigrams empty wall palm firing off instantly. The two faced each other, their techniques clashing in midair. A true battle of force and skill. What incredible speed! Besides his Hyuga taijutsu, this guy's hand sign speed must be off the charts. Hyuga Ieyasu found himself beginning to falter. He had never imagined that as the clan head and the strongest member of the Hyuga clan, he would one day be suppressed by his own grandson. Has the vacuum palm become this strong? Then what about close-range gentle fist? All of a sudden, Ieyasu struck fiercely at Shigure. And in his heart, he thought, forgive me, Shigure, things are not as simple as they seem. 2 palms for palms, 8 palms. 32 palms, 64 palms. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. All of Ieyasu's attacks landed squarely on Shigure. It wasn't that Shigure couldn't dodge, but rather that he wanted to experience for himself what it felt like to be struck by the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Shigure collapsed onto the ground. He could clearly feel his chakra being struck at critical points by the gentle fist acupoint technique, completely sealing off the flow of chakra within his body. You've lost, grandson. You can challenge me again next time, Ieyasu declared confidently. After all, no one could continue fighting after being hit by the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The 8 trigrams 64 palms targeted the 64 most vital acupoints in the body, using gentle fist to inject one's own chakra and seal the opponent's chakra flow. It was a formidable technique. But then something happened that left Ieyasu utterly astonished. Shigure slowly rose to his feet, and in the next instant a surge of blue chakra erupted from him, blazing like blue flames all around. The chakra that Ieyasu had sealed was only the chakra within Shigure's body. The 8 trigrams 64 palms were like a thin layer of ice on the surface of a vast ocean. And now, as a volcano erupted from the depths, that thin ice was instantly shattered. Shigure stood tall once more. Lord Ieyasu, acupoint strikes have no effect on me, he said. Without hesitation, Shigure launched a barrage of 8 trigrams vacuum palms at Ieyasu. 8 trigrams vacuum palm barrage. Each of Shigure's vacuum palms grew stronger than the last. At first, Ieyasu was able to dodge, but soon he was forced onto the defensive. With no other choice, Ieyasu began to spin rapidly. Rotation. A pulse of blue energy blasted out, deflecting all of Shigure's attacks. This is the Hyuga clan's secret technique. Only true geniuses of the main branch are qualified to master it. No one else can learn it. Your attacks are useless against me, Ieyasu declared, brimming with confidence. Rotation, is it? I know that one too, Shigure replied, already aware of its value and having copied it long ago. How can that be? You're saying you've already mastered rotation. Ieyasu's disbelief was clear. If you don't believe me, Lord Ieyasu, let's use rotation together and see whose is stronger. Without another word, Shigure began to spin as well. When Shigure began to spin, it was truly a sight to behold. His chakra was already immeasurably vast, at the pinnacle of the Kage level. As he unleashed his Kaiten, the sheer visual impact left Ieyasu in awe. An enormous blue barrier slowly advanced toward Hyuga. Ieyasu, what a range! Could this be an evolved Kaiten, the Grand Kaiten? To think that at just 5 years old, he can use a secret technique reserved only for the main branch. This child's talent might even surpass that of Shinku in Red Butterfly. If that's the case, I can't lose to my own grandson, Ieyasu declared. 8 trigrams. Grand Kaiten. Ieyasu then spun fiercely as well, conjuring his own blue barrier. Both of their Kaiten were immense, and soon the 2 protective domes collided head-on. A piercing, grating sound filled the air. The result of their high-speed spinning, a noise like the sky itself being torn apart. From the very start, the outcome of their duel was set. Even with Ieyasu's vast chakra and wealth of experience, he was no match for someone as monstrously gifted as Shigure. Shigure's Kaiten could hardly be called a Grand Kaiten anymore. The swirling blue energy extended for over 10 meters around him, and it looked as though it might grow even larger. I can't hold on any longer. The future of the Hyuga clan? No, the future of Konoha. Rest with him now. Ieyasu was flung away by Shigure's Kaiten, while Shigure in the very last instant withdrew his technique and let the energy dissipate. He used the body flicker technique to catch Ieyasu, gently setting him on the ground. At that moment, Ieyasu fully acknowledged Shigure. Good grandson, our first meeting, and you've given your old grandfather quite a beating. So does that mean I've won? Shigure asked directly. Of course you've won. You sent me flying, didn't you? Ieyasu replied, a little exasperated. Then he stared at Shigure for a long while. What? Is something wrong? Shigure asked, puzzled. It's nothing. You look so much like her, Ieyasu murmured, lost in thought. Her? My mother? Shigure asked. Yes. Ieyasu nodded, but whatever he wanted to say, he swallowed it back. All right, Shu, I accept you. It's clear now that your eyes are Byakugan. You've defeated me using the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. You have earned a right to be a member of the main family, Ieyasu declared. Shiyu shook his head. That's not so important to me. What I really want to know is news of my mother, Ieyasu replied. No. This is important. By defeating me, you've proven yourself to be one of us, a part of the Hyuga clan. Even if you don't admit it, our blood runs in your veins. It doesn't matter. Shiyu's thoughts were still lingering on his mother. How about this? I have a condition for the negotiation. As Shiyu spoke, he remembered his own special ability. What is it? Jiakong asked. I'm so used to being called Uchiha Shiyu that even if I join the Hyuga clan, I don't want to change my name to Hyuga Shiyu. I just want to be known as Shiyu, Shiyu of Konoha. As for news about my mother, I want you to tell me everything you know in return. I can awaken the potential of the Hyuga clan like this. With that, Shiyu patted Hyuga Jiakong lightly, and immediately felt a surge of pure bloodline power flow into himself. At the same time, he triggered the latent power within Jiakong's body. Jiakong's chakra then increased, finally breaking through a bottleneck he had never been able to surpass. This. Jiakong's face lit up with excitement. Incredible. I've actually reached Quasi-Kage level. Previously, Jiakong's strength was that of an elite Jonin. Thanks to Shiyu's ability, his chakra reserves broke through the limits of an elite Jonin and reached the level just below that of a Kage. My grandson, this is your ability, right? Does it have any negative effects on either of us? Jiakong immediately asked. It's a mutually beneficial process, Shiyu replied. I gain bloodline power, while the other person's potential is awakened, and their chakra increases. I hope the entire Hyuga clan can grow through my ability. That way our clan's strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Shiyu said, Splendid. Jiakong nodded, visibly excited. So, about the conditions I just mentioned? Shiyu probed on behalf of the Hyuga clan. I accept. You are one of us, but you don't have to take the Hyuga name. As for your mother. Jiakong then produced a strange-looking key and handed it to Shiyu. The key was icy cold. An ancient stone key. This is the seal key to the Hyuga Shrine. Only the clan head is permitted entry. When you're ready, go inside, but your mother once said, only after you reach Kage level strength should you enter. I used to think you might never reach that level in your lifetime, so I kept the key with me. But now, I believe you have what it takes. There may be dangers in there, so I hope you'll be fully prepared before you go in, Jiakong said with concern. She nodded in response. It seems there really is danger involved in my mother's matters. I need to be fully prepared. Since I'm about to gain the Hyuga bloodline, I'll absorb all the bloodline power awake in the system, and then fuse the Hyuga bloodline. Let's see if my bloodline will evolve once again. Shiyu immediately informed Ieyasu of the situation, and Ieyasu made it clear that he would allow Shiyu to strengthen the entire Hyuga clan. Returning home, Shiyu wasted no time. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible, by any means necessary. Without hesitation, Shiyu used reverse summoning and returned to the dragon cave. No sooner had he arrived than he spotted Shinya among the serpents. Huh. What brings you here? Shinya asked, puzzled. I'm here to learn sage arts from that white-scaled serpent, Shiyu replied. I see. Well, go on then. Keep honing your powers. Soar through the skies like a dragon. Shinya encouraged. Shiyu smiled faintly. Thanks for your good wishes. As he approached Shinya, he placed a hand on the serpent and awakened some of Shinya's dormant potential. With that, Shiyu left the serpent group behind. This feeling, it's as if I've evolved. Was it that guy's doing? I'm starting to like him more and more, Shinya mused as he slipped back into slumber. He really does seem like a true sage. Meanwhile, Shiyu returned to the depths of the dragon cave, where the white-scaled serpent had once again taken the form of an old woman. Oh, you're back. I've been waiting quite a while, the white snake sage said, her lips curling into a sly grin. Cut the small talk. Just teach me the sage arts, Shiyu urged impatiently. What's the rush, young one? The white snake sage said with a chuckle. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. Could you use some servants? Servants? What do you mean? Shiyu was momentarily confused. These 3-inch, of course, with a flick of her hand, 3 hidden figures materialized before him. They were none other than the initiators of his previous trial. Tenshin Shinki Ichikishimaheim and Tajitsuheim. Me? I don't need any servants, Shiyu declined without hesitation. Suit yourself. It doesn't matter, the white snake sage replied, nonchalantly, making the 3 goddesses vanish with another wave. What are you playing at? Shiyu still couldn't fathom her true intention. After teaching you sage arts, I plan to head into the immortal grotto to look for black scale. I want you to take charge of the dragon cave in my stead. The White Snake Sage explained. You want me to stay here? Dream on. No. Serpent, Shiyu refused outright, shaking her head. The White Snake Sage continued. Just leave a spell behind. If you sense any challengers breaking through the first 3 trials, you can simply return here in an instant. Besides, in over 1,000 years, fewer than 3 people have ever passed the Dragon Cave's trial. If you agree to this, I'll teach you sage arts, and even then to learn the final sage technique, you'll have to go to the Immortal Grotto. That ultimate art is something I alone cannot teach you. The White Serpent Sage gave a detailed explanation, and only then did Shiyu understand. So, this means I'm being chosen as the new Serpent Sage, but am I really qualified for this? If you aren't qualified, then I truly don't know who would be the White Serpent Sage said, trying to persuade him. Besides, there's no downside to this. Your freedom won't be restricted, and the final secret technique can only be passed on to the next Serpent Sage. Shiyu thought it over and realized there really wasn't any disadvantage. Then he said, all right, since you're asking me, so sincerely I suppose I'll be magnanimous enough to accept. The White Serpent Sage was left a bit speechless. All right then, let's begin training in the remaining sage techniques. Without delay, the White Serpent Sage demonstrated his techniques to Shiyu. One was the Sage Art, White Rage, and the other was the Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Both were incredibly powerful abilities that even Orochimaru used in the original story. White Rage was strong enough to shatter Susanoo, while Inorganic Reincarnation could manipulate inorganic matter within a certain range, turning it into a fighting force. The stronger one's own Sage Chakra and techniques, the greater the power and range of Inorganic Reincarnation. If Itachi hadn't used the forbidden Sharingan technique Izanagi back then, it would have been an extremely tough battle. Although sage arts are notoriously difficult to master for Shiyu now, such techniques posed no real challenge. Before long, he threw himself into training and mastered both arts completely. When Shiyu effortlessly controlled the inorganic matter within Ryuchi Cave and summoned the White Dragon with a White Rage technique, even the Serpent Sage was astonished once again. Haha, amazing, you learned both of these techniques in such a short time. With this, there's only the final sage art left for you to master here in Ryuchi Cave, the White Serpent Sage exclaimed. When will I be able to learn it? Shiyu withdrew his sage power and asked, well, you'll have to wait until next time. When you feel you're ready, head to the Sage's Grotto. I'll need to find Black Scale, and only with him can we teach you this last sage technique. The White Serpent Sage replied. Can't we do it now? Shiyu asked. Black Scale isn't here at the moment, the Serpent Sage explained. Using his own sensing abilities, Shiyu realized that the Black Serpent Sage had indeed vanished without a trace. It seems I'll have to wait until next time. Then Shiyu nodded in understanding. Very well. Since you've mastered my sage arts, I'll leave the management of Ryuchi Cave in your hands for now. But as promised, you won't have to stay here most of the time, the White Serpent Sage said. Understood, Shiyu replied. He only agreed because he knew the White Serpent Sage wouldn't interfere with his freedom. After that, Shiyu inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique on the seat of the Snake Sage in Ryukido. If anyone passes the trial, the 3 great priestesses will notify you through the technique. If needed, you can also summon them to fight alongside you, said the White Snake Sage. All right, I understand, Shiyu nodded. With this, he'd finally completed the unfinished business from his last visit to Ryukido. All that was left was to return one day and study the final sage art. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. With those words, Shiyu vanished in an instant. He had, of course, returned home. Over the following days, the strongest members of the Hyuga clan began to visit him one after another. Shiyu found himself playing the role of a doctor, sitting at his doorway. Each time a Hyuga arrived, he awakened their latent potential. At the same time, the clan's powerful bloodline was constantly flowing into Shiyu's own body. When every Hyuga member had been awakened by him, Shiyu finally returned home. System. Shiyu called out. As expected, the system was now fully activated. Host, you're incredible. You've gathered so much bloodline power in such a short time. Let me see. This is Dragon Vein Energy, Uzumaki bloodline. And there's even a trace of Senju. This must be the Hyuga bloodline. Amazing. Are you planning to fuse these bloodlines again? The system asked. I'll save the enhanced bloodline fusion for next time. For now, I'll just integrate the Hyuga bloodline, Shiyu replied. But before Shiyu could begin the bloodline fusion, there was a knock at the door. Lord Shiyu. The third Hokage requests your presence. It was a member of the ANBU at his doorstep. So late at night, what could the old man want with me? Shiryu thought, puzzled, as he swiftly brushed past the ANBU and entered the Hokage's office. This time, besides the third Hokage, both Konoha advisors and even Danzo were present. Everyone was gathered. Greetings, third Hokage, lords. Is something the matter? Shiryu noticed the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The third Hokage smiled and said, Shiryu, I hear you possess the ability to awaken the potential of others. You've unlocked the abilities of the entire Hyuga clan. Is this true? Shiryu realized there was no point hiding it, so he simply admitted it. Yes, my ability allows me to help others unlock their potential. There are no negative effects for you or them. None whatsoever. In that case, would you be willing to help other shinobi awaken their latent abilities? The third asked. It could greatly increase Konoha's overall strength, of course, if you refuse. That's perfectly fine. It's entirely voluntary, the third Hokage added. Shiryu, let's not beat around the bush. The Uchiha clan hopes you can help them unlock their potential, Koharu said. The Uchiha? Shiyu's expression immediately turned to one of deep distaste. The Hyuga and the Uchiha are both major clans of the Leaf. You help the Hyuga so naturally, the Uchiha now want to strengthen themselves as well, Hamura Mitokado explained. Oh, so you wanted to help the Uchiha now? That's a bit unexpected, Shiryu replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. After all, the higher-ups in the Leaf usually kept the Uchiha at arm's length. All you need to do is follow orders and help us enhance the Uchiha strength. There's no need for you to concern yourself with anything else you shouldn't know. As a Leaf shinobi, you are to obey orders unconditionally. No questions asked. Just do as we say, Danzo demanded, his tone unyielding. Lord Danzo, what an impressive display of authority. The third Hokage hasn't even spoken, and yet you're already trying to strong-arm me, Shiryu remarked, clearly unimpressed and unwilling to humor Danzo any further. The third Hokage interjected. Danzo, that's enough. Be quiet. Danzo's expression shifted instantly. Shiryu, what we hope is for you to draw out a portion of the Uchiha clan's potential. That way, we can maintain a balance among the Leaf's powerful clans, the third Hokage continued. The Uchiha have said you may name your own terms, the third added, so that's how it is. Looks like this time there's a lot to gain. Not only can I integrate the Hyuga bloodline, but I might even gain access to the Uchihas as well. Shiryu thought, excitement welling up inside, though his face remained calm and unreadable. What I want, I'll have to discuss in person with Fugaku Uchiha. And the other, Shiryu said, already planning to use this opportunity to investigate the mysteries surrounding his own father, in that case. My message has been delivered. You may leave, the third Hokage said. Remember, don't act rashly. No matter what, the Uchiha are still one of the great clans of the Leaf. The implication was clear. Shiryu should be cautious when dealing with the Uchiha. Understood. I'll head to the Uchiha clan right away, Shiryu replied. With that, Shiryu left the Hokage's office. The Uchiha's influence in the Leaf far surpassed that of the Hyuga. After all, the Uchiha, together with the Senju, had founded the Hidden Leaf Village, while the Hyuga and other prominent clans joined during the village's early years. As a result, the Uchiha possessed their own district within the Leaf, an area where nearly every resident bore the Uchiha name. Every doorway displayed their iconic family crest, round and bold like a table tennis paddle. The Uchiha district was not far from the famous Naka Shrine. Most people walking the streets here belonged to the Uchiha, and many Uchiha shinobi could be seen patrolling the area. Among these buildings stood one particularly distinctive structure, the Konoha police force. Shiryu mused. He could clearly sense the presence of numerous Uchiha elites within. Nevertheless, Shiyu's destination today remained the residence of the Uchiha clan leader. The Uchiha clan has always held itself a notch above Konoha. If I were Hokage, I wouldn't be comfortable with that either. Shiryu mused quietly to himself. As the saying goes, how can you sleep soundly when someone else lies beneath your own roof? At this point, the Uchiha still possessed the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Konoha. Rebellion seemed almost inevitable. Shiryu didn't dwell on it too much. The Uchiha uprising was still a long way off. When Sasuke was a child, Itachi wiped out the clan, but right now Itachi hadn't even been born yet. He was still in his mother Mikoto's womb. As Shiryu entered the Uchiha district, he quickly sensed the eyes of the clan members tracking his every move. Although he had come to negotiate with the Uchiha, being watched so closely was hardly pleasant. Uchiha, let's see if you can keep up with me, he thought. And in a flash, he vanished from sight. The watchers around him were caught completely off guard. How is that possible? He was just here a moment ago. He actually shook us off? Damn it, forget it. The clan leader only told us to keep an eye on him anyway. With that, the Uchiha members dispersed. Shiryu, having shaken his pursuers, gave a faint, amused smile. Without delay, he made his way to the grand gates of the Uchiha clan leader's mansion. The residence was imposing, far surpassing even the Hyuga and Sarutobi estates in grandeur. The Uchiha... Shiryu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. With a swift body flicker, he slipped inside. The outer grounds were wide and empty, seemingly devoid of people. Slipping further in, he had just reached the inner courtyard when a katana came slashing toward him. Shiryu already knew who it was. He was no longer the same person as before. With a crisp motion, he drew the dragon fang blade, deflecting the attack with a deft touch, redirecting its force. At the same time, a pulse of energy shot from his blade, sending his assailant flying backward. In a flash, the attacker reappeared, a little out of breath, but grinning as he praised Shiryu. That's a fine blade, and your swordsmanship has truly come into its own. Sure sway. Aren't you with the Umbu? What brings you back to the Uchiha? Shiryu replied with a laugh. I'm an Uchiha in the Umbu. When I'm not on a mission, I still answer to the clan leader. Sure sway answered honestly. So, where's the clan leader? Don't tell me he sent you to kill me. Shiryu joked half seriously. Sure sway shook his head with a smile. I wouldn't presume. The clan leader just asked me to wait for you. Testing you was my own idea, I see. Well, now that I'm here, lead the way, Shiryu said, making a courteous gesture. Sure sway returned the courtesy and ushered Shiryu further inside. This is a grand hall. At its very center stand a middle-aged Uchiha, exuding an air of authority. Yet one of his eyes bears the mark of an old wound, while the other gleams with formidable sharpness. To his left stands Uchiha Fugaku, whom Shiryu recognizes. To his right is another Uchiha who radiates strength, though Shiryu does not know him. Behind the central figure hangs an enormous cloth bearing the crest of the Uchiha clan. Lining both sides of the hall are rows of ninja, men and women, young and old alike, but all unmistakably members of the Uchiha. Shiryu notes that Obito is not present, yet he senses the powerful bloodline in every Uchiha in the room. Their eyes carry far more strength than those of Obito and his peers. It seems all of these people have at least awakened the double Tomo, Shiryu thinks to himself. As Shiryu enters, Shursui quietly warns him, the man in the center is the current head of the Uchiha clan. To his left is Fugaku, the next clan head, and to his right is the captain of the Konoha police force. With that, Shursui steps into an empty space and stands at attention, joining the others. A pleasure to meet you. I am Uchiha Masamune, the head of the Uchiha clan. This is Fugaku, our deputy head. And this is Yashitsu, captain of the police force. Masamune speaks with a grand, commanding presence. He is every inch the figure of a formidable leader. I have met the clan head and Fugaku as well, Shiryu replies, giving only a slight nod and betraying little emotion. Shiryu, that's out of line. You're speaking to the head of the Uchiha clan. Show some respect. Yashitsu, the police captain, glares at Shiryu in outrage. Even Fugaku beside him seems ready to take action. Shiryu sighs, a hint of impatience in his voice. Well, if you have no intention of cooperating, I'll take my leave. My apologies, Shiryu. The fault is ours, the clan head says, immediately setting aside his pride to offer a sincere apology. Clan head, why apologize? He's the one being disrespectful. Fugaku and Yashitsu protest, but Masamune silences them with a single word, enough. Masamune's voice is calm, but his natural authority quells even these two powerful men in an instant. Oh, it seems Lord Masamune is far more reasonable in that case. I won't hold these two against you, Shiryu says bluntly. Let's not waste time with formalities. You want my ability to awaken potential and chakra, to make your clan stronger, is that right? That's right, Mr. Shiryu. Please state your terms, the clan head replies without hesitation. 3 things, Shiryu says with a smile. First, I'm short on funds lately. I need 100 million Ryo. 100 million Ryo? The leaders of the Uchiha clan were utterly stunned. After all, the reward for completing an S-rank mission was only 1 million Ryo, but Shiryu was asking for the equivalent of 100 S-rank missions all at once. Are you dreaming? That's 100 million Ryo. It wasn't just Fugaku and Yashitsugu who were left speechless. Even Shursui, standing below, was wide-eyed with shock. What is Shiryu thinking? How can he make such an outrageous demand? Even the clan head Masamian shook his head and said, 100 million Rio. That's excessive. I'm afraid I can't agree to that. 100 million Rio? Is that really so much? In truth, Shiryu had his reasons for setting that price. In the world of the hidden leaf, 1 Rio equaled 10 yen, roughly 6 cents in Shiryu's previous life. So, completing an S-rank mission was like earning 600,000 yuan. As for the cost of living, a bowl of Ichiraka ramen was 60 Rio, which converted to about 36 yuan. Even a genin could earn 3,000 to 30,000 yuan by completing a D-rank mission. Finding a lost cat, chasing away animals, trampling crops. Often, villagers would pool their money to hire a ninja to solve their problems. That was also why, when Shiryu completed his first mission, the bearded man concealed its true rank. He simply couldn't afford the proper payment. This is why the world is called a ninja's world. Ninjas are at its core, and they're generally wealthier than civilians. Regular folks can only run shops or work odd jobs. Even samurai from the land of iron mostly take on bodyguard missions, and when it comes to the ability to carry out tasks, they're no match for ninjas. 100 million Rio, that's 60 million yuan for a clan with such a long history. It's impossible they don't have that amount in reserve. And the Uchiha are currently the largest clan in the Leaf. They have their own internal missions, and S-rank assignments among them are not uncommon. When a Hyuga clan came to you, you didn't even ask them for money. This is just too much. 100 million Rio, why don't you just rob us? Fugaku and Yashitsugu were turning pale. They both thought Shiryu must have lost his mind. Even Masamiyan added, could you lower it a bit? 100 million Rio is way beyond our budget. There are so many of you here, all wanting me. To boost your potential, charging 100 million Rio isn't excessive at all. Divided among everyone, it's not that much per person, is it? I'm the only one in the world with this ability. If you refuse, there's nothing I can do. What Shiryu was doing was a monopoly. Asking for 100 million Rio was just about right. Any more, and the Uchiha couldn't afford it. Any less, and he couldn't truly hurt them. Masamiyan then offered, how about this? 90 million Rio. The Uchiha clan is the largest family in Konoha. Hey, 100 million Rio is nothing. Can't you even come up with that? Shiryu remarked with a mocking tone. Masamiyan's expression shifted ever so slightly. Fugaku and Yashitsugu seemed about to speak, but Masamiyan stopped them with a gesture. We agreed on this. 100 million Rio. Every one of these people, including myself, must be promoted. Masamiyan finally relented. This guy. He actually agreed. I thought he'd hold out for a while longer. I really underestimated the Uchiha's wealth. Shiryu thought, nodding in acknowledgement. Well, go on. Don't you have 2 more conditions? The Uchiha elders were starting to lose their patience with Shiryu. Shiryu shook his head and replied, what's the rush? My second condition is this. I want to choose any 3 of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques to learn. Masamiyan paused, considering the request. He had wanted to protest that the Uchiha secrets were for their own clan only, but upon remembering that Shiryu was also of Uchiha blood, he finally agreed. Fine, I accept. Out with it. What's your last condition? Masamiyan demanded directly. The third one. Shiryu let out a cold chuckle before continuing, I want to know everything there is to know about my father. The moment Shiryu mentioned his father, the entire room fell silent. Fugaku and Yashitsugu exchanged sinister smiles. Oh, what's wrong? Cat got your tongues? Or do you just refuse to accept this condition? Shiryu pressed, his words blunt and to the point. Masamiyan spoke up. That third condition. It's not something I can simply promise you, or even say aloud. Here's what I propose, Shiryu. Since you want news of your father, go and see for yourself. Clan leader, that place is the Uchiha clan's forbidden ground. How can an outsider be allowed in? Fugaku and Yashitsugu objected immediately. Enough. Uchiha Shiryu has earned the right to enter. Shursui suddenly declared as he stepped forward. Shursui. Shiryu was surprised. Out of all the Uchiha present, only Shursui dared speak up for him. Shursui, why are you siding with this kid? Fugaku and Yashitsugu reacted with astonishment. Masamiyan waved his hand. That's enough. Shursui, step back. You two stand down as well. Do my words still carry weight? Fugaku Yashitsugu, they do. The 2 men could do nothing but bow their heads in resignation. In that case, Fugaku, prepare the 100 million Rio. Yashitsugu, you'll accompany Mr. Shiryu to choose from our clan's secret techniques. Once these 2 matters are settled, Mr. Shiryu, I will personally escort you to the Uchiha clan's forbidden ground. Whatever you wish to know about your father, there you will find your answers. Masamiyan's arrangements were meticulous, and this won him quite a bit of favor from Shiryu Lord. Masamune truly deserves to be the head of the Uchiha clan. His ability to handle things is truly remarkable. Captain Yashitsugu, please lead the way. Without further ado, Shiryu followed Uchiha Yashitsugu straight to the clan's jutsu archive. The archive was ancient, filled with dust and the scent of rotting wood. All the techniques were recorded on old scrolls. With a sweep of his Byakugan, Shiryu quickly scanned through the jutsu, already making mental notes of what was available. You can only pick 3 techniques, not a single one more. Yashitsugu said, his tone stingy and reluctant. Tisich. Shiryu paid him no mind. After all, 3 techniques were more than enough for his purposes. The Uchiha didn't really have any exceptional ninjutsu left here anyway. These 3 will do. Shiryu made a show of picking at random, though the truth was he had already chosen with great care. This guy, he's picking so carelessly. That's perfect. Yashitsugu barely glanced at the scrolls before handing them right back to Shiryu. All right, these 3 are yours, he said, strutting out with an air of satisfaction. Back in the main hall, a massive wooden chest sat in front of Masamune. As soon as Shiryu approached, Masamune opened it, revealing a pile of high-denomination Konoha currency. With a smile, Masamune asked, Mr. Shiryu, have you already finished choosing your jutsu so quickly? These are the 3 you've settled on. Masamune glanced at both Shiryu and Yashitsugu, seeking confirmation. Yashitsugu nodded slightly in response. But as he took the scrolls, Masamune's expression changed in an instant. His face turned ashen, lips pale, and a look of disbelief flickered his eyes. These are 3 jutsu. Great Fire Annihilation, Great Fire Destruction, and finally Dragon Flame Song. All 3 are the most powerful and practical techniques, once used by Uchiha Madara himself. Yashitsugu blurted out in shock, wait, that can't be. I could have sworn I saw him. Silence, Captain Yashitsugu. Masamune's expression was murderous. Don't embarrass us. The Uchiha are not so petty. Masamune vented his frustration on Yashitsugu. Yashitsugu started to protest, but the words died in his throat. Meanwhile, Shiryu thought to himself, no wonder Fugaka became both clan head and squad captain. Compared to him, Yashitsugu here is in another league entirely. Excellent. The Uchiha clan truly honors their word, and I shall do my utmost to help you unlock your potential, Shiryu declared. Mr. Shiryu, please. This way. With that, Masamune turned to lead the way, guiding Shiryu deeper into the heart of the Uchiha compound. Soon the 2 of them arrived at a shrine. This was none other than the famed Naka Shrine, the sacred place where the Uchiha clan worshipped their deities and honored their ancestors. Nestled right beside the Naka River, it was strictly off-limits to outsiders. Your father left a message for you here. You'll understand as soon as you see it. I'll return to the main hall now, Masamune said, offering a brief reminder before taking his leave. Once Masamune departed, Shiryu truly stepped inside the shrine. The shrine itself was not large. It took Shiryu less than half a minute to sweep his gaze over the main hall, but he found nothing suspicious at first glance. It wasn't until he activated his Byakugan that he discovered a particularly well-concealed mechanism. Without hesitation, Shiryu pressed it. With a low mechanical clack, a hidden passage revealed itself. As a staircase materialized within Naka Shrine. So that's how it is. Only someone with a Sharingan can find the way to the lower level. Shiryu mused, then made his way down. In the center of the room below, a stone tablet stood plainly in view. Strange characters were inscribed upon it, and with his 3-tomo Byakugan, Shiryu could decipher some of the writing. So this is the Uchiha clan secret. The stone tablet left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths? By now, Black Zetsu has probably already tampered with it, Shiryu remarked, glancing over the inscriptions. They were of little use to him, mostly explaining how the 3-tomo Sharingan could evolve into the Mangekyo. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, I suppose I'd be able to read about the path to the eternal Mangekyo and the Rinnegan. And with the Rinnegan, I'd see the truth behind the infinite Tsumi deception. It seems this tablet isn't what I'm looking for. With that, Shiryu turned away and began to search elsewhere. In a secluded corner, Shiryu's eyes fell upon a scroll stained with what appeared to be traces of blood. This must be it. Shiryu strode over, unfurled the scroll, and as it opened, a faint glow emerged. It seemed to verify his bloodline. And then, without warning, a Jinjutsu was cast upon him. Shiryu was taken aback to find himself caught in the illusion, a Jinjutsu scroll. His first thought was that the Uchiha clan was trying to harm him. But if there was one thing Shiryu was never afraid of, it was Jinjutsu. However, before he could attempt to break free, he realized this illusion bore him no malice. Instead, he found himself immersed in a vision, as if viewing a story unfold from a god's perspective. The tale's male protagonist bore an uncanny resemblance to Shiryu himself. It was clearly his biological father, and the red-haired woman with white eyes was without a doubt his real mother. Shiryu, if you're seeing this scroll one day, it means we're already gone. The fact that you made it here shows the Uchiha clan has acknowledged you. By now, you must be at least an elite jonin, but don't rush ahead just yet. The enemies we're up against are not ones ordinary people can comprehend. Even your mother and I suffered heavy losses in our battles against them. So unless you possess Kaga-level strength, do not come here. Only when you have chakra equal to a Kage should you listen to the second part of my message. Without hesitation, Shiryu channeled his own super Kage chakra into the scroll. In the illusion, his father looked weary and drained. Shiryu, congratulations on reaching Kage-level strength. With this power, at least you can protect yourself. But I was mistaken. If your strength is only at Kage level, you can barely survive. The power of these people is truly formidable. An ordinary Kage is no match for them. I hope you can hone your skills even further, surpassing the Kage level. I know it won't be easy, but only then will you be able to defeat them. Wasting no time, Shiryu poured his Super Kage chakra into the scroll once more. Suddenly, a vivid scene unfolded before his eyes. He saw his father and mother gasping for breath, blood streaming from their mouths. Clearly, they were locked in combat with a powerful foe. At last, the scene faded to black, and the images of his father and mother gradually disappeared. In their final moments, Shiryu's father used his fingers to gesture a series of strange numbers. Shiryu carefully memorized each one. That was the end of the vision. He had hoped for answers, but instead, everything became even more confusing and mysterious. Those numbers just now. It seems I'll need the Konoha analyst to help decipher them. What exactly did his father and mother encounter? Did they possess Super Kage strength as well? Who were these enemies? Shiryu couldn't make sense of it all, but at least one thing was clear. His parents didn't die on the battlefield, as everyone believed, and their deaths seemed to have little to do with the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. Perhaps they had faced scorn or ridicule from within their own clan. But what truly claimed their lives was likely a final confrontation with a Super Kage level opponent. In today's ninja world, who else could possess such strength? And why would they cross paths with my parents? Within the recreated world of the illusion, Shiryu noticed that the place his parents stood was not a battlefield at all. Never mind. I should just bring the scroll and those numbers to the Konoha analyst to see if they can make sense of it. There was nothing more for him to learn here. He had long since memorized the contents of the Naka Shrine stone tablet. With that, Shiryu left the Naka Shrine and returned to the Uchiha clan. Masamune soon asked, "Did you find what you were looking for?" Shiryu nodded. Things have grown even more tangled and mysterious. But I suppose you could say I found something. I still don't understand. Why was my father's name removed? Shiryu asked the question directly, not beating around the bush. This is an ironclad rule between clans, Masamune replied. The Uchiha are determined to keep their bloodline pure. They would never allow a union with another clan that possesses a unique bloodline ability. If such an exception were allowed, then 10 or 20 years down the line, the Uchiha blood would... Enough! I get it! Shiryu cut off Masamune's explanation. It was clear now. His father had been cast out because he chose to be with Shiryu's mother. The crisis his father faced at the end and his removal from the clan were two different things. That was the reason he himself had become isolated, ridiculed, and mocked. All right, I'm a man of my word. Let's begin awakening your latent potential. Who wants to go first? Shiryu asked briskly, wasting no time. I'll go first. Masamune, as the clan leader, stepped forward to set an example. Without delay, Masamune took the lead, and Shiryu, not wanting to lose any time, placed his hand on Masamune's shoulder. Is there anything I need to do? Masamune asked a little nervously. You don't need to do anything, Shiryu responded, then proceeded to draw out some of the powerful bloodline energy from Masamune and began awakening the chakra potential within him. Masamune's eye widened in disbelief. My chakra, it's grown so much. I feel like I'm about to break through my limits. Shiryu, you really can awaken hidden potential. His reaction sparked eager anticipation throughout the Uchiha. So, how do you feel, Lord Masamune? Shiryu asked with a calm smile. It's incredible. Fugaku, Yashitsugu, your turn, Masamune called out. One by one inch, Shiryu continued awakening their hidden abilities, but in truth this was not his real aim. As long as the Uchiha clan existed, absorbing the bloodline of Indra's descendants in large quantities would make Shiryu's own bloodline power even more formidable. This time, the system hadn't gone dormant yet. And with the previous fusion of the Hyuga clans and future Naruto's bloodlines, Shiryu could now merge two bloodlines at once. And so Shiryu went on, repeating the process, absorbing bloodline energy, awakening potential again and again. It was impossible to say how much time passed, but eventually no one stepped forward anymore. Mr. Shiryu, is it possible to awaken our potential more than once? Masamian asked. No, each person can only have their potential awakened once. What's wrong, Masamian? Tempted to try again after seeing your power surge, Shiryu replied with a faint, knowing smile. After all, who isn't greedy for more power? In that case, does that mean anyone with Uchiha blood can have their potential awakened? Masamian pressed further. Yes, as long as someone carries the Uchiha bloodline, I can awaken their potential. Why do you ask? Aren't all these people at least at the stage of having awakened the two-tomo Sharingan? Do you still want to trigger it with a single Magatama and a child? Shiryu hadn't expected that his casual guess would hit the mark. Yes. I'm truly sorry. At first, I didn't believe this would help us improve so much. Is there any other condition you'd like to propose? Masamian's tone had grown considerably more polite. Sure. For me, it's just a small favor. I'm more than happy to help you, but I'm a businessman at heart. Still 3 conditions. Shiryu promptly held up 3 fingers, money, ninjutsu, or... Both Fugaku and Yashitsugu asked, each with a puzzled expression. Shiryu burst out laughing and replied, You really are sharp, but as for ninjutsu, I'm not lacking in that. He then raised 2 fingers. First condition, 300 million ryo. Second condition, restore my father's status, his reputation, and his name in the family records, and grant him boundless honor. Third condition, all past grudges between the Uchiha and myself are to be wiped clean, and the entire Uchiha clan will owe me a tremendous favor. Fugaku and Yashitsugu frowned again. Just a moment ago, it was 100 million ryo, so how had it suddenly become 300 million? And Shiryu's father had been disowned for quite some time. Restoring his name and reputation so abruptly seemed very odd. As for wiping the slate clean, many of the Uchiha had died at Shiryu's hand. Even now, their relationship was no more than a matter of mutual cooperation and transaction. How could they possibly agree to his terms? Yet before anyone could refuse, Shiryu offered his explanation. I know what you're about to say. There you go again, making outrageous demands, right? At first, charging you 100 million ryo was just an introductory price. There were only a few people involved back then, but now you want to gather the entire Uchiha clan? That's a whole different league, isn't it? Besides, I'm the only one in the whole ninja world who can unlock this potential. There's no one else like me. If I asked for 3 billion inch, you'd still be getting a bargain. As for my father, it's just because he married into the Hyuga family. So what? Love is never bound by reason. Ninjas are people, not machines. If that's the case, how can there be any wrongdoing? He died for Konoha. He's a hero of the village. If his name is inscribed on the Konoha Memorial Stone, then it deserves to be on the Uchiha Memorial Stone as well. To strip a hero of his honors instead of praising him. Honestly, you're being foolish and incompetent. Shiryu chastised them at length, feeling quite satisfied. And before they could say anything further, he continued his explanation. As for our past grudges, if it hadn't been for you Uchiha removing my father's name, there wouldn't be so many Uchiha trying to kill me. But in the end, those who wanted me dead were dealt with by others instead. So why are you piling all this hatred onto me? I awakened your potential. Yes, there were conditions, but I still did the Uchiha clan a huge favor. Don't you owe me a great debt of gratitude? I've let the past go and offered to coexist in peace. If you still can't accept that, then so be it. Without the slightest sentimentality, Shiryu picked up his wooden box and turned to leave. Step by step, Shiryu walked toward the door, and sure enough, Masamian's voice called out from behind. All right, fine, but 300 million ryo, even for us Uchiha, that's a heavy burden. Lower it. 200 million. Shiryu replied with a cool reminder. As the saying goes, paying a price can ward off disaster. If you don't bleed a little, how will you explain things to the Hokage? Masamian immediately understood. That's right. If the Uchiha hadn't spoken to the Konoha leadership and conveyed their wishes, Shiryu wouldn't have come here to awaken their potential. But Masamian knew better than anyone how the Konoha leadership felt about the Uchiha. On one hand, wanting the Uchiha to be strong, the greatest force in the village, but on the other, always finding ways to keep them in check with other clans. He thought to himself, this kid has a point. If I get away with paying nothing and walk away with a huge bargain, everyone will just be more wary of the Uchiha. Konoha's spies have always been everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Masamune said, fine, 300 million Ryo, but we'll need some time to gather it. That's an enormous sum. Shiryu waved his hand lightly. 300 million. How long will you need to pull that together? Masamune considered for a moment. At least 3 months, I'm afraid. That's the only way we can ensure the Uchiha clan's finances stay afloat. Shiryu chuckled, shaking his head. Money's a small matter. No worries. I'll give you a whole year. HM, what's the catch? Masamune asked, suddenly wary. 12 months, 1 year. Starting now, you just pay me 30 million Ryo each month, Shiryu replied without hesitation. With only 30 million a month, the pressure is much less, Shiryu added with an air of indifference. Uchiha Yashitsu grew agitated. Do you think the Uchiha can't do math? 30 million a month, that's 360 million in a year. Shiryu shrugged, still looking innocent. Well, since you can come up with 300 million, I don't want to drag things out. I'm thinking of your interests here. He looked as if he was the very picture of innocence, refusing to argue further. Well then, just forget I said anything. Go ahead and gather 300 million for me right now. Shiryu certainly knew that, no matter how wealthy the Uchiha clan was, it would be nearly impossible for them to raise such a vast sum of money in just 3 days, raising 300 million. I'm afraid, even for Fugaku, this is a tough situation. As the deputy clan leader, Fugaku was well aware of the clan's finances. It seems we have no other choice. Then perhaps we could start gathering the money now. And once we've collected enough, we could invite you to help us awaken our potential. Suddenly, Fugaku realized the crux of the matter. She responded, that's fine, but I'm a busy person. Tomorrow, I might take on 10 S-rank missions and be gone from the village for 5 or 8 years. By the time you've gathered the money, I might have disappeared entirely. You're just trying to swindle us, aren't you? Even Fugaku now understood Shiryu's true intentions. How can you call that a swindle? First, my interest rates aren't even close to loan shark levels. This is well within the bounds of a normal loan. Second, you owe me money, but I'm letting you use my services first and pay later, all for your convenience. Third, it's entirely voluntary if you don't want your potential awakened. That's your choice, but if you miss this chance, you may never get another. Shiryu laid everything out clearly. Although it all sounded fair and reasonable, in truth, it was nothing less than a trap for the Uchiha. In today's Konoha, there was indeed a bank, but its services were still quite primitive. Apart from issuing the standard currency of the Land of Fire, it mostly just handled deposits and withdrawals. As for lending, not only the Land of Fire, but none of the other nations had that kind of service either. If even Fugaku and Yashitsugu could see through this, Masamune certainly could as well. Still, understanding the situation didn't change the fact that they simply didn't have 300 million Ryo at hand. Left with no alternative, Masamune finally agreed. Let's sign the agreement, then. Shiryu promptly signed his name. Masamune reviewed the contract, found no issues, and added his signature as well. So what about the second matter? How should we settle that? Shiryu asked directly. What else is there to do? We'll do as you say. We'll restore your father's honor. His name will be inscribed on the Uchiha Memorial Stone, and he will be recognized as an honorary elder of the Uchiha clan. Is that enough? Masamune asked. That will do, Shiryu replied, nodding in satisfaction. As for the last matter, I accept as well. All past grievances are wiped clean. I forbid anyone from the Uchiha clan from giving you any more trouble. If anyone violates this, they'll be dealt with according to clan law. And on top of that, the Uchiha clan owes you a great favor, Shiryu. In the future, whenever you need our help, you'll have it. Masamune chose to yield, for Shiryu's ability to unlock potential was nothing short of miraculous. Even in this brief span of time, Masamune could sense that quite a few members had already broken through their own limitations. Some even directly advanced from having 2 Tomo in their Sharingan to 3. For the sake of making the Uchiha clan even stronger, Masamune naturally chose to accept Shiryu's terms. Shiryu nodded in satisfaction. This trip, after all, had proven well worth the effort. After coming to an agreement, Shiryu returned home with 100 million Ryo and the Uchiha's installment contract in hand. In the days that followed, a steady stream of Uchiha clan members came to visit. Shiryu absorbed the bloodline of every Uchiha, awakening their latent potential. Among them, Shiyu even encountered Obito, absorbing his bloodline as well. Both sides gained much from this exchange. At last, it's over. These past few days had left Shiyu utterly exhausted. Only then did he begin to call out to the system. System, are you there? I'm here, host. I haven't gone dormant, don't worry. Can you help me fuse all the bloodline power now? This time, I've absorbed quite a lot. One moment, host. Running diagnostics. My goodness, how much bloodline have you taken in? Even the system sounded genuinely astonished. Shiyu chuckled. That's why I've been run rag these few days, so is it possible? Can you fuse all the new bloodlines I've gathered? Absolutely, that's no problem. I can fuse them all at once. But your body is already nearing its limit with this much bloodline power. Any more delay, and I fear you wouldn't be able to handle it. But don't worry, I can help you complete the fusion right now. This time, though, you may be asleep for quite a while. Please be prepared, the system warned. Understand, after all, I've absorbed so much bloodline. For safety's sake, why don't I return to Ryukido? Without hesitation, Shiyu quickly formed hand seals, and with a soft whoosh, he left Konoha and returned to the Dragon Cave. Snake Sage. The three great priestesses greeted him with utmost respect. Even the one who had once been unfriendly toward Shiyu now took the initiative to apologize. Shiyu waved it off, indicating he didn't mind. White Snake Sage is gone, isn't she? I'm about to break through. Can you all guard me? Shiyu asked. Of course. As Shiyu's loyal subordinates, the three great priestesses agreed without hesitation. Turning to the system, Shiyu declared, System, I'm ready. Begin the bloodline fusion. Shiyu could sense that this fusion would bring about a profound transformation within him. Very well. Fusion commencing in 3, 2, 1. The system's voice faded into the distance, and in an instant, Shiyu lost consciousness. To call it sleep was an understatement. It was more a deep, overwhelming coma. The moment he collapsed, heat surged through his entire body. The three priestesses gasped in alarm, fearing Shiyu had lost control of his powers. Within Shiyu, a tremendous number of Otsutsuki cells began assimilating the previously absorbed cells from both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. One had inherited the power of Otsutsuki Indra, while another had received the strength of Otsutsuki Himura, as well as that of Kaguya. Yet there was also a small cluster of cells. These belonged to the future Naruto and had already been completely absorbed by Shiyu. After all, Shiyu now possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. A vast number of Uchiha clan cells, each slightly different yet all of the purest kind, were the first to undergo assimilation. Once that process was complete, the cells of the Hyuga clan also began to merge and assimilate with one another. By the end, Shiyu harbored within himself three terrifyingly powerful cellular forces. Yet, it was clear that Shiyu's Otsutsuki cells were the most formidable of them all, being the mightiest. Among Otsutsuki cells, they quickly devoured both the Hyuga and Uchiha cells. Still, the process was far from smooth. The backlash was intense. But this in turn was proof of the unique strength and special nature of the Hyuga and Uchiha powers. Though they were branches of the Otsutsuki lineage, they had each developed their own remarkable traits. After having absorbed the bloodlines of Naruto, Hyuga, and Uchiha, Shiyu withstood the backlash with sheer force of will. Sweat poured down his body, and soon his temperature began to drop. It was as if he was gradually adapting to everything that he had become. Who knows how much time had passed when Shiyu began to sense that the entire world had changed. Even with his eyes closed, he seemed able to perceive everything around him. It seems my sensory abilities have grown tremendously. He could feel clear changes in his eyes, and in his body as well. At last Shiyu mustered his strength, and forced his eyes open. Sage, the three great goddesses gasped in astonishment. You seem different somehow. Is there a mirror here? Shiyu took a mirror and examined his appearance, as expected. I've changed quite a lot. Shiyu seemed to have grown taller. His gray hair had turned pure white, and the yin-yang seal, also known as the Heia blood seal, remained on his forehead. A noble and heroic aura radiated from between his brows. The 6 black tomo on his chest stood out starkly, and the horns atop his head had grown in fully. For some reason, even his clothes had transformed into a white robe, much like that of the Sage of 6 Paths or 6 Paths Madara. Of course, Shiyu's dragon scale armor still remained beneath, but now it was covered by the white robe. Yet the greatest change was in Shiyu's eyes. They were no longer the calm, 3 tomo white wheel eyes. The whites of his eyes had turned a pale blue, and the pupils had taken on a shape resembling a four-pointed straight-edged shuriken. She was taken aback. These eyes, judging by the shape within, could this be the Mangekyo Sharingan? But why are the whites of my eyes blue? And what's happened to my Byakugan ability? Could it be that this is gone too? Shiryu quickly realized he was worrying for nothing. As it turned out, he didn't need to activate his Byakugan at all. Just like before, all it took was a single thought to awaken its original abilities, with pale blue irises. Shiryu's eyes now seem to be an evolved form of the Byakugan, so that's how it is. A single thought to open them, another to close them. Just like how my Byakugan used to work. Is that it? No other changes? But the truth was these eyes held far more than that. After their evolution, their scouting capabilities had made remarkable progress. Now, when Shiryu activated his new eyes, his field of vision extended several times farther than before. He could see things happening kilometers away, almost like having clairvoyance. Though true clairvoyance was said to let you see across thousands of miles, perhaps because of the Uzumaki bloodline running through him, Shiryu's own sensory powers had merged with the Byakugan's abilities. Now he could see anything he wished, and the world retained its natural colors, unlike the colorless view of the traditional Byakugan. If that's the case, if Jiraiya got his hands on this ability, he'd probably churn out even more risque novels. Shiryu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. With such powerful eyes, he certainly wasn't bored enough to use them for peeping. Shiryu had never seen a Mangekyo pattern quite like his own. It felt different from anyone else's. Is this really my Mangekyo? I can definitely sense the surge of ocular power within. He let himself quietly feel the new strength, then began a series of experiments, one after another. If this truly is the Mangekyo Sharingan, what special abilities might it have? Let's test out an offensive technique first. Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi. But nothing happened. Shiryu was left speechless. It seemed as though the world around him remained unchanged. No way. Not an offensive type? Or am I just doing it wrong? Oh, right. I remember that when using the Mangekyo Sharingan, you're supposed to close one eye. So, Shiryu closed one eye and aimed at a thick wooden post. Amaterasu. Nothing, no black flames, not even a flicker. Undeterred, he tried again with the other eye, but the result was still the same. Guess I have to accept it. These impressive abilities like Amaterasu, I guess I don't have them after all. I even absorbed some of Itachi's bloodline power, even though he's still in Mikoto's womb. No Amaterasu? At least give me Tsukuyomi, right? Shiryu experimented for a while longer, but discovered his eyes couldn't cast Tsukuyomi's powerful illusions either. As for Koto Tsukumi, that was simply wishful thinking. It seems my ability isn't Jinjutsu either. That's right. It appears that every member of the Uchiha clan awakens a unique power when they unlock the Manjikyu, and it requires an intense emotional trigger to open their eyes. Although I haven't experienced any such trigger, I've absorbed so much of the clan's bloodline. Surely I should be able to awaken the Manjikyu, right? Even if I don't know exactly how powerful both Manjikyu eyes are, my current ocular power must already surpass that level. Could it be a space-type ability, like Obito's? Let me think this through a bit more. Shiryu gave up on trying attack and illusion techniques, instead focusing intently on the peculiar sensation in his eyes. There it is. There really does seem to be a spatial tendency. But it's a little different from Kamui. What could it be? Shiryu pondered for a long time. Why does it seem like others awaken their abilities and can instantly unleash their unique powers, while I have to spend half the day figuring mine out? It took Shiryu quite some time to understand. Ichem. So that's how it is. It really is the Manjikyu. It's not offensive, not illusion-based, not even a simple space technique. As someone who frequently uses Flying Thunder God, actually ended up with this kind of ocular jutsu. Seems it's fate. With that, Shiryu drew the Dragon Fang blade and hurled it at the large wooden post nearby. Then he closed his left eye, channeling his power through his right. There was a sudden, intense tremor in Shiryu's eye. Though there wasn't a bloody flow like with Itachi or Sasuke, the white of his eye deepened in shade, and a couple of blood vessels became visible. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. Everything around Shiryu, except himself, instantly turned to shades of gray. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. With a swift body flicker, Shiryu appeared beside the Dragon Fang blade, effortlessly grabbed it, and returned to his original spot. He immediately noticed the strain on his right eye intensifying bit by bit. Release. With that command, Shiryu ended the technique, color returned to the world, and the discomfort in his eye began to fade, until the fatigue disappeared completely, his vision unaffected. "What did you all just see?" Shiyu asked the three divine priestesses directly. The three priestesses, still in shock, replied, "Sage, just now you clearly threw your weapon, and then the very next moment it was back in your hand. How did you do that?" They were utterly astonished. None of them had seen Shiyu move at all. "You didn't see it? I used the body flicker to grab the Dragon Fang blade, and then returned," Shiyu confirmed. "Not at all. Even techniques like Flying Thunder God or body flicker require a formula and chakra extraction. Yet you didn't even move just now and managed to retrieve your weapon." "That's right. How did you do that?" Shiyu nodded and explained, "I'm afraid this is the power of my right Mangekyo, an ability related to time. I can control time. Control time. This is..." The three great shrine maidens were at a loss for words. After all, the idea of controlling time was simply too unbelievable. "Just now I used the time-stopping power of my right Mangekyo. I paused time. However, this technique puts a certain strain on my right eye, so I can't freeze time indefinitely." Shiyu quickly outlined the rules for using his right eye's ability. The time stop can't exceed 3 seconds at a time. If it goes beyond 3 seconds, discomfort sets in. At 5 seconds, it becomes painful. And if it surpasses 10 seconds, the eye would likely go blind. There's also a cooldown between uses. For now, this move doesn't consume much chakra, but it does increase the strain on the eye. As long as each use doesn't exceed 3 seconds, it can be activated 3 times per minute without affecting vision. Don't underestimate those 3 seconds. In battles between ninja, even a tenth of a second can determine the outcome, let alone 3 whole seconds. Imagine facing an opponent stronger than yourself. If you can stop their time, they're completely at your mercy. But Shiyu had discovered his right eye possessed another even more terrifying power, the ability to reverse time. Yet even now, he didn't dare to use it. He could sense that unleashing this would instantly drain all his chakra and dramatically increase the burden on his eye, risking permanent blindness. At the very least, I'll need to reach the 6 paths level before I can use the time reversal technique. By then, my eyes will have to be at the eternal Mangekyo stage. Looks like I'll have to find a way to obtain the first Hokage's cells. She knew he hadn't truly reached the level of the eternal Mangekyo. Although he could carefully control his ocular power without reducing his eyesight to fully evolve his eyes to their ultimate state, he would still need the bloodline of the Senju clan. So, let's give the right eye's ability a name. For some reason, Shiyu suddenly knew the original name of this ocular technique, the right eye's power, Divine Emperor, Birth of the Spirit. With the experience from his right eye, Shiyu quickly realized the ability of his left eye, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shiyu immediately created a shadow clone, then ordered, "Go to a distance and attack me with your ninjutsu." The shadow clone nodded and ran off into the distance. Moments later, he unleashed the Dragon Flame Song technique that he had learned from the Uchiha clan. The so-called Dragon Flame Song technique was somewhat similar to the multiple Great Fire Dragon Jutsu, but with a hit rate of 100%, he unleashed a barrage of blazing fire directly at Shiyu, who showed no intention of dodging whatsoever. The 3 great divine princesses were once again left utterly bewildered. What is the sage doing? Why is he attacking himself? It's obvious. He's testing his own abilities. We'd better move farther away. Otherwise, we might get caught in the crossfire. Reacting swiftly, the 3 divine princesses used their own powers to drift to a safe distance. Then what happened next was truly astonishing. The enormous fire dragons were instantly devoured by Shiyu's left eye, as if they'd been absorbed into a space like Kimui. So that's how it works. He can absorb ninjutsu. Could it be that he can amplify it and return it as well? I think Otsutsuki Momoshiki also used this trick, didn't he? But wasn't it a one-time thing? This is rather... Shiyu spoke calmly, talking over a spirit sovereign. With that, he aimed his palm at the shadow clone. In the next instant, several even larger and more ferocious fire dragons surged forth, annihilating the shadow clone in a flash. The dragon cave itself shook violently under the onslaught of the flames, truly powerful. But what impressed Shiyu wasn't just the amplified force. He realized that his Takamajihara spirit sovereign actually created an absorption field around his own body. No matter how swift or fierce the ninjutsu, as soon as it entered his domain, it would be absorbed straight into his left eye, unlike Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who needed one hand to absorb and another to release. Shiyu could instantly unleash attacks with either hand within the field surrounding him. My technique is more like a spatial ability. The amplification effect is indeed tremendous against ordinary ninja. This move could truly be called invincible. After all, most ninja rely on ninjutsu. Shiryu then began to ponder carefully. What is it that amplifies the ninjutsu? It's my left eye, but where exactly does my left eye absorb the jutsu? Is it into a space that magnifies and enhances it? Or is it within my own body? If it's inside my own body, why can't I sense it? Or is it simply that my ninjutsu isn't strong enough yet? Despite his doubt, Shiryu didn't lose heart. He tried again. This time, he had his shadow clone cast Sage Art. Super Giant Rasengan, as before the Rasengan, was absorbed into the field surrounding Shiryu and drawn into his left eye. This time, however, Shiryu distinctly sensed the ripple in space as it vanished in an instant. So it only lasts for a split second. I need my shadow clone to help me create an opening. Shiryu resolved to put his plan into action. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shiryu summoned a shadow clone once again. After leaving a flying thunder god seal on the clone, he ordered it to launch a Sage Art. Ultra Big Rasengan attack. At the very instant his left eye absorbed the jutsu, Shiryu did something that would baffle any ordinary person. Divine Emperor. Generative Sovereign. In that moment, Shiryu activated the power of his right eye, halting everything within the invincible domain created by his left eye, including himself. Without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before his shadow clone. Then in a flash dove straight into the very absorption field he had created. Once inside, Shiryu released the Divine Emperor. Generative Sovereign's effect. Instantly, both he and the massive Rasengan were sucked into his left eye. As expected, the Supreme Emperor, Generative Sovereign, is a spatial type ability. It contains its own independent space, and that space amplifies ninjutsu, he realized. Clearly, this move is far more powerful than Kimi, but getting here was such a hassle. Shiryu couldn't help but grumble. He took a look around. The place was utterly unfamiliar, and the surrounding area was vast beyond belief, as if it wasn't his own personal space at all. What is this place? He wondered aloud. He could distinctly sense the Flying Thunder God formula left behind by the Ryuchi cave, and the spatial energy here was immense. Since he'd already arrived, he decided he might as well explore. The atmosphere was chilling and shrouded in mist. Shiryu soon noticed that his chakra was quickly draining away. Strangely, though, the air itself was saturated with chakra, present in tangible form. Countless red spider lilies bloomed across the ground, radiating unique energy. Shiryu couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear at his surroundings. It must be this strange environment that amplifies the power of jutsu. That explains everything. Just then, eerie noises echoed all around. Shiryu felt an oppressive sensation, as if the very air was trying to suffocate him. It seems this place isn't somewhere I should be right now. I'd probably need to reach the 6 paths level at least. So that's it. Red spider lilies. Wait, could this be the netherworld? My Supreme Emperor, Generative Sovereign, actually leads straight to the Sanzu River of the underworld. Shiryu wanted to explore further, but his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Time to leave. Flying Thunder God. He gathered what little chakra he had left, and in the blink of an eye vanished, returning at once to the real world. Back in the Ryuchi cave, Shiryu recalled how rapidly his chakra had been sapped and broke into a nervous sweat. That was terrifying. Even at the peak of the Super Kage level, I burned through almost all my chakra in less than a minute. I never imagined my left. I would be a gateway to the afterlife itself. It seems there truly are some unknown things in this world. For example, the pure land that people journey to after death. Shiryu shook his head. Such matters still felt far removed from his reality. If my left eye holds the High Emperor Birth Spirit and my right eye the Divine Emperor Birth Spirit, what happens if I use both at once? There's no escaping Susanoo now. Shiryu understood that whatever powers these two ocular techniques possessed, using both eyes together would surely summon forth Susanoo. Let me see what you really look like, Susanoo. As a tremor ran through both of Shiyu's eyes, a massive, pale gray hand materialized around him. Shiryu channeled more chakra, and the spectral arm took on a solid, complete form. But it didn't stop there. Soon, not just the arm, but Susanoo's entire body emerged in full view. Its luminous eyes glowed fiercely, its form mostly skeletal, exuding a chilling sense of dread. So this is Susanoo's first form? Let's see how far you can go. Shiryu poured even more chakra into the technique. Muscles and sinews began to knit themselves over the skeletal frame, and a cloak-like layer of chakra wrapped the exterior. Susanoo now wielded both a short blade and a long sword, the second form. I wonder if I can push it further. Once more, Shiryu forced out even more chakra, though his eyes were beginning to feel the strain. In this third transformation, armor materialized over Susanoo's frame, and to Shiryu's surprise, the armor closely resembled the dragon scale mail he wore himself. This armor sheathed Susanoo's entire body, adorned with dragon-like patterns that radiated sheer dominance. Both swords blazed with gray fire. Not Amaterasu, perhaps, but in no way did it feel weaker. So this is the third form. Can it evolve further? My eyes are starting to protest. Looks like anything beyond the third form isn't safe territory. With that, Shiryu promptly released Susanoo. It appears that to maintain Susanoo's third form for any length of time, one really needs the eternal Mangekyo. Ordinary Mangekyo users can barely hold it at all. I'm already quite fortunate. Shiryu then dispelled Susanoo entirely. Release. With the Mangekyo Sharingan's power withdrawn, his eyes returned to their calm pale blue. Shiryu looked much more approachable this way, those fearsome eyes from before were rather unsettling. I'm heading out now. Keep an eye on the house, and call me if anything happens. Shiryu called out to Shinji before turning and heading straight back to Konoha. There's a lot to do from here. Once back in Konoha, Shiryu had no intention of idling. Knowing that the third great ninja war was bound to erupt one day in the future, he decided it was time to make preparations ahead of the coming storm. Beyond improving his own abilities, Shiryu also wanted to establish a stable source of personal income. But what should he do to achieve that? In fact, Shiryu already had a plan in mind. First, he sought out the third Hokage, presenting him with a cash sum of 100 million ryo, along with IOUs from the Uchiha totaling over 300 million ryo for the year. Then he laid out his intentions before the third Hokage. What? I see now. I can't believe the Uchiha owe you that much money. So that's your plan? I never expected you'd want to go into business. The third Hokage took a thoughtful drag on his pipe, pondering the situation. Among his three disciples, their interests had always been rather eccentric. So compared to the others, going into business seemed almost normal by contrast. You wanted to vouch for you? That's not a problem. But what if something goes wrong with your funds? Wouldn't that mean you couldn't repay the villagers? The third couldn't help but voice his concern. Shiryu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, sensei. As long as you act as my guarantor, not only will I make money, so will the whole of Konoha. Even a shinobi can earn from this, you little rascal. You never let me rest easy." Despite himself, the third Hokage was moved by Shiryu's confidence and eventually agreed to support him. With the third Hokage as his guarantor, Shiryu quickly completed the necessary procedures and secured the qualifications to establish a company. Seizing the opportunity, he took over a shop front in the busiest district of Konoha, and there his business officially opened its doors. Its full name: Konoha Property Management Corporation. The company's business model was clear from the start. It would operate as a bank, offering deposit and lending services. First, Shiryu invested heavily to hire several elite jonin, trusted comrades, to provide round-the-clock security for the company, ensuring its safety. He also spent a large sum to recruit a few business prodigies, sharp-minded individuals perfectly suited to commerce and trade. Next, he devoted funds to a village-wide advertising campaign promoting the benefits of saving money. Everywhere, from Ichiraka Ramen to the barbecue yakiniku shop, Shiryu's advertisements could be seen at their doors. Although Konoha had endured two great ninja wars, it had emerged victorious, resulting in substantial financial reserves. The villagers and shinobi had more money than they could spend, and for the most part, it either sat at home or languished in a traditional money store, earning meager interest rates. Compared to what Shiryu's company offered, those rates didn't even come close. With the backing of the third Hokage, the reputation of Konoha's rising star, and a well-executed promotional campaign offering much higher interest, a flood of money surged into Shiryu's company almost overnight. Most customers even chose to deposit their funds for more than a year. "This is fantastic," Shiryu exclaimed, seeing the influx of capital. Without delay, he and his team of talented individuals launched their lending program, Short on Cash, Borrow Instantly, with Konoha Credit. Shiryu quickly spread this catchy slogan throughout the entire village, and Shiryu hadn't lied. Konoha earned a considerable sum from the advertising fees paid by the Konoha Asset Management Company. Even the Uchiha clan, once burdened by old grudges, set aside past enmity to conduct business with Shio. As for those notorious debtors unwilling to repay what they owed, their cases were, as a matter of course, handed over to the Konoha military police for resolution. Before long, Shio found himself at the peak of his career. The volume of deposits and loans soared to astronomical figures. After all, anyone short of money could use Shio's Konoha Ninja loan service, so long as they could promise to pay it back in the future. People were able to spend ahead, and when repayment was due, they could even opt for another installment plan for the vast majority. This was truly welcome news. Boss, here are our account records, one of Shio's exceptionally talented subordinates handed over the statement, visibly excited at the mind-boggling numbers on the page. Another record broken? We're reaching new highs every day. Though this pace is a bit unstable, Shio remarked with a hint of smugness. Shio's business was flourishing and steadily finding its footing. It was then quite unexpectedly that someone came looking for him. Shio was surprised, for this time his visitors were none other than the Konoha Advisory Council. Shio, we've heard you're running a business these days? The Konoha Asset Management Company. Is it? So you're saying people who deposit money will get more back in the future, and those in need can get funds ahead of time? This almost sounds like charity work. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado remarked, their vision limited and failing to see the immense profits Shio was reaping. They simply assumed he was engaged in philanthropy. Shio didn't bother explaining to the two of them. He merely glanced at his account statements. What? How can there be such a massive cash flow? Koharu and Hamura were both astounded. So, esteemed advisors, may I ask what brings you here? Why not invest in my company? With your backing, our profits will soar, and I promise you a generous share of the dividends. Shio proposed, his gaze burning with ambition. The two advisors exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. You've agreed, then? Shio was exceedingly pleased. With investment from the Konoha advisors, it was like a shot of adrenaline for his company. Though money seemed trivial in the world of ninjas, war itself revolved around wealth. The daimyo of each land, nominally the ruler, ultimately only controlled his own country's economy. While a ninja village functioned as a military base, its fighting force, the ninja, the village leader, the Kage, was naturally the highest military commander. Shio's ambition was to spread his business across the entire world of Shinobi. With control over the economy, every future endeavor would be far easier. Sometime later, as Shio's economic reserves reached staggering heights, he reached out to the Konoha clans he knew so well: Hatake Hyuga, Uchiha, Kimichi Yamanaka, Aburame, Inazuka. As Shio absorbed various bloodlines and awakened hidden potential, he also managed to draw vast fortunes from these great Konoha clans. In an instant, Shio's accumulated funds reached an astonishing level. Everyone, our financial company, is about to level up. With that proclamation, Shio officially renamed the Konoha Financial Company to Konoha Bank, establishing branches all over the village. At the same time, he acquired the existing Konoha money houses and all the banks that previously only issued currency, merging them into his new institution. Konoha's economic regulation and currency issuance will be handled by me, and the business of deposits and loans must also be further developed. After Shio assigned these tasks, his subordinates threw themselves into their work with renewed vigor. In just a few short months, Shio's Konoha Bank had spread throughout the Land of Fire, bringing tremendous convenience to the people, and in return, Shio reaped substantial rewards. Following this, Shio joined forces with every merchant in Konoha to launch the Konoha Credit Service. Even those without money could use this credit line to make purchases, and the interest rates were even lower than those of other lending options. As long as the debt was repaid within a certain period, there would be no problem. The launch of this service instantly sparked a consumption boom among the citizens of the Land of Fire. Increased spending naturally led to greater productivity. For those truly unable to repay their debts, Shio would even offer them positions at his Konoha Bank. How to put it? In a word, Shio had instantly woven himself into the very fabric of Konoha. For their own benefit, the great clans of Konoha were eager to support him. The idea of harming Shio, which would only hurt themselves, was out of the question. Konoha Bank rapidly became the wealthiest company in Konoha, and indeed in the entire Land of Fire. Of course, Shio was not without danger in the ninja village. While his fellow villagers would not lay a hand on him, that didn't mean that ninjas from other villages weren't eager to see him dead. Shio's actions had quickly strengthened Konoha, leading to frequent attacks from enemy ninjas along the way. However, the outcome was always the same. At this point, who could possibly harm Shiryu? In just a few months, Shiryu had transformed himself into a commercial tycoon. Of course, as a ninja, Shiryu never neglected his true calling. During this time, he completed a variety of missions of all different ranks alongside Hongdai, Kusuo, and others. These experiences broadened his horizons considerably. Then one day, the third Hokage, looking more anxious than Shiryu had ever seen him, summoned Shiryu to his office. "What's wrong, Master Sarutobi?" Shiryu asked, surprised to see the third so unsettled. "There's an urgent mission," the third said gravely. "It's been temporarily classified as an S-rank mission." The third Hokage exhaled a ring of smoke and placed his pipe on the table. An S-rank mission? Shiryu was taken aback. S-rank was already the highest level of mission. Yet the third Hokage was now saying it was beyond S-rank. That's right. Recently, several wealthy merchants from the Land of Fire have disappeared. Their relatives came here to request missions, but not a single word has come back from the Konoha ninja sent to complete them. Then, even the heiress of one of our nation's largest financial groups, Miss Amamiya Suisun, vanished as well. I'm sure you know who she is, Suisun, the one who's always with Xiaoxing. She remembered that this girl had even celebrated his birthday with him. Yes, her father is Amamiya, the greatest jeweler in all of Konoha. This mission has 3 objectives. First, you must rescue Amamiya Suisun at all costs. Second, you are to uncover the cause of death for our Konoha shinobi. Third, find out who is behind all of this, and if necessary, eliminate them. This mission really suits only you and Minato, but since Minato isn't here, you'll have to handle it alone. That's the briefing. Any questions? The third Hokage's tone was grave. No questions. Sir. Shiyu's heart was pounding with urgency. After all, Suisun was a friend of Xiaoxing. Very well. You'll have to investigate the details yourself. I have no further intel. The third Hokage shook his head. Looks like I'll have to take things one step at a time, Shiryu thought, bowing before he left. He first went to see his younger sister, Xiaoxing, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he decided not to tell her anything. He simply said he had a mission to do. Without delay, Shiryu used the body flicker technique and disappeared from Konoha village. Where should I start investigating? Since the victims are wealthy merchants from the Land of Fire, I suppose I should head to the capital city first, he decided, and with another use of the body flicker, he quickly made his way toward the so-called Daimyo City. As its name suggests, Daimyo City is the residence of the country's feudal lord, a center distinct from the ninja villages of the Land of Fire. At its heart stands the Daimyo Imperial Castle, a sprawling Japanese-style fortress with multiple palaces and a 6-story main keep. Within the Imperial Castle reside the Daimyo and the key officials of the Land of Fire, while the outer city is home to the common people. The city is adorned with hundreds of rare and precious trees from across the ninja continent, lush and green, accentuating the elegance of the traditional palaces. The ancient architecture exudes a quiet dignity, both stately and refined. What a magnificent sight! I never imagined the daimyo lived in such splendor. It's so different from Konoha village, Shiryu thought as he finally arrived at the gates of Daimyo City. No sooner had he reached the entrance than the Konoha ninja guarding the gate took notice of him. As a fellow Konoha shinobi, he passed through the gates with ease, at a conspicuous spot along the roadside in Daimyo City. There was a massive golden reward notice posted. A crowd had gathered around it, and everyone who caught sight of the notice was visibly excited. "My goodness! This is a golden bounty issued by Lord Amamiya," someone exclaimed. "Should we get a try?" "A golden reward? That worth far more than even the S-rank missions in Konoha," another chimed in. "If anyone can rescue my daughter, I'll grant them her hand in marriage." Imagine becoming the favored son-in-law of the Amamiya family. That's something people can only dream of, someone read aloud, their voice trembling with longing. Yet despite the swelling excitement, no one dared tear down the golden notice. The Amamiya family's servant simply shook his head, thinking that these people were nothing but mediocre opportunists. Shiyu's eyes lit up. "It seems I don't even need to seek Amamiya Yo out. He's made his move first." Without hesitation, Shiryu strode forward and decisively tore the golden bounty notice from the board. What? Someone took the golden reward. Wait, isn't that just a child? Hey kid, don't mess around. Tearing that down means you accept the mission. If you fail, you'll land yourself in prison. The The crowd urged anxiously, trying to dissuade Shiryu. Shiryu pointed confidently at his forehead protector. I'm a ninja from Konoha. A ninja? At that age? Is he really up to the task? He probably just became a ninja recently. Though wary of crossing a ninja, the onlookers could not help but whisper among themselves. Then with a swift movement, faster than the eye could follow, Shiryu appeared right beside the servant. The feat left the whole crowd speechless. Realizing Shiryu truly had some skill, the servant became much more respectful at once. Honored ninja, please, come with me. Lord Amamiya wishes to meet you. Of course, Shiryu replied, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he followed the servant away. Soon the servant led Shiryu to the grand and imposing Amamiya residence. Once inside, Shiryu saw 3 other ninjas. One wore a Konoha forehead protector and a ninja vest, clearly a chunin from the Leaf Village. Another was a wandering ninja about the same build as Shiryu, his whole body wrapped up so that no one could guess his intentions. The last man had no chakra at all. Clearly a common trickster or swindler, the Konoha ninja was startled to see Shiryu and asked, "Are you a genin from Konoha as well? Did you see Lord Amamiya's notice while on a mission nearby and decide to try your luck?" "Apologies, I can't disclose that," Shiryu replied, shaking his head, unwilling to reveal his own mission. "How stingy," the Konoha ninja muttered. "Let me give you a word of advice. This mission is probably too much for a genin like you. Don't risk your life needlessly, chunin. Even a chunin would come here just to throw their life away. You people should really take a good look at your own abilities. Without real strength, this mission will probably cost you your lives," the wandering ninja remarked. "Oh, and what about your own strength?" the swindler asked in return. "Everyone please, no more arguing." "Mr. Amamiya is about to come out," the servant interjected awkwardly. Soon after, Amamiya Suesen's father, Amamiya, appeared before the assembled group. "Heroes and brave warriors, I trust you all know the details of the mission. Find and bring back my daughter. I will reward you handsomely. Please follow me in turn, and I will share all the clues I have," Amamiya announced, casting a suspicious glance as he walked inside. None of you are stepping forward? Well, don't blame me for snatching up the job then." Seeing no one vying with him, the swindler eagerly followed Amamiya inside. After a while, the servant asked, "Why aren't you going in? Save your breath." That Amamiya just now was obviously a fake, when not like that swindler who just ran in, the Konoha chunin said smugly. The wandering ninja chuckled quietly. "Seems the Konoha ninja aren't as foolish as they look. And what about you? Why didn't you fall for it? Was it because you were scared?" The wandering ninja teased, a sly grin on his face. "Even an idiot like you could see through it." "Do you think I couldn't?" Shiryu shot back without hesitation from the very first glance. She had sensed something was off about that Amamiya. The wandering ninja's face flushed with anger, and he was just about to retort when someone interrupted. "Ahem. Please, everyone, let's not fight. Forgive us, but our master only did that to keep the unworthy from throwing their lives away needlessly. Now, aside from that swindler, the 3 of you at least have the skill to distinguish between real and fake transformation techniques. That proves you have genuine ability." The servant nodded approvingly. "In that case, might we meet the real Mr. Amamiya?" The Konoha chunin pressed, a little impatient. The servant smiled and replied, "Patience, please." Without further ado, "Mr. Amamiya?" With that, Amamiya appeared once more and spoke apologetically. "My apologies. I was merely testing everyone just now." This time, the Konoha ninja didn't notice anything amiss. "Now please follow me one by one to receive your mission clues. First come, first served." With that, Amamiya once again led the way inside. The Konoha chunin was quick to seize the opportunity, following Amamiya into the house without hesitation. However, Shiryu and the wandering ninja still didn't move. The servant frowned slightly and asked, "Why aren't the 2 of you going in to get your missions?" "Instinct. I still feel like something's off." The wandering ninja spoke in a calm, subdued tone. "In that case, it seems your instincts have saved you," Shiryu replied with a smile. "The first time, you used the transformation jutsu. Now it's a shadow clone. Mr. Amamiya, if you have time, we can keep playing this game, but your daughter's in grave danger. This isn't the time to be testing us. I don't know what you're talking about." The servant shook his head, feigning confusion. "If you think you can fool my eyes, you are sorely mistaken. The real Amamiya is you." Shiryu then pointed resolutely at the old servant. "What? The old servant is Amamiya?" The wandering ninja was utterly taken aback. "Oh, that's quite an interesting deduction, but where's your proof?" The so-called servant immediately shook his head in denial, gesturing to himself. I am a genuine servant. I haven't used any transformation jutsu. But that's odd. I don't sense any transformation jutsu from him at all. The wandering ninja was clearly puzzled by Shiyu's claim. Who said he used the transformation jutsu? Shiyu smiled at the servant before him. You're using a disguise technique instead. Am I right, Mr. Amamiya? As soon as Shiyu finished speaking, the servant broke into a smile and began to clap, slow and deliberate. Well done. To think you uncover my true identity. It seems you're taking this mission seriously. The servant before them was indeed Amamiya. Of course I am. I came here on the third Hokage's personal request to rescue Suisun, Shiyu replied, his tone earnest. The third Hokage's request. I see. Wait, are you a Jonin? Amamiya exclaimed in surprise. Jonin? The wandering ninja looked at Shiyu in astonishment. The person before him was so young. He couldn't be older than 13. Yet he was already a Jonin. No way. You're Uchiha Shiyu, the one they call the light of the ninja world. Amamiya's face was filled with utter shock. At such a young age, who else but Shiyu could have achieved the rank of Jonin? With this realization, Amamiya's attitude changed completely. I beg your pardon for my earlier behavior. I had no idea we were in the presence of the light of the ninja world. Amamiya apologized sincerely. The light of the ninja world? The wandering ninja stared in disbelief. You're the one they call the prodigy of the ninja world, Shiyu? Shiyu shook his head, responding a bit awkwardly. I'm Uchiha Shiyu, but honestly, I didn't know I had so many nicknames. By the way, Mr. Amamiya, could you tell us about the clues now? Shiyu didn't want to waste any more time. Yes, sir. Amamiya gestured, inviting the stranger to speak. At this point, I see no reason to hide anything from you all. The wandering ninja removed his cloak and mask, revealing the forehead protector on his brow. I'm a ninja from Kirigakure. My own village has been facing a very similar case of people disappearing. I followed the trail all the way here. I hope I can be of some help. This is the only clue I have. The Kirigakure ninja looked at Shiyu, then at Amamiya, his determination clear. Well, since our goals are the same, I can't really stop you, but at the very least, you should be honest and tell us your name. Shiyu said, just call me May. The Kirigakure ninja replied. May, but the hidden mist, is it? Shiyu nodded, seemingly having guessed something about the man's identity. All right. Here's the situation. My daughter Suisun was kidnapped from our home just 3 days ago. There were many witnesses and my subordinates tried to fight back, but they were all defeated with ease. It was clear the attackers were ninja, professionals hired for the job. After that, we lost track of them. Shiyu immediately asked. The third Hokage said our Konoha Chunin squad was eliminated before they even had a chance to send word. What exactly happened? Do you know? Amamiya let out a sigh. Yes. Those 3 from Konoha came here as well. After investigating for a while, they left again. They left? Did they say where they were going? Shiyu pressed. No, but it seemed they saw something in the news, and then set off right away. Amamiya replied. Could it be this newspaper? The ninja called May pulled out a newspaper from his robes. Shiyu unfolded the paper and quickly spotted the crucial detail. This is from 2 days ago. I think they must have discovered something, May pointed out. That's right. And not just that, they also found the culprit. Shiyu tapped the page with his finger. The article described a rogue ninja named Kiyaki, who had recently been acting brazenly and committing crimes with increasing frequency, operating near the borders of Konoha, Kusagakure, and Takigakure. May spoke up at once. That guy is a rogue ninja from Kirigakure. I know him. After he defected, he gathered a group of other rogue ninjas and became the leader of this organization. So, it turns out they've started resorting to kidnapping too. Shiyu shook his head and said, it seems the Konoha Chunin squad must have had some reason to suspect this man named Jiamu. If it were just this group of rogue ninja, there's no way the squad wouldn't have managed to send any information back. So you mean there's someone else involved? Minji asked. That's right. It's only a hypothesis, but right now our only lead is this rogue ninja, Jiamu, Shiyu replied. We need to set out immediately. We'll head for the border between the 3 nations and see what's really going on. All right, let's go together. Minji followed Shiyu as they set off. Be careful. I hope Suisun will come back safe and sound. Amamiya also put all her hopes on the 2 of them. After passing through a vast stretch of forest, Shiyu asked along the way, how much do you know about this person called Jiamu? Not much. Mist has always kept information tightly sealed. Minji replied, but I do know that he defected after failing to assassinate the Mizukage. Assassinate the Mizukage? Which generation? That means his skills must be formidable, Shiyu asked. Is Mist really that secretive? Of course, it was the third Mizukage, but you're right, this guy's strength is probably at least that of an elite Jonin. Minji answered, helpless. He knew he was no match for someone of that caliber. If he's an elite Jonin, why send you? Your strength is probably just that of an elite Shunin, right? Shiyu remarked casually. My mission was to search for the missing person. How was I supposed to know I'd get mixed up with him? Besides, how did you figure out my true ability? Minji retorted. Seems you've only heard of my reputation, but don't know what my eyes can do, do you? Shiyu asked with a sly smile. Uchiha? I see now. Akeki Jinkai. Minji let out a quiet sigh, a hint of heaviness in his voice. As they moved forward, Shiyu asked, you seem troubled. The fact that Mist, with its isolationist policies, is sending ninja out on missions is already surprising to me. Has something happened in your village? Minji started to speak, but then shook his head and said, these are secrets of our village, I shouldn't tell you. But, one day, I will change the current situation. The current situation. How will you change it? Shiyu could sense a strong will and determination coming from this person. One day, I'll become Mizukage, Minji declared with conviction. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Minji shot back. I believe you, I do. For some reason, Shiyu saw a trace of Naruto's spirit in Minji. That's such a half-hearted answer. Minji protested, clearly displeased. This is a hassle. If you want to talk, just talk. Don't do that, or I'll throw up. It's disgusting for man to say such things. Shiyu quickened his pace, instantly leaving Ming behind. Hey, disgusting. Ming sped up as well, determined to catch up with Shiyu. Shiyu was already fast on his feet. And now, taking things a bit more seriously, he left Ming farther and farther behind. Still, Shiyu kept their distance just right, close enough to sense Ming's presence. Time passed quickly. Shiyu sent the information. He gathered back to Konoha using a special messenger hawk bred for such missions. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any enemies on the way. He arrived first at the border between the territories of Kusa and Taki, where Konoha's interests overlapped. There stood a village called Sanjia, or Three Realms Village. The name sounded mysterious, almost mystical, but in truth, it was simply a village at the intersection of three nations. Shiyu deliberately waited for Ming, and sure enough, Ming soon caught up. You're here. Took you long enough. Shiyu teased with a chuckle. You, Ming gasped, breathing heavily. If you need to catch your breath, you could always take off your mask, Shiyu suggested helpfully. TCH, shameless. We're only allies for now. There's no way I'll let you see my face. Ming refused flatly. All right then. So this is the place where that rogue ninja Jimu is often seen? Shiyu asked. Should be. I'll go gather some intel, Ming volunteered, heading off to investigate. But before Shiyu could do anything, a crowd of villagers had already surrounded Ming. Look at you. You're clearly up to no good. Exactly. Hiding behind a mask. For all we know, you're one of Jiamu's men. Damn that Jiamu. Coming here to rob us. How despicable. My child, he took my child. Give him back. Fury flashed in the villagers' eyes as they drew whatever weapons they could find, ready to attack Ming. Ming tried to explain himself, but nothing he said made any sense to the crowd. In a flash, Shiyu performed the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared by Ming's side. Without missing a beat, he performed another technique, vanishing from the spot with Ming. A heartbeat later, they reappeared, hidden on a rooftop nearby. Ming was startled. What the? But Shiyu quickly covered Ming's mouth quiet. They vanished. Where did they go, those two? They got away. What a pity. It's not every day we get a chance like this. The villagers, grumbling, finally dispersed. Shiyu waited until the coast was clear before speaking. There's no point trying to explain things to them. Take a good look at the ground. He pointed. Scattered all around were human bones. These are human bones. What's going on here? Ming whispered, lowering his voice. The 5 great ninja nations are often at war, and the ones who suffer most are these small countries caught in between as buffer zones. They frequently become battlefields, and the borderlands of these small nations are like buffers between the buffers, bearing the brunt of conflict even more, as the flames of war sweep through crops and the local environment have been severely damaged. Look at these villagers. Each one is gaunt skin and bones, obviously having gone without a proper meal for a long time. When faced with a stranger like you, they chose to attack without hesitation. If my guess is correct, in order to survive, they've probably... Say no more. I understand. Ming fell silent as well. After a moment, Ming spoke. War is truly this cruel. Although this isn't the land of water, still... Shiyu nodded. I get what you mean. The villagers just mentioned Jiamu. Maybe that's a clue, that's right. That suggests Jiamu must be nearby. With as many subordinates, if I were him, I'd hide the hostages in a very concealed place. Ming shared his analysis. Shiyu nodded, and in a rare moment offered praise. Seems you're not as clueless as you look from here on. Leave it to me. Shiyu immediately activated his sensory abilities in Byakugan, and could clearly see what was happening inside. A nearby cave. Oh no. How did this happen? Shiyu gasped in shock. What is it? Ming asked at once. You'll see for yourself, hold on to me. Without hesitation, Shiyu hoisted Ming on his back. Hey, what are you doing? Ming's face turned bright red in an instant. My speed will be much faster this way. With that, Shiyu dashed forward, using a rapid succession of body flicker techniques to reach the cave in no time. Once they arrived, Ming was utterly stunned. That speed just now was almost like teleportation. Wait, does that mean he was going slow before just to match my pace? This is unreal. Ming was still reeling when Shiyu gave him a pat on the back. Hurry inside. See if this person is Jiamu, right? Ming followed Shiyu in and was taken aback by the scene. On the ground lay pools of congealed blood and bodies already cold, each with a long gash across the forehead protectors. They've all been killed. Who could have done this? Ming was at a loss, but Shiyu didn't answer. There are char bodies here. It looks like they used fire release during the fight. These corpses are completely stiff. Judging by the state of things, they must have kidnapped Sui-san and, after returning, were ambushed and killed. This one's body was sliced open by a wind release technique. Did they run into a wind-style ninja? This corpse is completely charred, as if killed by a lightning-style technique. Even Shiyu couldn't quite figure it out. Who would attack this group of rogue ninja? And there were no bodies of leaf ninjas found either, just as things reached a stalemate. Ming said, Shiyu, I've noticed something. What is it? Shiyu replied. I suddenly realized that all the corpses here are lying face down. Face down. That can't just be a coincidence. It seems someone arranged them this way on purpose. Could it be a message for us? Shiyu then activated his pale blue Sharingan and scanned surroundings. I see now. The entrance to this cave is below us. Shiyu moved the corpse at his feet aside, revealing a depression in the ground, a keyhole. Looks like we'll need a key to open it. Shiyu decided to look for the key. After all, if they try to blast their way in with ninjutsu, the cave might collapse, and they could easily get buried. Although they could use Flying Thunder God to escape, that would break their trail of clues. Shiyu's Jiamu is dead too. Ming had found the body of the rogue ninja leader. So, this is Jiamu. Can you confirm it? Shiyu asked. I can, Ming replied. Shiyu could clearly see that the leader's hands were tightly clenched, as if he'd been protecting something. Here it is. Sure enough, Shiyu found a key firmly gripped in Jiamu's hands. Obviously meant to open the secret entrance beneath the cave. Shiyu took the key and inserted it into the depression. It fit perfectly. He turned the key, and immediately a clicking sound echoed around them, as if some hidden mechanism had been triggered. The concealed entrance slid open at once. Looks like we found the right path. I just hope we can find those who've gone missing, Ming said. Let's go, we should take a look inside, Shiyu responded. Together, Shiyu and Ming stepped through the hidden entrance. Though the darkness was thick, as soon as they entered, lanterns flared to life all around them, illuminating the space even deep inside the cave. Shiyu quickly noticed that this secret place also held 3 corpses. These bodies were positioned directly in front of a stone monument, as if guarding something precious. There are bodies here too, Ming exclaimed as he spotted them. Look at their uniforms. They're leaf ninjas, Shiyu observed. Judging by their rigor mortis, they must have died after those people outside. So they got trapped here and couldn't send a message out? What's this? When Shiyu examined the corpses, he found that the left side of each of the 3 Konoha ninjas' chests was a mangled mess of blood and flesh. No heart. Someone dug out their hearts. But what were they trying to protect? Shiyu couldn't help but ask aloud. Ming pondered for a moment and added, maybe that stone tablet is actually a mechanism. It might open up some kind of secret chamber. That's possible. Let's see if they managed to protect anything. Maybe what they were guarding is the very person we're looking for. The one who was kidnapped. Once again, Shiyu activated his sensing and observation abilities, trying to track down a mechanism to open a hidden chamber in the dim cave. There's a spot on the tablet where the engraving is a little shallower. I see, so that's a switch. Shiyu then asked Ming to press it. A faint click echoed through the cave. It seems there's someone in this rogue ninja group who's quite familiar with mechanisms like these, Shiyu remarked. Almost immediately, the mechanism ceased its movement, and the stone tablet vanished, revealing a pitch-black entrance where it had stood, so the tablet itself was the entrance to the next level. "Are you coming?" Shiyu asked, of course. Ming nodded. But just as they were about to enter, they noticed someone. Crawling out of the newly formed opening, an enemy. No, it's a child. "Is it safe now?" the child asked. Big Brother Jimu said that once someone opens this door, we won't have to worry about the bad people finding us, you all. Ming exclaimed in surprise as a crowd of children began to pour out from the stone tablet's former spot. "What kind of person is this Big Brother Jimu you're talking about?" Shiyu asked directly. The children quickly began to describe how wonderful Jimu was, each eager to share their stories. "So that's how it is? This rogue ninja Jimu has actually been taking care of these children. It seems he isn't a bad person after all. And among these children, it looks like there are even some from Sanjia village. It seems Jimu must have learned about the villagers' dreadful plans, and that's why he brought these children here. She must not have wanted them to end up the same way." "But Big Brother, you haven't told us yet. Where is Jimu?" one of the children asked with innocent curiosity. "Ah, well, Big Brother Jimu has gone traveling to a faraway place. Wait here for a little while, someone will come and take you soon," Shiyu replied gently. He contacted Konoha, knowing that only the Konoha orphanage would be willing to take in these children. So, in the end, is Jimu truly a good person or a villain? Ming shook his head, the truth growing ever more elusive. It seems that no one can be judged simply as good or bad. Human beings are complicated creatures. The villagers who appear honest and simple might well be executioners with blood on their hands, while those rebellious shinobi who seem fierce and evil could be the ones caring for children and orphans. Shiyu paused in thought as he spoke. The two of them found no clues about Amamiya Sui-san in the Steel Cave, but Shiyu did discover some bounty notices and underground exchange house mission information inside. It seemed likely that Kamo and his group took on a mission before kidnapping Sui-san, while the three Konoha ninja were there to protect the children unrelated to Sui-san herself. It looks like that might be the case. Shiyu ventured, trying to piece things together. These rogue shinobi raised children and accepted bounties and missions from the exchange house to get by. Then, one day, they suddenly received a job. Kidnap Amamiya Sui-san, the daughter of a wealthy Fire Country merchant. Soon after, they succeeded in abducting Sui-san. After that, it seems there was no direct confrontation with the three Konoha ninja. The Konoha trio probably hid themselves on the next level below. But then, a fight unexpectedly broke out outside. Someone massacred Kamo and the other rogue shinobi, deciphered the secret, and entered the next level. The three Konoha ninja didn't put up any resistance. They had their hearts cut out and died on the spot. No wonder they never managed to send out any information. The enemy took them out in an instant. Still, it seems they managed to protect the children. But as for Sui-san's whereabouts, the trail has gone cold once again. She shook his head, thinking since they completed their mission, they should have gone to report in. But instead, they were wiped out right here in their own hideout. Could it be that the person who commissioned the job wanted to cover their tracks, so they turned on their own agents and killed them? That would explain how the clues were cut off at the source, and no one would suspect a thing. The longer Shiyu considered it, the more plausible it seemed. "Do you know anything about the Underground Exchange House?" Shiyu asked. "The Underground Exchange House? I've heard the name before, but I probably don't know any more about it than you do," Mei replied, shaking her head. "It seems only rogue shinobi know where to find such a place." "Rogue shinobi, huh?" Shiyu murmured in a low voice. Just then, Shiyu suddenly sensed something outside. Someone was reflecting sunlight with a mirror, signaling their position. "Someone's out there," Shiyu called, instantly flickering outside. At that moment, a shadowy figure also vanished in a flash, so fast. Shiyu gasped in surprise, immediately giving chase. "Catch!" the figure shouted, flinging a kunai toward him. Shiyu's sharp eyes noticed there was something attached to the weapon. He lunged forward and caught it firmly in his hand. On the white slip of paper, a large character for Taki was written. Below it, in smaller print, was a single line. "Location of the Underground Exchange." Shiyu read it aloud, then looked up at the white-clad figure, only to find she had already vanished. "Don't think that just because you run fast, I didn't get a good look at you," Shiyu murmured. Without hesitation, he activated his pale blue Sharingan, and the figure's features became clear before his eyes. A strange, ethereal woman in white. "Isn't she the same woman from the land of hot springs, the one with the white rose? If I remember correctly, at a crucial moment in our struggle against the cult of the evil god, she gave Jiraiya the chance to sneak in for a surprise attack. I owed her a favor then, and now, unexpectedly, I owe her another. Her speed. It's incredible. Shiryu shook his head. It wasn't convenient to chase after her now, especially with Mei still behind him. If this was a ploy to lure him away, and the enemy struck while he was gone, everything would be lost before long. Shiryu caught up with Mei again. Did you find anything? Mei asked with concern. Yes. Someone left a clue. They say the underground bounty exchange is in Takinin village. There may be more than one such place, but perhaps the lead we need is. There, Shiryu replied. Huh, someone tipped you off? Can we trust it? Was it him? Mei asked immediately. Unlikely, Shiryu considered, recalling the swiftness of the woman in white. She moved so fast. Even I wouldn't dare pursue her recklessly. Someone with that kind of strength wouldn't bother with petty tricks. Besides, she's helped me before. He said honestly. We have no other leads. This is all we've got, so we'll have to head out. Mei said, resigned. Together, they set off for Takinin village. Shiryu used a shadow clone to guard the children, and after picking up a rogue ninja's forehead protector, he and Mei began their journey. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Mei asked, if you're so fast, why do you deliberately slow down to wait for me? Oh, you noticed? Shiryu replied with a faint, easy smile. No one is perfect. That's why teammates exist, to complement each other. If someone becomes obsessed with their own strength and acts without restraint. His thoughts drifted to Madara and the masked Abido. Then failure is inevitable. We haven't known each other long, but since I chose to carry out this mission with you, that makes us a team. Shiryu left his sentence unfinished, but Mei was touched by his words as expected. A reputation well earned. He's nothing like those arrogant Uchiha. Mei thought, seeing a true leader's charisma in Shiryu. Aren't you afraid that by wasting time, Amamiya Sui-san could be killed? Mei pressed further. If their goal was really to kill Shueisien, they would have acted long ago. By the way, let me ask you. Have the missing people on your end all come from wealthy or noble families as well? Shiryu asked. Ming nodded in response. That makes sense then. Since they've captured so many children of important families, their aim is very likely to demand a huge ransom. Or perhaps to achieve some other unspeakable purpose. Shiryu spoke with conviction. So for the time being, the hostages should be safe. Otherwise, if things spiral out of control, it would end badly for everyone. Nobody wants that outcome. Shiryu continued his analysis. Ming remarked with a sly smile. Why do I get the feeling? You sound more like an experienced kidnapper than anything else. Shiryu looked at Ming a little embarrassed. I'm just making routine analyses, that's all. It's natural for a ninja to be good at this sort of thing, right? Ming let out a soft chuckle and asked, you say you're good at analysis? Then why don't you analyze me? Analyze you? In what way? Shiryu was a little puzzled. Any way you like, Ming replied, though inwardly he thought. Let's see what you can deduce. All right then. Let's give it a try, Shiryu began. First, you told me your name is Ming, but you don't trust me completely and you've concealed your appearance. So, chances are the name you gave me is just one character from your full name. Second, judging by the way you speak and move, you've clearly completed many missions. However, your thinking is sometimes a bit naive. There's still a trace of innocence in you. So I guess you're under 10 years old. To have the skills of a chunin at your age, you'd either have to be a prodigy in ninjutsu or a holder of a Kekkei Genkai from Kirigakure. That explains your cautiousness, your tendency to keep a low profile, and why you're undertaking missions abroad as a Kirigakure ninja. I'd wager Kirigakure is currently targeting families with Kekkei Genkai. It's wise of you to leave at this time. Ming was shaken to his core, staring wide-eyed as he quickly stopped Shiryu from continuing. Your analysis is spot on. You even inferred Kirigakure's latest policies just from my words and actions. But let's not say any more about it. I have to admit, I'm impressed. All right, fair enough, Shiryu replied, focusing on the journey ahead. Time passed quickly. The route from the Three Realms village to the village hidden by waterfalls should have been a short 1 inch, but due to the unique geography of the waterfall village, Shiryu and Ming had to take many detours. Although the village hidden by waterfalls was surrounded by 4 great nations, its massive waterfall concealed it from view. It took all of Shiryu and Ming's skill and effort to finally enter the hidden village. The land of waterfalls is a friendly neighbor to the hidden leaf, so Shiryu and Ming had no trouble passing through the main gates of the hidden waterfall village. The village itself wasn't very large, meaning the entire area fell easily within the range of Shiryu's sensory abilities. Shiryu immediately activated his sensory mode, causing the whole of the hidden waterfall village to appear vividly before his mind's eye. The strength of their ninja isn't impressive, even the strongest among them. The waterfall Kage barely reaches the threshold of Kage-level chakra reserves. But Shiryu quickly sensed something out of the ordinary. A powerful concentration of chakra not far from the waterfall Kage's location. Oh, so that's how it is. This must be the Seven Tails Jinchuriki of the waterfall village. Now that's interesting. Naturally, Shiryu was planning to obtain some of the Jinchuriki's unique bloodline abilities for himself. Let's go. We should pay the waterfall Kage a visit and ask about the possible location of the underground exchange. With that, Shiryu led Ming to the waterfall Kage's residence. Your ninja from the Hidden Leaf? You wish to see Lord Waterfall Kage? Please wait a moment while I announce your arrival. A senior waterfall ninja hurried off to deliver the message, then soon returned with an awkward expression. I apologize, but Lord Waterfall Kage is currently unwell and unable to grant you an audience, he said, clearly uncomfortable. I am Uchiha Shiryu from the Leaf. Perhaps my ability to awaken hidden potential could be of help to the waterfall, Shiryu replied calmly. His ability was rather unique, although the higher-ups in the Leaf had tried to keep it secret. Such things were hard to hide for long. The Jonin before him examined Shiryu more closely. No way, are you? Are you the legendary Light of the ninja world? A Jonin at only 5 years old? Light of the ninja world again. Who came up with such an embarrassing nickname? Shiryu looked utterly exasperated, as if the very mention of it was draining the life from him. Nearby, the guards couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. My goodness, the Light of the ninja world? One guard stared in disbelief and asked, what does that even mean? Are you crazy? Why are you getting all worked up over nothing? The Light of the ninja world. They say he became a Jonin in the Leaf at only 5 years old. 5 years old? A Jonin at 5? Is the Leaf playing a prank, or are you just joking with me? No one's joking. He really is 5 years old at Jonin, and at least elite Jonin level in strength. The youngest Jonin in history, and he's also the last disciple of the third Hokage. Rumor has it he even possesses the ability called God's Pull. God's Pull. What's that? God's Pull? What kind of power is that? Shiryu was just as confused, glancing helplessly at Ming, who could only shrug in resignation. They say it's an extraordinary ability that can unleash the hidden potential within others, a divine force, which is why everyone calls it God's Pull. All right, that's enough. Would you all just keep quiet? Jonin Takinen also halted the crowd's discussion and immediately said, Mr. Shiryu, why don't you help me trigger it? Let me confirm for myself. Would that be all right? The power of the divine pull isn't as simple as just standing up, Ming replied on Shiryu's behalf, turning down Takinen Jonin's request without hesitation. Well then, there's nothing to be done, Takinen Jonin shrugged, looking utterly shameless. Everyone, absolutely do not let these two get anywhere near Lord Takage. Shiryu shook his head and said, are you planning to make enemies of the both of us? Our duty is to guard this place. Everything else is none of our business, Takinen Jonin replied. Since you're the Light of the ninja world, it should be easy for you to defeat us, shouldn't it? Why not show me what you're capable of? We don't need to waste our time here. Let's find another way, and Ming suggested, the two of them aware they held little advantage. Ming, we're not wasting our time at all. In fact, we hold the absolute advantage, Shiryu replied, his tone as calm and serene as ever. Even if you're a Jonin, you're being far too arrogant. We're all elite Jonin of the Takinen, you two kids. How could you possibly deal with us? Takinen Jonin made a few subtle gestures, and the Takinen quickly surrounded Shiryu and Ming. Ming immediately gathered his chakra, eyes wary. Looks like we have no choice but to fight, but Shiryu just shook his head self-mockingly. It seems though I'm quite famous. I haven't fought enough foreign shinobi. No one knows my true combat abilities. Shiryu gently took Ming's hand and lowered it, then flashed a yes gesture. What does that mean? Ming asked, puzzled. Shiryu, is now really the time to act cool? Ming still had no idea what Shiryu intended. Who's acting cool? I mean, I need you to count to 2 for me, Shiryu replied awkwardly. Count? You mean count 2 seconds? Ming was even more confused. Yes, trust me. Say it out loud. Shiryu then pressed his hands together and began to draw chakra. 1. Ming called out. In a split second, Shiryu vanished without a sound. When he reappeared, the Dragon Fang blade was already unsheathed in his hand, swirling with wind chakra. Shiryu began to swing the blade, his speed reaching an unprecedented level. With a rush of wind, the blade flashed again and again. When Shiryu reappeared, he was calmly sliding the Dragon Fang blade back into its scabbard, leaving only 2 inches exposed too. Ming counted the second beat. What just happened? Ming wondered aloud, baffled. The Takinen Jonin before him were still standing in place, seemingly untouched. Well, that was interesting. Your speed is impressive, but your technique and your sword don't seem all that remarkable. The Jonin of the Hidden Waterfall also broke into laughter. So the so-called Light of the Ninja World is just an empty title? Now it's our turn. A chorus of harsh laughter erupted from the Waterfall Jonin, and they were about to rush at Shiyu and Ming. It's over. Ming felt a wave of despair. Surrounded by so many elite Jonin, it seemed there was no escape. Death was all but certain for both Shiyu and himself. But at that very moment, Shiyu spoke. Let's go. It's time to meet the Waterfall Kage. What? Ming stared at Shiyu in confusion, but then he heard the crisp sound of a blade sliding into its sheath. Shiyu had fully resheathed the Dragon Fang blade. No. Impossible. The Waterfall Jonin collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched on their faces. Their bodies were paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. The rest of the Jonin felt almost simultaneously alive, but completely immobilized. Ming was utterly stunned. What just happened? Why are they like this? Wait, did you strike them just now with your blade? Ming asked, his voice a mix of shock and confusion. That's right, just now my blade severed the sinews in their arms and legs. The reason they were still able to laugh and talk was because my sword was simply too fast, Shiyu explained calmly. When your sword is that quick, it takes a few seconds for the enemy to even feel the blow. By the time the pain sets in, we're already far away. Shiyu's explanation was almost matter-of-fact. In just 2 seconds, you use consecutive body flicker techniques and swordsmanship to defeat dozens of elite Jonin. This level of skill. Shiyu, I never imagined you were this powerful. Ming's words came out woodenly. Compared to Shiyu, he felt utterly insignificant. Don't underestimate yourself. You're strong. Really, and those so-called elite Jonin? They barely qualify, they're just barely at Jonin level. Besides, the reason I managed to defeat them so easily was because of your help, Shiyu replied me. What did I do to help you? Ming asked, puzzled. You counted the seconds for me. It let me gauge my current abilities, Shiyu said. Ming was left speechless. Inwardly, he thought, this guy, he's hopeless at conversation, and a little awkward too. After dispatching the Waterfall Guard with ease, Shiyu proceeded straight into the presence of the Waterfall Kage, who was gasping for breath. The Waterfall Kage was an old man, and it was obvious he was completely spent. Are you a Leaf Village ninja? How did you get here? I should have said, my health isn't what it used to be. Where are your guards? The Waterfall Kage winced in pain, clearly seriously wounded. But there was no way the guard could get in now. The wounds on your body, they look serious. And you seem to be paralyzed as well. Is it the effect of the Seven-Tails Scale Powder Concealment Technique? If that's the case, has the Seven-Tails gone berserk? Shiyu quickly realized what the problem was. Takakage was visibly shocked. Who are you? How do you know so much about this? I'm a Konoha ninja, Uchiha. Shiyu, I'm investigating the location of the underground exchange, so I came here hoping you might have the information I need. Forcing my way in was a last resort, Shiyu explained swiftly. I see. So you're the personal disciple of the third Hokage, Lord Sarutobi. It seems there's still a chance. As for the underground exchange, I do have some information, Takakage replied. Are you trying to get me to help you suppress the rampaging Seven-Tails? Shiyu immediately saw through the situation. Ha! Smart 1-inch, aren't you? Takakage chuckled. What a sharp kid. But let me be clear, if you get yourself killed, that has nothing to do with me. This old man, I'd really love to give him a piece of my mind. Ming muttered angrily. You're the Takakage, and even you can't handle a berserk-tailed beast. How could Shiyu possibly stand a chance? Shiyu raised a hand, signaling. Ming to stop. I can help you deal with the rampaging Seven-Tails, but just exchanging information with me isn't enough, Shiyu said. And what else do you want? Takakage asked. In the future, I plan to do business in Takigakure. I want you to make things easier for me. When the time comes, Shiyu replied. Business? Ming was taken aback, completely surprised that Shiyu would make such a request. Business? Aren't you a ninja? Why play the merchant? Takakage was puzzled as well. Think of me as a greedy ninja. I need money, so what do you say? Will you agree? If we keep stalling, I'm afraid the Seven-Tails will destroy Takigakure, Shiyu added, catching the sound of the beast's wings beating in the distance. All right? How many people do you need to help you? Takakage asked. Just one, Ming. Come with me. Shiyu grabbed Ming, and in a flash, both of them disappeared with a body flicker technique. That movement. Was that the body flicker? So fast, Takakage said, deciding to keep an eye on the ensuing battle. What am I supposed to do? Ming wondered, feeling that Shiyu's strength was on a whole different level from his own. Why would Shiyu need his help this time? I told you we're a team now. I need you, Shiyu said, sensing Ming's doubt and explaining right away. Before Ming could respond, Shiyu had already caught sight of the seven tails. Is that the seven tails? What an overwhelming amount of chakra! Shiyu was stunned by the sheer power radiating from the beast. It looks like the seven tails is already halfway into its beast form. At this moment, although Chibi still retained a human form, her entire body was suffused with a crimson glow that shimmered like blood. Behind her, seven tails lashed in every direction, and the wings sprouting from her back flapped up and down with a restless energy. She soon felt a chilling sense of being targeted. Oh no! She spotted us, Shiyu warned urgently. Right after, the pincers of Chibi's mouth began to gather yin-yang chakra. Blue and red chakra merged, instantly transforming into a jet-black sphere of energy, which then compressed even further. Ming, get away from me, just for now. Shiyu marked a seal on Ming, then instantly shifted his position, deliberately drawing Chibi's attention toward himself. The moment Chibi saw him, she fired the tailed beast bomb straight at him. A sharp, whistling roar tore through the air as the bomb shot forward, brimming with destructive force powerful enough to reshape the land in an instant. With a flash, Shiyu drew forth chakra, and his eyes transformed into a pale blue Mangekyo pattern. Chibi, face my next move. Takamikura, Spirit Sovereign. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. The massive tailed beast bomb struck Shiyu, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished, drawn straight into Shiyu's left eye, as if it had simply disappeared. How could this be? What happened just now? That was Chibi's tailed beast bomb. Such a devastating attack. And he just absorbed it. What kind of eyes does he have? Are those the Sharingan? Ming was stunned, unable to make sense of what he'd witnessed. Takakage was even more shaken. Having just battled Chibi himself, he knew all too well the extent of her power. That was a tailed beast bomb. And this guy absorbed it directly? Don't tell me his eyes. Are they Mangekyo Sharingan-like? Madara, Uchihas? Chibi, realizing her tailed beast bomb had been absorbed, leapt toward Shiyu at breathtaking speed. Oh, giving up on long-range attacks. In that case, taste your own tailed beast bomb. Takamikura, Spirit Sovereign. Shiyu gathered the bomb he had just absorbed in his right hand, swelling it to many times its original size, now as massive as a small meteor. Go! With a mighty throw, Shiyu launched the augmented bomb. The overwhelming force instantly pinned Chibi down. She summoned every ounce of her strength to resist, but even so, it was futile. Tailed beasts are incredibly resilient. I doubt that would be enough to kill her outright, Shiyu speculated. Whereas Takamikura's Spirit Sovereign struck, the ground was left with a vast crater so immense that it had even warped the terrain itself. Thank goodness I took care to teleport far from Takigakure. Otherwise the village would have been wiped out, Shiyu marveled, glancing down at his own hands. Who would have thought that my pale blue Mangekyo Sharingan would possess a power rivaling Momoshiki's Rinnegan? Such incredible might. Even after amplifying the tailed beast ball, not even a tailed beast can withstand a single blow from me. If I'm not mistaken, the reason the attack is so powerful should be the result of merging the power of bloodlines. The significant boost in ocular power has also caused my eyes to evolve in an even more dramatic way. Shiyu's dazzling moves left Ming and the waterfall Shadow, who were watching nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Without delay, Shiyu instantly teleported to the Seven Tails, sighed, and discovered that the beast had already lost consciousness, while its Jinchuriki didn't seem to be Fu from the original story. This must be Fu's predecessor as the Jinchuriki. Well, it doesn't matter now. The Seven Tails bloodline power. I'll take that for myself as well. With that, Shiyu placed his hand on the Jinchuriki. The next thing he knew, he felt himself entering a different space. A human? How did you get in here? Komiai, the Seven Tails, demanded. Shiyu glanced around, realizing he had entered the inner world of the Seven Tails. I'm not here for anything in particular. In fact, I don't know why I ended up here myself. Komiai, your seal seems to have loosened, hasn't it? Shiyu replied calmly. Komiai was clearly taken aback. You brat, how do you know my name? Shiyu smiled and said, not only do I know your name, I know the names of all the other tailed beasts as well. I know about the Sage of Six Paths, the 10 Tails, Kagaya, and everything else you can imagine. Why, kid, are you perhaps the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? I can sense a trace of the Nine Tails chakra inside you, Komiai said warily. That's merely a seed of the Nine Tails bloodline. Don't worry. I won't imprison you like a Jinchuriki, nor do I intend to use you. With that, Shiryu performed the body flicker technique and appeared right beside Komi-ai, placing his hand on the beast brat. Komi-ai initially bristled with anger, but soon realized that instead of his chakra being stolen, it had actually increased a little. The amount wasn't much, but it was enough to leave him astonished. Who are you really? Only the Sage of Six Paths could wield such yin-yang release, creating something from nothing. Could it be? You're his. Shiryu shook his head gently. Sorry, I know what you're thinking, but I'm not that person. I have my own reasons for knowing so much, and I have my own destiny to fulfill. My apologies. It may be another 20 years or so before your time comes. I trust you understand what I mean. For you tailed beasts, that's but the blink of an eye. I can't say more than that. I hope you'll keep holding on in this world ravaged by endless conflict. Reinforce the sealing technique. Shiryu immediately cast a sealing jutsu. This time, Komi-ai didn't resist at all. Aside from a look of mild surprise, he let Shiryu complete the seal without objection. At that moment, Shiryu returned to the real world, and the seal on the seven tails Jinchuriki stabilized as well. Medical unit. The Waterfall Kage immediately called Alpha Medical Team to rush over and tend to the seven tails Jinchuriki. Not only did you absorb the tailed beast bomb, you can even unleash such terrifying attacks. No wonder they call you the light of the ninja world. Ming was no longer surprised by Shiryu's feats. It was as if he had grown numb to them. This is simply incredible. Even the god of Shinobi might not compare. And you're not even 6 years old yet, are you? Dealing with a tailed beast, a living weapon of destruction, was nothing more than a wave of your hand. Have you considered staying with the Waterfall Ninja for the long term? It would help us keep the seven tails in check. After all, the Waterfall Kage was clearly eager to persuade Shiryu to stay. Don't worry, the seven tails won't rampage again. I've reinforced the sealing technique. Unless the Jinchuriki undoes the seal themselves, your village has nothing to fear, Shiryu replied calmly. We had an agreement. 2 conditions, I trust you remember? Information on the underground exchange and support for my business, Shiryu repeated, wary that the Waterfall Kage might go back on his word. The Waterfall Kage replied, sounding a bit impatient. Yes, I remember. We'll open all the right doors for you. And you want intel on the underground bounty exchange, correct? He went on to explain this underground exchange, also called the Underground Bounty Station, is a place where anyone can freely take on or post missions. Once a mission is completed, you can turn it in for a reward. That's why it's called the Underground Bounty Station. Why is it called the Underground Bounty Station? Ming asked. Is it actually built beneath the ground? How naive. It's called the Underground Bounty Station because every mission there is one that can't see the light of day, the Waterfall Kage explained. Ming seemed to understand now. These were missions that could never be made public. This all begins with a piece of history. The ninja at their origin were professionals who took on assignments in exchange for payment. With the rise of ninjutsu, the age of the samurai came to an end. Yet the proliferation of ninjutsu also brought ceaseless conflict in its wake. Thanks to the one country, one village system adopted by the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, a system well suited to the ninja way, all 5 great nations have continued this practice to this day, including smaller countries like my own land of waterfalls and a land of grass. Each nation issues its own missions, and these assignments are categorized by rank, with different levels of ninja sent to carry them out. In this way, needs are addressed, and the ninja receive their reward. This is the way of the ninja. Yet, there are rogue ninja in this world. The underground bounty system operates on one principle. No matter who you are, as long as you complete the mission, you get paid. And the rewards are usually quite generous. Because of the deep-seated interest between villages, there are missions aimed at sabotaging rivals or even assassinating other nations' lords and key officials. These are all matters that cannot be brought into the open. After the Waterfall Shadow finished his explanation, Ming nodded in understanding. Where there is light, there are naturally shadows. I see. It looks like the Underground Exchange is more complicated than it seems. So the Underground Exchange has existed since the birth of the ninja villages, an organization for bounties operating quite differently from the 5 great nations themselves. If you carry out these bounty missions, your background doesn't matter. As long as you complete the task, you get paid, right? Shiryu asked. That's not entirely correct, replied the Waterfall Shadow. Ninja from the 5 great nations are strictly forbidden from taking missions at the Underground Exchange. After all, completing another village's missions is considered betrayal. That's why only rogue ninja or wanderers are regulars at the underground bounty exchange. The Waterfall Shadow concluded the Underground Exchange is an ancient organization, but no one knows who its leader or founder actually is. Perhaps there isn't one at all. Maybe it's just a collective of bounty seekers. Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Waterfall Shadow. May I ask if you know exactly where it's located? The Waterfall Shadow shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't know, but there's a prisoner who might be able to help you. A prisoner? You mean? Yes, he's a rogue ninja from the Waterfall Village, so he must know where the exchange is, but he's a Ninjutsu specialist, mentally formidable. It won't be easy to use illusions on him. Shiyu smiled faintly. Looks like we found our lead. Oh, I see. The Sharingan, huh? I nearly forgot about that. The Waterfall Shadow immediately caught on. Takakage led Shiyu and Ming to the prison cell where the rogue ninja of the hidden waterfall were held. That's the one. Senbon, Takakage said, pointing, haha. Old man, what's this? Visitors for me. I don't recognize any of you. The rogue ninja named Senbon was brazen and loud. You'll remember me soon enough, Sharingan. Although Shiyu wasn't a Genjutsu specialist, his soul and illusions were on a whole different level from the likes of Senbon. In an instant, Senbon's eyes glazed over, and he slumped into a state of dazed confusion. Where is the underground exchange? Shiyu asked. It's in the southwest of the land of Waterfall. Senbon answered truthfully, revealing the location without hesitation. That's all we needed. Time to move out, Ming. Now that he had the information, Shiyu bid Takakage farewell. Though it seemed out of place, he reminded Takakage that he might return one day for business. With that, Shiyu and Ming left the hidden Waterfall village and made their way to the vicinity of the underground exchange. I'll transform into Senbon. He's just a small fry. No one's going to care, Ming said, immediately using the transformation jutsu. You're Senbon now, but what about me? Shiyu asked, rubbing his temples in frustration. Up to you? Or you could be my pet. Ming joked, half serious, half teasing. Not worth my time, Shiyu replied. Then after a moment's thought, his eyes lit up. Wait, I've got it. Why not become him? With that, Shiyu performed a transformation, turning into a figure clad in a black uniform, a waterfall. Headband slashed through emerald eyes behind a mask. Apart from the missing Akatsuki robe with red clouds, every detail was spot on. Who's that supposed to be? Doesn't look like a good guy, that's for sure, said Ming, now in Senbon's form. My name is Kakuzu. Don't forget it once we're inside, he's fairly well known. Hopefully we can use that to get information on Sui-sen and the other, Shiyu said cautiously, perfectly imitating the original Kakuzu. Stay close. Looks like I've found the entrance. Shiyu scanned the area carefully, his senses on high alert. With his sensory abilities, Shiyu spotted a secret wall. Together with Ming, they slipped inside the underground exchange. The place was dimly lit, with only a single unimposing figure standing guard. Looking for all the world like a doorkeeper, HM? You two are? The guard scrutinized Shiyu and Ming for a while, before his eyes lit up with recognition. I see. You're Senbon and Lord Kaku. Oh. Even a rogue ninja like Senbon is known by name here. Looks like he's taken quite a few jobs from this place, Shiyu thought to himself. That Lord Kakuzu would pair up with someone like Senbon. That's truly surprising, the doorkeeper said, his tone a mix of awe and disbelief. The gatekeeper spoke half-jokingly as well. I have my own special reasons for bringing him along. Otherwise, I would have killed him long ago. Shiyu played along, keeping up the act without arousing any suspicion. Oh, Lord Kakuzu, are you here to take on another mission this time? The guard asked, the usual place for the assignment. With that, Shiyu and Ming managed to pass the initial questioning inside the underground exchange. Many people looked at Shiyu with obvious hostility, but none dared to make a move. Ming could sense the malice around her and grew increasingly nervous. Don't be afraid. Remember our mission, Shiyu whispered quietly. Gathering herself, Ming tried to stay strong, though the murderous atmosphere and stench of corpses were almost unbearable for her. Let me take a look at the latest bounties. I've always had an interest in money. Shiyu addressed the person in charge of the mission board without pretense. The man looked up and said, it's you there are. Indeed, some new bounties, and the rewards are quite generous, but they're not for assassinations this time. No killing. That's a bit dull, but I'd never let money slip through my fingers, Shiyu replied, keeping up the performance. The man nodded, then took out the mission ledger and announced, capture the son of a wealthy merchant from the land of wind alive and deliver him to the usual spot. The reward is very substantial. Seems like most of the recent missions have been kidnappings. I wonder who's putting these out. Surely the feudal lords aren't so idle. The mission handler muttered absent-mindedly, but his words sent a shock through Shiyu's heart. Feudal lords. So a fair number of missions at this underground exchange are commissioned by the lords themselves. Rather than relying on their own village's ninja, they're turning to the underworld. This really is the dark side of the shinobi world, Shiyu thought, analyzing the situation. It seems I was right. The recent string of kidnappings all originated from this underground exchange. I still need to find out where Amamiya Sui-san is. Shiyu concluded, pressing forward. Hey, after capturing the target, we bring them to the usual spot, right? Where exactly is this usual spot? Shiyu asked directly. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Lord Kakuzu, the usual spot is the usual spot. Don't tell me you've forgotten where it is, or could it be? You're not really Lord Kakuzu? Suspicion was clear in his eyes. Around them, those with unfriendly faces were clearly ready to act at a moment's notice. Shiyu quickly tried to deduce the location of the so-called usual spot. Could it be the morgue? I'll have to take a gamble. With a burst of laughter, Shiyu exclaimed, ha 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 ha. The usual spot, of course, is where we always go after finishing a job. I just wanted to make sure you weren't an imposter using a transformation jutsu. Shiyu argued forcefully, turning the suspicion back on the other man. Lord Kakuzu, you must be joking. How could I possibly be someone using a transformation technique? In any case, I'll leave this mission to you. Just remember, you must capture the target alive. Otherwise you might run into trouble, the mission distributor reminded him. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, has there been any change in the recent bounty rankings? Shiyu knew that the underground exchange always had prices set on people's heads, and those dominating the top 10 were usually important government officials, the kage of various villages, or people with extraordinary potential. Do such things really exist? Chiban asked quietly. Of course they do, Shiyu replied in a low voice. The man just smiled and shook his head. There's no helping it. But if it's Lord Kakuzu, there's no problem. As someone ranked in the top 10 of the assassin list, it's only natural for you to complete top-tier bounties. Enough with the idle talk. Don't waste any more time, Shiyu urged, recalling that Kakuzu was never known for his patience. All right. The staff member produced a scroll, which listed the top 10 bounties in the ninja world's underground market. I'm not ranked first. Looks like I'm quite famous, but I haven't drawn enough hatred yet, Shiyu remarked, seeing that the top spot belonged to the third Mizukage. So that's how it is. No wonder there have been so many defections in Kirigakure, Ming said in shock. Besides the third Mizukage, there's also the third Hokage, several feudal lords, high-ranking officials. Every one of them is a key figure. Even with my knowledge of the plot, I never realized the underground exchange had this much influence. Suddenly, Ming tapped Shiyu's shoulder and pointed at the bounty list. Look, Shiyu. The Sannin are here, so is Minato Namikaze. And your name is on the list too. Sure enough, after the 15th spot, Shiyu saw his own name. He was ranked 16th, so my bounty isn't that high after all. At least my own country's ninjas haven't added to it. Even though I'm well known, most ninja villages haven't actually encountered me. This bounty is just other countries' way of trying to suppress me. It's within the normal range. But then again, to be listed 16th at only 5 years old, that's actually pretty impressive. The mission distributor then asked Lord Kakuzu, if you wish to kill someone, just bring the body to the usual place. Shiyu nodded, patted the man's shoulder, and said, all right, let's leave it at that. I hope I'll still see you here next time. I'll take my leave now. The man found this a bit odd, but didn't dwell on it. Shiyu and Ming quickly left the underground exchange. So Shiyu, what do we do? We don't even know where the usual meeting place is, Ming said. I can probably guess. The old place should still be at the underground money exchange, Shiyu said. When I took that shot of the guy just now, I already left behind a flying thunder god seal. Let's wait until he's alone. With his ocular jutsu, Shiyu could see the mission staff clearly. After a short wait, it seemed the man needed to use the restroom. As soon as he entered, Shiyu instantly transported himself and Ming there with the flying thunder god technique. Before the man could even attempt to resist Shiyu's Sharingan was already activated. Now, tell me, where's the old place? Shiyu demanded, caught in a jinjutsu. The man's mind was utterly clouded. The old place, it's the morgue, in another room of the underground money exchange. All right, erase his memory, Shiyu said. He wiped the man's memory clean, then brought Ming back with him to the bounty exchange. Is it here? Shiyu spotted another hidden door. It's obvious. Look inside. The people lying there must be those without any chakra left. Looks like I was right. The old place is indeed the morgue, Shiyu remarked to Ming. Damn it, they actually keep the captives in the morgue. Shouldn't hostages be treated better than this? How are they? Ming asked anxiously. Their chakra is in complete disarray. It looks like they've all been put under a Ninjutsu, but they're still alive, just very weak. The temperature in the morgue is freezing, Shiyu replied, frowning. As Shiyu and Ming approached the hidden door, they were immediately stopped by a guard. Lord Kakuzu, do you need something? The man at the door asked, eyeing Kakuzu suspiciously since he wasn't holding any prisoners or corpses. I want to go inside. That should be fine, right? Shiyu said straightforwardly. Oh, that's against the rules, even for you, Lord Kakuzu. Once you've handed in your mission, you don't have a right to enter unless you're on a new assignment. The man insisted stubbornly, refusing to budge. If that's the case, I'll have to use a little technique on you. Shiyu's eyes flashed pale blue as he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan. The powerful illusion instantly locked the guard in place. The commotion was so minimal that no one else noticed. Let's go. Shiyu and Ming slipped easily into the morgue beneath the bounty exchange. The stench, it's even worse in here than outside. Shiyu struggled to endure it, and Ming was faring even worse. Let's finish this quickly. We need to get out of here. Ming said, didn't you bring a mask? Shiyu asked. This just covers my face. It's not a filter. Ming replied, exasperated. Let's change back now. Don't scare them. Shiyu said, and together, he and Ming dispelled their transformation jutsu. Immediately after, Shiyu began pulling open the handles of the compartments one by one, each holding a body inside. With each drawer opened, the people within were revealed. That's her. She's the one. My mission is to rescue her. Ming exclaimed as he recognized his target. Narcissus. Shiyu, too, had spotted the person he was meant to save. Their chakra is in complete disarray, and they're caught in a Ninjutsu. Their body temperature is dangerously low. Ming, hurry and find something we can burn for warmth, Shiyu instructed, then turned to the two women and spoke a command. Release. With that, he dispelled the illusion trapping them, and both women slowly opened their eyes. It's so cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. One of them murmured, You're Shiyu. Shiyu quickly cut her off. Don't speak. Save your strength and body heat, or you really might freeze. Wait. Let me try to awaken your hidden potential. That should help you feel a bit better, Shiyu said. And then, with a touch, he drew out a portion of their bloodline power, helping to activate their latent energy. Almost instantly, color returned to their cheeks. Thank you. Ming, meanwhile, had somehow managed to gather some firewood. He stacked it together, and Shiyu immediately used a fire-style technique to ignite it. The temperature in the room rose dramatically. My fire style is powerful and hard to extinguish. Let's hold them close to the fire and warm up their stiff limbs, Shiyu suggested. He wrapped his arms around Narcissus, while Ming did the same for the blue-haired girl, drawing them near the blaze. Narcissus seemed a little dazed. This was the first time she'd ever been so close to another boy. Shiyu, I never thought you'd be the one to rescue me, she whispered softly. I'm a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, and I have a perfect track record. I was the most likely one to get you out, Shiyu replied with confidence. Is that so? Are you all right? How's Xiaoxing? It's been so long since I heard from you too. Narcissus asked, her voice still weak. Even now, you're worrying about others. As you can see, I became a Jonin, and Xiaoxing can now extract chakra normally. Only you're taken. Xiaoxing's now a student at the Ninja Academy. It's only a matter of time before she becomes a ninja. I believe she can take care of herself. Really? Xiaoxing is lucky to have a brother like you. I'm so sorry to trouble you and your friend like this, Narcissus said, embarrassed. Who's friends with him? Ming muttered, refusing to admit any camaraderie. Hey, no need to shoot me down like that, Shiyu replied, exasperated. Let's get back to the important matter. Narcissus, who was it that captured you? Shiyu asked him. He's terrifying. All the guards were killed with ease. Even the Chunin squad from the Leaf Village. He slaughtered them all in the blink of an eye. Narcissus, too, spoke with a hint of fear in her voice. Killed easily? That can't be Jiamu you're talking about. Ming immediately caught on. No. The man called Jiamu only kidnapped me and brought me to him. His goal was simply to exchange me for a chance at survival for those children. But the real enemy is far more terrifying. He killed Jiamu and the others with barely any effort, then captured me and brought me here. After that, I remember nothing. Shiyu analyzed the situation. You must have fallen under some illusion spell, which is why you don't remember anything. That explains everything. So Jiamu really was just a scapegoat. The real enemy wanted to sever the trail cleanly, or maybe he was just a ruthless rival in the bounty business. waiting for someone else to do the hard work, and then striking from the shadows for the reward. How devious. And what about you? Ming turned to the blue-haired girl. It was much the same for me, she replied. First, someone kidnapped me. Then everyone else ended up dead. I was taken alive by another person. Though I think I arrived even earlier than you did. So, it's the same killer. Shiyu and Ming were both convinced. The fire in the camp finally flickered out as the two regained their normal body temperature, marking their escape from immediate danger. Now, we need to get out of here, Ming said. But how? There are bounty hunters everywhere outside. Relax. I left a flying thunder god marker at the entrance earlier. Just hold on to me. Shiyu reassured them with confidence. All right. Everyone grabbed onto Shiyu. With a sudden whoosh, the scenery around them shifted in a blink. They found themselves standing outside the bounty bureau. Incredible. Ming couldn't help but admire Shiyu once again. Naturally, the people in the underground bounty office noticed something was amiss and rushed out to search for them. They'll never find us, not in this lifetime, Shiyu said with a smirk. Then, using the flying thunder god technique several more times in quick succession, she whisked the group far beyond the reach of their pursuers. This jutsu is incredible. You can actually transport 4 people at once. The group was awestruck. After a while, they had put a good distance between themselves and their enemies. We can't let our guard down just yet, but at least we can catch our breath. I'd say this mission was a huge success. Shiyu declares satisfied with the outcome of the rescue. It's a pity, but it looks like we'll have to part ways soon. Ming said quietly. What? Shiyu exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? I said. Ming began to reply, only to realize that Shiyu's attention wasn't on him at all. A rustling sound swept through the area. Someone was moving swiftly across the ground around them. Watch out. We got company. Shiyu also clearly saw 4 black shadows and immediately gave a warning. Fire style. Head carving pain. Suddenly a wave of fire surged toward the 4 like a raging tsunami. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Ming quickly performed a B-rank water style jutsu, but it was obvious that his chakra was nowhere near as powerful as the enemy's. The head carving pain technique covered a wider area, instantly breaking through the water dragon bullet and surging in from the edge once more. Water style. Water formation wall. Ming refused to give up and quickly cast another B-rank defensive water style. This time, he managed to block the enemy's fire style attack. Entirely earth style. Earth spear. One of the figures stretched out his arm, turning it pitch black and punched straight through the water formation wall. Black tendrils extended from his arm, striking at Ming. Damn! Ming realized there was no time to dodge this attack. With a swift movement, Shiyu appeared in a flash, drew the Dragon Fang blade, and slashed down in one clean motion. The hardened arm connected to the black tendrils was severed instantly. Shiyu immediately followed up with a powerful kick, sending the severed arm flying. What? The enemy across from them was clearly stunned. Turning to Ming, Shiyu said, "That's enough. Ming, he's not someone you can handle right now. Can you do me a favor and take these 2 ladies and retreat first? I'll catch up soon, sorry. The mission's over. We're not a team anymore. I have no reason to follow your orders. If this opponent is so powerful, all the more reason we should face him together," Ming said stubbornly. "The mission isn't over. We're still a team. They haven't made it home yet. You're responsible for getting them back. I'll cover our retreat," Shiyu replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. Shiyu. "Be careful," Shuixian said softly, knowing that no one could change Shiyu's mind now, and that at this point she'd only be a burden. Shiyu shook his head and said, "Go on. I'll catch up with you. I promise." Flying thunder god technique. No, wait. With a flash, Shiyu sent the 3 away and immediately turned back to face the enemy. The enemy no longer bothered to hide. Impressive. To think you've mastered the 2nd Hokage Tobarama Senju's flying thunder god technique so skillfully. Was it with that technique you snatched my bounty? The man before him had emerald eyes, wore a black cloak, a rogue ninja forehead protector from the village hidden by the waterfall, and a distinctive hat perched on his head. "So it really is you, Kakuzu. As long as I'm here, you're not getting past me," Shiyu said calmly. "Oh, a brat like you knows my name. You're quite something. You let all the people who brought me here go? That really ticks me off. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as I take you down, they won't survive either. To think you consider dead weight as a team? How naive. In this world of shinobi, there's only betrayal. Money. Money is the one thing that will never betray you. Money is the true law of this world." Kakuzu pressed his hands together, and immediately black veins began to writhe out from his body like serpents. "Since you're the 16th most wanted, Uchiha Shiyu, I'll take you a bit." More seriously, after all, your bounty isn't small. As for those so-called comrades of yours, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a shadow emerged behind him, darting with incredible speed in the same direction as Suisin and the others. With a sudden burst, Shiyu vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, the dragon fang blade in his hand struck the dark figure forcefully to the ground. A guttural, pained howl erupted from the masked, shadowy figure. Oh! Kakuzu's eyes widened, surprise flickering across his face. So that blade on your back isn't just for show? As I thought. Unless I defeat you, there's no getting past, is there? The shadowy figure instantly returned to Kakuzu's back. Shiyu said calmly, "Didn't I tell you already? As long as I'm here, you're not getting through. Impressive spirit. But let's see how your strength measures up." Kakuzu decided not to waste another moment. Secret technique. Earth Grudge Fear. He immediately activated his Earth Grudge Fear mode. His cloak shredded apart by writhing black tendrils, revealing his bare upper body. More jet-black tendrils controlled by chakra burst from his back. In response, Shiyu drew upon his chakra, his eyes transforming into pale blue Sharingan. Without a word, he unleashed a Jinjutsu through his gaze. Those eyes, Sharingan. For a split second, Kakuzu's body locked in place, unable to move, while Shiyu used the opportunity to close the distance in a flash. A Jinjutsu. Release. With his wealth of battle experience, Kakuzu immediately realized he'd been caught in an illusion and broke free at once. But Shiyu's speed was faster still. The Dragon Fang blade pierced straight through Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu gasped in shock, unable to believe that this mere brat had managed to kill him in an instant. Kaga level. Kakuzu said softly, "What?" Shiyu didn't understand. "So you're a Kaga level fighter, kid? No wonder there's a bounty on your head." Suddenly, countless black tendrils spewed from Kakuzu's mouth, lunging at Shiyu. With a swift slash, Shiyu cut them down, then rapidly formed hand seals and shouted fire style. Majestic flame annihilation. Water style. Water curtain. Kakuzu immediately unleashed a water-style defensive jutsu, but in no time Shiyu's grand fire annihilation arrow shattered his defense. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Kakuzu formed another set of hand signs. Yet once again, Shiyu's fire style pierced right through. What astonishingly powerful fire style. Is this the power of the Uchiha? Though he failed to stop the grand fire annihilation arrow, Kakuzu managed to buy himself just enough time to dodge. As he evaded, the tentacles spawned by his Earth Grudge Fear quickly stitched up his wounds. Even though Shiyu had destroyed one of Kakuzu's hearts in a single exchange, it was obvious Kakuzu was now taking the fight seriously. From this point on, he wouldn't let Shiyu get close so easily. This brat's speed is incredible, his swordsmanship and agility. That must mean ninjutsu is his weakness. Let's test him. With a decision made, Kakuzu called out, "Kid, see how you handle my ninjutsu." At that moment, two masked demons erupted from Kakuzu's back, fire style. Searing migrant head, wind style. Pressure damage, combined ninja art. Scorching wind, chaos wave. The two demons on Kakuzu's back unleashed different elemental attacks. Their wind and fire merging into a composite jutsu of overwhelming power. Shiyu knew this all too well, so from the very start, "You're going to bombard me like this?" Yet there was not a trace of anxiety in Shiyu's eyes. He calmly drew out his flying thunder god kunai. "Brat, are you seriously planning to take my attack head-on? How naive. I could say the same to you." Shiyu replied, a hint of disdain on his lips. "It's just a dual-element composite jutsu. Nothing special, kid. You don't seem to understand just how devastating this technique is." Kakuzu's attack surged toward Shiyu. The destructive force of combined fire and wind was far greater than the sum of its parts. Yet the scene that unfolded next left Kakuzu utterly stunned. His attack had struck Shiyu dead on. In the blink of an eye, Shiyu simply vanished. This can't be. My jutsu had no effect. Could it be he has the ability to absorb ninjutsu? Kakuzu immediately fell deep into thought. A distant thunderous rumble echoed through the forest, sending flocks of birds scattering in fright. No, he didn't absorb the ninjutsu, he transferred it. I see now. Using the flying thunder god kunai, he redirected my jutsu elsewhere. Indeed, Shiyu had used the flying thunder god to perform a lightning guide, a technique capable of displacing even a tailed beast bomb, let alone a mere ninjutsu. With a sharp sound, Shiyu suddenly appeared at Kakuzu's side in a flash, launching a swift slash at him. Yet Kakuzu was like a monster. His arms suddenly stretched, veins bulging, and in an instant he seized Shyu by the throat, gripping tightly. With a sudden burst, Shyu vanished into a swirl of smoke. So it was just a shadow clone. The real one must be behind me. At that moment, the demon mask on Kakuzu's back unleashed a barrage of ferocious ninjutsu, obliterating the shadow clone lurking behind him. Another clone? How tiresome. He's in the sky, the black threads extending from Kakuzu's back shot upward, instantly ensnaring Shyu and binding him tightly. Now, I doubt you can use the flying thunder god technique, can you? But as Kakuzu spoke, he noticed an odd smile curling at the corner of Shiyu's lips. Wait, don't tell me. Damn it. Kakuzu realized what was happening, but it was already too late. With a sudden whoosh, Shyu burst from the ground beneath Kakuzu with a massive Rasengan spinning in his palm, sending Kakuzu flying with the force of the blow. How did Shyu appear? Beneath Kakuzu's feet? It was simple. He had marked Kakuzu using a shadow clone earlier. The Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to materialize at any marked location. Taking advantage of the loose earth beneath, Shyu concealed himself underground, using the clone as a distraction. All in preparation for this final strike, Shyu quickly distanced himself from Kakuzu, waiting for his opponent to recover. The demon mask on Kakuzu's back began to crack and fall away. It was clear. 2 of Kakuzu's 5 hearts had been destroyed, leaving only the wind, fire, and lightning. Hearts! And just 2 demons remain, this kid. He's managed to defeat me twice, and still hasn't exposed a single weakness. Could it be he knows my secret? Kakuzu could see that though Shyu appeared relaxed, there was no opening to exploit. Kakuzu, my apologies. I've already taken out 2 of your hearts for this last round. I hope you'll take me a bit more seriously. After all, you're an S-rank rogue ninja. As the wielder of the hidden waterfall forbidden art, Earth Grudge Fear, I'd expect more from you than this. Shyu looked at Kakuzu. Shaking his head, Kakuzu narrowed his eerie green eyes and spat. Damn brat. You dare look down on me. When I fought the first Hokage, you were still in diapers. Though anger simmered in him, Kakuzu's extensive combat experience kicked in, and he began to analyze the battle. This one skilled in teleportation and swordplay. An explosive taijutsu-type ninja, his strange eyes seem to cast Jinjutsu. I have no clear edge in close combat, but at range he hasn't shown any ninjutsu yet. Still, with that flying thunder god technique, he can evade any ninjutsu I throw at him. So the solution is simple. Immobilize his feet, and he can't teleport, bind his hands, and he can no longer use flying thunder god. Having come up with a winning strategy, Kakuzu immediately strode forward and charged at Shyu. Clasping his hands together, he gathered chakra and shouted, Earth Grudge Fear! Kakuzu began attacking in close quarters with abandon, disregarding any injuries he might sustain. Even when struck by Shiyu's blows, he simply braced himself and pressed on, ignoring the damage. At last, Kakuzu achieved his goal. Using the black tendrils from his body, he firmly bound Shiyu's legs. Damn! Shyu had just reached for his Dragon Fawn blade when his hands were ensnared once again. Now, with both hands and feet restrained, he seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet Shiyu's expression at that moment was one of genuine admiration. Ha! Kakuzu, truly live up to your reputation. Anyone who survived a battle with the first Hokage must be formidable. You're smart enough to know you need to bind my hands and feet. Looks like I'm finished now. There's no way I can run but by. Using these black tendrils to trap me, you can't move yourself either, can you? Oomph. Even with death at your doorstep, you're still so optimistic and naive. Don't worry, I'll leave you breathing for now. After all, the bounty for capturing you alive is much higher. Kakuzu said, his greed apparent. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Do you know how I made it to the top of the wanted list? Come on, hit me. I'm right here waiting. Aren't you down to just 2 masks? Use them, and with your main body, unleash your 3-element combination jutsu to finish me off. At least give a fellow shinobi the respect of going all out. Although Shyu spoke with resolve, his expression was playfully teasing. How do you know my secret? How can you be so familiar with my abilities? Kakuzu eyed Shyu warily. Relax, I just guessed. Anyway, if you can attack, then attack. I want to see the true power of your strongest technique, Shyu replied, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Without further hesitation, Kakuzu formed hand seals and declared, time is money. I won't waste any more on you. Fire style. Head hardening. At his command, the masks on Kakuzu's back floated into the air, one after another. 2 demonic faces unleashed their attacks. One spat out lightning style. False darkness. while the other released wind style. Pressure damage, earth grudge fear. Final barrage. The force of the three combined jutsu, wind, lightning, and fire, was far greater than that of two alone. The mix of elements merged into a roaring chakra energy cannon, a veritable storm of destructive power, hurtling straight towards Shiryu. So you're going all out this time. It does look impressive. Then you'd better experience this power for yourself, Shiryu replied. A crackling surge of energy filled the air as Shiryu's eyes transformed into a pale blue Mangekyo Sharingan, their irises marked by a cross-shaped four-bladed pattern. An unprecedented form never before seen in the history of the Uchiha clan. The chakra cannon that Kakuzu had just fired was instantly absorbed by Shiryu's left eye. How is this possible? His arms and legs were all caught by my earth grudge fear. How could he have been teleported away again? Kakuzu's face betrayed his utter shock. Kakuzu, are you having fun? This is my chakra cannon. Kakuzu stared ahead in disbelief. In front of Shiryu, a devastating triple-elemental composite chakra cannon rapidly took shape. No, it's my chakra cannon now, Shiryu replied. As he spoke, the chakra cannon grew even more powerful, its destructive energy intensifying to a terrifying degree. No way. He absorbed my ninjutsu, and he can amplify it too. This extent afterwards. With such a terrifying chakra cannon, if I took that head-on, even all 10 of my hearts would be obliterated. I need to run. Kakuzu was no fool. He immediately released his earth grudge fear, darting swiftly into the depths of the forest. With so many trees and shadows, it would be easy to hide. That wretched brat. How can he possess such overwhelming, unbelievable power? He doesn't even need to use his hands or feet. Just those eyes. What on earth are those eyes? Sharingan. No, it doesn't look quite the same. And that little brat. He deliberately didn't use this move to counter me at the beginning. He was waiting for my strongest attack just to amplify it and send it back. How devious. When he let himself get caught, he even spouted something about respecting a ninja just to lure me into using a big technique. In all my decades, I've never met someone so crafty. And he's not even 8 years old yet. Feeling he was safe at last, having hidden far enough away, Kakuzu was about to catch his breath, when in the very next instant, something happened that shocked him to his core. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Kakuzu. Shiryu suddenly appeared before him, raising a hand and declaring Takamagura, divine spirit. In the next moment, the chakra cannon in Shiryu's hand shot forth with unstoppable force, tearing straight toward Kakuzu. A thunderous explosion rocked the air, blinding light engulfing everything around. The earth and sky trembled, and the once dense forest was reduced to utter devastation by a single blast. A huge crater yawned in the ground, a testament to the amplified chakra cannon's might. At the rim of the crater, Shiryu strode forward unharmed. Kakuzu truly lives up to his name. Even after taking a direct hit from a 3-element composite chakra cannon, he still has a breath left in him. Kakuzu's body was shattered, all his mass destroyed, and only a single heart was left beating its last. Weakly, Kakuzu managed to speak. Why? Why is it that after running so far, you're still able to catch up with me? Shiryu pointed to the shattered demon mask and said, from the very beginning I had already placed a mark on both the demon and you, but you were so absorbed in the fight that you didn't notice. Even if you had realized it, it wouldn't have mattered, because that mark will stay with you for life. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. From the start, was it when my hand passed through the water formation wall and I struck down your masked beast? You managed to mark me even then, so that's how it is? It seems this was a battle I was destined to lose. Yes, fighting you was merely to experience the thrill of clashing with a strong opponent, and also to confirm my own strength, Shiryu replied calmly. Kakuzu shook his head, unwilling to concede, and forced out his last bit of strength to ask, I still don't understand. If you use such a massive chakra cannon at such close range, wouldn't even you be caught in its blast? As for that, it's the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. One eye absorbs and amplifies ninjutsu before reflecting it back. As for the other, I won't say too much. Just know that time will always be on my side without a doubt. Shiryu at first used the left Mangekyo's Takamagara ability to absorb Kakuzu's composite ninjutsu, storing and amplifying its power. He let Kakuzu retreat at full speed, and once Kakuzu had put some distance between them, Shiryu used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear before him and release the attack. In that very instant, he activated the right Mangekyo's Kenmasubi ability to freeze time, then used the Flying Thunder God technique again to return to his original position, avoiding injury himself. I see now. Who would have thought? I'd be defeated by you, Kakuzu murmured, shaking his head as death crept closer. No, you can't die just yet. Shiryu placed a hand on Kakuzu, drawing out his bloodline power and triggering a surge of chakra within him. Kakuzu's color returned immediately, though his body remained paralyzed. Why? Why spare me chakra if you intend to kill me? Are you trying to humiliate me? I may be a rogue ninja, but I'm still a shinobi. Kakuzu's voice was cold and guarded. Kakuzu, I have a job for you. The pay is so. It's up to you if you're interested. Kakuzu gave a wry smile. It's pointless. Even if you give me chakra, I have no heart left. Death is still coming for me. But I admit, I'm curious about your offer. Let's hear what you're willing to pay. 8 million a day, Shiryu replied evenly. 8 million per day? Kakuzu was once again stunned. The brat standing before him had just killed him, and now he was making such a joke. Are you saying 8 million Rio, or 8 million yen? Kakuzu asked for confirmation once more. Of course I mean 8 million Rio. What? Is that too little for you? I don't know how the underground exchange rates work, but even an S-rank mission in Konoha only pays a little over 1 million Rio, and even for the top-ranked Konoha among the 5 great nations, a Jonin can't take on that many S-rank missions in a month, so? Want to work with me? Shiryu asked as well. No way. How could a kid like you have that much money? And if you did, why would you even bother being a ninja? Kakuzu was deeply skeptical. Being a ninja doesn't conflict with being rich. The reason I have so much money is because in my spare time, I started a business called the Konoha Bank. Now, there are branches all over the village, and lately we've opened a lot in the Land of Fire as well. You must have heard of it, right? Kakuzu, sweating profusely, asked again to confirm Konoha Bank. So it really was you? No wonder you're so wealthy and confident. You're not just rich. You can print money. You're the one who said partners always end up betraying you, and that only money can be trusted. So if I'm the one giving you money, am I your savior, your employer, or your partner? Life or death? Make your choice now. If you become my employee, then I'll have a reason to save you, Shiryu said, his tone calm and unhurried. Kakuzu fell silent for a moment, then looked up and spoke. And if I fail the mission, will you erase me? Shiryu shook his head, encouraging him. Just do your best. I know what you're capable of. But before that, I have a good way to get you out of this. As he finished speaking, Shiryu suddenly hurled a shuriken into the forest. Damn, we've been discovered, came a shout and a commotion from within the trees. So that's it. In Shiryu's eyes, it was clear he had seen something. He quickly brought his hands together and declared ninja art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shiryu could feel the shuriken hit something, and in a blink he vanished and reappeared at the spot where the shuriken had landed. Yet he saw nothing there. I see it now. In the earth. Without hiding his abilities any longer, Shiryu switched straight into Sage mode, his sensory powers amplifying in an instant. In this form, he could tap into natural energy to teleport anywhere within a certain range at will, Flying Thunder God. With a burst, Shiryu instantly arrived above a patch of ground. Sage Art. Limitless Rebirth. Shiryu unleashed the Snake Sage's secret jutsu, an art that in his hands far surpassed anything the original Orochimaru could have achieved. The earth itself became Shiryu's weapon, instantly piercing straight through the white figure hidden beneath the soil. The ground is attacking me, and I can't move through the earth anymore. What is happening? The man looked up in terror, his eyes fixed on Shiryu. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiryu cast an illusion, and in the blink of an eye the man fell into a daze. Shiryu recognized that white figure all too well. It was none other than White Zetsu. At this moment, White Zetsu was serving as a scout created by Uchiha Madara. As for Black Zetsu, Shiryu sensed nothing from him. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Shiryu demanded. Uchiha. Achara. He ordered me to record your battles. White Zetsu replied, his voice vacant like a puppet with its strings pulled. Why would he do that? Shiryu pressed further. Speak. Shiryu's spiritual pressure and the force in his eyes grew ever more intense. He wants to see if you are worthy of becoming his chosen one. White Zetsu confessed obediently. One last question. Are you the original White Zetsu? Or just a clone? I'm a clone. White Zetsu's mind began to crumble under the strain. In that instant, everything became clear to Shiryu. So that's how it is. Madara calculated every step. He posted a bounty at the gold exchange, making it look like the kidnapping of Mizuki, the daughter of a wealthy fire country merchant, was somehow tied to me, luring me step by step into his trap and within White Zetsu's field of observation. Even my battle with Kakuzu was orchestrated, all to make me reveal my full strength for him to see. Madara is clever, but unfortunately his plan has failed. And you, lurking on my body in silence. Did you think keeping quiet would save you? With that, Shiryu instantly channeled more sage chakra. The white Zetsus clinging secretly to him began to transform. Some turning into snakes, others showing signs of petrifying into stone. You can't die just yet. You'll serve as nourishment. He dragged the captured white Zetsus over to Kakuzu's side. What's this? Kakuzu immediately noticed something unusual about the Zetsus. These are Madara's eyes and ears. Our fight was a scheme. He wanted to use you to test my power, but he had no idea I'd already reached this level. Shiryu explained, and Kakuzu finally understood. These creatures were created using the life force of the demonic statue of the outer path and cells from Hashirama. Kakuzu, you should be able to harvest a heart from them. The fact that they even have hearts is astounding. They must be humans caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Shiryu mused thoughtfully. I suppose I'll absorb some as well. After absorbing the power from these white Zetsu's bloodlines, Shiryu immediately felt a surge of unfamiliar energy coursing through his body. He understood at once that this unusual sensation came from the bloodline of the Senju clan and the demonic statue of the outer path. In other words, the bloodline of the Ten Tails, it seems. This is quite the unexpected gain. Shiryu thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The system should be awakening soon. I wonder if my eyes can continue to evolve. How is it, Kakuzu? Can this stuff bring you back to life? Shiryu asked. It can. If these really are Hashirama cells, not only will I survive, but my strength will even increase a bit. Kakuzu nodded, his eyes gleaming. Without hesitation, he performed his secret technique, Heart Stealer, finishing off those ghastly half-human, half-specter creatures. Afterward, Kakuzu's complexion visibly improved. So you're agreeing to the deal? Shiryu pressed, seeking confirmation. 8 million. Starting from today. No delays. Kakuzu replied, looking every bit the money grubber. Don't worry. Here's a check for 80 million. Take it first. Shiryu grandly produced a check from the Konoha Bank and handed it over. Kakuzu's eyes lit up with greed. With that, Shiryu had officially brought Kakuzu under his command. Damn. I overlooked something. Shiryu suddenly exclaimed, taken aback. What is it, boss? Kakuzu immediately changed his address for Shiryu, having caught the scent of money in the air. With that guy's personality, just to make me lose all hope in this world, he'll probably target Sui Saming and that blue-haired girl. I got to get to them quickly. Kakuzu head in that direction. I can cover the distance faster alone with my flying thunder god. Transforming into sage mode, Shiryu rapidly teleported again and again with flying thunder god, closing the gap at breakneck speed toward the edge of his sensory range from Ming and Sui-sen. I'm almost there. Hurry. Shiryu urged himself anxiously, though even the flying thunder god couldn't bridge such a long distance in a single leap. Meanwhile, Ming was fiercely defending Sui-sen and the blue-haired woman, locked in a desperate battle. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. At that moment, Ming had removed his mask and exhaled a swirling, scalding acid mist from his mouth. Those rogue ninja from the bounty station who came into contact with the acidic haze were instantly corroded. Ah, it burns. Stay away from the fog. That's a Kekii Genkai. The mist's bloodline limit. Use Earth Release to block it off. Earth Release. Earth Flow Core. The bounty-hunting rogues quickly caused the ground beneath the three to collapse, sinking them into a pit. Then they hurled shuriken and kunai down into the hole, aiming to finish them off. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ming was already running low on chakra. She launched a Water Dragon Bullet, scattering a wave of shuriken and kunai, but one slipped through. A kunai grazed the headband on her forehead, and her long, chestnut curls tumbled loose. Ming, I never expected. It was you. The blue-haired woman gasped, utterly shocked. So it was a girl all along? No wonder, Shui-Sien murmured, falling silent for a moment. At this point, there's no need to keep hiding. Ming spoke softly, almost resigned. If only he were here. Ming's thoughts drifted to someone who not long ago had called themselves part of her squad. He had found the missing Shui-Sien and Een, and was now fighting their strongest enemy. Yet here, she was... I can't believe that, right now. I actually wish he was here. No, I can't give up. We're teammates. I promise to carry out this mission, no matter what. I'm going to become a Mizuki who will change the fate of the Hidden Mist. I have to pull myself together and show him my mission. I will see it through no matter what. After the depths of despair, Ming found her resolve once more. Shuixian, I hope I can buy you some time. I will protect you with my life, Ming declared, her voice unwavering. It was clear the rogue ninja had lost all patience. Are you finished with your last words? You can all die together. Earth-style, jutsu of mountain roots. The enemy was clearly well-versed in earth techniques. The ground trembled, dragging Ming and the others down. And then they unleashed the mountain roots jutsu, ready to crush all three beneath the earth. We go together, Ming cried, grabbing Shuixian and Yin and leaping upward, but with her hands occupied, she couldn't form hand seals. She fell silent, realizing her helplessness. At least I tried. Ming had done all she could. Shuixian and Yin closed their eyes, surrendering to fate. Is this the end for us? Just then, with a swift, slicing sound, a man's figure appeared before Ming and the others. Ming, thank you. You kept your promise. Now leave the rest to me. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Shiyu whisked all three of them away to safety. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shiyu immediately split off a clone. Go. Make sure those rogues never get up again. He commanded. Understood. The Shadow Clone dashed toward the enemy without hesitation. Ming, so you're a girl. That explains why you always sounded that way from the start. Shiyu said, half teasing. What do you mean that way? Ming glanced at Shiyu, leaving him at a loss for words. Shiyu, you really made it. What about the bad guy? Shuixian asked, hopeful. Don't worry. That villain won't be causing trouble anymore, Shiyu replied, turning to watch the Shadow Clones battle. Shiyu, though he still couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique with the Shadow Clones like the second Hokage, was already more than enough for this group of rogue ninja, with just his body flicker technique and his unique swordsmanship. In close combat, his taijutsu was extremely efficient, conserving chakra. As a result, even his shadow clones began a one-sided massacre. Even when faced with enemy ninjutsu, the clones could simply use the body flicker to slip away in an instant. This can't be happening. Just one shadow clone is enough to. Our strength is nothing to scoff at, and yet a single kid's arrival has turned the tide so dramatically, the rogue ninja simply couldn't comprehend it. All right, let's finish this, Shiyu said, unwilling to waste any more time on these opponents. His shadow clone became slightly more serious, and in the blink of an eye, every enemy in sight was dispatched. So strong. Even a shadow clone is this powerful. There's something about him that just makes people want to rely on him, isn't there? Ming glanced at the other two, then looked at Shiyu. Choosing the perfect moment, she spoke up. Shiyu, I'm sorry for keeping you in the dark for so long, Ming said, her voice tinged with guilt. It's all right. I trust you have your reasons. When you're ready for me to know, you'll tell me, Shiyu replied. Unconcerned, he had long since realized Ming was a girl, but never called her out on it. Yes, with your analytical skills, it's only natural that you deduce my real gender, Ming said matter-of-factly. It doesn't have much to do with analysis. But never mind, let's not dwell on this. We should keep moving. Keep moving. Does that mean we're about to part ways? Ming sounded a bit downcast. Yes, if you're heading to Kirigakure, we'll need to take separate routes. I'll go northeast, while you two should head southwest, Shiyu replied, knowing that. Farewells, when due could not be avoided. Yin and Ming nodded to each other. The blue-haired girl Yin spoke up. Shiyu? Yes? Shiyu nodded. Is there something you want to ask? If you hadn't saved me, I'd probably be dead by now. Thank you. We'll get going now. With that, Ming and Yin turned to leave. As they departed, Ming looked back and called out, Don't forget my name. I'm Meitarumi. Remember to marry me in the future. With those words, Ming and Yin quickly vanished into the depths of the forest. Meitarumi. Marry her. She was left at a loss for words. The future Mizuki, making her exit, had tossed such a remark his way. What a headache this is. Shiyu could already sense trouble brewing in the future. The other person's name included the character Mei, and Shiyu had also noticed that she was a woman who possessed a powerful Kekkei Genkai. It was clear she had to be Meitarumi. As for that one called Yin, I have no idea what her background is, Shiyu remarked in a calm tone. Yin is the daughter of the daimyo of the land of water. Suisun suddenly spoke up, startling Shiyu. Suisun, did you say she's the daimyo's daughter? Shiyu was a little surprised. Yes, when the daimyo engaged in certain private affairs, I had occasion to meet Yin, though we're never close, Suisun explained. In that case, it all makes sense now. Shiyu nodded thoughtfully. And just then Kakuzu finally caught up behind them. Boss, your flying thunder god technique must have long surpassed Tobarama's. I can't keep up with you at all. Kakuzu panted, struggling for breath. This man is dangerous. Suisun cried out in alarm. Don't worry, he's my subordinate now. The trouble before was just a trap set by someone else to lure me in. In the end, it was me who got you involved, Suisun Shiyu explained gently, offering comfort as he spoke. Unconsciously, he reached out and hugged the visibly shaken Suisun. All right, I understand now. Suisun's cheeks turned slightly red, but then she asked, he's a rogue ninja. There's no way he could enter the land of fire, much less get into Konoha. Shiyu, what do you plan to do? Shiyu smiled. Don't worry, I have my ways. For now, my priority is to get you home safely. Okay, Suisun replied with a nod. What followed was a long journey on the road. There were no enemies along the way, and Shiyu frequently used the flying thunder god technique to bring Suisun ahead, arriving at one destination after another in an instant. They traveled from cascading waterfalls to deep forests, and from forests to vast open plains. To keep the journey from becoming dull, Shiyu would fling a flying thunder god kunai into the air, and then teleport himself and Suisun after it. As they plummeted earthward, he'd wait until the last heart-stopping moment before teleporting safely to the ground again. It was like the earliest version of a drop tower ride. During this adventure, Suisun experienced a joy she'd never known before. As the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the land of fire, she had never tasted such excitement. Her entire life had revolved around business and more business. Watching Shiyu, Suisun found herself developing a strange sense of safety and trust in him. Before long, the two finally reached their journey's end. The daimyo's grand city in the land of fire, Hyuga, having received Shiyu's message in advance, was waiting at the outer gate of the daimyo city for his daughter and her savior. This time, Hyuga was not dressed as an old retainer, but wore the splendid attire of a noble. Even so, his face was strikingly pale, and the moment he caught sight of Suisun and Shiyu, tears rolled down his cheeks without restraint. Perhaps being a ninja has always meant helping others from the very beginning. Maybe that was the true intention of the Sage of Six Paths when he founded the way of the ninja, not for us to use ninjutsu to fight against one another. Watching this reunion, Shiyu couldn't help but feel moved. They really managed to bring Suisun back safely. I can't thank you enough. Amamiya Ha was overjoyed and at once arranged a welcoming feast for his daughter and Shiyu, inviting Shiyu to stay at his residence. After a sumptuous meal with fine wine and delicious dishes, Ha seized a moment when Suisun was away and spoke privately. Mr. Shiyu, you're not married yet, are you? What do you think of my daughter Suisun? I've long said that if someone could bring her home safely, I would give that person the Amamiya family's fortune, and he would become my ideal son-in-law. Having been through much in life, I can tell you care about Suisun, so why not give up being a ninja? Come here, join our family. I hear you have some business ventures as well, so you must have a knack for commerce. Ha urged him earnestly. Mr. Haim. Not just any ordinary ninja, Shiyu replied with a half-joking smile. I happen to be the last disciple of the third Hokage. If I were to give up being a ninja, it would be quite a blow to both the Hidden Leaf and the Land of Fire. Many people might blame you for persuading me. Is that so? Well, it doesn't really matter. If you want to be a ninja, that's fine. You could be a ninja, you could do business, whatever you like. So long as you take good care of my only daughter. That's my greatest wish. Ha's expression grew complicated as he spoke. Shiyu politely declined again, saying, parents everywhere have the same loving heart. I know you're thinking about your daughter's future, but I'm not even 10 yet, and Miss Suisun is also still quite young. Age isn't the issue. What matters is finding someone to carry on the family line, Ha insisted, though his voice betrayed a trace of helplessness. For a fleeting moment, a shadow of sadness seemed to cross Amamiya Ha's face. Shiyu, ever perceptive, noticed it right away. Why does it feel like he's entrusting his child to me for the future? Shiyu wondered, puzzled by the sense of foreboding. Could it be? The thought flashed through Shiyu's mind, and his eyes glimmered with the pale blue of the Sharingan. With his heightened vision, he could see clearly. The force of Ha's heartbeat was already weaker than that of a healthy man, and the flow of chakra through his body was badly obstructed. It was apparent. Amamiya Ha didn't have much time left. Strange. Before I left with Meitorumi, Ha was nowhere near this frail. How did it get so bad so quickly? Shiyu narrowed his gaze, using his keen eye for detail to examine Ha more closely. Sure enough, he discovered traces of a bluish-purple substance within Ha's body, a bluish-purple substance. Poison? Someone has poisoned him. Shiyu was shocked by this revelation. Amamiya is known as the foremost among the 3 great tycoons of the Land of Fire. He holds a noble title and serves as an important official in the country. Yet even he has been poisoned? Mr. Yi, please tell me honestly, what happened after I left this place? Shiyu asked, getting straight to the point. Amamiya was clearly taken aback. You noticed? I'm terribly sorry. After you left, nothing unusual happened, but I felt weaker with each passing day. Maybe it was their doing, or maybe I'm just overthinking things. He patted his own head as he spoke. Shiyu shook his head and immediately stepped forward. I don't know who you mean by that, but I'm certain this was their doing. You've been poisoned, Mr. Amamiya. Without delay, Shiyu pressed on, since you've always managed the family business. And now your daughter's been kidnapped. It stands to reason that if someone were to eliminate you, they could seize your family's wealth. Think carefully. Who among your rivals might be behind this? Amamiya replied without hesitation. Could it be them? The Nakajima clan? Nakajima, that rings a bell. Shiyu recalled that back when he first became a ninja, Xiaoxing worked for Sui-san. And there was a privileged young man named Nakajima who bullied Xiaoxing. He had tried to pursue Sui-san, but as Xiaoxing later revealed, his true aim was to take over the Amamiya family's fortune. You know of Nakajima? Let me explain briefly. Amamiya continued. Among the 3 great merchants of the Land of Fire, one is the Amamiya family. Another is Nakajima. We each have our own enterprises, and they're always at odds with us. If anyone would stoop to poisoning me, it could only be the Nakajima family. Suddenly, Amamiya began to cough violently, blood staining his lips, a clear sign that the poison had been lingering for some time. Father, it was at this moment that Sui-san burst onto the scene and witnessed the episode. What's wrong? Tears brimmed in Sui-san's eyes. Don't worry. Let me take a look. Let me see if I can help him, Shiyu said, placing his hand on Amamiya in an attempt to use his power to unlock latent potential and expel the poison. However, Amamiya barely had any chakra left, and Shiyu quickly realized this was no ordinary toxin. How could the hidden leaf have someone so skilled in poisons? Shiyu murmured with a shake of his head. He himself was immune to poisons. Thanks to the power of Ryakudo's sage energy, his mighty bloodline, and techniques like the 8 Dragons Rebirth, no matter how complex or deadly, any poison would be instantly neutralized within him. But curing poison in others was a different matter. Entirely. With another shake of his head, Shiyu said, I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do. Of all the shinobi in the world, only 2 might be able to cure Mr. Ye's poison. I can only suppress it for now. 2 people. Who are they? Sui-san asked desperately, her anxiety written all over her face. One is Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary sannin of Konoha. The other is Chiyo, the Sand Village's master puppeteer and expert in poisons, Shiyu speculated. I suspect this poison was concocted by Chiyo herself. The fact that I've managed to suppress it for this long is already quite an achievement. At once, Sui-san dropped to her knees and pleaded, Shiyu, please, I beg you, save my father. I will please stand up first. Shiyu gently helped the distraught Sui-san back to her feet, and then turned to Yi. Chiyo is far away in the Sand Village, and Tsunade's whereabouts are unknown. At best, I can suppress the effects of the poison for a few more months. I'll do everything I can to find Tsunade. Why don't father and you go together? Shiyu, that way, once you find Lady Tsunade, she can treat him right away, Sui-san suggested. That won't do. Shiyu shook her head. Once I suppress the poison, Mr. Ye's body can't withstand travel, and if he were to leave, the Nakajima family would surely become suspicious. They might even seize the opportunity to take over the Amamiya family's business. If Mr. Yi pretends to be seriously ill and stays secluded indoors, the enemy will likely halt their actions and watch you more cautiously. Let's do as I say, Mr. Yi. Only this way can we win, Mr. Yi. Your tea is here, a voice called out. Just as Shiyu and Amamiya were deep in discussion, a servant knocked and entered carrying a cup of steaming medicinal tea in his hands, delivering the tea at this very moment. Is it just coincidence? A flicker of doubt crossed Shiyu's mind. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Fu, Amamiya, Yi said as he took the cup from the servant, setting it down before him. Shiyu quietly used his own sensing abilities, but detected nothing unusual about the tea. It's true. These are all herbs beneficial to the body, he said. Still out of caution, Shiyu stopped Amamiya from drinking. Is something wrong? Amamiya, Yi, and Suisun both look confused. Is there something wrong with the tea? I'm not sure yet, but if you don't mind, I'd like to try it myself, Shiyu said politely, lifting the cup of hot tea. Amama, ain't no fool, realized Shiyu was wary of Uncle Fu. I'll just fetch another cup, Uncle Fu offered, turning to leave, but was quickly blocked by Suisun. No need, Uncle Fu, once I drink this tea, I'll have a pretty good idea who the poisoner is, Shiyu said with a faint smile, and downed the tea in one gulp. Poison? Uncle Fu shook his head, bewildered. Other than a slight flush of warmth, Shiyu felt no ill effects. No, the tea's clean, he finally concluded, though something about the situation still didn't sit right with him. A false alarm. Only then did Amamiya completely confirm that the steward, Uncle Fu, who took care of him every day, had not poisoned him. Sorry, Uncle Fu. We all suspected you, said Narcissus, quickly trying to make amends and regain his trust. But Uncle Fu simply shook his head, showing that he didn't mind. If anyone had really tried to poison you, I would have risked my life to stop them, Uncle Fu declared, brimming with righteous indignation. Uncle Fu, I'm sorry about this, Shiyu said with a gentle smile, patting him on the shoulder in apology, since it was all a misunderstanding. Let's continue with our original plan. Shiyu's method to help Amamiya was straightforward. He used his fully transformed sage chakra to suppress the toxins in Ha's body, ensuring that at least for the next week, Amamiya would be safe. Once everything was settled, Shiyu bid farewell to Amamiya and Amamiya Narcissus, leaving behind a shadow clone before stepping out of the Amamiya estate himself. As he exited the Amamiya residence, a gust of wind greeted him, carrying with it the scent of the rare trees that filled Daimo City. For some reason, Shiyu felt his heart tighten, a sudden wave of pain washing over him. Why? Why is this happening to me? I didn't even realize I've been poisoned. Who could have done this? Shiyu was genuinely shocked. No one had come near him, and with his level of vigilance, there was no way anyone could have slipped poison him unnoticed. But Shiyu's mind was sharp. Within moments, he pieced it all together. So that's it. It's the scent. Daimo City is filled with rare trees and flowers. The molecules from these plants drift through the air, and everyone who enters the city breathes them in. The scent itself is harmless, but the herbal tea Amamiya drank should have been safe as well. The trick is if you inhale this scent and then drink that specific tea, a toxin forms in your body. I don't know the exact components, but that's how it works. If the poisoning goes on for long, it'll be fatal. Though Shiyu had been poisoned, he had nature energy on his side. With ease, he neutralized the toxins. Sensing that the situation had changed, Shiyu didn't hesitate. He instantly teleported back to the Amamiya estate. Upon arrival, he saw Amamiya Narcissus standing with her back to the main gate. Yet, he couldn't sense his shadow clone at all. Narcissus. What's going on? Where's my shadow clone? Shiyu asked anxiously. He couldn't sense the clone or receive any information from it, which meant it hadn't been dispelled, but had instead been hidden somewhere. What about Mr. Ha? Uncle Fu is the real culprit. You must be careful, Shiyu also shouted out, but in the very next instant he realized he couldn't sense the flying thunder god mark on the Narcissus in front of him at all. Narcissus spun around abruptly, her face bloodless and expressionless, with a mechanical click. Narcissus opened her mouth, and sharp spikes suddenly shot aggressively toward Shiyu. A puppet, Shiyu reacted in a flash, executing a nimble flip to put some distance between himself and the puppet. A sinister laugh echoed out as Uncle Fu emerged from the shadows, a sly grin on his face, chakra threads running from his fingers and controlling the puppet that wore Narcissus's form. So you're using a mixed poison? What's your connection to Chiyo? And where have you hidden Narcissus and Yizo? Shiyu narrowed his eyes, questioning Uncle Fu. His searching gaze had found no sign of the two or their shadow clones. You've managed to figure out quite a bit. Looks like not all Konoha shinobi are fools after all. But what can you do now? You've already been poisoned, haven't you? And I should mention, it's 3 against 1 here. Uncle Fu wiggled his fingers, and with a sickening crack, both Yugamiya Yi and Narcissus were instantly split open from within by the puppets controlling their bodies. They were now entirely puppets. One had the camouflaged, sinuous body of a chameleon. The other sported razor-sharp claws reminiscent of a wild beast. My plan was to seize this fool's fortune without shedding blood, but it seems violence is unavoidable after all. So be it, kid, remember my name. I'm Shada. My puppet techniques descend directly from the second Kazekage school, not to be compared with that old hag Chiyo's so-called secret arts. Today I'll show you the true yellow secret art of Shada, Veiled Lizard. Wind Wolf. Shada controlled a puppet in each hand, radiating an intimidating presence. Shyu, however, shook his head slightly and said, "Funny. I always heard that a puppet master's strength is measured by how many puppets they can control at once. Chiyo can command 10, and here you are barely managing 2. His words struck a nerve, and Shada's eyes flashed with anger. "Nonsense! Let me show you my power!" With both hands, Shada began a dance of deadly precision, the chakra threads guiding the puppet known as Wind Wolf, its blades whirling swiftly as it lunged at Shyu. Each blade crackling with wind nature chakra. These moves. They're not unlike Danzo's techniques, Shyu thought, narrowing his eyes as he drew his meteor blade from his back. A cold clarity swept through him, sharpening his focus. He chose the meteor blade because it was best suited for a head-on clash. My first time facing a puppet master, and it turns out to be someone from the second Kazakage's line. This is going to be interesting. You talk big. Wind Wolf, attack. Shada urged the Wind Wolf to launch an even fiercer assault on Shyu. Meanwhile, the veiled chameleon would every so often dart out its long, sharp tongue in a sudden sneak attack. Against Shyu, a series of metallic clashes rang out as Shyu parried every swipe of the Wind Wolf's claws. With a swift somersault, he dodged aside, only for the chameleon to strike in a sudden ambush. Instantly, Shyu swung his meteor blade, knocking the creature aside with a single powerful blow. Under my command, my puppets have limitless stamina. What about you? How long do you think you can last? Shada boasted. Confident he could simply outlast Shyu. What a fool, Shyu muttered, shaking his head. Since this was his first time facing a puppet master, he took the opportunity to closely observe Shada's methods, though his patience only seemed to fuel Shada's arrogance. If you're so full of yourself, then before I finish you off in an instant, let me show you just how vast the gulf is between us. With that, Shyu charged straight at the Wind Wolf. Is that so? Then prepare to die, Shada commanded, sending the Wind Wolf at Shyu once more, its wind-infused claws ready to slice through anything in their path. In your dreams, Shyu retorted, dance of the meteor rain. He treated the Wind Wolf like a whetstone, using its attacks to sharpen his own skills with an almost otherworldly agility. Shyu slipped past the chameleon's lunge, then unleashed a flurry of slashes at the Wind Wolf, his movements as graceful as a dancer's. The dance of the meteor rain truly resembled a dance, each strike elegant and precise. Yet when facing an enemy, it became a whirlwind of attacks from every possible angle, leaving no blind spot. Shyu didn't hold back while cutting down the Wind Wolf. He even seemed to halt time itself. With a final flourish, Shyu retreated, gracefully to a distance, sheathing his blade. It was as if he hadn't even moved at all. Shada, however, immediately realized something was wrong. He could no longer control the Wind Wolf. What's happening? Impossible. Why? Shada was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to attack, his prize puppet suddenly stopped responding. Give it up. Looks like it's 2 against 1 now. Actually, not even that. You hardly count. Since a puppet master without his puppets is as good as finished, Shyu teased. There must be some mistake, Shada cried out. In frustration, with a sharp snap, Shada's chakra threads broke apart. What? Shada could only watch in horror as the Wind Wolf collapsed to the ground with a crash, falling apart like a pile of useless scrap. How can this be? You didn't even move, Shada protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Then taste the chameleon's infinite constricting art. Without hesitation, the chameleon opened its belly, sending forth a swarm of razor-sharp, tentacle-like appendages surging toward Shyu. 2 puppets, one for close combat, and the other for range support. Is that it? Shyu spun around in a flash, and in that instant his hair exploded outward, swelling to an absurd volume that filled the entire room. With a rush, the chameleon lashed out, striking at Shiyu's hair with its tentacles. But all that could be heard was a sharp snap. The pointed tendrils from the chameleon's belly broke off cleanly, one after another. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This is impossible. It's outrageous. Shada's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shook his head as if he couldn't accept what he was seeing. Time to run. Luckily, I've kept a trick up my sleeve. If that's how it is, then you can die here with him. Explode. A deafening boom echoed as the 2 puppets' bodies detonated, setting off a massive explosion that engulfed the entire Amamiya residence. Shada burst into wild laughter. The chameleon and the Wind Wolf were clearly rigged with explosive tags. Yet Shiyu's sage art, Wild Lion's mane, had already transformed into several colossal, terrifying white-boned serpent heads. The Wild Lion's mane of bone serpents formed Shiyu's first layer of defense, the needles of Jizo his second, the white dragon scale armor his third, and his own formidable physique was the fourth. The Amamiya estate was consumed in the blast, but not a single strand of Shiyu's hair was lost. This guy really lives up to the title of Puppet Master. Weren't you supposed to take me on 3 against 1? What a letdown. Seems you never learned the second Kazekage skills after all, just another fraud. In that case, I'll finish you with a single move. A single Rasengan will be enough. Shiyu gathered a Rasengan in his palm and vanished in an instant. Not far away, Shada was still congratulating himself, laughing with glee. So what if you destroyed my puppets? I can make as many of those as I want, blowing that brat to bits. That's what matters. Ha! You just wait, kid. With a sudden whoosh, Shiyu reappeared, descending from above. The Rasengan in his hand slammed down hard onto Shada. No, this can't be. Shada couldn't believe it. Shiyu had survived, and even more shocking, he'd been saving such a powerful move. Shada collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life, coughing up blood again and again. Shada, didn't I already warn you in advance? Sorry, but I meant it this time. Shiyu repeated the words he'd said before. Shada's eyes went wide with realization. How is this possible? When I disguised myself as Old Fu, you already suspected it was me. You hid yourself well. I was fooled too, but even back then I'd already marked you with the Flying Thunder God seal when Shiyu apologized to Old Fu. He had patted him on the back, leaving the seal on him all along. Flying Thunder God. What's that? Sada seemed unfamiliar with Shiyu's technique. It's complicated to explain, and I don't need to waste words on you. The point is, you've lost now. Look into my eyes. Without another word, Shiyu fixed his gaze on Sada and unleashed a powerful illusion. Sada offered no resistance at all, falling immediately under Shiyu's spell. So weak. Looks like when you encounter a puppet master on the battlefield, the most effective way is either to crush them with overwhelming force or defeat them outright with Jinjutsu. Shiyu's opinion of Sada dropped even further. Where did you hide them? Shiyu demanded. The Nakajima family, Sada replied mechanically. What happened to my shadow clones? Shiyu pressed on. By rights, his shadow clones should possess the same skills and strength as himself. They ought to have wiped out the enemy. Your clones were ambushed by me. After binding them with my puppet technique, I reverse summoned them to another dimension, Sada answered, his voice empty. So that's how it is. Damn, how despicable. Shiyu can imagine how frustrated his clones must have felt. That poison blend. Do you have an antidote? Shiyu interrogated further. No. I only focused on creating the poison. Sada mumbled. I knew you'd say that. Tell me the Nakajima family. Where are they? West side of the city. Nakajima family. Good. Now, just quietly go to your death. With that, Shiyu teleported straight out of the Amamiya estate. As for Sada, he had lost too much blood. Death was inevitable. Meanwhile, the Konoha Ninja Station in Daimyo City were already rushing toward the Amamiya residence. But the aftermath was no longer Shiyu's concern. West side of the city, is it? Shiyu immediately began a series of rapid teleports toward the outer western district. Before long, he sensed the Flying Thunder God seal he had placed on Suasen. Teleport. With a soft whoo, Shiyu appeared right in front of Suasen. Shiyu. Suasen's eyes lit up with hope as she saw him. She had lost count of the times Shiyu had rescued her. Mr. Shiyu, why are you here? Run. You're no match for them. There are too many of them. Amamiya also called out, standing her ground. Who's? This little brat? Come to die, have you? Get him! The head of the Nakajima family, whose bloated body made him look like a pig, barked the order. His subordinates, all useless hangers-on, drew their weapons and charged at Shiyu like a pack of thugs. You dogs, get out of my way! Shiyu's eyes transformed into pale blue Mangekyo Sharingan as he unleashed a wide-range, devastating Jinjutsu. Anyone who met his gaze instantly suffered a mental collapse, falling to their knees and bewildered. Submission! What's wrong with you all? The Nakajima head cried out in shock. Mr. Nakajima, he's a ninja. They've fallen under his Jinjutsu. One of the men, trembling with fear, cried out, Where's that guy Shada? Where is he when we need him most? The head of the Nakajima family followed up, shouting, Anyone still standing? Keep fighting. We got the numbers. We'll wear him down. Just then another wave of Nakajima's henchmen rushed in from outside. There were many of them, but they were nothing more than petty thugs. With a single swift motion, Shiyu hurled a shuriken that pierced straight through a man's skull, stopping the mob in their tracks. Their courage vanishing in an instant, Shiyu immediately untied Suisun and Yesum, his expression cold as steel. This man has been secretly colluding with the puppet masters of the sand. He's a disgrace to the land of fire. Today he dies. I will wash the Nakajima family in blood. With a ringing sound, Shiyu drew the dragon Fong blade. In the dim yellow light, the blade gleamed with a chilling brightness. My blade spills no blood as it kills. Only after my enemies fall does their blood rain down, drenching the earth. You'd best step back while you still can, Shiyu warned them. It was the first time Suisun had seen Shiyu like this. Against these small-time thugs, Shiyu would dispatch them even faster with the speed of the Dragon Fong blade. He's just one man. You're doomed. There's no escape for you. All of you attack. Kill those 3, and I'll pay you 1,000,000 ryo. The Nakajima head tried to rally his men, raising the bounty in a desperate bid to ignite their greed, now consumed by desire. The thugs forgot their fear of death. Dance of the Blood Rain, Shiyu plunged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, unleashing a crimson ballet. Sometimes he leapt over their bodies, other times he passed straight through them. The only constant was the shining Dragon Fong blade in his hand. Though the blade gleamed bright, in this moment it was like the scythe of death itself, reaping lives one after another, blood sprayed with each strike. Before it could even hit the ground, new fountains were sent flying. When the dance ended, Shiyu slid the Dragon Fong blade back into its scabbard. Wet guttural splatters echoed through the hall. At that instant, nearly all of Nakajima's minions erupted in geysers of blood, collapsing where they stood. It was as if a crimson rainstorm had swept through the Nakajima home. Everyone was drenched in scarlet. A ghost? Are you a demon? Could you be some kind of spirit? What? What are you? The Nakajima head stared at Shiyu in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the cold, terrifying being before him. You're all wrong. I am an erasure. Now die. Shiyu drew and sheathed the Dragon Fong blade once more before turning away, never glancing back at Nakajima. The head of the Nakajima family tried to speak, but found he no longer could. Why can I see my own body in my head? Nakajima's consciousness faded, and in the next instant Shiyu beheaded him. Is this the effect of the Otsutsuki bloodline? Killing these people? I don't feel the slightest discomfort at all. Shiyu didn't dwell on these thoughts for long. He simply walked out of the Nakajima residence. Shiyu, are you all right? Suisun looked at Shiyu, whose clothes were spotless and couldn't hide her astonishment. What about those people? Did they let you go? Amamiya asked. Shiyu waved his hand with a smile and said the Nakajima clan no longer exists. The Konoha ninja will handle the aftermath. As for the daimyo's side, Mr. Amamiya, I'll leave that explanation to you. Shiyu arranged everything in an orderly fashion. Following Suisun's gaze, Amamiya glanced over and gave a faint smile. Soon after, the 3 of them walked together through the daimyo's city as dusk began to fall. Amamiya was somewhat moved. I'm sorry, Shiyu, about what happened before. I was too narrow-minded. It's clear now that when it comes to being a ninja, your talent is no less than your skills in business. He smiled apologetically. What are you talking about, father? What do you mean? Suisun was completely lost. It's nothing. Amamiya shook his head awkwardly. It's all right. I'm not bad at business either, if possible. We could have deeper cooperation in the future. In my view, being a merchant and being a ninja are essentially the same, Shiyu explained. Oh, and why do you say they're the same? Before this, Amamiya had always believed that ninjas and merchants were worlds apart, but now he was genuinely curious about Shiyu's answer. To become a ninja, you grow stronger, so you have the power to protect more people. To become a merchant, you grow wealthier, so you have the means to help more people. Shiyu spoke with a rare seriousness. It wasn't that Shiyu was some kind of saint, eager to save the world, but in the world of shinobi, power and compassion are both essential. With great power but without love, you lose your true self and end up like Madara or Kaguya, doomed to fail. But if you only have love with no power, you end up helpless, unable even to control your own fate, let alone change the world around you. Sooner or later, you'd be swept away by this world. I see. My vision was too narrow. As a seasoned merchant, Amamiya immediately saw the ambition in Shiyu's words. This young man, he has no intention of lying low in Konoha. His sights are set on the entire ninja world. His future is limitless. Looking at Suisun and Shiyu, Amamiya added Suisun. I'm sorry, Suisun was completely bewildered. She looked at Shiyu, then suddenly understood. Is it because of Shiyu? Has he changed father's mind? Even the stubborn father has changed his mind. Shiyu, my view was too narrow. I was always determined to groom you as my successor, yet I never considered that you have your own future to pursue. I'll have to trouble you, Shiyu. The poison in me isn't fatal for now, so take Sui-san with you. The two of you should go find Lady Tsunade together. Yi suggested as well. Sui-san's eyes lit up as she replied, Shiyu, you won't mind if I slow you down, will you? Shiyu was about to refuse, but seeing Sui-san's excitement, he felt a little embarrassed and he agreed to let Sui-san travel with him. All right, pack your things. We'll leave immediately. Your mother's poisoning can't be delayed any longer. I'll wait for you outside Daimyo City. Shiyu was the first to reach the city outskirts. Their Kakuzu was already waiting for him. Boss, what are your orders? Kakuzu asked. Summoning jutsu. Shiyu cast a technique, and with a flash a snake appeared. This is my messenger snake. It'll keep you updated on your tasks for now. Your mission is to protect Ameya secretly. Don't let any enemy harm him. Wait for me to return with Lady Tsunade. Understood, Kakuzu nodded. With the right incentive, even ghosts will do your bidding, let alone someone as obsessed with money as Kakuzu. Before long, Sui-san caught up with Shiyu. Without hesitation, Shiyu scooped her up, and the two vanished from where they stood. Shiyu, of course, was using the body flicker technique to move at high speed. Finding one of the legendary Sanins, Tsunade, would not be easy. At present, Tsunade was likely still suffering from her fear of blood, haunted by the loss of both her brother and her lover. She probably drowned her sorrows in gambling and drink, trying to numb the pain. That means our search should focus on taverns and gambling houses. Shiyu deduced, mapping out all the likely places she might appear. South of the Valley of the End, there was a famous street called Tenzaku Street. It was bustling with life, its center lined with hot spring inns, bathhouses, gambling dens, and lively izakayas. A highlight among the Fire Country's most renowned streets, Shiyu and Sui-san had already arrived. Where should we start, Shiyu? Sui-san asked. My instinct is usually spot on. I think we should try the casino first. Who knows? With a bit of luck, we might bump into Tsunade right away, Shiyu replied. He realized that his intuition was just as sharp as Kakashi's, though in Kakashi's case it usually meant trouble. But didn't you say we were going to the casino? Why are we a restaurant? Sui-san asked, puzzled. Shiyu reserved a small private room and explained, Sui-san, a casino isn't a place for kids like you. You're a kid too, and I'm even older than you. Sui-san protested, unwilling to back down. But I know the transformation jutsu. With a puff, Shiyu transformed into the spitting image of Orochimaru. Is that Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? Why would you want to become him? Sui-san was just as puzzled, unable to understand the reasoning. If I look like this, at the very least, Tsunade is sure to take notice, Shiyu replied. He had fought Orochimaru before, copied his jutsu, and even inherited the Ryuchi Cave sage arts. With his acting skills, he believed he could easily fool Tsunade. You're that sure Lady Tsunade is in a gambling house? Sui-san pressed further. I trust my instincts, Shiyu answered, relying once again on his intuition. With that, Shiyu, in the guise of Orochimaru, began making his way through one gambling house after another. Every time he swept the room with his eyes, hoping to spot someone who resembled Tsunade. But luck wasn't on his side. There was no sign of her anywhere. Left with no other choice, Shiyu decided to spend a hefty sum to buy information. Tell me, who's the biggest sucker in this gambling house? He asked. The gamblers answered in unison. It's that woman with the twin ponytails. And the word gamble on her back. She lost several million Ryo in a single round. Yeah, that one. She's got a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. If anyone fits the bill of a big spender, it's her. Another chimed in. Hearing this, Shiyu knew for certain it was Tsunade. Without hesitation, he pulled out several million Ryo and asked, who knows where she is now? This million Ryo is yours if you can tell me. A million Ryo, enough to pay for an S-rank mission in Konoha, was no small amount. A clear display of Shiyu's immense wealth. I know. She should be at the largest gambling house on the far east side. A burly man called out. Shiyu tossed him a million Ryo, and at the same time scattered handfuls of silver coins across the room, sending the gamblers scrambling in a wild rush for money. With the information in hand, Shiyu slipped away, heading straight for the grandest gambling house in the East. This establishment was on a whole other level compared to the previous ones. Not only were there guards at the entrance conducting body searches, but you also needed a sizable amount of cash to buy chips at the counter before you could enter. So sorry for the trouble, sir. The guard's attitude changed completely after finding several checks worth over 10 million Ryo on Shiyu. Exchange these for 10 million Ryo in chips. Give me large denominations only. The smaller bills, keep them as a tip, Shiyu said, handing over a check for more than 12 million Ryo to the guard, who looked the most amicable. Boss, you're really something. The guard, never having met such a generous high roller before, quickly exchanged 10 million Ryo in chips for Shiyu, practically ready to drop to his knees in gratitude. Really? You're giving me the rest? The guard asked, almost in disbelief. All yours, Shiyu replied offhandedly. 2 million Ryo. Enough to reward a Jonin for an S-rank mission. Was nothing to him. His monthly salary was only a few tens of thousands of taels, and even with outstanding performance, it would barely reach 100,000 or so. Several million taels would be the equivalent of decades of wages. However, Shiyu's money was never given out for nothing, so he asked, I'm quite impressed with you. What's your name? My name is Shinjin, sir. Shinjin, you're smarter than anyone here, and your future is limitless. For now, please take me to the table where the big fat sheep is gambling. The big fat sheep. No problem. You mean that woman, right? The guard instantly understood what Shiyu meant and let him sit directly across from Tsunade. Small. The gamblers around the table seemed to have placed all their bets on small, except for one person who bet on leopard. What on earth? Shiyu was speechless. The game before him was nothing more than betting on the outcome of dice, big or small. As for the so-called leopard, that meant getting 3 1s or 3 6s. Notoriously unlikely. Even a novice gambler wouldn't bet on that. With a single thought, Shiyu saw straight through to the dice results inside the cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 points small, Shiyu whispered quietly. So we should bet on small, Shinjin asked. You can bet too, Shiyu replied. Yes, as guards we are allowed to place bets ourselves. Shinjin nodded. Then bet on small. You're guaranteed to win. I suggest you put all your chips on small. As for me, I'll bet on big, Shiyu said, looking completely unconcerned. Huh? Sir, why are you betting on big? Shinjin was a bit confused. Because I have more money than I can possibly spend. I might as well lose some of it, Shiyu said, not caring in the slightest about the money. Well, if that's what you say, I'll do as you suggest. Shinjin nodded and put his 2 million taels on small. Since so many people were betting on small, the odds weren't great. But with Shiyu and Shinjin both betting heavily, it would still be a handsome win. No more bets. No more bets. The croupier called out, I'm betting on big. Shiyu pushed millions in chips on a big. Tsunade finally looked up and froze for a brief moment when she saw Orochimaru's face. No way. This time it's definitely going to be a leopard. No matter if you bet big or small, you'll lose. Tsunade was stubborn to the core. Her love for gambling undiminished, even when faced with Shiyu disguised as Orochimaru. Open, the croupier called. 1 inch, 2, 3. 6 points small. Wow, exactly as you predicted, boss. Shinjin's eyes lit up with excitement. Tsunade could only stare in disbelief. Her money now completely gone. Can I get credit? Tsunade asked. No way. You've already maxed out your Konoha Huabe limit. Look at this gentleman. He just lost millions without so much as blinking, the croupier replied. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, patting her forehead in despair. It seems you're not quite ready to give up yet. Want to keep gambling. How about this? I'll bet in your place. If I win, I'll use the money to pay off your debt. Shiyu spoke to Tsunade with a slight smile. You're being that generous? Besides, your luck's nothing to brag about, is it? Even when you bet on high, you still lose, Tsunade replied with a teasing grin. How much does this woman owe? Shiyu asked in a hoarse voice, imitating Orochimaru. Not much, just about 10 million Ryo, the dealer answered. In that case, I'll win it back in at most 2 rounds, Shiyu said, and immediately sat down to gamble on Tsunade's behalf. With a practiced flourish, the dealer rattled the dice and slammed the cup down on the table, the sound echoing through the room. Shiyu, with just a thought, saw right through the cup. Triple sixes, 18 points, leopard. Shiyu announced, pushing all his chips on a leopard. Sorry, I'm going all in, Shiyu added coolly. Tsunade could only sigh again and rub her forehead. Hopeless? You're actually betting on leopard. Orochimaru, you're something else. This is hilarious. Another fat sheep at the table? Leopard. Odds that low are just absurd. Is he serious? Over 1 million in chips. He's really going all in. Boss, are you for real? The people around them gaped in disbelief. Even Shinjin couldn't help but ask in a small voice, are you sure about this? All in on leopard? Trust me. Put it all on leopard, Shiyu said, not giving any further explanation. I trust you, boss. I'll follow your lead. Shinjin fired up, pushed all his chips on a leopard as well. The rest of the gamblers burst into laughter, placing their bets on high or low. But not a single person followed them on a leopard. Trying to bluff us with an all-in? What a rookie, scoffed the gamblers, piling their chips on a high and low. Victory seemed so close they could taste it. Last bets. No more bets, the dealer called out. He lifted the cup. 666. Leopard. House wins. Even the dealer was stunned. He'd never expected triple sixes to actually turn up. Odds this slim coming true right before his eyes. We actually won. Shinjin cheered, his face lighting up with joy. Tsunade's face was a mask of disbelief. I knew it. Leopard. I was about to go for it last round, too. She struck a pose like a seasoned gambler, making Shiyu want to laugh. No way. It's really Leopard. This is just bizarre. I give up. How could something so freakish happen? The gamblers shook their heads in resignation. After going all in, they'd lost everything. Meanwhile, Shiyu and Shinjin had raked in a mountain of chips. More than enough to pay off Tsunade's debt. Kid, you wiped out all my customers. You're no ordinary gambler. Who exactly are you? The dealer narrowed his eyes, appearing deep and inscrutable. I'm just an ordinary man. What is this much money still not enough to pay off her debt? Shiyu replied, using Orochimaru's hoarse voice. It's enough, more than enough, but now this is no longer just about paying off a debt. Who here hasn't heard of the demon gambler of Tanzaku Street? The dealer suddenly threw off his jacket. In the blink of an eye, he transformed. Beneath his coat, a sharp suit was already impeccably worn, and a dramatic cloak somehow draped over his shoulders, exuding an overwhelming aura. If there had been background music, Shiyu would have thought he'd wandered onto the set of the wrong movie. The demon gambler? The infamous gambler of the ninja world. It's really him. I heard he's never lost a single bet, and he only ever gambles with people's lives. Gambler's so obsessed he's become a demon. Wasn't he supposed to have retired long ago? This young man is in for a rough day. Tsunade was equally shocked. The demon gambler? Oh, you know him? Shiyu asked. Who is he? I've never even heard of him. Tsunade was bewildered. Neither have I. What kind of nonsense is this? Shiyu was sweating buckets, wondering if he had truly crossed into the Naruto world. Beside him, Shinjin tugged at Shiyu's sleeve. Boss, they're not joking. This guy's the real deal. They say the demon gambler was so obsessed with gambling, he'd bet his life against others. Every time he won, he'd kill his opponent. That's why he was wanted by all 5 great nations, forced to vanish, wash his hands of gambling, and disappear from the underworld. But who could have guessed? Today he's suddenly revealed his true identity. Looks like you've piqued his interest, boss. Shinjin's expression showed he was dead serious. Shiyu gave a small cough and turned to Tsunade. There's no turning back now. We've got no choice but to go through with this. Tsunade was clearly a loss. What are we betting on? Shiyu asked. Our lives, said the demon gambler. My life is worth more than yours. Besides, I wasn't asking about the stakes. I'm asking what we're actually betting on. Shiyu thought this so-called demon gambler was a bit thick-headed. You're the guest, so you set the terms. The demon gambler replied with utter confidence. Well, since you want to bet our lives, that's perfect. Shiyu produced 6 slips of paper identical in size. I have 5 blank tags and 1 explosive tag. Each of us draws 3. At the end, I'll trigger the explosive tag. Whoever dies loses. Shiyu spoke calmly, as if it were an everyday matter. The moment everyone heard this, they immediately scrambled to clear away from the scene. Even the demon gambler broke out in a cold sweat. A 1 in 6 chance to survive? Now this is interesting. He said, since you're the guest, I'll draw first. What a shameless bastard. Shiyu and Tsunade both muttered under their breath. Drawl, Shiyu called, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed 6 talismans into the air. The gambling fiend sprang up and snatched one. And in the same instant, Shiyu also picked a talisman for himself. This guy does have some skill, Shiyu thought, noting clearly that both he and his opponent had drawn blank talismans in the first round. The gambling fiend then declared, I want this one, and drew his second talisman, while Shiyu too drew another blank, the last one. The gambling fiend said, quickly sizing up the remaining 2 talismans. Before he could make his move, Shiyu's hand shot out in a blur, seizing the other talisman. Damn it, it was that one, the gambling fiend cursed, immediately snatching the talisman from Shiyu's hand and tossing aside the one he held. In the end, the gambling fiend successfully took Shiyu's talisman, leaving Shiyu to pick up the discarded one. Huh? Kid, look, all 3 of mine are blank. That means you must have the explosive tag in your hand. You lost fair and square. Go on, set it off. The gambling fiend burst out laughing, his voice booming with triumph. Ha ha ha, I told you no one can outgamble me. Boss this? Shinjin was at a loss for words. He must have something up his sleeve, Tsunade whispered, watching closely. As for Shiyu, he simply smiled at the gambling fiend. a look that made the man uneasy. Something's wrong. The gambling fiend's gut twisted with suspicion, but before he could act, Shiyu's smile turned cold. You said it yourself. Winners take all. This time, you're not getting out alive. With a sharp cry, Shiyu activated the explosive tag. The gambling fiend stared at his hand, disbelief written all over his face. In the blink of an eye, the blank talisman he'd snatched from Shiyu flared to life as the explosive tag. Damn it! How did this happen? I've been tricked. With a thunderous boom, the tag detonated. The gambling fiend might never understand how he lost. Though he claimed to be a master gambler, in truth, he was nothing more than a con artist. Shiyu had tampered with the explosive tag from start. He'd marked it with the flying Thunder God seal, turning it into a blank sheet so they all looked the same. With a clever ruse, Shiyu made the gambling fiend believe he held the winning card, driven by his desperation to win. The gambling fiend was caught in Shiyu's trap from the very beginning. All around them, the onlookers gasped in shock, but no one dared to challenge Shiyu. After all, the gambling fiend was a wanted criminal, and some of the crowd had already recognized the newcomer. Could it be? Is that really Lord Orochimaru of the Sannin? So, it's true. The gambling fiend was a wanted man. Looks like this was an official mission all along. After being reminded by those who pretend to know what they're talking about, Shiyu, disguised as Orochimaru, no longer had any trouble passing himself off. Only then did Shiyu turn and say, Tsunade, I've already paid off all your gambling debts. Let's have a talk with that. He took Tsunade by the arm and led her out of the casino onto the bustling streets of Tenzaku. Tsunade, there are some things I need to say up front. Before that, I want to tear off your mask. You're not Orochimaru at all. Tsunade suddenly threw a punch at him, ambushing me. How interesting. Shiyu was sent flying by Tsunade's blow, carving a deep trench right through the street. Who are you? Tsunade demanded, suspicion sharp in her eyes. As expected of you, Tsunade. But tell me, how did you know I wasn't Orochimaru? Shiyu asked, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru would never grab me out of nowhere, much less pay off my gambling debts out of kindness, Tsunade replied coldly. I see. Looks like my attention to detail slipped, but truly, I just wanted to talk to you, my senior. And with a faint pop, Shiyu's figure vanished before her eyes. A shadow clone? When did he? Tsunade was visibly taken aback. She hadn't noticed the imposter Orochimaru perform any hand signs at all. Suddenly, Shiyu's sword hilt rested against Tsunade's neck. I'm not your enemy. I am your junior, Uchiha Shiyu, the third Hokage's last disciple. Shiyu immediately sheathed his dragon fawn blade. Shiyu, the name rings a bell. But how? How can you be just a child? Tsunade turned to look at him, her shock deepening. I did hear that old fool took on a new student, a youngster, but I didn't expect you to be this young. Tsunade was still reeling from surprise. All right. Can we sit down and talk? Shiyu glanced around. The commotion had already drawn a crowd of onlookers. Whatever you want from me. It has nothing to do with me, Tsunade cut him off coldly, turning her back without a trace of the future fifth Hokage's dignity. Shiyu shook his head. In this world, you can answer everything with it has nothing to do with me, or that's not my concern. But if everyone did that, wouldn't it be utterly irresponsible? As a Konoha shinobi, don't you care about the safety of the Land of Fire? He pressed on. Countless people have died for Konoha. Do you really want their sacrifices to be in vain? Tsunade's anger flared. Brat, don't act like you understand war. You're just a kid and you dare lecture me. After her outburst, she shook her head. Sorry, but I refuse. You'd better leave. Shiyu spoke in a calm, almost detached tone. Have you truly seen through the nature of war? Is it because of the deaths of Nawaki and Dan? Is that why you chose to run away, drowning yourself in alcohol and gambling to escape reality? To escape your memories? To flee from the future? Tsunade reacted as if stung, her voice trembling with emotion. How do you even know those names, kid? Hearing them spoken aloud triggered a flood of sorrow within her, as if someone had flipped a switch in her heart. How disappointing. Who would have thought the once proud Senju clan would fall to such a state? Shiyu's words were laced with a cold, mocking laugh. Tell me, does the will of fire truly burn within you? Say what you want. I have no interest in arguing with a brat from the Uchiha clan. Tsunade turned away, striding off step by step into the distance. How pitiful. Is this what comes of being a kunoichi trained by Lord Sarutobi? You're not even as strong as a genin. Shiyu's voice rang out, biting and relentless. Even the lowest ninja in Konoha would pick up a kunai to protect the village. So many have lost loved ones, yet they still defend Konoha, still protect the Land of Fire. Shiyu had done everything he could to stop Tsunade, but she kept walking unmoved. In a final desperate attempt, Shiryu played his trump card. Tsunade, didn't Dan and Iwaki want to become Hokage? They gave everything for that dream. They died seeking the recognition of those around them. And even in death, they were at peace. But you, what's the point of living? Tsunade's voice was barely a whisper. And yet, you've trampled on what they entrusted to you, Tsunade. Shiryu's final words hung in the air as he resigned himself to failure, watching Tsunade fade into the distance. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped in her tracks and shouted, "You brat." She spun around, tears streaming down her face. Clenching her fist, she declared, "You're right, kid. I shouldn't go on living like this. But before I'm reborn, I want to beat you senseless." Shiryu laughed heartily. "Deal. I've always wanted to see just how strong the legendary Tsunade really is. Looks like you're ready to die in battle, boy. Win or lose, I'll listen to whatever it is you want to ask of me," Tsunade said, her tone unexpectedly warm and human. "Let's go. We need to find somewhere else to fight, or we'll turn this entire area to rubble," Shiryu suggested. "You sure talk big. Lead the way," Tsunade replied. With a nod, Shiryu vanished in a blur, leaving nothing but a whisper of movement behind. So fast. Tsunade thought, startled by the sheer speed of his body flicker. Is he a speed type? When did he use a shadow clone? Just now. His hand seals are quick, too. As Tsunade calculated her strategy, she raced after Shiryu. Soon, Shiryu waited for her in a wide-open clearing, a deserted spot he'd already scouted. After a moment, Tsunade arrived. "Ready, kid? Is it right here? Are you ready?" Tsunade cracked her knuckles with a loud pop. "There are rules for this fight. First, neither of us can use the strength of 100 seal." Shiryu pointed at Tsunade's forehead. Then, at his own. "Wait, you know the strength of 100 seal, too? That's my original jutsu." Tsunade was visibly surprised. "I picked it up by chance. Besides, mine isn't exactly the Yin seal. It's both Yin and Yang. I call it the Blood Valor seal. In any case, the rule is simple. No releasing chakra. You have no objections, right?" Shiryu asked directly. "You brat. Any more rules?" Tsunade sounded a bit impatient. "No summoning jutsu either. After all, this isn't a fight to the death," Shiryu replied calmly. "You little punk. Are you done yet? You think I need summoning jutsu just to deal with you?" Tsunade grew increasingly exasperated. "And one last thing. Well, not that I've ever seen you use it." "No sage mode," Shiryu added. "Sage mode. You already know about that at your age. Wait, did you inherit the power of one of the 3 great sage lands? Was it Mount Mayaboku or Ryuchi Cave?" Tsunade seemed well-versed in the subject. "Enough, I'll ask you after we fight. Kid, here I come." Tsunade stopped wasting words, stomped the ground with a thunderous crash, and shot toward Shiryu like a rocket, a head-on clash. "Let's see who's tougher." Shiryu charged straight at her, a Rasengan forming in his hand. "That's the Rasengan? Isn't that Minato's technique that he taught to Jiraiya?" Tsunade pressed her attack, confident that her longer reach would let her knock Shiryu away before he could land a hit. But just as she closed in, the Rasengan in Shiryu's hands suddenly swelled larger and larger. Giant Rasengan. Shiryu slammed it towards Tsunade. Heavenly pain kick. Unexpectedly, Tsunade twisted past the giant Rasengan, flipped through the air, and brought her heel down towards Shiryu. What reflexes! Shiryu praised her silently, flipping back several times in quick succession to dodge the devastating blow. Even so, the ground was left with a massive crater, and Shiryu struggled to keep his balance. What phenomenal reactions! It's as if every inch of your skin has eyes. Tsunade immediately realized Shiryu was no ordinary opponent. Shiryu jumped back, putting distance between them, and in less than a second and a half formed 6 hand seals. What incredible speed with those hand signs! Tsunade was taken aback, fire style. Great fireball jutsu! Shiryu unleashed a massive torrent of fire from his mouth, a technique that was perhaps the most commonly used ninjutsu among the Uchiha. Yet in Shiryu's hands, the great fireball was not only powerful, but its sheer size was beyond anything ordinary, astonishing. His chakra control is impeccable, and the total amount of chakra he possesses is at least Kage level. Even the quality of his chakra is unmatched, but it's useless. Tsunade swiftly smashed the ground beneath her feet, then grabbed a huge boulder and hurled it straight at Shiryu, wind style. Vacuum wave. Shiryu once again used wind-style ninjutsu, slicing the massive rock before him into fragments, as expected of Tsunade in her prime. Her combat ability far surpasses that of ordinary ninja, and on top of that, she's a medical ninja. Shiryu couldn't help but silently praise her, "Tsunade-senpai. Your strength surpasses mine, but when it comes to speed, you fall short." With a sudden swoosh, Shiyue vanished from sight once more. When he reappeared, he descended from the sky, his eyes transformed into pale blue Mangekyo Sharingan. For a moment, Tsunade was momentarily entranced. So fast. Tsunade snapped back to her senses and immediately looked up, drawing her right fist back in preparation. Before she could deal with the Shiyue above, two more, whether real or shadow clones. Suddenly. Attack from either side, body flicker again, and this time he used shadow clones to encircle me. Then I'll deal with you one by one. Tsunade quickly shifted from fist to feet and launched a swift low sweep, knocking down one of Shiyue's clones. Without hesitation, she grabbed the ankle of the fallen clone and swung it overhead. In that instant, the three surrounding Shiyues were all taken down at once. But then the scene shifted abruptly. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief at the person before her. I never thought, Senpai, you would actually kill me. Shiyue coughed up blood, his eyes slowly closing as life slipped away. How could this happen? I just made a mistake. Tsunade rushed over desperately, using her mystical palm technique to try to heal Shiyue. Tsunade, it's all your fault. You couldn't save me. Because of you, I'll never become Hokage. I hate you. Suddenly, the Shiyue before her transformed into someone else, his internal organs shattered beyond repair. Dan, is that you? Tsunade gazed at her blue-haired lover, and tears began to fall once more. Blood, so much blood. Tsunade's hemophobia struck instantly. Kato Dan's entire body was shrouded in blood, which then surged toward Tsunade like a crimson river. Ah! Enveloped by the blood, Tsunade was thrust into yet another vision. Sis, help me. A brown-haired little boy lay on the ground, his entire body covered in explosive tags. Shizen. Tsunade rushed toward her younger brother's side in a flash, but just as she reached him, he vanished in a thin air. Sis, why didn't you save me? Shizen's voice rang out, heavy with resentment and bitterness. In the next instant, the explosive tags ignited and tore him apart. No. Tsunade's scream teetered on the edge of pain and utter collapse. Meanwhile, in the real world, Shiyue sat cross-legged nearby, watching quietly. I'm sorry, Tsunade, he murmured, but this is the only way I know. I hope you'll stop running away. No one understood Tsunade's true strength better than Shiyue. He knew a direct confrontation was futile. Instead, he relied on his speed to maneuver around her, and at the same time, unleashed a powerful Jinjutsu through his Sharingan. Within the illusion, Shiyue used the technique, known as the Sword of Naruto, to make Tsunade relive her deepest pain. The past may be filled with suffering, but only by facing it can you become your strongest self, he thought. Shiyue trusted her, which was why he dared to put her through this trial. After some time, Tsunade's voice finally broke through. Release. Tsunade was drenched in sweat, her entire body trembling, a clear sign of the torment she had just endured within the illusion. Though she seemed weakened, something had changed about her. She was no longer quite the same as before. I'm sorry, Sensei. Inside, Shiyue was suddenly flustered. Tsunade, face set in determination, walked toward him step by step, then placed her hand atop his head. You little brat. No, Shiyue. Tsunade broke into a smile. Thank you. Catching Shiyue off guard, Tsunade suddenly knelt down and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. What the? Shiyue recoiled in shock. Don't tell me Tsunade has a thing for kids. You're not like the others, Tsunade replied, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Shiyue took a quick step back, swallowing the words he wanted to say. Gathering himself, Shiyue stepped forward and offered his hand. Tsunade took it without hesitation. In that moment, Shiyue absorbed the power of her bloodline, and at the same time awakened her dormant potential. Tsunade's expression and spirit visibly brightened. So this is the power to awaken chakra, Tsunade exclaimed surprised. Then she nodded gratefully. Thank you. I feel much better now. Raising her head, Tsunade proclaimed, I am a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, granddaughter of the first Hokage Senja Hashirama, student of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. I will carry it on. Her words rang with unshakable pride. Now that's the Tsunade I know, Shiyue said, nodding in approval. Shiyue, don't you want to become Hokage? Tsunade asked. With your skills and the way you think, you remind me more of my granduncle, me, like. Tobarama, don't you think becoming Hokage is still too far away for me? Besides, I'm a member of the Uchiha clan, is inheriting the will of fire, having great power, and protecting the village not enough. Why can't someone from the Uchiha clan become Hokage? Tsunade pressed on a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Well, for that, You'd have to ask your great-grandfather and granduncle, as well as Danzo from the Hokage's support council and the two advisors. And besides, the so-called village isn't quite as simple as what we see on the surface. Shiryu shook his head, unwilling to argue further with Tsunade, although Tsunade was formidable in strength. When it came to political maneuvering, she was still no match for those old foxes of Konoha. Take Danzo, for instance. Despite his cunning and detestable ways, there were several times when he used diplomatic strategies to secure victories for Konoha. In fact, Danzo bore the darkness of the village in Tsurutobiharu's instead, and then he pushed that darkness onto others like Uchiha, Bido, and Itachi. Shiryu led Tsunade to the izakaya where Suisun was waiting and began explaining the details of Amamiya's poisoning. They actually mixed plant molecules and herbs to create poison. Has Tsunagekyu's use of poisons really advanced this far? Tsunade was clearly taken aback. This kind of poison, if it's been accumulating over a long period, by the time you notice, the person probably doesn't have much time left. Tsunade shook her head, her tone somber. I use sage arts to suppress the toxin, Shiryu replied plainly. I see. So you've inherited the legacy of Ryuichi Cave, Tsunade understood at once. But even so, you can only hold it back for a week at most, right? Tsunade went on, with this kind of prolonged toxin buildup, it can cause paralysis almost immediately, then total necrosis of the body. Even if you cure it, the person would be left crippled. How long did it take you to find me, Lady Tsunade? We rushed here from the capital. It took us less than a day, Suisun replied. So the return trip would take another day. That means there are only 5 days left. And right now, we don't even know what kind of poison it is. If special ingredients are needed, we might not even be able to make an antidote in time. Tsunade was clearly troubled. I have a way. Shiryu raised his hand, speaking up. On the way here, I left flying Thunder God markers all along the route. That means we can use the technique to instantly teleport between Tanzaka Town and the capital. I'll personally take you two back at the fastest speed possible, so you'll arrive at the capital almost instantly. Next, I'll use the shadow clone technique and send my clones to all the pharmacies in the area. Whatever medicine you need, the clones can buy it, but how will we relay the information? Tsunade cut straight to the heart of the matter. There are messenger toads on Mount Mayaboku, and I have messenger snakes here as well. These snakes will swallow the list of medicinal ingredients we need, and then we'll use the summoning technique to reverse summon the messenger snake to Ryuichi Cave after that. A shadow clone will use the summoning technique to retrieve the information. Shiyu's grasp of space-time ninjutsu was indeed profound. If only shadow clones could use the flying thunder god technique, Shiryu would have had another method ready. What an ingenious plan. Are you exploiting a loophole in the summoning technique? Tsunade's eyes lit up at the cleverness, and after that, what happens to the shadow clone that's gotten the list of ingredients? Suisun asked. We'll use 1 day for the journey there, and half a day to return. If we set out now, the shadow clone can start gathering the medicinal herbs in just half a day. That should be enough time. Once collecting is done, the clone can immediately use the body flicker technique and return to the capital. Exactly. That means we have plenty of time. Your father's poisoning will be no trouble at all. Tsunade was brimming with confidence. This guy's way of thinking is truly out of the ordinary. Tsunade couldn't help but remark. She compared him to Jiraiya, Orochimaru Minato, and even her grandfather Hashirama. But her opinion remained unchanged. This one he's unlike anyone else. Without delay, they proceeded as Shiryu had planned. The real Shiryu brought Tsunade and Suisun to the capital using the flying thunder god technique. Arriving in less than half a day, the shadow clone promptly received the information and in no time gathered all the rare medicinal herbs from every nation. Tsunade truly lived up to her title as the medical sage among the Hokage. She carefully prepared the antidote, and within a few days, Amamiya was completely cured. Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. We're truly grateful. Suisun and Ha both expressed their heartfelt thanks to Tsunade. Shiryu brat, you've finally completed this mission. So, what are you planning next? Tsunade asked. I'm preparing for the coming war. What did you say, a war? What war? Tsunade asked in shock. She was genuinely startled. Knowing that Shiryu would never joke about such things, the third great ninja war is about to begin. I need to get ready, Shiryu said with utmost seriousness, full of resolve. Who's fighting whom? And how can you be so sure? Tsunade immediately pressed for details. If it's a ninja world war, then of course it's a chaotic clash between multiple nations. It's a conflict between great powers, all driven by their own interests. Shiryu noticed Tsunade's skepticism. So he began to analyze further. First, each nation has already recovered from the wounds of the Second Ninja War. They now have the capability to wage war again. Border skirmishes have become frequent, and any spark could ignite a full-scale conflict. It does seem to make some sense when you put it that way. Shiryu, let's suppose you are the supreme commander of Konoha. How would you view this war? What would you do to ensure Konoha's victory? I'd like to hear your thoughts, Tsunade said, her interest clearly piqued. Shiryu then took out a map of the Shinobi nations and spoke directly. Let's start our analysis. From a geographical standpoint, the Land of Fire lies at the center of the 5 great nations. It's a crossroads, a battlefield among 4 fronts. Amigakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure are Konoha's allies, acting as buffers in the northwest and lessening the pressure from Owagakure's assaults. The Land of Rivers serves as a buffer zone between Tsunagakure and Konoha, easing threats from the southwest. I call this entire front the western battlefield. As for the northeastern front, that's where we have to deal with Kumogakure. The Land of Hot Water is our best buffer there. Our priority should be to avoid fighting on our own soil. Use the strategy of allying with those nearby and attacking those farther away. This way we'll keep our losses to a minimum, and if the enemy does invade, our people will rally together to drive them out. Tsunade was visibly impressed and said, "What about Kirigakure? The Land of Water is far off across the sea away from the Shinobi continent. What would you do about them?" Shiryu shook his head. "There's no real need to worry about Kirigakure. Why not?" Tsunade asked, surprised. Kirigakure enforces the blood mist policy. They're purging their own people with Kekkai Genkai. They've shut themselves off from the world, and their economy is in shambles. I heard about someone named Zabuza. He killed all his classmates just to graduate from the Shinobi Academy. A village like that has no future. They'll probably resort to surprise attacks from behind while we're fighting the other 3 nations. So all we really need to do is make preparations in advance. Station some elite forces along the southeastern front. You're not just gifted in combat and tactics, but even in strategic policy. I wonder if there's anything you can't do, Tsunade said in awe, at a loss for words. There's nothing I can't do. A man should never say he can't, Shiryu replied, a little embarrassed. Tsunade immediately straightened up, her tone serious. Shiryu, your analysis makes a lot of sense. If your predictions are right, then it's time for me to set out. Set out? Where to? Shiryu asked. To find Jiraiya, Tsunade replied. That guy's always off wandering somewhere. I'm probably the only one who can track him down, she said with determination. Jiraiya? That makes sense. With the 3 legendary Sannin on the field, plus Minato and me. That's at least 5 shinobi at the Kage level, Shiryu said calmly. Why didn't you count Konoha's White Fang? Tsunade asked. She knew it was impossible for Shiryu to forget about Konoha's trump card, White Fang. Shiryu murmured in a low voice. Is it a message from the Hawk? Shiryu noticed that this was the method the 3rd Hokage and the Umbu used to contact ninja on missions outside the village. There was a secret scroll tied to the Hawk's leg, with a few small words written on it. White Fang is dead. Return to Konoha immediately. White Fang is dead. Shiryu hadn't expected this. The story had progressed just as it once had, reaching this fateful point. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed the change in Shiryu's expression and immediately asked, why didn't I foresee White Fang? Shiryu hesitated, then handed the small note to Tsunade. Take a look. White Fang. White Fang is dead. What happened? Tsunade's face was filled with disbelief. White Fang's strength was on par with the old man. Who could possibly have killed him? Tsunade couldn't make sense of it. And did you already sense White Fang's death coming? Shiryu fell silent for a moment, then spoke. White Fang did not die at the hands of an enemy, but because of the shinobi code and the village itself, he struggled to find the words to explain. Tsunade-senpai, will you return to Konoha with me? At least stay for Lord Tsukumo's memorial before you leave again. Shiryu asked earnestly. All right, let's go. Tsunade finally agreed, for the name Tsukumo Hatake was known and respected far and wide. Lord White Fang. To think it would come to this. When Mizusaki and Ha also heard the news, they were deeply shocked. This is classified information. We must return to Konoha at once, Shiryu said, bidding farewell to Mizusaki and Ha. Who knows when we'll meet again next time? Mizusaki said with a hint of melancholy. There will be another chance. Shiryu patted Mizusaki's head, then set off swiftly toward Konoha with Tsunade by his side. Thanks to a previous marker, Shiryu made the journey from the Fire Daimyo City to the gates of Konoha Village in a very short time. It looks like we made it in time. Together with Tsunade, both dressed in black, they headed straight to the Memorial Stone Square. as they stood before the body of Konoha's White Fang. Even Tsunade was overcome with sorrow. Kakashi. Minato tried to comfort Kakashi, but was met with resistance. Obito and Rin could do nothing to help. This is Kakashi's second emotional wound. I'm afraid only Obito and Rin can help him heal this one. Shiryu had no intention of changing Obito's fate, for Obito's transformation shaped Kakashi, and afterwards he would be used by Madara Uchiha. These were all threads of fate, and even Shiryu could not say where he would be when that time came. White Fang, hero of Konoha? What tragic loss. The third Hokage placed a bouquet of flowers by White Fang's side. Hatake Nansuk and Hatake Sayu also arrived. As they gazed at White Fang's body, their eyes reddened with grief. The first time he experienced someone close to him leaving, Shiryu couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. Most of the people around had already dispersed when someone quietly approached him from behind and asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you think, Shiryu? Do you believe White Fang's decision was right or wrong?" Shiryu turned around and found himself face-to-face with Orochimaru. Although Tsukumo had been stronger than Orochimaru, he had still passed away before him, which stirred a faint ripple in Orochimaru's heart. From an emotional standpoint, there was nothing wrong with White Fang's decision. He gave up the mission to save his comrades, ensuring everyone's safety. But from a rational perspective, White Fang was too idealistic. His comrades were already prepared for the worst, and yet he saved them, causing the mission to fail. One embodies the spirit of the first Hokage, while the other follows the will of the second. I think both perspectives have their merits. So what about you? If it were your choice, what would you do? Orochimaru's voice was low and rasping as he pressed the question me. I wouldn't let my comrades die, nor would I let the mission fail. I have absolute confidence in my own abilities, Shiryu replied, his tone firm and unwavering. I see. Orochimaru nodded slowly. Orochimaru, Tsunade called out from behind. So, it's you, Tsunade. I must say, I'm surprised to see you've come back, Orochimaru remarked. It's because of this child, Tsunade said, placing her hand gently on Shiryu's head. This isn't an ordinary child, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. Of course, I know that better than you do, Tsunade shot back, then called out, Orochimaru, let's go see the third Hokage together. There's something important we need to report. You should come with us. Very well. Orochimaru agreed, and the three of them made their way to the Hokage's office together. The office was just as it always had been. The familiar desk, the ever-present cloud of smoke curling from the third Hokage's pipe. Yet even the third seemed unable to find any joy that day. Outside, gentle rain fell, pattering steadily against the window. Shiryu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, to see you three together here is quite a surprise. What brings you all to my office? The third Hokage inquired. Old man, Tsunade exclaimed, and without hesitation, she relayed Shiryu's entire prophecy about the coming war. Well, old man, do you think Shiryu's analysis makes sense? Tsunade pressed. I didn't expect Shiryu to be so astute, to see through the underlying causes of war so clearly. The third Hokage took a slow drag from his pipe before continuing. Shiryu's words are not without reason, but I don't believe things will escalate into a full-scale ninja world war just yet. Recently, both Iwagakure and Kimogakure have been restless. I've already sent several elite jonin to the borders to monitor their every move. The third's tone was steady and reassuring. And what about Sunagakure and Kirigakure? Why haven't you made any deployments there? Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, the third Hokage replied. If there's any unusual movement from the Sand Village, I'll dispatch our ninja immediately. As for the Mist Village, there's currently no intelligence suggesting they're planning to attack Konoha. It's true, right now the Mist Village doesn't have the strength to invade another country. And as for the Sand Village, they're clearly not much of a threat either. The only real concern is the third Kazekage, who's said to be the strongest in their history. He could be troublesome to deal with. Orochimaru's words revealed that he had fought the third Kazekage before and suffered losses, evidence enough of the Kazekage's strength. Before any true war breaks out, there are always smaller skirmishes. We should quietly build up our strength and be prepared in advance for the battles to come. Shiryu also offered his advice. Well said. Suddenly, three more people entered from outside. It was none other than Konoha's two chief advisors and Danzo, the Hokage's assistant. Oh, Danzo, I didn't expect you to actually agree with Shiryu this time. That's quite a surprise. The third Hokage was visibly taken aback. Hiruzen, the Shinobi World War is an opportunity for Konoha if we prepare early. We can use the war to ensure Konoha's power far surpasses the other four nations, Danzo said, his hawkish stance unchanged. How do you intend to do that, Danzo? Koharu asked. What do you hope to gain from the war? Hamura Mitokado questioned as well. Danzo replied, I hope that this time, through force, we can compel the other four nations to cede territory and pay reparations. That way we can replenish what we lose in war and, more importantly, thoroughly weaken the strength of the other countries. Shiryu shook his head and said, Aren't you underestimating the other four nations? Are you suggesting Konoha can take on all four major powers at once? If it was just us, of course not, but we can first ally with one or two of the other great nations to attack a single country. Once we've absorbed that nation, we turn on our former allies one by one and annex them as quickly as possible. Danzo put forth a suggestion, but to Shiryu this all sounded like nonsense. The five great shinobi nations and the smaller neighboring countries had long maintained a balance of power. They were no fools. Anyone who broke that balance would find themselves targeted by all the others. Danzo can't possibly be unaware of this. So what is he really after? Shiryu thought to himself. He didn't believe Danzo truly agreed with him. More likely, Danzo wanted to use Shiryu's predictions about the war to manipulate the third Hokage into making mistakes, giving Danzo a chance to seize power. The third Hokage wasn't easily fooled and immediately rejected Danzo's proposal. Konoha would never betray its allies. And in all the past great wars, we've never seen a nation wiped out. Do you know what kind of price that would demand? It would leave Konoha reviled, and even worse, threatened the very foundation of our village. The third Hokage, ever the wily old fox, saw right through Danzo's scheme. In that case, Hisashi, you must not let the Leaf lose this battle. At the very least, I will offer my support through diplomatic channels, Danzo declared, seeing that no one was falling into the trap he had set, and then turned to leave on his own. Tsunade and Orochimaru are still here, noted. The two senior advisors, remaining in the Hokage's office to continue the discussion. With just Jiraiya missing, all of Hiruzen's students will be gathered, Koharu remarked. She and Hamura had come to recognize Shiryu's strength and talent, so they no longer made remarks about his Uchiha lineage. A significant change in attitude. Sensei, what did Danzo mean by diplomatic channels? Tsunade asked proactively. Well, when you three Sannin fought Hanzo in the Land of Rain, Danzo had already negotiated with him. Although, I don't know exactly what Danzo did afterward. Hanzo didn't try to kill you all outright. Part of it was your valiant efforts, and part of it was thanks to Danzo's diplomacy, explained the third Hokage. This made Shiryu realize that, at least for now, Danzo wasn't entirely useless. After handing his mission, Shiryu decided to take a break from further assignments. Orochimaru was immediately dispatched to the border to prepare for any possible conflict, while Tsunade announced she would go search for Jiraiya. Shu, I have a gift for you, Tsunade said. Huh? Shiryu wondered, could she be giving me that necklace? But instead, Tsunade bit her finger, performed a summoning technique, and a large, slug-like creature appeared, writhing impressively on the ground. What's this? The slug sage, Shiryu asked, surprised by the enormous creature before him. Lady Tsunade, how may I serve you? The slug spoke in a calm, resonant voice. Lord Slug, this is Uchiha Shiryu, my younger brother. I hope you can guide him for me, Tsunade said directly. Guide me? Shiryu echoed, bewildered. I see. You wish for him to enter Shikatsu Forest and receive the slug sage's teachings? The slug confirmed. I have full confidence in him. Tsunade replied with conviction. I've already inherited the legacy of Ryuchi Cave. Can I even receive the slug's teachings? Shiryu explained. It won't interfere at all. Go, and you'll see, Tsunade replied with a mysterious smile that for some reason sent a chill down Shiryu's spine. Go to Shikatsu Forest. Shiryu was dumbfounded. He had already mastered the sage arts from Ryuchi Cave, becoming the new snake sage. And now he was being sent to Shikatsu Forest too? Are you serious? Shiryu asked again for confirmation. Absolutely, Tsunade answered with an unyielding tone. Lord Slug, please take my brother there, Tsunade requested once more. At her words, a part of the slug sage split off and climbed onto Shiryu's back. In an instant, Shiryu understood why Shuiwe felt the urge to sprinkle salt when facing these creatures. So slimy. They really do live up to their name as slugs. Of course, Shiryu could only think this to himself. Are you ready? With that, the slug sage vanished with a soft pop, taking Shiryu along in the blink of an eye. That kid, I hope you come back with something to show for it, Tsunade muttered before leaving Konoha herself, heading off to search for Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Shiryu found himself standing in an entirely new scene alongside the slug. Towering trees surrounded him, their immense canopies blocking out the sky, casting everything into shadow. Though it was clearly daytime, barely any sunlight filtered through the dense leaves. The ground beneath Shiryu's feet was soft and muddy. What is this? Shiryu felt something wriggling underfoot. Don't worry, the slug answered immediately. That's just another one of my split bodies, just like me. But as soon as Shiryu stepped elsewhere, he again felt a strange, squishy sensation beneath his feet. And what's this? He asked, finding the feeling even softer. Sorry, that's also one of my split bodies, the slug replied again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Shiryu sighed, exasperated. He had wanted to return to Konoha and check if anything was amiss at his Konoha bank. Not to mention he still hadn't learned the 8 Gates technique. Yet here he was dragged straight into Shikatsu Forest. All around you are my split bodies. You happen to land in the soft mud. You should stand over there, the slug reminded him. Taking the hint, Shiryu executed a few impressive front flips and landed firmly on solid ground. There was a sharp crunch. Shiryu glared. Is this still another split body? No. The slug shook the antennae atop its head. This time, Shiryu saw it wasn't a slug at all. It was a human skull. With a single thought, he activated his eye technique, and to his shock, he realized that the area was littered with human remains. Are you slugs murderers, or something? How could there be so many human bones here? Shiryu couldn't help but complain. No, it's not like that, the slug explained. These people tried to enslave the main body of the slug sage and were dissolved by its acid. So humans actually know where Shikatsu Forest is. That must mean it's not far from Konoha's forest, right? Shiryu guessed. Not exactly, the slug replied. Shikatsu Forest is on an island in the middle of the ocean, quite a long way from Konoha's forests. What? On an island in the ocean? Shiryu was completely baffled. He used his eye technique to survey the surroundings, and sure enough, at the edge of his vision, the endless sea stretched out in all directions. The reason this place is called the Forest of Damp Bones is because we slugs dislike sunlight. We prefer to dwell beneath soft, damp earth, and on this island, we can avoid the sun and enjoy the moisture. The whole environment suits us perfectly, the slug explained. Shiryu nodded thoughtfully. I see. So, how can I inherit the sage slug's teachings? Without hesitation, the slug hopped to Shiryu's feet. After merging with its other split forms, it transformed into a much larger slug towering over Shiryu. Next, please follow me to where my true body awaits, the giant slug instructed. And remember, you must step exactly where I step. The slug didn't explain why, but Shiryu quickly realized the reason. In certain areas, streams of corrosive liquid flowed freely, and the ground was dotted with sticky substances. Swamps appeared here and there, threatening to swallow the unwary whole. In short, the terrain was treacherous, prompting Shiryu to remain on high alert. After following the slug for some time, they finally reached their destination. There's nothing here at all, Shiryu remarked, a little puzzled. But the giant slug replied, patience, all will be revealed. With that, the giant slug suddenly leapt forward like a diver, plunging into water. In the next instant, countless slugs emerged from hidden crevices all around, squirming together in a writhing mass. The sight startled Shiryu. Anyone with a fear of clusters would be utterly overwhelmed by this scene. In less than 10 seconds, the slugs merged together, forming a colossal slug that dwarfed anything Shiryu had seen before. It's enormous. What a massive body, Shiryu thought, realizing that this creature was even bigger than the white-scaled serpent of Ryukido. Are you the sage slug? Shiryu asked, though he already suspected the answer. Shiryu, I am 1/10 of the true sage slug body, the massive creature replied. Lady Tsunade wishes for you to inherit my teachings, but I must tell you, I am not skilled in direct combat. The sage slug shook its head. I have only 4 abilities to offer. Once you master these 4, you will have inherited the sage slug's techniques. Shiryu nodded. I've already inherited the teachings of Ryukido. Their sage arts are more suited for direct confrontation or ambushes, so fighting ability is actually what I lack the least. If you have any support skills, please teach me all you can. Shiryu's goal naturally was to develop himself as comprehensively as possible. The sage slug listened to Shiryu's words and replied, I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean by direct confrontation. In any case, let me briefly explain my 4 abilities. The first ability is group healing. I can quickly transmit your chakra throughout my body via the slugs, enabling healing. However, the extent of the healing depends on how much chakra the user can provide. I know about that, Shiu nodded. That's why Tsunade developed the strength of a hunter technique. Every time there's a crisis, she's able to save the people of Konoha from disaster. Yes, and my division ability should also count as part of my healing powers. Compared to Ryuchi Cave, as a slug, I am not skilled in combat. The slug sage admitted honestly. Shiu expressed his understanding. The second ability is acid secretion, which is more of an offensive move. From a human perspective, you could call it a Kekiai Genkai, a special inherited ability, the slug sage explained. This reminded Shiu of someone, sticky acid from the tongue. Would that count as melting release? I wonder what Meitarumi is up to these days. The third ability is that my body contains an immense amount of sage chakra, natural energy. The slug sage continued. What you see now is merely a tenth of my true power. If you were to summon my entire self, I would even possess the power to bring the dead back to life. The power to resurrect the dead? Shiu couldn't help but question, is it really that incredible? Yes, my divided bodies are scattered throughout the Shikatsu forest and even the sea. If you'd like to see my true form, you can do so anytime, the slug sage replied candidly. All right, I believe you, Shiu said, waving his hand with a few beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. So what's the fourth ability? The fourth ability is also the most important one. It's an extension of my division. Power with some more intricate functions, the slug sage explained further. Firstly, all my divided bodies can share what they see, transfer chakra, and relay information to each other since each one is a part of me. Shiu nodded in recognition. During Pain's attack on Konoha and the later Fourth Great Ninja War, the slugs had demonstrated this ability. In addition, each of my divided bodies can be transported by the user to any location, as long as you can sense it, the slug sage continued. You just have to sense the place? Shiu asked immediately. Yes, your sensory ability acts like marking a spot, and with my own powerful perception, I can instantly be summoned to wherever you want me to go, the slug sage replied. That's great, Shiu said excitedly, nodding in approval, just like my flying thunder god technique. This way, I can protect everyone's safety at any time. That's truly an honor. I can sense that your perception abilities are also quite formidable. The slug sage nodded in agreement, feeling Shiu's sincerity and kindness for the last ability. I can liquefy myself, turning into a harmless fluid form to transfer your chakra to others, the slug explained. Shiu was taken aback. Liquefy? The hydrification technique of the Otsutsuki clan. Well, I'm not too familiar with the hydrification technique, but I suppose you could think of it that way. By absorbing natural energy from water and using a technique to assimilate myself into the slug clan's physiology, I can liquefy myself. This allows me not only to boost the chakra of our allies, but also to absorb chakra from enemies, the slug sage elaborated. This time, Shi was truly shocked. He had thought those abilities the slug had just mentioned were unique to it, but now it sounded as if these were skills one could actually learn. Slug sage, is it really possible to learn such things? But I've already learned the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave. Does that mean the chakra for the three great sage arts is the same? Shiu asked anxiously. There are some differences. To put it simply, sage chakra is chakra transformed after absorbing natural energy. But within natural energy, there is both balance and diversity. The five basic elements, wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, are the fundamental energy elements found in nature, the slug sage explained. In Mount Mayaboku of the toads and Ryuchi Cave of the white snake sage, the natural energies are dominated by wind, lightning, fire, and earth. But only here in Shikatsu Forest is the natural energy primarily. Water, earth, and wood element. Shiu knew well that water and earth combine to form wood. Could it be that he could master wood release directly? The slug sage continued. Although there are differences, I have never encountered someone who received the inheritances of two sage land at the same time. What might happen? I truly don't know. These matters, let's discuss them later. For now, I want to see whether you are qualified to learn the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest, said the slug sage. What do you mean? Shiu was confused. Had he come all this way, only to be denied the inheritance? What was the point of all this then? Don't overthink it. I simply want to check the amount of chakra you possess. If your chakra is insufficient, I might end up causing your death. The larger the summoned slug, the more chakra is required. If you try to perform large-scale healing without enough chakra, exhaustion could be fatal. Of course, you do have a Hyuga bloodline seal. In that case, how do I let you sense it? Shiu asked. There's no one else here. but me. So you'll be perfectly safe. You can unleash all of your chakra freely. My sensory abilities are quite strong. I'll know right away, the slug said with confidence. Is that so? All right then, but you'd better brace yourself. Shiryu raised 2 fingers, gathering chakra. In the next instant, a surge of pale blue chakra erupted from within him. With a tremendous rumble, the soft earth was instantly shattered by Shiryu's power, turning it to mush. The surrounding area was left in utter disarray, as if a bombing had just swept through. The ground radiating outward from Shiryu was stripped bare, and a terrifying storm burst forth from him, spiraling outward with unstoppable force. What incredible chakra! The slug exclaimed in astonishment. You're still so young, yet you already possess chakra on the level of a Kage? I'm truly amazed. With this, you might barely be able to summon 1/10 of my true form. Only 1/10? And even that's barely enough. Seems I still have a long way to go. You really are something else. Shiryu swallowed nervously. Shiryu-sama, don't underestimate yourself. Even Lady Tsunade, at her prime, and using the strength of 100 seal, could only manage to fully summon 1/10 of me. And she from the Senju clan, whose chakra reserves are already far beyond that of most people. The slug replied, now addressing Shiryu with the utmost respect, putting him on the same level as Tsunade herself. Looks like I underestimated you. Let's do this again. Just now I was only using 1/10 of my chakra, Shiryu said with calm composure. What? The slug was utterly shocked. 1/10? I can hardly believe it. But Shiryu-sama, if you really have that much power, show me. Don't hold back. Shiryu nodded, focusing once again and increasing his chakra output. His chakra was already at Kage level, and now, with the power of many branch bloodlines, his Otsutsuki heritage was more complete than ever. Suddenly, Shiryu's form began to change again. The pale blue chakra around him grew stronger, denser, almost taking on physical form. The resulting gale was so intense that even the massive body of the slug sage was forced to slide backward. Even Lady Tsunade couldn't compare to the boy before me. This power, his chakra has already surpassed the Kage level. The slug was beside itself with disbelief, its entire body being blown even further away by Shiryu's energy. Even my body slime can't hold on to the ground. His chakra is still growing. Shiryu's chakra surged even stronger, and then the entire Shikatsu forest began to tremble ever so slightly. That's impossible. No matter how strong someone is, there has to be a limit. Who is this person? The chakra right now. It's already enough to summon 70% of the main body. I can't believe there's someone like this in the world. This has got to be a joke. Even the slug sage was stunned. The slug sage braced itself against the overwhelming force of Shiryu's chakra, but soon it was blown backward, unable to withstand the onslaught. 80%, 90%. At last, the slug sage couldn't hold on any longer. In the final moment, its entire body split into countless small slugs. Some were flung into the sea, some landed on leaves, and others crashed to the ground. Fortunately, their vitality was so strong that none were harmed by Shiryu's outburst. Slug sage, what happened? Are you hurt? Shiryu immediately retracted all of her chakra, returning to her usual calm appearance. It's nothing really. The slug sage took half a minute to pull itself back together, reforming into its previous shape. May I ask, am I qualified now to inherit the Ninjutsu of Shikatsu Forest? Shiryu scratched her head and asked, a bit sheepishly, of course you are. The slug sage seemed a little embarrassed as well. Lady Shiryu, if you don't mind me asking, were you really going all out just now? The slug asked cautiously. No. Actually, I wasn't. I didn't even release all of my main body's chakra. And I didn't use the Heia blood technique either, Shiryu replied, completely at ease. You didn't even use all your chakra, so you already have chakra reserves far surpassing the peak of Kage level? What is the Heia blood technique? The slug inquired. This Shiryu pointed to the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead and explained. It's like Tsunade's Byakugo no Jutsu. But I use a yin-yang seal to store over 90% of my chakra in here. Any chakra I don't need on a daily basis gets sealed away inside too. The slug was now entirely doubting everything it knew. If it was just Tsunade unleashing her yin seal, she'd already be unmatched in battle. But now, I've met a prodigy with a yin-yang seal, something called the Heia blood technique, and in your normal state, you already possess peak-level chakra beyond a Kage. If you were to unleash the yin-yang seal, what level would that be? The slug's thoughts drifted to a certain someone. It's unimaginable. I wonder if even Lady Tsunade's grandfather could stand against her. Knowing just how monstrous Shiryu was, the slug decided not to waste any more time. Well then, let's begin. First, we'll sign the summoning contract. Shiryu signed the summoning contract with the slug sage. However, before the contract was sealed, he didn't see Hashirama Senju's name among the previous summoners. From this, he could conclude that Hashirama's sage mode was definitely not learned in the Shikatsu forest. Well then, Lord Shiryu, from now on you can summon my clones, or even my true form, at any time to heal your allies, the slug said, still seeming a little incredulous. Next, you'll need to absorb the unique natural energy of Shikatsu forest and merge yourself with nature. Only then can you enter the slug sage mode. The slug sage reminded him gently. But be careful not to confuse this with the snake sage within your body. Shiryu understood well enough. Natural energy was indeed powerful, but even the slightest misstep could lead to trouble. Feel the flow of natural energy. He murmured. Suddenly, I did it, Shiryu exclaimed, but almost instantly he collapsed to the ground as if his bones had turned to jelly. Ah, you absorbed far too much natural energy, the slug sage warned. You've grown antennae on your head, and your skin has turned slick and slippery. The slug sage quickly helped Shiryu recover. He tried again, and finally something different happened. How about this time? Was it a success? Shiryu asked, hopeful. This time he didn't feel limp and boneless. There's no real change except for a few blue streaks on your skin. You didn't absorb enough energy. The slug sage commented. I'll keep trying, Shiryu said with determination. He attempted again and again, sometimes absorbing too much natural energy, sometimes too little. Eventually, Shiryu realized the problem wasn't with his technique. The true reason was that his own bloodline and chakra were simply too strong. Any foreign energy could not coexist peacefully within him, unless he fully fused the slug sage's chakra with his own. In the past, when I used snake sage mode, I didn't even need to absorb natural energy. Within seconds, I could activate sage chakra inside me, thanks to the system's fusion of the snake sage's power. He reflected, now, I can only learn this new mode by forging my own path. Only when this energy fuses completely with my bloodline can I use it perfectly. With that, Shiryu made a request. Excuse me, slug sage. Would you mind if I touched you for a moment? The slug felt a bit puzzled, but allowed Shiryu to lay his hand upon it. As Shiryu absorbed the power of his bloodline, he awakened some of the slug's dormant potential, causing its chakra to surge instantly. Amazing! So, this is Lord Shiryu's true ability, the slug sage exclaimed in astonishment. I might need you to protect me while I cultivate. I have to improve myself first before I can truly master the art of immortality, Shiryu requested. Absolutely no problem, replied the slug sage, who instantly split itself to stand guard for Shiryu. Meanwhile, Shiryu once again called upon the system. System, calling the system. The system has returned. Host? What can I do for you? Any commands? Let me take a look. My goodness, this time you actually have tailed beast bloodlines again. The 7 tails? Let me see. And a direct bloodline from the Senju clan? Quite a number of talents here. Products of the infinite Tsukuyumi from within the 10 tails body. And the last one seems to be the blood of the sage himself. The system muttered on for good while before giving a reminder. By the way, you still have one more chance to enhance your bloodline. Do you want to use it now, or not? Shiryu immediately asked, enhancing my bloodline? I plan to do that after the war is over. By the way, I want to know what abilities will I awaken through this bloodline fusion. And system, how long will you be dormant this time? The system replied, you're the host, so when to enhance is up to you. Let me see. The 7 tails will become a seed residing within your body. And the products of the infinite Tsukuyumi from the 10 tails body can only grant you a trace amount of Hashirama's bloodline. However, the direct Senju bloodline is quite interesting and should bring some changes. The greatest impact, I reckon, will come from the final sage's bloodline. As for how long I'll be asleep, it entirely depends on how much your power grows after this fusion. Honestly, I hope you'll be strong enough to let me sleep for hundreds of years, the system remarked. Hundreds of years? What use would you be then? Shiryu grumbled, urging, enough with the small talk, just help me with the fusion. No problem. "You're the host, you call the shots," the system replied. With that, the bloodline fusion began. This time, Shiryu was filled with anticipation. For the first time, he had gathered all 5 major bloodlines of the Otsutsuki lineage within himself, melding the powers of the Uzumaki, Senju, Kaga, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, uniting 5 great Kekkai Genkai into one body, the 5 great bloodlines. Once I've absorbed them all, what sort of transformation will I undergo? Shiryu wondered aloud, anticipation in his voice. "Begin the fusion," the system announced, and immediately the process commenced. A wondrous energy surged within Shiryu's body, as if a gravitational core of the Chibaku Tensei had formed inside him. His cells began to divide rapidly, the 5 bloodlines, each a legacy the Otsutsuki had left in the mortal world, collided for the very first time. Each contained entirely different powers, and as they clashed within, the cells bearing the Kekkai Genkai were steadily consumed and assimilated by Shiryu's own essence. Shiryu didn't feel any pain. Instead, a strange, indescribable comfort surged through his entire body, as if all the energy channels within him had suddenly been unblocked, granting him an endless wellspring of power. Soon he could sense that his very cells were greedily absorbing the bloodline power he had just seized, ushering his body into a deep process of digestion. Beyond these physical changes, the most profound transformation was in his eyes. At first, there was only an itch, but that tingling sensation rapidly intensified, growing almost unbearable. The moment Shiryu realized his cells had fully integrated into true, complete Otsutsuki cells, his eyes too began to transform. "My Sharingan is still a pale blue, but I can feel it clearly. My ability to use my techniques has increased dramatically." Without hesitation, Shiryu invoked the Divine Emperor's spirit creation. To his astonishment, his mastery over time manipulation had greatly extended. The strain he'd once felt was gone, and now he could hold time in suspension for at least twice as long as before, of course. He still couldn't bring time to a complete halt, an ability that perhaps not even the Sage of 6 Paths possessed. Next, Shiryu activated Susanoo. He was stunned to find that this time, it materialized effortlessly. "My ocular power has increased by leaps and bounds." "So this is it, the Senju bloodline awakened my eternal Mangekyo." Shiryu gazed at his Susanoo, which had now reached the 3rd form, the very one he could barely withstand before. "This time, let's see if I can reach the 4th form," he shouted, eager to test the limits of his Susanoo. The massive gray energy construct clad in Crow Tengu armor swelled further as Shiryu poured in more chakra and ocular power. The 3rd form melted back into the 2nd, but now it gained legs, solid feet, and sturdy limbs, making the figure even more immense. This was Susanoo's 4th form. Not enough. Still far from enough. Shiryu resolved to push his Susanoo to its ultimate, most complete manifestation. "The perfect Susanoo, perfect form," he declared, boosting his chakra output and ocular force to their limits. To his amazement, his Susanoo was stronger than he'd ever imagined. Not only had it reached the complete form he'd seen from others' memories, it also possessed power far beyond theirs. Its sheer size alone dwarfed all others. So in the end, the strength still depends on chakra reserves and ocular power. Shiryu's gray, perfect Susanoo was like an incarnation of Azura itself, brimming with its own formidable abilities, even the power to command space itself. All right, this is far enough. Shiryu then withdrew from the Susanoo mode and entered the legendary Slug Sage mode. With this, I can slip into Slug Sage mode effortlessly. I don't even need to absorb natural energy. My own energy awakens on its own. Shiryu's form shifted directly into Slug Sage mode, though the change in appearance was subtle. The most noticeable difference was the sage mask that now adorned Shiryu's face. Its rare blue hue was striking, reminiscent of the blue markings on a slug's back. Seeing this, the Slug Sage couldn't help but speak. "Lord Shiryu, you can enter Slug Sage mode directly." "So this is your way," the slug exclaimed. "That's right. Now I can feel an endless wellspring of power within me. It feels as if I have surpassed even the Kage level. If I had to name it, I'd say my abilities are at the Quasi 6 Paths level now," Shiryu replied, straightforward as ever. "Quasi 6 Paths, is it?" "That's a fair classification," the slug replied, realizing that the person before him might have already surpassed Hashirama's Senju. "Do you have any other changes?" the slug inquired. "Well, aside from physical changes and enhancements to my chakra and ocular powers, there's nothing major. I suppose that's because Tsunade's Senju bloodline is still different from Hashirama's." If only I could get Hashirama's cells. When I return to Konoha, I must find a way. If I can absorb the power of Hashirama Senju's bloodline, I think I'll break straight through to the next level. The true six-path, Shiryu confessed, his ambition burning even higher. But for now, this is already excellent. Let's begin our study of Slug Senjutsu Sage, Shiryu suggested, keeping them on task. Very well. The Slug Sage nodded and began teaching Shiryu the art of the sticky, acidic tongue. So that's it. After becoming a slug, my body gains properties like a real slug's. I can even spew corrosive acid from my mouth. Shiryu studied this technique for a while before moving on to the next one. Splitting and liquefaction. When attacked, I can liquefy myself and attach to the enemy, absorbing their chakra. With this move, I'd be nearly immortal. And then there's the Great Divide. You can even split off parts of your own body, though you'll take the form of a slug, turning myself into a slime. Shiryu felt a bit awkward at the thought, but still mastered the technique. After all, this was different from Orochimaru's snake clones. Here, when the enemy strikes your true body, you split and evade their attack. I might use a bit more the liquefied form. Time seemed to fly by, and before he knew it, Shiryu had already spent quite some time training in the Shikatsu forest. Just as the current Slug Sage had mentioned, the Senjutsu practiced here was mainly supportive in nature. With few offensive techniques, Shiryu felt that Tsunade might have noticed the vast reserves of chakra he possessed, and that was likely why she'd sent him to the Shikatsu forest. During this period, as Shiryu studied the Slug Sage's techniques, he also learned Tsunade's monstrous strength, controlling chakra with absolute precision, focusing it quickly into the limbs until it becomes second nature. This allows one to unleash terrifying power with each blow. However, because this method consumes a lot of chakra, Tsunade developed the strength of 100 seal, always ready to face formidable foes. But with my chakra, I can use as much monstrous strength as I want without any problem. I never expected to gain so much from this trip. Slug Sage mode, the Eternal Mangekyo, and even monstrous strength. It's about time I returned to Konoha. With that, Shiryu made up his mind to leave this place. Master Shiryu, are you preparing to return already? The Slug Sage asked him. Yes. I've been training in Senjutsu for a while now. I should head back as soon as possible. There was a note of urgency in Shiryu's voice. He had no idea what might have happened in Konoha during his absence. Don't worry, Konoha is fine. The Slug Sage reassured him gently before continuing. I'll have one of my clones in Konoha perform the reverse summoning technique to bring you back. Wait a minute. You don't have hands. How are you going to use the reverse summoning technique? Shiryu couldn't help but comment wryly. To his surprise, the Slug Sage simply merged one of her clones into her body, forming hands as she spoke. I can create hands if I wish, so my clones can as well. Shiryu was left speechless. Fine, forget it. Just send me back already. The Slug Sage told him to get ready. And then with a sudden bang, Shiryu vanished from the Shikatsu forest. When he returned to Konoha, he found the village shrouded in sorrow once again. How long was I gone? Shiryu asked the slug resting on his shoulder. About a month, I think. The slug replied. That can't be right. The memorial for White Fang ended long ago. Who has passed away this time? With a sense of foreboding, Shiryu hurried to the memorial stone. The area was crowded with people dressed in black, and even the third Hokage was present. Amidst the throng, Shiryu spotted Minato and Kushina as well. Wait. Shiryu realized with a start that the one who had died was none other than Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife. But what puzzled him even more was that Kushina's chakra, the power of the nine tails within her, felt incomplete. Shiryu, big brother, Granny has passed away. Xiaoxing was deeply grieved, and Shiryu didn't know how to comfort him. This was either the first or the second time he had experienced the death of someone close to him. And no sooner had he recovered from the previous loss than now Mito was gone as well. There's something strange about this. Shiryu immediately activated his keen perception. In an instant, he realized that the body inside Mito's coffin was not actually hers. Previously, by awakening Mito's potential, her lifespan should have been extended by quite a bit. She shouldn't be dead. Judging by the situation, could it be that Mito sealed half the power of the nine tails into Kushina? But why would she do that? Shiryu was puzzled. He was certain Mito was still alive, but for now, he had no way of finding her. So Shiryu could only feign sorrow and join everyone else in attending Mito's memorial service. As soon as the service ended, the third Hokage summoned Shiryu to the Hokage's office. Shiryu, have you discovered anything? The third asked, I have. Lady Mito should still be alive, Shiyu replied, honestly. Your sensory abilities are impressive, just like my teacher, Lord Tobarama. The third could see shadows of the second Hokage in Shiyu. But why? I can't figure it out, Shiyu admitted, unable to understand why Konoha would do such a thing. Didn't you predict a major ninja war before? I must say, your prediction may be coming true, the third said gravely. Has the war already begun? Somehow, it feels as though Konoha's defenses have grown weaker, Shiyu remarked after sensing the situation. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, set it down on the desk, and spoke. The sandstone and cloud villages are all restless. We don't know their true intentions, so I've already dispatched a large number of ninja to reinforce our defenses. The deaths of White Fang and Mito may very well convince our enemies that this is the perfect opportunity to strike, I see. So we're preparing in advance. That way, if the enemy tries to ambush us, we can catch them off guard instead. Is that the real reason behind faking Lady Mito's death? It suddenly dawned on Shiyu. That's right. We've received word that the sand is especially agitated lately, highly active, given their location in the desert. It's clear they're preparing for large-scale military expansion. I suspect a localized conflict between Konoha and the sand will break out first, the third explained. So is this my mission? Shiyu asked, seeking confirmation. Yes. First, head to the land of rivers. Our ninja forces have already gathered there. Do your best to avoid fighting on home soil. What I hope is that you can crush the ambitions of Tsunade in one decisive move. This time, you will be the commander. It's time for you to shine on a real battlefield. The third Hokage looked at Shiyu with eyes full of trust. All right, but I'm still very young. I'm afraid people might not follow my lead. I'd like you, Master Sir Toby, to give me a commander's token, Shiyu requested. Shiyu had only mentioned it offhandedly, not expecting there to actually be such a token. With your abilities, is there really anyone who wouldn't obey you? Well then, here you go. The third Hokage handed the token to Shiyu. You'll be in charge of the southwestern front. Orochimaru is currently defending the northwest, keeping an eye out for any sneak attacks from Iwagakure. I've sent Minato to the northeast to guard against the ever-watchful Kumobikure. I have faith in you all. The third Hokage placed great expectations on Shiyu, and Shiyu was well aware of it. By the way, I'd like to request a few people, Shiyu said. At the moment, assigning Jonin might be difficult. There are more Chunin and Jinin available, the third Hokage replied. That's enough. I'd like to have Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Hyuga, and Hayashi Hyuga, Shiyu said. In other words, I'd like our original Team 7. Very well. The third Hokage nodded. There was no problem in reassigning those people. I'll send them the notification. In 1 hour, assemble your team and prepare to depart. He instructed. Yes, sir. With that, Shiyu disappeared in a flash. Using the body flicker technique, Shiyu then made his way to the Konoha Bank, where he discovered 3 large sums of money had recently been deposited into his account. What's going on here? Shiyu inquired. 3 parties have invested in our bank, according to the records, the clerk replied. One is the Amamiya family from the land of fire. One is the In family from the land of water. And the last is someone named Shinjin, the Amamiya family. They must be repaying me or looking to cooperate. The In family must be that little blue-haired girl I rescued. And Shinjin, isn't it the guy I picked up back in Tanzaka town? Looks like he's returned the money I gave him, Shiyu mused. He really is an interesting person. Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle. For now, stop expanding our Konoha Bank branches and hold off on issuing new loans. Wait until everything settles down before we continue. By the way, where's Kakuzu? Shiyu asked. Boss, did you call for me? Kakuzu had already assumed a new identity in Konoha, all arranged by Shiyu. I've had a special assignment. Think of it as a business trip. There'll be travel expenses. Want to head to the battlefield with me? Shiyu asked with a grin. If there's more money involved, all the better. But to be honest, I've been itching for some action lately. Let's call it a little vacation. Kakuzu agreed to Shiyu's invitation. Soon after, Shiyu and Kakuzu arrived together at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. Waiting for them were Hyuga Hongdai, the red-haired kunoichi with white eyes, the masked swordmaster Kakashi Nansuk, and the leader of Team 7, Hyuga Hizashi. Shiyu, you rascal, you finally remembered us, Nansuk called out. It had been ages since he'd last seen Shiyu, but what caught his attention was the strange figure at Shiyu's side. And who's this? Nansuk asked with a puzzled look, for he'd never seen anyone with such a menacing face in the Leaf Village before. This is my employee, Shiyu explained. He's accompanying us this time as my assistant. Hongdai smiled warmly and added, no matter what, At least we can fight alongside you again, Shiryu. To stand shoulder to shoulder with you, they both have been training incredibly hard, Hisashi remarked. Stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Shouldn't they set a small goal first, like surpassing me? Shiryu replied with a playful smile. But then Hisashi said seriously this time, I'm not here as the squad leader. I'm joining as a fellow Leaf Ninja. All of us will follow your orders, Shiryu, because you are our commander for this mission. No, to be precise, you're the chief strategist for the Leaf side in this battle. Hisashi's tone was solemn. Everyone nodded in agreement, a silent promise to carry out Shiryu's commands without hesitation. Don't worry, Shiryu said with unwavering confidence. Even though we haven't reached the front lines yet, I believe we will win this battle. Because we are Team 7 of the Hidden Leaf. The trials he had faced had made him stronger, and from them he had come to understand just how powerful the bonds of teamwork and shared resolve could be. Inspired by Shiryu, everyone in Team 7 brimmed with confidence. Boss, you really do have a knack for leadership, Kakuzu said, a touch of sly humor in his voice. Shiryu burst out laughing in surprise. Kakuzu, since when did you get so good at flattery? I've heard bosses like you enjoy a bit of praise. When you're in a good mood, you hand out promotions and raises, but I'm not just buttering you up. Every word I said is true, Kakuzu replied, his tone unusually earnest. All right, Kakuzu. No need to explain any further. The more you explain, the more awkward it gets. Just follow my lead. And your paycheck will definitely go up, Shiryu said, half exasperated, though he could sense the change in Kaku. Shiryu, Lord Third has already given me a general idea of our mission. But would you mind explaining the details for us? Hisashi suggested. Shiryu nodded, took out a map of the ninja continent, and began his mission briefing. According to reports, it seems that the Sand Ninja intend to expand their territory. Recently, they have suddenly dispatched a large force of ninja to invade the Land of Rivers. If the Land of Rivers falls completely into the hands of the Hidden Sand, it will pose a direct threat to us in Konoha. Our Land of Fire has always maintained friendly relations with the Land of Rivers. Just as the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. Therefore, we must lend a helping hand and contain the Hidden Sand's invasion there. Based on our intelligence, Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, has already set up a main base in the forests of the Land of Fire to guard against a surprise attack from the Hidden Sand. Our first destination will be there, but our ultimate goal is not to hold the line to the death, but to find a breakthrough and drive the Sand Ninja back, Shiryu repeated the purpose of this mission for everyone's clarity. Nichizen nodded, understanding the third Hokage's intentions. Only by experiencing the true chaos of the battlefield will you truly grow. Will the four of us be the key to this fight? He asked, a trace of anticipation in his voice. Don't worry, Sensei. Nansuk said, suddenly fired up. We're not the same as we were during our first mission. Every one of us in Squad 7 has grown. He was filled with excitement about what lay ahead. Red Butterfly, too, seemed to have overcome her earlier fears. This time, I absolutely won't drag everyone down. I've made a lot of progress myself, she declared, her fighting spirit burning bright within. Only Kakuzu shook his head and muttered, a bunch of kids. Let's hope you don't end up dead. Squad 7, move out. They all shouted in unison. With that, the four set out from the Hidden Leaf Village, moving swiftly westward. Their path led through the endless forests of the Land of Fire. Where the dense canopy blocked out the sun, they pressed on, without rest, and after several days' hard travel, the group finally arrived at the Konoha Ninja's frontline headquarters. The supreme commander of the base was, of course, none other than Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. When he saw Shiryu, he was taken aback, and his gaze lingered even longer on Kaku. Shiryu greeted him with utmost respect. Lord Orochimaru, how stands the situation at the front? Orochimaru replied coolly, at present, the Hidden Sand has sent multiple squads to invade the Land of Rivers, according to our intel. The Land of Rivers is defenseless. By this afternoon, they'll likely have crossed the canyon. Shiryu was startled. They'll cross the canyon by this afternoon. Has Konoha made no plans for resistance? I believe resisting them head-on is pointless, Orochimaru answered calmly. It would be wiser to fortify ourselves in the forests of the Land of Fire. We know this terrain. It will make the battle much easier for us. And you, Shiryu, what do you think? Lord Sarutobi hopes you'll serve as the commander for this battle. What will you do? Orochimaru's voice was tinged with a cold edge. As he questioned, Shiryu now understood. Orochimaru was the acting commander here, and suddenly a child had arrived, seemingly placed above him. It was only natural for him to feel discontent. Although Orochimaru was aware of Shiryu's abilities, War and combat were two different matters. The authority to command on the front lines would never be handed to a child ignorant of military strategy. The others, like Nichiza, felt a pang of anxiety. The mission had not even begun, and already there was tension between their own comrades. Would their senior brothers end up at odds? Orochimaru-sama. Shiyu-sama has only just arrived at the battlefield. He still needs time and experience. Nichiza's words trailed off, but Shiyu immediately interjected. It's all right, Teacher Nichiza. I have my own ways. Oh, that's bold. Let's hear it, Orochimaru replied, his eyes narrowing with interest. Shiyu pulled out a map and began, Everyone, please look. This is the land of rivers. The entire country is crossed by an enormous canyon that stretches from south to north for thousands of kilometers. If Tsunade manages to take control of the whole canyon, they'll have the power to challenge us, the Leaf. You're not wrong, Orochimaru countered, but precisely because the canyon is so long, we have no way of knowing where they might cross and launch their attack. If we spread our forces too thin, they'll just pick us off one by one. Doing that would mean giving up the advantage of our own terrain. Orochimaru, why do you think Tsunade seeks military expansion? Shiyu pressed. Why? All war is but a continuation of politics, and at its core, politics is always about interest, Orochimaru replied. Shiyu nodded in affirmation. Your analysis is spot on. So, why does Tsunade invade the land of rivers? It's nothing more than a grab for territory, and besides, beyond the land of rivers lies the land of fire. Its rich resources are even more tempting to Tsunade. So if they conquer the land of rivers and achieve that goal, they'll then have a path to attack the land of fire. Orochimaru said at once, You're absolutely right, and I agree with your reasoning, Orochimaru continued. But how can you be so certain Tsunade won't invade the Leaf directly in the near future? And why are you so hesitant to strike first? Shiyu shot back without missing a beat. I am Orochimaru, one of the Leaf's legendary Sannin. Behind me are countless Leaf shinobi whose lives depend on my decisions. As the main force, if we launch a reckless assault and the other three nations take advantage of our absence, the consequences will be disastrous, Orochimaru said with great caution. He had never made a single mistake while guarding the Western Front, and given the chance, he could be as devious as any foe. In Shiyu's mind, his assessment of Orochimaru was clear, steady as an old hound, and a true headache for any enemy. Shiyu quickly responded, precisely because of that, Tsunade is even less likely to launch a rash attack against the Leaf. While we in Konoha are engaged in battle, we must also guard against sneak attacks from other hidden villages. Now, although Tsunade has launched an offensive into the land of rivers, I suspect they're also under considerable pressure themselves. After all, Tsunade has to keep watch on many neighboring nations, such as Awagakure to the north, Amigakure to the northeast, which is friendly with us, and others. So what you're saying is, Tsunade is testing Konoha's response. Orochimaru immediately grasped what Shiyu was getting at. Shiyu nodded and replied, the advisors of Tsunade should have a deep understanding of a strategic mindset. Lord Orochimaru, perhaps they already anticipated that you would stand your ground in the forests of the land of fire, which is why they seized the land of rivers first. Orochimaru seemed convinced by Shiyu's reasoning. After a brief silence, he asked, Then what do you propose? Should we launch a preemptive attack and drive Tsunade back as quickly as possible, no matter the cost? But Shiyu shook his head once more. I don't know the true reason Tsunade invaded the land of rivers, but since they've come, let's make sure they don't leave so easily. A sly grin flickered across Orochimaru's face. It seems you really do have a plan. You're ambitious. I like that. Shiyu paid no mind to Orochimaru's mocking tone. Drive them away? If we do nothing but push them back, they'll just return sooner or later. This time, let's teach Tsunade a lesson they won't soon forget. Konoha is not to be invaded. With that, Shiyu began outlining his strategy. First, dispatch an elite Konoha unit to rush to the canyon in the land of rivers. They'll plant explosive tags throughout the ravine, then circle around to set up an ambush behind the Tsunade forces. Meanwhile, we send an advance party as bait, luring the enemy into the canyon. When the time comes, we detonate the explosive tags, with our main force attacking from the front and the ambush closing in from behind. We'll crush Tsunade's ninja. Between us annihilating their entire unit, Shiyu's plan drew murmurs of admiration from those present. Yet Hizashi quickly spotted a flaw and spoke up, but what if Tsunade has sensory ninja or a reconnaissance team? Wouldn't they discover our setup right away? That's precisely why we need to make them believe they've outsmarted us, Shiryu explained. If they think they found us first, they'll walk right into our trap without a second thought when they clumsily try to ambush our supposed ambush. They'll realize just how badly they've miscalculated. The brilliance of Shiryu's plan was undeniable. First, he would deliberately let a hint slip, tricking Tsunade into believing Konoha was attempting a clumsy ambush. Then, when Tsunade moved to strike at Konoha's supposed position, they would instead be led into the canyon. At that moment, the explosive tags would be triggered. The main force would confront Tsunade from the front, and as they tried to retreat, the ambush from behind would close in, leaving no Tsunade forces standing. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with interest, and he couldn't help but praise. That's a clever plan. However, there's one issue. No, actually, it's not really a problem. But following this strategy will definitely mean some of our ninja will be sacrificed. In other words, the ones used as bait are essentially being sent to their deaths. Orochimaru said this in a calm, almost indifferent tone. So, it really requires people to lay down their lives. Red Butterfly now understood the crux of the matter. As someone who cherished peace, she naturally hoped her own people wouldn't have to die. In war, sacrifice is inevitable. Why not let me be the bait? Kakashi Kusua's thoughts drifted to the death of his uncle, the White Fang. Isn't there another way? Hisashi felt sure that Shiryu's plan wouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. Youngsters, did anyone say that being bait means you have to die? Kakuzu, having witnessed the passing of countless years, had long since become philosophical about such things. As long as you strike back at the crucial moment, you can turn the tables. Kakuzu's words radiated a mysterious confidence. Orochimaru froze for a moment, his expression incredulous. Wait, I just realized. You're not. Could you be the legendary #1 assassin at the Underground Exchange, the ultimate killer Kakuzu? Why? Why are you here? Orochimaru's hands transformed into a mass of serpents that wound tightly around Kakuzu. So you have heard of me. Orochimaru, relax, I'm under this one's command now, otherwise, your famous Sannin head would have been cashed in long ago. Kakuzu replied coolly, showing not the slightest fear of Orochimaru. Shiryu interjected, let's leave it at that. We're not here to argue. Leave the bait to me. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. In an instant, Shiryu created nearly 100 copies of himself. He then used the transformation technique, turning his shadow clones into the likenesses of Orochimaru's ninja subordinates. With this, even sensory-type ninja won't be able to tell the difference. I'll make a few deliberate mistakes to give myself away, ensuring the advanced troops find us and step right into our trap. Shiryu's seamless execution once more drew astonished gasps from everyone present. Orochimaru nodded clearly, impressed by Shiryu's abilities, and gave his full approval, carrying Shiryu's plan forward without further hesitation. Then Orochimaru asked, you've arranged our roles. What about yourself? Shiryu smiled. Didn't I say I wanted to teach Tsunade a harsh lesson? Our Team 7 will act as a surprise assault unit and strike directly at the frontline headquarters of Tsunade, Shiryu declared with resolute determination. Everyone was stunned. A single ninja squad attacking the enemy's main headquarters. This can't be real, can it? The main force of the sand-hidden ninja. How many will there be? 5,000? Or even 10,000? Wasn't just the leaf ninjas who were stunned. Even the people on Shiryu's side were equally shocked. Just the 5 of us are supposed to take on the core forces of the sand-hidden? Kakiki Kusa to double-check. Shiryu, you're not joking, are you, right? Even you, Shiryu-kun, must have moments when your strength fails, or your stamina gives out, don't you? Orochimaru added, besides, you've already created so many shadow clones. You must have used up a lot of chakra by now, haven't you? Shiryu burst out laughing, then looked at Orochimaru, and said, Orochimaru, do you know why I'm still standing here? Why? Orochimaru immediately understood what Shiryu was getting at. Could it be you really inherited Ryakudo's legacy? Orochimaru was genuinely astonished. He knew only too well how harsh the requirements of Ryakudo's legacy were. Though he had been to Ryakudo himself, and even signed contracts with some snakes, he had never mastered Sage Jutsu. But he did know of Sage Mode. Don't worry. I'm the one in charge of this operation. I'd never gamble with my comrades' lives, Shiryu said, glancing at his companions with determination. Hayashi immediately voiced his support. I'm sure Lord Shiryu has his reasons for this decision, so I trust him. I trust him too. Kurenai Hyuga chimed in. After all, She had seen Shiyu perform one miracle after another with her own eyes. I don't even need to say it, right? You can count on me too. Kakiki Kusuwa chose to believe as well. I'm just an employee. I listened to the boss, Kakuzu said matter-of-factly. He certainly didn't think Shiyu would lose, especially since Shiyu had once defeated him with ease. If Shiyu himself was willing to go all out, then he would never betray his superior. But Sir Toby-sensei gave me instructions. Orochimaru tried to say more, but Shiyu cut him off at once. I know what Sir Toby-sensei meant. He's still worried about me. If my strategy shows any major flaws, then Orochimaru-senpai, it's your job to talk sense into me. Sarutobi-sensei has indeed racked his brains trying to temper me, or maybe to protect me. I understand all of his concerns, but my intention remains unchanged. Our squad will act as an assault team and wipe out the Sand Hidden's main force. We'll make them retreat from the stage before the third great ninja war even begins. White Fang's suicide, Mito's death, or feigned death, and the third Kazekage destined to become one of Sasori's puppets. Perhaps the Sand Hidden's invasion of the Land of Rivers was merely a way to shift attention from their own internal strife. It seems you're quite certain that this war will escalate into a full-blown ninja world war. If that's the case, then eliminating the enemy is indeed the best course of action. Even Orochimaru had to admit that Shiyu's approach was absolutely right in times of war. Showing no mercy and utterly annihilating the enemy is the best course of action. If this were a battle that could engulf the entire ninja world, I imagine Lord Orochimaru, with your style, you would also resort to ingenious strategies with the sole aim of wiping out the enemy. After all, among the three legendary Sannin, you're the one most willing to take bold risks at such a crucial moment. Holding a line does make sense, but who can guarantee that this fight isn't just the prelude to the third great ninja war? If we don't aim to destroy our enemies from the very beginning, we'll lose the initiative. It's exactly because our opponents are the shrewd elders and advisors of Tsunade that we must spare no effort to cut them down. This is the reality of war. Shiyu appeared utterly cold and unfeeling. Whether it was Orochimaru or the others present, everyone was deeply impressed by Shiyu's words. This guy. Even Orochimaru was at a loss for words, his shock at the person before him coming wave after wave. All right, if that's the case, let's give Tsunade a painful lesson, just the two of us as fellow disciples. Orochimaru unusually extended his hand and spoke words so uncharacteristic that even Shiyu could hardly believe this was the real Orochimaru. Yet, his gesture was the clearest sign of agreement and respect for Shiyu's decision. Naturally, Shiyu reached out and shook his hand. Let's move out. With that, Orochimaru led the main force of Konoha's ninja to a position not far from the canyon at the edge of the Land of Rivers close to Konoha. Meanwhile, Shiyu, using his observation jutsu, clearly saw the explosive tags buried at the bottom of the canyon. His shadow clone was already in place, hidden perfectly but deliberately leaving a few subtle clues. Distraction squad, use water style. Hidden mist jutsu, ordered Orochimaru. Smart move, Shiyu praised. Why? Asked Nansho and the others confused. Kakuzu stepped in to explain. By using hidden mist, we can disrupt the sensory abilities of Tsunade's ninja. At the same time, it will make the enemy more alert. Those deliberate clues will be easily spotted, luring them right into our trap. No wonder you're one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru. Nichizo exclaimed. We split our forces now. Orochimaru then divided a portion of the main force into another team, assigning them to circle behind Tsunade for a surprise attack. Konoha strike squad, move out with them. Shiyu commanded. Good luck, Shiyu. Orochimaru and Shiyu exchanged nods. Soon after, Shiyu and his four teammates followed the unit, circling northward, crossing over the canyon in the Land of Rivers and arriving in the western part of the country. However, along the way, something unexpected happened. This, because the range of the hidden mist technique is so vast, my sensory abilities can no longer detect the enemy forces. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll lose the perfect opportunity to encircle them, the sensory ninja said. I've got this. Byakugan. Hongdai activated her Byakugan, allowing her to perceive the situation several kilometers away. Although the mist was thick and heavy, she managed to glean some understanding of their surroundings. Apart from the Byakugan, there's another way, Kakamukusa said as he bit his finger, drawing blood. Summoning jutsu. In an instant, a pack of ninja hounds, all bred by the Hitaki clan, appeared at his side. Give it a sniff. Can you tell where the sand ninja are hiding? Kusuo asked. One of the hounds quickly pointed its paw toward the 2 o'clock direction, its behavior both precise and amusing. Seeing this, Nichiza and Shiryu couldn't help but smile. Everyone truly had grown so much. It looks like the enemy has already reached the Valley of Rivers. Wait behind them for the signal. The explosion of the explosive tags. Once you see it, launch a fierce attack on the enemy forces. Victory will be ours in this battle. Shiryu and the others left the ninja hounds to ensure they could guide the troops in the right direction. As for our raiding squad, we'll bypass the Sand Ninja units entirely and head straight for their main base, Shiryu declared. The 5 set out westward. While they managed to slip past the Sand Ninja's main forces, not one of them actually knew the precise location of the Sand stronghold. Leave finding the Sand's main base to me, Shiryu said, and with a thought he activated his scouting eye. In an instant, everything within dozens of kilometers was revealed to him. By narrowing the focus of his vision into a single line, he could even observe sights hundreds of kilometers away. So that's where it is, huh? A smile played on Shiu's lips. Shiryu, did you discover something? Nichiza and Hongdai, despite their Byakugan, had found nothing, but Shiryu seemed to have made a breakthrough. What a terrifying sensory ability, Kakuzu murmured in a low voice. Shiryu continued, I've located the Sand's main base. It seems that, due to supply issues, they set up their headquarters near the so-called Boneless Wastes, a stretch of scorching, arid desert. The Boneless Wastes, what's that? Kakamukuso asked, a bit embarrassed. Hongdai immediately explained, the Land of Wind is mostly harsh deserts and wastelands. What they call the Boneless Wastes is an area of the Sand's territory that borders the vast Wind Country Desert, the Land of Wind. I never imagined a country could have such a harsh environment. Kusuo exclaimed, genuinely surprised by the severity of the landscape. If we attack the Sand's main base, is there a chance we could end up surrounded ourselves? Nichiza asked, worry etched in his voice. Shiryu then spoke. Right now, while the Sand Hidden Village has let down their guard, we'll seize the chance to launch a surprise attack on their main camp. After that, we'll withdraw from their encampment as quickly as possible. This way, the reinforcements rushing here through the narrow pass won't be able to surround us. Let's do it. Everyone applauded the plan with enthusiasm. Red Butterfly, Nansho, and Master Nichai, your fighting styles all rely on close combat, so do your best to close the distance with the enemy. You'll be supporting the 3 of them. You 3 just focus on charging in. Leave the rest to me, Shiryu said, biting his finger and pressing his hands swiftly to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A not-so-large slug sage appeared at Shiryu's call. What is that? That's Lady Tsunade's slug sage, one of the legendary Sannin summons. Nichai immediately recognized Tsunade's contract beast. That right, Shiryu nodded. Lord Shiryu, the slug sage greeted respectfully. Slug sage, the sunlight here is harsh and not in your favor. I need you to split into several smaller bodies and use my chakra to keep these 4 companions alive. We're preparing to storm the Sand Hidden encampment. She ordered. Understood. The slug immediately divided itself and hid within everyone's clothing. What is this? That's just too gross. Nansho couldn't help but shudder. Let's go. Destroy the Sand Hidden main camp. The slug will replenish your chakra in abundance, and I'll make sure to sabotage their supplies right away. With that, Shiryu charged forward with the others. Time to give Sand Hidden a little surprise. Kakuzu stepped up and unleashed his Earth Grudge Fear. Final shot. 3 elemental attacks roared forth with terrifying force, aimed straight at the Sand Hidden encampment. A thunderous explosion shook the ground. We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy raid. The Sand Hidden forces never imagined anyone would dare launch a raid on their main camp, set deep within the scorching desert. Here, have another one. Fire style. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Shiryu unleashed Madara's massive-scale fire jutsu, and in an instant, a torrent of flames engulfed the Sand Hidden tents. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Some elite ninja managed to throw up defensive jutsu at the critical moment. Though the barriers weren't entirely effective, they were just enough to save their lives. Summoning jutsu. Without hesitation, Shiryu summoned Shinya, one of the giant serpents from Ryuchi Cave. Shinya, destroy all the supplies in the area. If there's anything you can't smash, petrify it for me. Shiryu commanded. No problem. Leave it to me. Shinya's body was even larger than Manda's. As it rampaged through the Sand Hidden camp, no ninja could stand in its way. How is this possible? Why are there enemies here? Are the Leaf Shinobi attacking? The Sand Village was caught off guard by sudden attacks, suffering heavy casualties. Their morale plummeted, and many shinobi fell to the enemy's jutsu before they even caught sight of Shiryu and his companions. Everyone, look closely. There are only 5 enemies. That giant snake must be Orochimaru's summoned beast. If we rally and fight back, we can repel the enemy. This is the very heart of the Sand Village. A middle-aged matron braving mortal danger herself tried to rouse the spirits of her fellow shinobi. Meanwhile, Red Butterfly and Uchiha had already burst into the very center of the enemy stronghold. Though they had the advantage of surprise, they were up against an overwhelming number of sand shinobi, and it wasn't long before they were completely surrounded. Red Butterfly, use rotation in the opposite direction, Uchiha called out. Understood. Red Butterfly nodded. The 2 Hyuga began to spin rapidly, and in an instant a torrent of blue chakra erupted around them. Their combined rotation sent the surrounding sand shinobi flying in all directions. Chakra keeps flooding in without pause. This must be the true power of the slug technique. Uchiha felt his confidence surge. Elsewhere, Nansao was holding his ground alone against dozens of elite sand shinobi. It was a hopeless fight, and he was forced to rely on his mastery of the Hatake sword techniques. Blade flashing, he cut down foes left and right, unleashing every skill he knew. Before long, though, his chakra began to run dangerously low. But thanks to the slug, his body was once again brimming with renewed energy. It's like having access to an endless well, Hatake Nansao realized, and even when he suffered injuries, the slug's power rapidly healed his wounds. It almost felt as if he'd inherited the abilities of the first Hokage himself. As for Kakuzu, there was even less need for concern. Earth style. Earth spear. With a single punch, Kakuzu sent several enemies flying. Fire style. Headhunter. The demon on his back unleashed a devastating wave of fire, and countless sand shinobi perished screaming in the inferno. Sand shinobi were inherently vulnerable to fire-style jutsu, and Kakuzu's techniques were among the best. The number of those who fell to his hands was beyond counting. Earth grudge fear. Occasionally, Kakuzu lashed out with his tentacles, becoming a veritable reaper on the battlefield. Let me Chiyo face you. The middle-aged matron revealed herself as none other than Granny Chiyo. Now simply called Chiyo, she charged toward Kakuzu, unfurling a scroll and swiftly performing a summoning technique. 10 white puppets materialized before everyone's eyes. What is that, Lady Chiyo's secret white technique? Could it be the legendary 10 puppets created by the puppet master Monzaemon? That's right, these are the legendary Chikamatsu 10, the ultimate achievement of any puppeteer, the ability to control 10 puppets at once. Leaf shinobi with this technique, this old woman once conquered an entire fortress, Chiyo declared proudly to Kakuzu. Why should I care? Don't get in the way of my killing. Kakuzu immediately unleashed his wind release technique, while Chiyo wasted no time in activating her defensive skill. Machine light shield seal. A shimmering shield materialized before Chiyo, blocking Kakuzu's jutsu with surprising effectiveness. Not a bad move, Kakuzu sneered. In that case, you'll make a fine addition to my collection of hearts. Without another word, he lunged into fierce combat with Chiyo. Thus began a 5-against-all battle that shook the entire hidden sand village. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shigure had already laid waste to most of Tsunade's main base. Just then, he ran into a squad of puppet masters determined to stop him. A flurry of shuriken and kunai clattered against Kenya, sparks flying as they struck his body. Yet not a single scale was scratched. Haha, I barely even feel that, Kenya called out with a carefree swagger. Come on, can't you guys hit a little harder? Fire. Style. Grand blazing arrow. With no hesitation, Shigure faced the puppet masters and unleashed a massive fire jutsu. Its sheer power and reach were staggering. Even Kenya, usually unfazed, felt a chill of alarm. As expected of Shigure, no wonder he's one of the strongest. If something like that hit me, I wouldn't stand a chance, Kenya admitted, awe clear in his voice. Together, Shigure and Kenya rampaged through the heart of Tsunade's stronghold. Chiyo, meanwhile, was held at bay by Kakuzu. And as for Uchiha, Red Butterfly, and Kusaw, they were nearly indestructible, cutting down any foe in their path. The entire base had been plunged into utter chaos. Incredible! Who would have thought Konoha would dare to launch a surprise attack on our headquarters? A bald, long-browed, middle-aged man pointed an accusing finger at Shigure. Who are you? I am Shigure Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf. And you? Shigeru's voice brooked no refusal, his presence commanding. The man looked at him in shock. So you're the one they call the light of the ninja world? Konoha's supreme commander. At only 6 years old? The prodigy himself? The man scrutinized Shigeru carefully before speaking. No wonder, attacking us out of the blue isn't Orochimaru's style. If I defeat you, the advantage will be ours, won't it? Even so, he still withheld his own name. You're Chiyo's younger brother, Ebizo, aren't you? What's your plan? Naively hoping to stop me? Shigeru's lips curled in a faint smile as he stared at Ebizo. I'm not just here to stop you, Ebizo replied grimly. I'll do whatever it takes to capture you. Summoning jutsu. With that, he bit his finger and performed the hand signs. With a resounding boom, a giant golem formed from swirling sand appeared, lurching towards Shigeru. Now, this is interesting. Shigeru, full of confidence in Kenya, gave the order, go. Kenya charged straight at the sand giant, and with an earth-shaking crash, knocked it to the ground. Seizing the chance while the giant and Kenya wrestled, Ebizo rushed straight at Shigeru. Ninja art. 1,000 needles. Ebizo launched his technique directly, sending a storm of needles hurtling toward Shiyu. Thousands of needles flew at Shiyu. If he didn't defend himself, he'd be turned into a pincushion in an instant. How dull. Shiyu merely waved his hand lightly, and Ebizo's 1,000 needles technique was effortlessly dispelled. How? How can this be? Impossible. Ebizo was stunned. He hadn't seen what happened at all. Care to taste your own jutsu? With a flick of his wrist, Shiyu amplified the 1,000 needles and unleashed them like a torrent back at Ebizo. The sound of needles slicing through the air intensified as the silver projectiles shot forward at a speed many times faster than before, so dense they seemed to blot out the air around Ebizo. This move, I call it 10,000 needles, Shiyu declared with a note of pride. In mere moments, Ebizo was pierced all over, transformed instantly into a human pincushion. A faint, shifting sound followed as Ebizo's body crumbled into sand, collapsing in a heap upon the ground. So it was a sand clone after all, as expected from a sand-hidden elder known for his cunning. But I'm afraid that alone won't be enough to deal with me. Shiyu pressed his palms together in a swift gesture, his eyes instantly turned a pale blue. The eternal Mangekyo. Then without hesitation, Shiyu summoned the mighty Susanoo, this time more fluid and powerful than ever before, and in the blink of an eye, it emerged in its perfect form. Susanoo. Armor mode. Shiyu transformed his Susanoo into a gleaming suit of armor and clad it on a Shinya. What is this? Shinya exclaimed in shock. Shiyu's armor. On my body. Shinya could hardly believe it himself. This is the ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan. Serpent-clad in Susanoo's armor will become the enemy's worst nightmare. Shiyu shouted once more, his voice ringing with resolve. No hesitation. Destroy the entire sand-hidden stronghold. At that moment, Ebizo reappeared atop the massive sand giant. This guy, his power has become this overwhelming. Looks like I have no choice but to contact the village. We need reinforcements. Fast. I just hope this technique can buy us some time. Wind style. Wine cutter jutsu. The elite sand-hidden Jonin joined forces, unleashing a terrifying gale of slicing wind at Shinya. But all that could be heard was the dull thud of the attacks striking his armored form. Let's finish this together. Water style. Water dragon barrage. With a sharp cry, Shinya spat out his venomous saliva, and Shiyu harnessed the water dragon technique to launch a relentless volley, each shot carrying Shinya's petrifying venom. He can use water style even in the heart of the desert. Does this guy have an endless supply of chakra or what? What's happening? Look, everywhere he goes, sand. Hidden shinobi are slowly turning to stone. What's going on? His water dragon barrage can actually petrify people. Run! He's a monster. The morale in the hidden sand was at rock bottom. First of all, their main camp supply lines had been destroyed, which meant they could no longer send provisions to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. That left the Sand's ninja forces there facing utter annihilation. With the main camp itself under attack by the Leaf, the safety of the entire Land of Wind was now in jeopardy. You have to understand, beyond the scorching wastelands and endless deserts, there were no more natural defenses. Nothing left to fall back on except the Heavens Line, the last barrier of the hidden sand. Once that was breached, the village itself would be exposed, and so the fighting had grown even more desperate. Chiyo and Ebizo gave everything they had to rally the shattered remnants of the Sand forces, risking their lives as they clashed with Shiyu's raiding unit. Gone were the days of lone warriors now. They had pulled their troops back, forming a defensive line on the far side of the camp to make their final stand. Earth-style, Earth-flow fortress. A group of elite sand ninja pooled their chakra, raising a massive earthen wall that towered over the battlefield like a fortress. With solemn determination, Chiyo and Ebizo declared the land of wind may be vast, but we have no place left to retreat. Behind us lies the hidden sand village. We cannot let the enemy take one more step. If they want to pass, they'll have to do it over our dead bodies. Their words resounded with passion, but Shiyu replied coolly. Stirring speech, but let's not forget, it was you who tried to invade us first. He dismissed his Susanoo. If your spirit is as unyielding as your earthen wall, then I'll break it with my own fists. In a flash, Shiyu appeared before the wall of 1,000 ninja. Save your breath, boy. You may be strong, but you'll never break through our defenses. Chiyo stood her ground, her voice steely. Then let's put it to the test. With a thunderous blow, Shiyu's fist crashed into the towering wall. A sharp, cracking sound split the air as a thin fissure appeared on the seemingly indestructible wall. That crack spread swiftly, spiderwebbing outward, and in moments the powerful barrier, built by the combined might of so many sand ninja, began to shatter and collapse. This can't be. Chiyo's face twisted in disbelief. Before everyone's stunned eyes, the once unbreakable earth wall crumbled into rubble, sending tremors through the ground and choking the battlefield in a cloud of dust. Sister, he has power beyond even Lady Tsunade of the legendary Sannin. And he seems able to reflect ninjutsu. Ebizo shouted a warning. What? Power greater than Tsunade's? Could he be her disciple? It doesn't matter. We can't let the leaf advance another step. Brother, you take care of the others. I'll hold off this one myself. Chiyo resolved herself for a fight to the bitter end. Chiyo then lifted her hand and flexed her fingers. In an instant, the legendary white secret technique. The 10 puppets of Chikamatsu appeared before Shigeru. Boy, whoever you are, don't even think about getting past us. Chiyo intended to use all 10 puppets to entangle Shigeru. Although Kakuzu was also a formidable opponent on the other side, the Sand Ninja here were all elite, and their numbers far surpassed those on Shigeru's side. Overall, if they lost Shigeru, there was no doubt this battle would end in defeat. The 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, huh? Interesting, Shigeru responded, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. But I've already discovered the best way to deal with puppet masters. Memories of previous battles flashed through his mind, huh? Aren't you a bold one, young man? Then come and show me what you've got. Chiyo immediately directed her 10 puppets to attack, and Shigeru chose to meet them head-on. Kinya, keep fighting the Sand Ninja. I'll take on Chiyo myself. Shigeru barked out his orders before charging straight at the 10 puppets before him. Damn you, Shigeru cursed, echoing Sakura's familiar exclamation. Channeling his chakra with flawless precision, he wreathed his fists in power and began smashing his way through the puppets. Blow by thunderous blow. Thud. Crash. Bang. Each strike resounded with tremendous force. Shigeru's strength was truly monstrous, and with his wind-enhanced speed, he was like a force of nature. Each punch shattered a puppet, and in 3 swift blows, 3 of the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu were reduced to splinters. Chiyo gasped in shock at the sight. That strength. It's inhuman, but don't underestimate me just yet. One white female puppet seized a pair of swords, while 2 others combined to form a razor-sharp, 4-bladed chakra weapon, charging straight at Shigeru. He instantly leapt back to evade, but the white-haired puppet that had been circling him suddenly extended its arms, sprouting long, deadly spikes that trapped him in an instant. Let's see where you run now, boy. Chiyo felt a surge of hope. If even Shigeru was trapped, perhaps the tide could turn. Shigeru, Red Butterfly, and the others watched anxiously. But at that moment, there was nothing they could do. Deafening explosion ripped through the air as the white-haired puppet released its bombs. What's happening? Chiyo stared in confusion as a strange white substance spread across the blast zone. That's my hair. Ninja art. Needle Jizo, ninja art. Wildline's main technique. Shigeru's hair, which had wrapped protectively around his body, transformed in the blink of an eye into a monstrous beast, a living weapon that rampaged through the battlefield, tearing 2 of the Chikamatsu puppets into scattered parts. But Chiyo was not one to just stand idle. Before her now stood 3 puppets seemingly fused together, ready for her next move. Buddhist priest. Triple treasure suction collapse. Chiyo controlled her 3 puppets and unleashed their ultimate techniques, but Shiyu's hair, as wild as a serpent, was immediately sucked in as well. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Why so impatient? Shiyu seemed utterly unconcerned. With a quick tug, she snapped off her hair, letting it be pulled away by the puppet's attack. The very next moment, the same move shot out from behind the triangle formation, but Shiyu simply flicked her foot, sending it flying with ease. Among the 10 puppets, the ox-headed one lunged at Shiyu, displaying remarkable skill in close combat. Suddenly, several elite ninja from the Sand Village appear at Chiyo's side, guarding her vigilantly. Looks like your puppets are in need of a serious overhaul, Shiyu remarked, with her sensory abilities combined with the body. Flicker technique and monstrous strength, Shiyu not only dodged every attack with ease, but toyed with the puppets as if it were child's play. At last, a single casual punch from her turned the close combat puppet into a pile of scrap metal. She's relentless. Not just powerful, but faster than any ninja on record. Could it be? Her speed surpasses even the Rakich's. Chiyo and Ebizo stared in disbelief, shocked not only by Shiyu's strength, but by her terrifying potential. Had they known the Leaf Village harbored such a force, they would never have dared invade the land of rivers. Left with no other choice, Chiyo sent in her treasure trio puppets, and the chain scythe puppet to attack Shiyu. Shiyu flashed among the 4 puppets, her sheer strength alone sending each one hurtling away. This time, perhaps because of their superior craftsmanship, the puppets didn't shatter. If that's how it is, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 natures. Grand Barrage. Ever since the system fused her bloodline, Shiyu had broken the old limit of creating only 5 shadow clones. She now summoned 50 at once, combining their power to unleash a vast composite ninjutsu made from all 5 elements. 5 natures. Grand Barrage. The combined jutsu of 50 shadow clones blanketed the entire sand-hidden stronghold in darkness, a display of overwhelming might. That's the 3rd Hokage's composite ninjutsu. Ebizo gasped in astonishment. All sand ninja, beware! Chiyo called out in warning. Dustlight shield, seal, treasure trio, devour! Chiyo quickly commanded 4 puppets to shield her, ordering 3 to absorb the barrage and the last to bolster their defense. But then the unexpected happened. What? Chiyo and Ebizo could scarcely believe their eyes. 3 of the 10 puppets, those with monk heads and tongues, along with the one wielding the dust light shield, were all reduced to heaps of scrap metal by the overwhelming force of Shiyu's ninjutsu, the Sambao absorption collapse, and the dust light shield seal. Neither could withstand his ninjutsu. Ebizo exclaimed in astonishment. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets have been completely destroyed for the first time ever. Chiyo's mind was in turmoil, unable to regain her composure. She couldn't help but curse. Who on earth is this guy? His strength is unmatched. His speed is unmatched. Even his ninjutsu is unbeatable. How are we supposed to fight against that? Sister, don't lose your cool. Stay optimistic. After all, the battle isn't over yet. Ebizo, though wary of Shiyu, hadn't lost his nerve. I'm saying we have to use that. Ebizo reminded her quietly that a wave of sorrow surged within Chiyo, but at last she took out a scroll and summoned a pair of puppets from within. It was clear at a glance. The 2 puppets were a couple, with a man sporting vivid red hair. So that's it. These must be Sasori's parents. His very first creation, Shiyu observed, recognizing the puppets Chiyo had summoned. It seems you know quite a lot, Leaf. Ninja, Chiyo replied. It was fighting you people from the Leaf that led to their deaths, she added bitterly. As she glanced around, her gaze fell upon Kakashi Seiki, and she called out, that man looks just like the White Fang. Could he be related? Sister, he's probably the next generation of White Fang, Ebizo answered fire-style. Head-carving suffering. Kakuzu's relentless ninjutsu barrage once again put Ebizo at a disadvantage. Sister, that kid's yours to handle. Ebizo, now entangled in a fierce fight with Kakuzu, was forced to devote all his energy to resisting the assault. Chiyo, in turn, continued her confrontation with Shiyu as one in body and mind. Chiyo manipulated the 2 puppets, joining their palms together, and drew out 5 slender steel wires. Wherever the 2 puppets passed, everything was sliced instantly into pieces, so brute force won't cut it. Shiyu immediately rolled backward, dodging the assault from the puppet parents. In less than 3 seconds, he'd gathered Sage Chakra, Sage Mode of the Snake. Shiyu's eyes transformed into golden. serpentine slits, sage art, obsidian eclipse. With this technique, Shiyu sealed away all 5 of Chiyo's senses in an instant. What? How can this be? I can't feel anything. Though Chiyo's chakra threads still control the puppet, Shiyu's sage technique had completely severed her senses, rendering her motionless for the moment. With things like this finishing, it should be easy, right? Sorry, but I don't want to waste any more time here. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation, channeling the power of the white snake sage. Shu instantly bent the entire natural world to his will. The ground itself transformed into razor-sharp spikes, surging up to attack the 2 puppets. Because the puppets had lost their controller, they simply had no ability to dodge attacks. As a result, Shu easily destroyed both of Chiyo's prize puppets. Once again, Sister Ebizo realized Chiyo was in grave danger and desperately tried to rush to her aid, but was blocked by Kakuzu once more. "You stubborn old man. My job is to keep you occupied," Kakuzu said, using his jutsu to stop Ebizo yet again. "Damn it. Sister, are you all right?" Ebizo called out to Chiyo with all his might, but what bound her was no ordinary illusion. It was a restrictive sage technique. Don't panic. We have all the time we need. Sage art. 6 Ding Divine Fire. Shiyu unleashed a torrent of sage fire upon the surrounding elite of Tsunade. The 6 Ding Divine Fire was the sage art of the Black Serpent Sage. Legend had it that the tools of the Sage of Sick Paths were forged with this very flame, and its power was beyond formidable. The Tsunade elites, who had intended to rescue Chiyo, found themselves cut off by Shiyu's raging flames. "I'd advise you to keep your distance. This fire will reduce you to ashes in an instant," Shiyu warned. "Nonsense. Lady Chiyo." One stubborn Tsunade puppeteer tried to save Chiyo using his chakra threads, but not only did his threads ignite the moment they touched the flames, he himself was engulfed in fire, as if drenched in gasoline. In the blink of an eye, he was consumed by the inferno and reduced to ashes within seconds. "I warned you. If you choose death, you have only yourselves to blame." Shiyu remarked coolly, "This guy, he's mastered such terrifying fire techniques." Ebizo exclaimed in shock. In a way, the 6 Ding Divine Fire is even more terrifying than Amaterasu. While Amaterasu will burn its victim relentlessly, there's still a chance of survival if you're quick enough. But if this sage fire so much as brushes against you, you'll be reduced to ashes in moments. What a fearsome opponent. Are we really fighting a monster? His power is overwhelming. Even Lady Chiyo stands no chance. The morale of the Tsunade ninja plummeted, although they still vastly outnumbered their enemy. Shiyu's might left them completely helpless. Shiyu showed no mercy. With the divine fire separating Chiyo from the Tsunade forces, he immediately called on the power of nature to attack the elite shinobi, leaving them scrambling to evade. Nichiza Benicho and Nansho continued their relentless assault, cutting down the Tsunade ninja without regard for their own safety. The slugs hidden on their bodies released an endless supply of chakra, aiding their combat and recovery. Kakuzu had Ebizo so thoroughly suppressed that he couldn't command his forces effectively, nor could he rescue Chiyo. "Tsunade, will you surrender?" Shiyu asked calmly. "We must never surrender," Ebizo shouted loudly. Rallying the sand-hidden shinobi who had wavered for a moment, they immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and joined the battle with Shigeru and his companions. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple. I gave you all a chance, but you failed to cherish it. In that case, I'll make sure you remember this moment for the rest of your lives. We must save Lady Chiyo." The sand-hidden shinobi quickly surrounded Shigeru. Yet Shigeru showed no trace of anxiety or surprise. On the contrary, there was a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He drew his dragon fang blade and spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. "Sand-hidden, let's see if you can handle this move of mine. Dance of the blood rain." In the next instant, Shigeru's eyes turned into pale, blue kaleidoscopes. Like a phantom, he darted straight at the sand-hidden shinobi. In a blur, he reached the peak of his speed, boosted by his wind chakra, moving like a deadly gust of wind, swift, silent, and leaving no survivors in his wake. Each swing of the dragon fang blade left no blood on its edge, but with every strike, the enemy's blood splattered across the battlefield. In just moments, the ground was awash as if a rain of blood had fallen. As Shigeru's dance continued, the number of sand-hidden shinobi dwindled rapidly, and soon their encirclement fell apart. Horrifying. This guy's swordsmanship is beyond belief. If this continues, even our advantage in numbers will disappear. It looks like there really are just 5 of them. That means they must have bypassed our advance unit. If we can find a way to recall the advance unit, we could coordinate from both inside and out and repel the Leaf's attack. Ebizo seized a rare opening created by Kakuzu and managed to break free, summoning Jutsu. Ebizo performed the summoning technique, calling forth a Kamaitachi. This weasel spirit, it seemed, had a contract with one of the shinobi in the advance unit. How is it over there? Ebizo sensed something amiss, for the Kamaitachi was gravely wounded. We've lost. Shiger took in everything, calmly flinging a shuriken straight at Ebizo. Ebizo dodged nimbly, but Shiger's real aim was only to distract him. Your sand-hidden advance unit tried to seize all of the land of rivers. Had I not been here, perhaps Orochimaru really would have done as you feared, holding the line and suppressing you. But what none of you expected, the one in charge of this war, is me, Uchiha Shiger. I've already cut off your advance unit's retreat by now. They've likely been wiped out. Remember my name. I am the one who defeated the Sand-Hidden. With his words, Shiger struck another blow to the sand. Hidden Shinobi's morale, don't listen to him. He's just trying to make us lose heart. Ebizo did everything he could to boost morale, then declared, find a way. We must rescue Chiyo, even if it costs me my life. Ebizo added resolutely, as if he too was ready to risk everything. It seems that as long as we capture you and Chiyo, this battle will be as good as one. Shiger remarked, then called out, Kakuzu, switch targets. You handle the sand ninja. I'll take care of Ebizo. You think you can take me down that easily? Not a chance. Ebizo charged straight at Shiger, his hands swiftly weaving hand signs as he advanced. Wind style. Gale palm. Ebizo unleashed a powerful wind attack with a single strike of his palm. With a jutsu of this level, I don't even need to defend, Shiger said, choosing to take the blow head-on. Let's not forget, beneath his clothes, Shiger wore white dragon scale armor. There was a heavy thud as the gale palm struck Shiger, but it didn't have the slightest effect. How? How is that possible? Ebizo was utterly incredulous. And there's more you won't believe. Shiger leapt into the air, then came crashing down with tremendous force. Heaven-splitting kick, Shiger shouted. The ground trembled violently, splitting apart to form a deep and menacing chasm. This Shiger's strength is on a whole other level. Hicha defeated a sand ninja with a single blow, his attention now drawn by the commotion. Rotation. Hongdai deflected a barrage of kunai and also caught sight of the massive rift in the earth. This guy. His power might already be beyond what's human. Could this be Sage Mode? Nansuwa speculated, both awed and wary. Gray lightning strike, even as he was amazed. Nansuwa remained focused on the ongoing battle, his chakra replenished by slug. Ebizo now faced Shiger's heaven-splitting kick head-on, nearly tumbling into the abyss himself. Sand Ninja. Ebizo, you've already lost. Are you still not ready to surrender? Shiger demanded once more. We haven't lost yet. Ebizo stubbornly refused to give and determined to fight to the end. If that's how it's going to be, Shiger, then we don't need to show any mercy, do we? A hoarse, chilling voice suddenly cut in. You're Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin. When Ebizo saw the mass of Leaf Ninja approaching, he realized at once that their vanguard had long since been annihilated. Orochimaru, does that mean things are finished on your end? Shiger asked. That's right. With the main threat eliminated, there's no reason to hold back. I brought the main force of the Leaf's western front. There's no way the Sand have any chance left, Orochimaru replied. Come with me. Let's wipe out the remaining Sand Ninja. Orochimaru was indeed a formidable shinobi, leading from the front, fierce in battle and sharp in strategy. At this critical moment, he arrived with the main Leaf forces in tow. Meanwhile, the pressure on Nichizaku Red Butterfly and their allies eased even further. Though both sides had their main forces on the field, now the difference in troops' strength and morale was truly staggering. Moreover, on the Konoha side, Shiurotaru and Kakuzu, at the very least 3 ninja of Kaga-level power, were present in the Sand Village. Only Elder Chiyo and Ebizo remained. One was exhausted from resisting, while the other had been completely deprived of his senses and was utterly incapable of fighting back. Retreat. Fall back. Ebizo called out helplessly. Only by sacrificing the lives of several ninja squads did he manage to rescue Chiyo and order a withdrawal, pulling their remaining forces southwest. Shiyu had no intention of giving chase, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru's thinking was once again at odds with his own. All Konoha Shinobi. Pursue them and press the attack. Orochimaru immediately attempted to seize this chance and strike straight through to the narrow pass. But Shiryu quickly stopped him. Never pursue a desperate enemy. We must use the foundation of the Sand's main camp to build our own base here, or we'll be at a disadvantage for the next battle, Shiryu insisted. When do we have time to build a stronghold? If we don't seize this opportunity, the Sand might regroup and come back stronger. Orochimaru flatly rejected Shiryu's plan. Orochimaru, I'm the supreme commander of this campaign. You're superior. Are you going to disobey a direct order? With no other choice, Shiryu produced his command token. Orochimaru gave a cold snort, but finally backed down. Do not underestimate them. I know the strength of the Sand better than anyone. Don't be fooled by our victory at their frontline command post. The true power of the Sand is far from spent. If we recklessly pursue them and our retreat is cut off, we could be surrounded and destroyed, Shiryu warned, his words earnest and grave. He then scouted the area and found a suitable location for a new command center, ordering his ninja to establish a base and construct fortifications. With effort, they managed to secure Konoha supply lines. This way, our shinobi won't lack for food, water, or weapons, Shiryu said, echoing the timeless military wisdom. Logistics must come before the army moves. Cautious preparation in times of apparent safety is crucial. Repelling the Sand's attack and forcing them back to their stronghold was the easy part. Destroying an entire ninja village was another matter entirely. Not only was it difficult, but there was little to gain and a great risk of inviting attacks from other villages. Just as Shiryu felt the army was ready and was preparing to launch the next phase of the war against the Sand, he discovered something both unexpected and exasperating. What did you say? Orochimaru. He's already led his forces to attack the pass on his own initiative. Shiryu was stunned that Orochimaru would act so rashly. By rights, Orochimaru had always been the cautious one. Yet now he was acting with such reckless urgency. Has victory blinded him? How many ninja did he take with him? Shiryu asked his senior subordinate. Roughly 30%. Those are the units most fiercely loyal to Orochimaru. The Jonin spoke. What a pity. In this situation, we have no choice but to grit our teeth and charge in. Otherwise, if Orochimaru's supply lines are cut off, he'll be doomed to fail. Fate seems set. We can't help it. Our unit will lose the best opportunity to confront the Sand, but at the very least, we should be able to rescue Orochimaru and a portion of our ninja. Shiryu had already prepared for the worst. Despite how many enemies Orochimaru had defeated under Shiryu's command, things were different now. Because of Orochimaru's impatience, Shiryu suddenly found himself on the defensive. Previously, Konoha had claimed victory entirely thanks to Shiryu's intelligence and personal strength, but now Orochimaru's reckless rush had squandered their advantage. He let out a weary sigh. Teacher Nichiza, I had hoped to find a way to negotiate with the Sand and secure enough benefits for Konoha. Now, it seems we have no choice but to keep fighting, Shiryu said helplessly. There's an old saying, when the general is on the field, sometimes orders must be disregarded. Lord Orochimaru just wants to seize this moment of high morale to drive the Sand into a corner, Nichiza replied, apparently understanding Orochimaru's thinking. Morale may be high, but this time Orochimaru is bound to lose, Shiryu said firmly. Oh, why are you so sure? Someone asked. Didn't we already wipe out the Sand's main forces? Nanxiong and Hongdai voiced their confusion. Boss, just tell us the reason straight. I'm no expert at war, but I know Orochimaru's not weak. He should be able to protect himself, Kakuzu added. Shu then explained first, while the Sand's main forces have retreated, their withdrawal was orderly. They never lost command. Ebizo is far more dangerous than Shio. He's cunning and strategic. Orochimaru could easily fall into an ambush. Second, Orochimaru is too arrogant and self-assured. Ebizo can use that against him. Third, if Orochimaru's ninja forces are ambushed and surrounded without our supplies, they'll be wiped out with ease. And finally, the most crucial point, Konoha may have lush forests, but the Sand are used to harsh climates and terrain. That gives them a natural advantage. The pass of Ikaten is easily defended and hard to assault. The Sand will hold that ground tightly. Once past Ikaten, it's straight to the Sand village itself. At such a critical moment, the Sand ninja will fight with everything they have, united in purpose. We lack supplies. We have high morale but little intelligence, and our numbers are few. Meanwhile, the enemy commands the weather, the terrain, and the unity of their people. I truly can't see what Orochimaru could possibly rely on to win. As Shiyu finished, everyone understood at once. So, what should we do? They asked. Our only option is to attack, Shiyu replied. Shiyu then arrived at the Konoha frontline command post and addressed all the assembled ninja. All troops listen up, Shiyu declared with commanding presence. Cross the desert, attack the Sand's frontline stronghold, join forces with Orochimaru, and take down Tsunade together. Yes, fantastic. Shiyu, the light of the ninja world. The Konoha ninja under his command, upon hearing Shiyu's words, were instantly energized, as if they'd seen a sumptuous feast before them. Their morale soared. After the previous battles, the Konoha Shinobi knew well the brilliance of Shiyu's strategies and the strength of his abilities. Those who remained naturally obeyed his orders. Hearing his proclamation, they all believed victory was within reach, that this united assault would wipe out the Sand. Yet in truth, Shiyu simply didn't want his troops to lose heart. The real purpose of this campaign was actually to rescue Orochimaru. Without delay, Shiyu led the main Konoha force across the scorching sands, making their way into the southwestern desert of Wind Country. The desert was harsh beyond words. Sunlight beat down relentlessly. If Shiyu hadn't prepared ample water supplies ahead of time, the number of Konoha ninja collapsing from the heat alone would have been incalculable. As they pressed forward, Shiyu soon noticed the faint outlines of ninja corpses scattered ahead. Investigate, Shiyu ordered. Understood, Lord Shiyu. After examining the scene, a seasoned Jonin reported, It's just as we thought. These are Konoha ninja who followed Lord Orochimaru. Were they killed by thirst, or? Shiyu immediately activated his observation technique. Only then did he realize these ninja hadn't died of dehydration. The sand around them was unusually loose, slowly shifting as it settled. Wait, Shiyu suddenly shouted, but before the words had fully left his mouth, a distracted Chunin stepped forward and was instantly swallowed up by the sand. This is a quicksand zone, Shiyu warned at once. The trapped Chunin found himself unable to exert any strength. Completely helpless to escape the shifting sands, panic overtook him. Don't struggle. Don't move, Shiyu advised sharply. At that moment, Nichiza fired off a palm strike, sending a shockwave that created a depression in the quicksand, while Kakuzu's tendrils shot out, grabbing the Chunin and hauling him to safety. Saved? The Chunin gasped, grateful for his narrowly spared life. Everyone follow me closely, never stray more than 1 meter from my side. Using his reconnaissance technique, Shiyu expertly navigated the group around the treacherous quicksand. Once trapped, escaping these sands would require the strength to lift the car with a single leg. Shiyu ordered his team to be doubly cautious in the end. They successfully bypassed the quicksand and pressed on for a long while further. By then, the entire Konoha main force was utterly exhausted. We'll set up camp here. There won't be any enemies nearby. Shiyu scanned the farthest reaches but saw no sign of any living creature. After issuing his orders, he settled by the fire to study the map. Lord Shiyu, our supplies are running dangerously low. One of the Jonin quietly reminded him, I know, don't worry. I've already discussed this with Orochimaru. He'll be leaving a share of supplies for us, Shiyu replied, sharing this bit of good news. Get some rest, and tell everyone there's no need to worry about supplies. Tomorrow, we'll reach the narrow passage to Tsunade. Isn't that why we're here? To defeat our enemies? Shiyu's confidence made victory feel almost certain. So that's it. Wonderful news. I'm sure morale will soar once more. The Jonin departed, visibly relieved. Kakuzu and Hisashi exchange a glance, easily guessing the truth. Orochimaru would never actually leave supplies for us, they muttered. Shiyu could only manage a wry smile. Of course not. But I can't let them lose hope. Without morale, what do we have left? I see. I understand now. According to the map, we should be arriving at the narrow pass soon. By tomorrow, we'll be close. Just then, Shiyu was struck by a strange, fierce wind. No way, he muttered, exasperated. Using his observational jutsu, he saw in a near distance a world swallowed by sand and dust. We just crossed the quicksand. And now, a sandstorm. Without hesitation, Shiyu sounded the alarm. Everyone attention. A sandstorm is coming. Hisashi and the other Jonin quickly relayed the warning. Down the line, all Earth-style users use every last bit of chakra to raise an Earth flow wall. With a summoning jutsu, Shiyu called forth a giant slug which immediately split into many, with each Konoha ninja receiving one for protection. all wind-style users, with me. Let's use Great Breakthrough together. Do whatever it takes to blow the sandstorm back, Shiryu commanded, his tone grave. Earth-style, Earth Flow Fortress. Countless Konoha ninja performed the jutsu in unison, and a towering earthen wall rose up before them. Let me help. Shiryu joined in, and with his aid, the already 30-meter wall grew even higher and thicker, surpassing all previous limits. That's enormous. Even a sandstorm can't break through that, surely. Lord Shiryu is incredible. The admiration in their voices was unmistakable, and Shiryu, standing atop the immense wall with his comrades, felt their respect. Don't get complacent. The sandstorm is almost here. Everyone now. Push it back together. Shiryu rallied the ninja with renewed urgency. Understood. The ninjas swiftly leapt onto the earth-style wall, preparing themselves for what was to come. Let's cast the jutsu. Together, wind release. Great Breakthrough. Shiryu, facing the oncoming sandstorm, instantly summoned an extraordinarily powerful gust of wind and sent it hurtling toward the storm. However, human chakra is finite. In the end, even with everyone working together, they could not halt that terrifying sandstorm. Brace yourselves for the impact of the sandstorm, Shiryu shouted, leading the ninjas behind the earthen barrier. His subordinates were quick-witted. They joined forces once again, attempting to reinforce the earth-style wall. Hold on, everyone, Shiryu urged, and in the next instant sand and dust filled the sky as the overwhelming power of nature crashed mercilessly into their defense, a force far beyond what human strength could withstand. Since a sandstorm is a natural disaster, Earth-style alone was not enough. At the critical moment, Shiryu bit his finger, summoning Jutsu. Slug Sage, a massive slug materialized on the spot. Protect everyone, Shiryu commanded as he poured a steady stream of chakra into the summoning, and the great slug immediately moved to shield all those present. Shiryu continued to channel his energy, watching as darkness blotted out the sky. His body fed chakra to the slug and the others for what felt like ages. Finally, he took the slug perched on his shoulder and asked, "Why has it gone completely dark? How is everyone doing?" "Rest assured, Lord Shiryu," the slug replied. "This time, you summoned my true body, which completely blocked the sandstorm and even provided chakra to the leaf ninjas. Even those without water won't feel thirsty now. Has the sandstorm passed?" Shiryu asked. "It will be over soon," the slug answered. After another short while, the great slug split into smaller slugs that crawled onto the exhausted ninjas. "We're saved. That's Lord Shiryu's slug. It was the slug sage's body that shielded us from the sandstorm just now." Shiryu waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need to make a fuss. There'll be no more sandstorms for now. Rest immediately and don't let it affect tomorrow's battle." Hisashi couldn't help but sigh. Shiryu has truly become a recognized and respected ninja. In this regard, he surpassed me. Shiryu is a true prodigy, Nansho added with a wry smile. He's not only gifted, but also incredibly hardworking. Who would have thought his tactical skills would be this strong, too? Surpassing him? That's no easy feat. Nansho, we don't need to surpass Shiryu, Hongdai encouraged. Like I've always said, being able to surpass yourself is already a great achievement. Nansho found a bit strange, but Hisashi chimed in. "She's right. Hongdai makes sense. We should focus on surpassing ourselves. Now, let's hurry and get some rest. There's still a big battle waiting for us tomorrow." "Yes, got it." Both Nansho and Hongdai immediately returned to their tents to rest. Shiryu, meanwhile, sat alone in his own tent, studying the map, pondering strategies to defeat the enemy. He sighed softly. There was a heaviness in his breath. Just then, a voice called from outside the tent, where Umbu guards kept watch. "I'm looking for Lord Shiryu," came Hongdai's voice from the entrance. "Lord Shiryu?" the Umbu on duty asked. "Let her in," Shiryu replied. "And the rest of you take turns on watch. Keep an eye on the surroundings. There's no need to stay here and protect me." Soon after, Hongdai entered the tent. "What's the matter, Hongdai?" Shiryu asked. "It's nothing," she replied. "I just thought you might be feeling the pressure, so I came by to talk." Hongdai was incredibly perceptive. Though she was young, she could sense the turmoil in Shiryu's heart. "That's kind of you. Right now, the worst-case scenario is that Orochimaru has been captured by the enemy. If that happens, we'll be forced to hold back. Should the enemy set a trap, we'd walk right into it. In other words, we could be facing a sand ambush and their desperate resistance. The second and most likely scenario is that Orochimaru and the sand are still locked in a stalemate. He can't break through the narrow pass, and is now trapped deep behind enemy lines. Without our help, I'm afraid Orochimaru might be doomed. The third scenario is the best, but it's as unlikely as a dream in broad daylight. That Orochimaru has already broken through the pass, and all we need to do is wait for the right moment to support him. Hong Dai. My mind is a mess. I don't know if I can fulfill my duty at such a critical moment. Shiyu spoke with complete honesty. Hong Dai smiled and said, You already have the answer in your heart. That means you already know what to do, don't you? Shiyu nodded. Yes, but if you have a plan, then just follow through with it. I and all of Squad 7 believe in you. If our 5-person strike team can take down the main Sand forces, what else could possibly be impossible? She encouraged him. For some reason, Shiyu felt a sudden sense of clarity in his heart. Thank you, Hong Dai. No matter what happens, I'll help Konoha win this war. Shiyu found his confidence restored. Everything that happened weighed heavily on his shoulders, but now he felt ready. I believe in you. Go for it, Hong Dai said, then left the tent. The night passed quickly. At dawn, when the desert was still bitterly cold, Shiyu was already leading the ninja toward the narrow gorge known as the One-Line Sky. By midday, they could faintly see the outline of the gorge in the distance, but swirling sand filled the air, blurring their vision. Only the metallic clash of shuriken and kunai rang out in the haze. As I thought, Orochimaru hasn't broken through the pass. That's the sound of battle. Everyone in the Leaf Village prepare for battle. Shiyu issued the command right after. All Konoha ninja squads attack Akhenaten directly. There's no need to rendezvous with Orochimaru. Our 4-man assault team will defeat the enemy, and then meet up with you at Akhenaten. Kakuzu, I'm leaving the fight over there to you. Hold them off for a while. With that, Shiyu handed over command to the formidable Yes, boss. Kakuzu responded at once, leading the main force of Konoha ninjas straight toward Akhenaten. Meanwhile, Shiyu and Team 7's 4 members charged directly into the Sand's encirclement, aiming to rescue Orochimaru. Is that enemy reinforcements? No way. Just 4 people? It's those 4 again. Give it everything you've got against those 4. The sight of Shiyu's team had become a nightmare for the Sand. Their faces and names unforgettable. No sooner had they appeared than they were instantly recognized. Shiyu, if we're here to save Orochimaru, why send our main force to attack? Akhenaten, isn't that place notoriously hard to breach? Nichiza asked as he sprinted alongside. It's precisely because of Akhenaten's strategic value that we lead the main force there. This way the Sand's troops surrounding Orochimaru will withdraw without a fight, Shiyu explained as they ran. There will inevitably be some casualties among our ninja, but this is the fastest way to rescue Orochimaru, he added, fully aware of the price of war. To save Orochimaru, sacrifices were unavoidable. We help Orochimaru break free quickly, then put on a show of strength at Akhenaten. That'll let us use diplomacy to secure the greatest benefit for the Leaf, Shiyu revealed his plan. Formation of the 10,000 snakes, multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru unleashed his signature jutsu, swiftly taking down enemy after enemy. As he spotted Shiyu approaching, Orochimaru was gasping for breath. What are you doing here? Orochimaru's exhaustion was plain. All around the ground was littered with the bodies of both Konoha and Sand ninjas. Clearly, Orochimaru was at a disadvantage. Only a handful of Leaf fighters were still on their feet. Senior Orochimaru, I hope next time you'll pay closer attention, or I won't be able to answer to Lord Sir Toby, Shiyu said, unable to abandon Orochimaru. Not only because the third Hokage was his mentor, but also because he had his own thoughts about Orochimaru. Are you here to rescue me? Or just a lecture? Orochimaru retorted, his snake striking out to instantly kill a nearby Sand ninja. Clang, clang. Countless shuriken and kunai rained down from the Sand side. Nichiza and Akane both spun into the heavenly rotation. Technique, shielding Shiyu and Orochimaru from the deadly barrage. Orochimaru was already hunched over on the ground, looking nothing like a formidable villain of the future. Shiyu immediately noticed the beads of sweat on Orochimaru's forehead. So, not only are you out of chakra, you've also completely drained your physical strength. And I didn't expect you to be poisoned as well. Without hesitation, Shiyu sent his own slug over to Orochimaru. The slug quickly split into smaller ones, crawling swiftly onto the other surviving Konoha ninja. This is Lady Tsunade's. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. I see. So you've had quite some experience. After leaving Ryuchi Cave, you even went to Shikatsu Forest? It takes time for the slugs to heal injuries and restore chakra. For now, all of you should rest. Team 7. Your job is to keep them safe. There may not be many of you, but you're all members of Team 7. I trust you can hold the line. Shiyu's voice was firm and resolute. Don't worry. Leave it to us, Hinata, Kurenai. And Kusuwa took up positions in 3 directions, standing with their backs to the wounded Konoha Shinobi, eyes sharp and vigilant. Meanwhile, Shiyu performed a hand sign without hesitation. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. With a series of sharp bursts, countless copies of Shiyu appeared across the battlefield. Such a maneuver stunned everyone present and shattered their expectations. I've never seen anyone use shadow clones like this. Could his chakra be limitless? He's already using the slugs to heal us. Yet he still has enough power left to perform such a high-level technique and create so many clones. Even Orochimaru off to the side couldn't help but marvel. Go! Take down Orochimaru! Take down Uchiha Shiyu! If we do, our village will survive. The Sand Shinobi were swept up by emotion, unwilling to back down as the enemy pressed in on their doorstep. Every last one of them ready to fight to the bitter end, just as Shiyu's side seemed to have gained the upper hand. A woman's voice rang out across the chaos. Don't panic. Sand's long-range unit, use wind style. Yes, ma'am. The Sand Shinobi responded in unison, unleashing their wind-style techniques. Even Shiyu was momentarily forced on the defensive. Close combat unit, deploy your puppets. Release the poison gas bombs. Next, the detested Puppet Master Corps sprang into action, their long chakra threads manipulating their puppets to release clouds of purple poison among Shiyu's clones. Though Shiyu's true body could filter out the toxins, the shadow clones, after all, were just physical manifestations created from ordinary chakra. Upon inhaling the poison, they vanished instantly in puffs of smoke. The wind-style attacks further spread, the poisonous clouds blanketing Shiyu and his allies. How irritating. Who's commanding them over there? Shiyu grumbled as he formed more hand signs. Wind-style. Super great breakthrough. This time, Shiyu poured a significant amount of chakra into the technique, unleashing a powerful gust that not only scattered the poison, but also swept away all the dust and debris in the area, leaving the battlefield clear once more. Shiyu didn't hesitate any longer. He hurled his flying thunder god kunai outward, his hands forming seals at lightning speed as he declared ninja. Art, kunai, shadow clone technique. With a sweeping motion, he scattered the flying thunder god kunai across the area. Almost instantly, a sphere shot toward him. Shiyu, already alert thanks to his keen eyes and sensory abilities, reacted in a flash, teleporting away with the flying thunder god technique. At the same time, he drew his dragon fang blade and slashed at the approaching figure. With a metallic clang, the figure used a kunai to block Shiyu's strike. She swiftly pulled back, and with a flick of her hand, a strange, eerie flame ignited once more, sweeping toward Shiyu from the right. Scorch release. Steaming murder, she intoned, giant Rasengan. Shiyu countered. The two attacks collided head-on, whipping up a fierce gust. The ground beneath them was struck by a mysterious force, instantly forming a deep crater. Sand and gravel exploded into the air, and the Sand Ninja Woman's sleeve was ripped apart. So a ninja with a Kekiai Genkai. Looks like not all Sand Ninja are useless after all, Shiyu remarked coolly. The Sand Ninja Woman frowned, withdrawing and flipping backward several times before landing lightly on the ground. She formed seals again, and the bizarre flames at her back surged towards Shiyu at breakneck speed. She really isn't giving me a moment to breathe, Shiyu grumbled, but I have a Kekiai Genkai, too. Acid release. Corrosive tongue. Without hesitation, Shiyu unleashed the acid release technique he'd learned from the Slug Sage. This move didn't require him to enter Sage mode. He spat a jet of potent acid from his mouth, and as it met the strange flames, an unknown chemical reaction occurred. A billowing white smoke erupted, rapidly shrouding the battlefield. Using the dense fog as cover, Shiyu once again used the flying thunder god mark, teleporting behind the Sand Ninja Woman. He leaped high and came crashing down with a devastating kick, Painbringer kick. With such force, no one could withstand it. At that very moment, a familiar scene unfolded. Sand from all around rushed to form a shield above the Sand Ninja Woman's head. With a heavy thud, Shiyu's foot struck the sand barrier, scattering it completely. Even so, the brief moment it bought allowed the Sand Ninja Woman a split second to react. Another wave of sand appeared above her, and as Shyu shattered it, she managed to rally, only to be grabbed by yet another sand tendril that yanked her back to safety. "Let's take him on together, otherwise we don't stand a chance," barked a dark-skinned man in black ninja garb. A female ninja with sandy brown hair called out, "Don't engage him at close range, Yet-song." "So that's how it is. Even we must join forces then?" "Raza Karura, our opponent is more formidable than we thought." The female ninja, known as Yet-song, also pulled back just like the other two ninjas, putting more distance between herself and her opponent. Shyu was secretly impressed. So that's why the Sand Village has been able to mount such a strong resistance. It turns out the future fourth Kazekage Raza is here with his wife Karura and Yet-song, a formidable wielder of the village's Kekki-ai Genkai. Shyu, of course, recognized all three of them. Magnet Release, Golden Sand Shuriken, Sand Binding Coffin, Scorch Release, Steam Killing. The three of them launched long-range ninjutsu to keep Shyu at bay, all the while looking for an opening to capture and attack him. Their teamwork was impeccable, seamlessly covering one another. "I really underestimated you all." Rotation. Shyu spun rapidly like a top, breaking free from the sand-binding coffin in an instant. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a blast of lava release straight at Yet-song. Once again, the area was shrouded in a white mist. "Stay alert. Watch out for the kunai around us. He could appear at any one of them." Raza's sharp mind quickly grasped the essence of Shiu's technique. "So you were observing me closely through your third eye during the fight," Shyu thought, no longer bothering to conceal himself. He suddenly materialized behind the three, his meteor blade already swinging down. Instantly, streams of sand converged to perfectly shield the spot where the blade struck. Yet-song spun around, firing off a Scorch Release attack at once. "Dance of the Meteor Bones," Shyu said coolly. In that moment, white bones erupted from Shiyu's blade, piercing straight through the sand and striking Yet-song's body. How is this possible? Scorch Release, Steam Killing. Yet-song mustered her last strength for a desperate attack, but in a flash, dense white bones shot up around Shyu, blocking the Scorch Release completely. Quicksand Torrent, Magnet Release, Gold Dust Burial. Raza and Karura worked in perfect harmony. While one used quicksand to restrain Shyu, the other unleashed magnetized gold dust to try and crush him. Yet Shyu slipped away once more. In truth, their goal was to rescue the gravely wounded Yet-song. Yet-song frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" He actually possesses two Kekki-ai Genkai, Lava Release, and those white bones. Is that the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku? He's also an Uchiha, and can use the Hyuga clan's rotation. This guy must have at least 4 Kekki-ai Genkai. It wasn't just the Sand Village's 3 heroes who were stunned. Even Orochimaru and his companions looked on in shock. I never imagined. This guy still had so many trump cards left, truly astonishing. As the stalemate continued, Shyu once again vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a rush of wind. When he reappeared, he was already in the midst of the Sand Village's army. Heavenly Pain Kick. Shyu slammed his foot into the ground, and in an instant, a terrifying trench appeared around him once more. Half of the Sand Hidden's long-range and close combat units were taken out in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Just as teleportation alone is already beyond our ability to withstand, besides the Kekki-ai Genkai, is there really such a terrifying power? Raza muttered helplessly. "Raza, stop complaining. We have to hold him off." Karura's fighting spirit blazed as she once again manipulated her sand, launching an attack at Shyu. Since everything around them was sand, Shyu had no advantage. Even his flying Thunder God kunai were crushed by Karura's sand. "Compared to other sand-hidden shinobi, fighting you two is at least a bit interesting," Shyu said coolly. "Don't underestimate the sand-hidden shinobi." Raza and Karura exchanged glances then, simultaneously launched another attack using both gold dust and sand. One fast, one slow from front and behind. They chased after Shyu. Surrounded by sand, Shyu couldn't gain any ground, forced to dodge again and again, teleporting and rolling to evade their combined assault. Scorch style. Steam kill. Although Yet-song was gravely wounded, she still forced herself to use her jutsu, catching Shyu off guard. Water style. Water formation wall. Shyu formed hand seals at lightning speed, unleashing a defensive water jutsu. Despite the desert surroundings, its scale and power were anything but ordinary. As the scorching flames collided with the water wall, a massive cloud of steam instantly billowed out, shrouding the battlefield in dense mist. He can use such a large-scale water style even in the desert. Who would have thought this guy was also a master of ninjutsu? Raza muttered under his breath. Yi-tsang, you're in no shape to fight. Fall back now. Karura called out anxiously. I can still. Yi-tsang collapsed to the ground before she could finish. Lava release. Corrosive acid. Shiyu spat out a stream of potent acid, forcing the two to defend with their sand and gold dust. There, at some point, Raza had used his third eye to pinpoint Shiyu's location. Gold dust binding coffin. The two of them moved as one, seizing their chance and locking Shiyu tightly in place with gold dust. This is where it ends. Gold dust burial. Raza unleashed his ultimate technique, instantly crushing Shiyu into dust. It's over. Exhausted, Raza and Karura collapsed onto the ground. However, the slugs on Orochimaru and the others didn't disappear. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile as the slug continued to heal him unchanged. That was that kid summoning beast just now, wasn't it? Why hasn't it vanished? Impossible. My gold dust burial just now definitely shredded him to pieces. Could it be? Rasha seemed momentarily lost in thought. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not dead. Shiyu's voice suddenly came from behind Rasha and the others. Rasha and Karura spun around and saw Shiyu standing there completely unharmed. How is this possible? There's nothing impossible about it, Shiyu replied, his tone utterly calm. Back when the mist rose and covered everything, I used a shadow clone to take my place. You've lasted long enough against me. That alone is something you should be proud of. Here and now, I grant you three the title of the three heroes of the sand. And now, you may rest. Shiyu spoke as if he were merely stating a fact. This guy. Orochimaru frowned, finding these words strangely familiar. Is he trying to act like Hanzo? Are you kidding? We can still fight. We will stand with the hidden sand, no matter what. You haven't understood, Shiyu said, his voice cold. This isn't a negotiation. It's simply a fact. I told you before. You may rest now. Sharingan. In an instant, Shiyu activated his Sharingan. The pale blue Mangekyo spun in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful illusion on Rasha and Karura. It's a Jinjutsu. Yakura hadn't looked directly into Shiyu's eyes, but he could tell something was wrong. The other two were frozen in place. He realized immediately what had happened. But before Yakura could rush over to break the illusion, Shiyu appeared beside him in a flash and kicked him hard, sending him hurtling like a cannonball into a distant sand dune. Whether Yakura lived or died was unclear. I told you, you may rest now. Try to ambush me with a scorch release? Impossible. By now, Shiyu had entered sage mode, his body suffused with natural energy. He no longer needed the flying thunder god Kanai to teleport. He could move instantly to any location within his range, using the energy around him. With his chakra now transformed into sage chakra, Shiyu's power surged without limit. Release. Rasha and Karura, gasping for breath, finally broke free from the illusion. So, how did you like that world? Shiyu asked lightly. He hadn't trapped them in a nightmare, but instead shown them a vision of a beautiful future. The two fell silent before finally replying, It was beautiful, yes, but in the end, it was all just an illusion. That's right, it was an illusion, but who's to say it couldn't be a real future? Shiyu replied, You should rest now. I'm only here to rescue Orochimaru. Don't force me to be ruthless, but you've already reached the very gates of our village, Rasha retorted, clearly unmoved. If you insist on being stubborn, then I have no choice but to end this. Shiyu vanished in an instant, and with a single move, unleashed a colossal Rasengan power by Sage Art, hurling it straight at the two opponents. Even though they were shielded by gold dust and sand, the force of Shiyu's attack left them both severely wounded. Do you still want to keep fighting? Shiyu asked, his tone calm. Unless we collapse. Despite their injuries and the clear gap in strength, Raza and Karura pushed themselves to their feet, refusing to back down and choosing to face Shiyu once more. In that case, I have no choice but to finish you off. Painful heaven kick. With a swift movement and a devastating kick, Shiyu closed the distance, poised to strike them down in an instant. At that critical moment, a voice rang out, interrupting him. Wind release. Drilling air bullet. A missile of wind chakra shot straight toward Shiyu, who effortlessly dodged with another instant step. Oh, what an unexpected encounter, Shiyu remarked courteously. Looking at the newcomer, I never thought I'd see you on the battlefield. Standing before him was an elderly monk, hands pressed together in a gesture of peace. not to weave hand signs, but simply as a reflection of his calling. His white beard and eyebrows lent him a kind, serene appearance. "Do you know me, young man? Would you be willing to spare them?" The monk asked gently. "Lord Bunpuku, how did you get here?" Raza exclaimed in surprise. "So it's true? You're the Ichibi Jinchuriki, the monk named Bunpuku," Shiyu observed, realizing. He had stumbled upon an unexpected prize. He already possessed the bloodlines of the Nine Tails and Seven Tails, and now in this narrow battlefield he had encountered the vessel of the One Tail as well. Does this mean the situation here is so dire that even the One Tail has been released? Shiyu inquired. "Not quite," Bunpuku replied, his hands still pressed together as he pleaded sincerely. "The battle between Tsunade and Konoha continues within this chasm. But I, Bunpuku, humbly beg you to spare their lives." "Very well," Shiyu agreed, but immediately added, "However, I demand negotiations. Meet at least 5 of my conditions, and I will withdraw my forces. Don't be too greedy, Supreme." "Commander of Konoha," Raza retorted, while Karura readied herself for battle at any moment. "If you refuse, then the fight continues," Shiyu declared, wasting no more words. "Sand binding coffin, wind release. Drilling air bullet, magnet release. Gold dust shuriken." The 3 attacks surged toward Shiyu, but to their astonishment, each one fizzled out the moment it touched him. "What? Ninjutsu has no effect. That's impossible. Did he redirect the jutsu somewhere else, or did he absorb our techniques?" Shiyu smiled faintly. "The guesses are quite interesting." In the next instant, a massive amplified ninjutsu, empowered by the 3 of them, formed in Shiyu's hands. "Taste your own techniques. Takamagura, divine spirit." The 3 ninja techniques unleashed by the trio, once amplified by Shiyu, were clearly beyond their control. One after another, these techniques erupted from Shiyu's hands in a blazing torrent. Sand binding coffin. In an instant, Shiyu ensnared all 3 of them. Magnet release. Gold dust shuriken. Shiyu hurled an uncountable barrage of shuriken made from golden sand. But even so, the trio easily deflected them all with their kunai. Wind release. Drilling air bullet. With his final move, Shiyu unleashed a blast so fast it struck before they could even react. It's too late. Raza and Karura felt a surge of desperation, bracing themselves for death. But at that very moment, Finfuku somehow broke free of the sand-binding coffin, confronting Shiyu's drilling air bullet head-on. He charged forward, absolute defense. Shield of Shikaku. Finfuku stood firm before the oncoming blast, transforming the sand at his feet into a colossal sand-shaped Shikaku, which absorbed the full force of the attack. Incredible. "I never expected a monk to wield such ninja arts," Shiyu praised, then pointed skyward. "But what about my other techniques? Can you defend against those as well?" Fire release. Majestic flame annihilation. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. While the trio battled Shiyu head-on, 2 of his shadow clones had already circled behind them. Without hesitation, they unleashed 2 powerful techniques, merging them into a devastating combined jutsu. The force of this compound technique rivaled that of a Kekkei Genkai. Gold dust defense, sand defense. Raza and Karura, having broken free from the sand-binding coffin, desperately summoned their defensive techniques. Yet they had underestimated the force of the combined jutsu. Struggling to hold on, they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. "I beg you, Lord Shikaku, please help us." "Haha. Old man, even now you still believe in that so-called love?" "I do. TCH, just this once I'll help you." Suddenly a blinding light flashed. Raza and Karura were swept away by an inexplicable force cast beyond the glow. As they tried to rise, they were immediately pinned down by Orochimaru and his group, who rushed in from the other side. "Tsunade, it seems the commander-in-chief is ready to negotiate." "I suggest you stay down for now," Orochimaru said, binding Raza and Karura with his serpentine hand. "Orochimaru-sama, the Tsunade forces have reached the cave pass. We're no longer surrounded," the slug summon reported. "I see." Orochimaru did not strike the final blow. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the source of the light. Within that radiance, an immense silhouette began to take shape. Shu bit his thumb and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." A gigantic crimson single-eyed serpent materialized before the crowd. "What is that? It's even larger than Manda. What kind of snake is this?" Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment. "Orochimaru, don't tell me you've never seen this one before." Raza and Karura stared in shock at the enormous, ferocious serpent before them. In truth, Even Orochimaru was seeing Shinya for the first time during the previous sweep of the Sand's main base. When Shinya's summoning time was up, he had simply vanished. "Boss, who are we up against this time?" Shinya asked. Shigure answered, brimming with fighting spirit. "Our opponent is right in front of us. The one-tailed Shikaku, tailed beast, huh? You sure have high expectations of me." Shinya was just as fired up, showing no sign of panic at the prospect of facing a tailed beast. "Shigure, you're definitely going to win. I believe in you," Benabana called out, still locked in combat with several other ninja. Nichika and Kuso all were supporting her, and the Konoha ninja nearby had mostly recovered. The Sand ninja had largely retreated to the thin mountain pass known as Heaven's Line. "I'll keep pressing the attack at Heaven's Line." Nichika. "I'll leave the rest to you," Orochimaru instructed. Nichika's squad then moved to confront the remaining Sand ninja. "You two behave yourselves," Orochimaru said, binding the pair with serpents before swiftly relocating to Heaven's Line. Without Orochimaru's leadership, even someone as tough as Kakuzu couldn't hope to take this stronghold by force. The tide of battle now hinged on Shigure's confrontation with the One Tail. Shigure studied Shikaku across the field. A massive tanuki, its entire body covered in curse markings. "Ha. Kid, you're actually trying to take me on, since you know I'm the One Tail? Aren't you scared enough to run away with your tail between your legs?" Shikaku laughed, full of arrogance. As a tailed beast, aside from the Sage of Six Paths and a select few Jinchuriki, Shikaku held little regard for humans. "Shikaku, I'd actually like to see for myself. Are you stronger, or is it the 9 tails or 7 tails?" Shigure replied, brimming with confidence. "Ah, so you're saying you've tangled with that stinky fox and the flying bug too? You must be joking. As much as I hate those two, they're tailed beasts. How could a mere human survive? Fighting them? Don't talk big. Besides, you're just a brat," Shikaku scoffed. Shigure simply shook his head. "I'm someone who's defeated the 7 tails. Don't underestimate me. Or should I just show you my chakra and let you feel it for yourself?" The simplest, most direct way. With that, Shigure unleashed chakra that surpassed even the level of a Kage. The sheer force sent shivers down Raza and Karura's spines. This chakra might even be stronger than Lord Kazekage's. Raza managed to whisper. "Raza, this guy wasn't even using his real strength when we fought him," Karura said, her voice trembling. Even from a distance, Orochimaru felt his whole body tense. Incredible. His chakra is already on par with a tailed beast, he thought, sweat beading on his forehead. Shikaku was taken aback. "You brat, how can you possibly have so much chakra?" "Too much? Not really. I've even sealed away my own chakra," Shiyu said, tapping his forehead. Sure enough, Shikaku seemed to sense something. What kind of human is this? Could it be he has a tailed beast inside him, too? "I can't sense anything, though. This isn't good. I have to finish him off as quickly as possible. If this drags on, even I might be worn down by him." Facing Shiyu, Shikaku felt a rare trace of unease. Wind style. Sand scattershot. Shikaku suddenly unleashed a wind-style attack, and Shinya darted aside to dodge. "One Tail, you just attack me without a word? Aren't you a bit shameless?" Shiyu asked, his expression darkening. "Huh? We're already enemies. Who cares about shame?" Shikaku fired off another barrage of wind. Bullets toward Shiyu, fire style. Dragon Flame Song technique. While Shinya dodged, Shiyu swiftly formed hand signs and released a stream of dragon-shaped fire toward the One Tail. "Ah, that's scorching hot." Hit by Shiyu's flames, Shikaku jumped around in pain. Shinya seized the opening, lunging forward and wrapping his tail around Shikaku's legs. "Well done, Shinya." Painful heaven kick. In a flash, Shiyu appeared high above, then came crashing down with a powerful kick. There was a heavy thud as Shikaku crashed to the ground. "You bastard. That hurts like hell," Shikaku bellowed as expected. "The tailed beast defenses are truly incredible, even after my strongest kick. It's only pain and nothing more," Shiyu thought, clearly dissatisfied with his attack power. But the others were left utterly speechless. This guy, he can actually go toe-to-toe with a tailed beast. What kind of strength is this? Raza and Karura stared wide-eyed with shock. Shiyu, fighting a tailed beast. This is just outrageous. Hayashi and the others could only retreat to a safe distance. This battle was on a level far beyond anything they could handle. "You bastard. Die." Now truly enraged, Shikaku's mouth gathered swirling red and blue energy. He compressed the energy, then blasted it straight at Shinya. But Shiyu had already teleported to Shinya's head. "What do we do, Shiyu?" Shinya could clearly feel the terrifying energy pulsing in that shockwave. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. Shiyu reached out his arm. The fearsome tailed beast ball struck Shiyu, and in the blink of an eye vanished without a trace. What was that? Raza gasped in astonishment. He used that move just now, didn't he? Kurura exclaimed. He absorbed the jutsu, and then he amplifies it and sends it back. At this range, even we might get caught in the blast. Such a simple logic was of course clear to Shiyu. He hadn't used Koko Omidama no Mikoto at all. Instead, he had activated the Flying Thunder God's Thunder Guide, transferring the tailed beast ball of the one-tailed Shikaku to another location. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion, and the desolate desert was ravaged by a terrifying blast. So it wasn't about absorbing the jutsu, but transferring it. I see now. Raza finally understood. To think even a one-tailed beast ball could be transferred. Has this guy really grown this powerful? Kurura could hardly believe her eyes. Raza was at a loss for words. Kurura, we've done all we can. This opponent, I fear, is beyond our ability to defeat right now. Raza shook his head in resignation. Protecting Tsunade is what matters most. Kurura struggled free from Orochimaru's serpentine restraints, then swiftly used her sand to release Raza from his bonds. You're right. Let's hurry back to Ichinen 10. Taking advantage of the battle between Shiyu and the One-Tail, Raza and Kurura made their escape back toward Ichinen 10. I doubt there's anything more we can do here. All of Heise's people had already reached Ichinen 10. Only Team 7 remained. Behind, let's go. Lingering here will only make things harder for Shiyu. We'll head to Ichinen 10 and fight Tsunade to the end. With the exception of Shiyu, all members of Team 7 dashed southward toward Ichinen 10. Shiyu didn't try to stop any of them. A tail beast like Shikaku could only be handled by him. Only by defeating Shikaku and capturing it would Tsunade be willing to yield. What's your name, brat? Shikaku fixed his fierce cross-shaped eyes on Shiyu, glaring menacingly. My name is Uchiha Shiyu. One-tail Shikaku. Remember it well, Shiyu replied with a faint, confident smile. If you got the guts, take this tailed beast ball head on. What kind of hero just transfers attacks away? Shikaku snorted, gathering another tailed beast ball in his mouth. This time red and blue energies swirled together, compressing into a sphere before launching straight at Shinya and Shiyu. How? Interesting, this time Shiyu had no reservations. He directly activated Koko Omidama no Mikoto and absorbed the tailed beast ball completely, leaving nothing behind. You little coward! You just moved my attack somewhere else again, didn't you? Shikaku began to taunt Shiyu, sneering at his tactics. Not at all. Here, let me return something even bigger, Shiyu replied, amplifying the tailed beast ball many times over, raising it high above his head like a spirit bomb. Hey, how can you use my own move against me? Isn't that a bit shameless? Shikaku shouted in disbelief and outrage. Shiyu shot back with a laugh. Huh. We're already enemies. At this point, pride doesn't matter anymore, does it? After all, you're the one who said so. What an infuriating brat. Shikaku cursed loudly, then declared, if I can't dodge, then I'll just have to go all out. Hey kid, your tailed beast ball better be more than just a flashy show. Once again, Shikaku unleashed a tailed beast ball, hurling it at Shiyu with full force. I'm curious myself. Which of our tailed beast balls packs a greater punch? Shiyu shot back, and flung his own tailed beast ball forward. Divine creation of Takamagura. The two-tailed beast balls collided mid-air with earth-shaking force, sending countless grains of sand flying skyward. Deep craters, as if struck by meteorites, appeared across the land. The sheer magnitude of the blast brought the battle between Konoha and Tsunade to an abrupt halt. Even those locked in fierce combat at the canyon's edge stopped and stared. If Shiyu lost, it meant defeat for Konoha. If Shikaku was bested, then Tsunade would be thrust into utter disadvantage. If even Shikaku can't win, Tsunade's destruction is only a matter of time. Raza muttered anxiously, unable to hide his agitation. What's happening out there? Hayashi, can you see? Orochimaru, equally impatient, pressed on. Byakugan. Activating his Byakugan, Hayashi saw a scene that was almost surreal. Shiyu and Monk Fuku were standing palm to palm, as if frozen in a strange tableau. How can this be? Has the fight ended? Where's Shikaku? Where's Lord Shinya? Hayashi was baffled, unable to make sense of what he was witnessing. So, what had truly happened? Here's how it went. With the power of the divine creation of Takamagura, Shiyu had struck Shikaku down. Then Monk Fuku regained control over the tailed beast. Lord Shiyu, even Shikaku proved no match for you. It seems Tsunade is lost. All I ask is that you grant us one more chance. Monk Fuku pleaded earnestly. Oh, at last, someone who sees things clearly. But tell me, why should I give Tsunade another chance? Shiyu replied, his tone edged with irony. It's because you, Lord Shiyu, have yet to use your full strength. Monk Fuku met Shiyu's gaze. Guessing at his intentions, by rights, you could remove the seal from your forehead and defeat Shikaku outright. Even seizing the tailed beast would be no problem. But you have no intention of fighting Tsunade to the bitter end. In fact, it seems you wish to negotiate rather than annihilate us, am I right? Shiyu looked at Monk Fuku and broke into a smile. Finally, someone in Tsunade who understands me. But you're merely a Jinchuriki. How could the village leaders possibly listen to you? If I don't teach Tsunade a severe lesson, what's to stop you from attacking Konoha's borders again? There was a hard logic in Shiyu's words, a warning befitting an enemy. I've served as Jinchuriki since the second Kazekage's time, so my words do carry weight. Otherwise, why would the village elders ever allow me out here? Just look at my hands. On the back of Fuku's left and right hands were written the words accept and heart. When he pressed his palms together in prayer, these characters naturally formed the traditional character for love. Love, Shiyu remarked, if you have love but lack strength, you won't be able to change anything. Fuku smiled and replied, you're absolutely right. But whether it's the love in your heart or the power in your hands, both are the greatest I've ever witnessed. If everyone gave just a little love, the world of Shinobi would become a wonderful place. Fuku said, his faith clear in his tone. Shiyu managed an awkward smile. Understood, Master. I have my own principles. We can end this war, but you'll need to listen carefully to my conditions. Oh, and one more thing. May I borrow your hand for a moment? With that, Shiyu pressed his palm to Fuku's, absorbing the power of his bloodline and enhancing Fuku's chakra. In the blink of an eye, Shiyu found himself in the spiritual realm of the one-tailed Shikaku kid. If I remember right, your name's Shiyu, isn't it? Where did you end up in this world? This is a deeply layered mental plane, you know. Shiyu replied, take a look at my eyes. He revealed his pale, blue eternal Mangekyo, and Shikaku immediately recoiled in shock. Those eyes, are they the sage of six paths? No, not quite, but I can sense the sage's power within you. The tailed beast pressed further. Kid, who are you really? Could you be the human destined to end it all? She shook his head. I'm not the prophesied child that Otsutsuki Hagoromo spoke of. If we're talking about timing, you'll have to wait another 20 years or so. But that'll pass in the blink of an eye for you, won't it? What? Only 20 years left, and I'm stuck with that old man all this time. Wait, how do you know all this? If you're not the sage's descendant, you can't be an ordinary person, can you? Shikaku asked, clearly suspicious. I carry the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. As for the rest, it's better not to ask. I'd like to upgrade your chakra. Do you trust me? Shiyu asked. TSH, fine, as much as I hate to admit it, you're stronger than I am. You've beaten me as an enemy. And now you're holding back at the crucial moment. How should I put it? It's honestly a bit disgusting. But maybe precisely because of that, I don't dislike you as much anymore, Shikaku said, raising his fist. Shiyu wasn't about to let such a chance slip by. As their fists touched, Shiyu drew out Shikaku's bloodline power and enhanced both his chakra and potential. What the? Shikaku was astonished. You humans. Is this what you call love? How revolting! I never asked you for chakra, so why did you give me so much? Is this what you humans call love? How utterly disgusting. Although it feels disgusting, it's actually not so bad, Shikaku muttered, letting his true feelings slip out as he pondered. It seems that's true. Tailed beasts aren't inherently evil, but have simply seen through the endless strife of humanity. Shiyu guessed thoughtfully, TSH, that's only part of it. What we hate most is being used as tools for ninjas, but that monk, he's an exception. I just wanted to help him, Shikaku replied. Well then, since that's settled, I'll take my leave. Be patient. The child of prophecy will appear soon. But still be wary of those humans with ill intentions, Shiyu reminded him. Yeah, I get it. Goodbye, human. Hopefully the next time I see you, you're still alive, Shikaku huffed, feigning impatience, but revealing a warm-hearted side beneath it all. Shiyu offered a faint smile, then quietly withdrew from the depths of the tailed beast's mind. Did you two come to an agreement? Finpuku inquired. Yes. Now it's time to bring this war to an end, Shiyu answered, heading off toward the narrow mountain pass with Finpuku at his side. At the pass, although the sand and leaf forces had not yet clashed, the tension hung as thick as gunpowder in the air. Lord Orochimaru, should we attack or retreat? A leaf ninja asked anxiously. Follow Shiyu's lead. This time, the blame is mine, Orochimaru admitted. knowing full well that had Shiryu not come all this way to rescue him, he would likely be dead by now. Making amends was the least he could do. The Sand defensive units, Chiyo, Ebizo, and the others, stood grim and resolute, guarding their final line with unwavering determination. I wonder what will become of the Sand standing after all this, Raza asked quietly. That depends on the outcome. If we drive off the leaf, we might be all right, but if we lose... Karura trailed off, the unspoken consequences hanging heavily over everyone. Byakugan, Lord Shiryu and Fenpuku are heading this way. We'd best hold off for now, Hisashi advised his subordinates, Nanshio and Red Butterfly. The Sand stood united. Despite corpses piled high as mountains, they had never spoken of surrender. This left Orochimaru with a newfound respect for their resolve. Lord Fenpuku, Lord Shiryu? Both armies' ninjas cried out urgently in that moment. The hearts of both the Leaf and the Sand pounded with anxiety. Should they fight, rivers of blood would flow. If they chose peace, it would mean compromise and inevitable loss for both sides. So, who's the victor here? Are we to keep fighting? The ninjas on each side asked, taking the initiative to seek an answer. Finfu pressed his palms together devoutly and said, "Before the Buddha above, Lady Chiyo, Lord Ebizo, Konoha has agreed to a ceasefire." As expected, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile, although the Sand was not wiped out. Both sides had managed to preserve their main forces, minimizing the losses as much as possible. Konoha's side, are they really willing to stop fighting? Ebizo countered, his tone laced with suspicion. "You're not plotting something, are you? Planning to ambush us all of a sudden?" Chiyo, ever straightforward, voiced her doubts without hesitation. With the effects of the black obsidian technique now faded, her senses had fully returned. "No. I think they're serious." The kunoichi known as Yekra limped forward to the front lines. "Shigure, have you really thought this through?" Orochimaru asked again. "Wanted to be certain. We'll withdraw all our troops, but you must agree to 5 conditions," Shigure replied, smiling as he spoke. "So there are conditions. Trying to maximize Konoha's gains? Huh. That's just like him." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes thoughtfully at Shigure. "What is Shigure planning?" Red Butterfly whispered softly, "I'm not sure, but his ideas are always ahead of their time. I doubt he'll let us suffer any losses," Nanshiong speculated quietly. "That's more like it. If there's no benefit, there's no point in fighting at all." Kuka nodded in approval, believing this was how things ought to be. After all, endless war without reward was as pointless as killing for nothing. So what should we do? Fight? Chiyo glanced at Ebizo, seeking his opinion. "Sister, let's not be hasty. We should at least hear his terms first." Ebizo remained calm and level-headed. He addressed Shigure. "We're willing to listen to your conditions, but your side must halt all attacks and retreat at least 50 li. 50 li? That won't be necessary. Our forces will withdraw completely from the Sand's territory in the Land of Wind. And I'll stay behind to negotiate with you personally," Shigure said, waving his hand. Dismissively, Orochimaru instantly understood what Shigure intended. Full retreat. At Orochimaru's command, the Konoha shinobi turned and began pulling back to the northeast. "Kid, you trust us that much?" Chiyo asked in surprise. "And if we refuse your terms? What then?" At that point Chiyo's words were abruptly cut off by Ebizo. "Sister, we of the Sand have no wish to see the war continue. Let's listen to Mr. Shigure's conditions before deciding," Ebizo said. Shigure smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Chiyo. You're definitely going to accept my terms. If you don't, you be fools. Out with it." Chiyo snapped, her patience wearing thin. Shiryu said, "The reason Konoha was able to push all the way to Akinatendo is mainly because you invaded the Land of Rivers. We wanted to teach you a lesson, so the first condition is this. For the next 5 years, Tsunade must not try to annex the Land of Rivers, nor allow your army to cross the border between wind and river." "And what if it's Konoha?" Chiyo immediately retorted. "Konoha has no intention of annexing the Land of Rivers. That's our ally. Besides, we would never send shinobi to launch a sneak attack on Tsunade. In fact, we have never initiated an assault against you," Shiryu replied, his words entirely truthful. The Land of Fire had never attacked Tsunade without cause. On the contrary, it was Tsunade that had repeatedly raided Konoha in pursuit of more land. "We accept the first condition." "Go on," Chiyo agreed, prompted by an encouraging glance from Ebizo. "The second condition is this. In this war, both Konoha and Tsunade have suffered losses, so we'll call it a draw. For the sake of future development, I hope Tsunade will sign an equal and mutual non-aggression pact with us. Personally, I wish we can also pursue more economic cooperation in the years to come. What? You just finished fighting us, and now you have the nerve to talk about cooperation. Chiyo was about to flare up, but Ebizo held her back. Turning enemies into friends at a time like this is a good thing. If you ask me, Raza chimed in supportively. I agree as well. Bunpuko added he knew that if Shiryu hadn't held back in the fight, given his ability to wrestle with Shikaku, Tsunade's casualties would have been far worse. Even if we were enemies, settling things this way might be for the best right now. Yeet-san agreed as well. Ebizo then leaned in to analyze the situation for Chiyo. Sister, we suffered greater losses in this battle, and this young commander from Konoha has already shown us considerable respect. This is just a fair, mutual non-aggression pact. It's far more beneficial for Tsunade's future, really. You're sure this isn't some Konoha trick? Chiyo clearly remained skeptical. It may sound a little humiliating, but I have to say, the young commander from Konoha is far stronger than anyone here. He would never stoop to using petty tricks to harm Tsunade. Bunpuku said, his hands pressed together in earnest. With everyone's persuasion, Chiyo finally nodded. Very well. Since it's a non-aggression pact, we should draft it together. We'll need to discuss the details at length. So, are there any other conditions? That's only 2 so far. As the chief negotiator, Chiyo's mind was as sharp as ever. The third condition is that Tsunade allows Konoha Bank to set up a branch here, Shiryu stated. For Konoha Bank to expand its influence across the shinobi world and to boost its capital and revenue, it needed access to every village's market. Konoha Bank? You want to open a bank here in Tsunade? Are you sure about this? Chiyo was not well-versed in business, so when she heard Shigeru's words, she was somewhat surprised. Yes. Though I may not be worthy, I am the head of Konoha Bank. I believe that wherever our bank operates, it becomes the economic center. With a range of services at our disposal, we can both assist Tsunade and increase our own revenue, Shigeru explained, analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity so the Tsunade elders could fully understand. In that case, it actually seems like a good thing, doesn't it? What do you think? Chiyo glanced at Ebizo. Let's agree to it. At present, I don't see any problems. As for the finer details, we can discuss them later and draft the relevant clauses in due course, Ebizo replied, thus accepting Shigeru's third condition for a second time. As for the fourth condition, I wish to speak directly with Raza. As long as the Tsunade leadership agrees, that will suffice, Shigeru said, casting a mysterious glance at both Raza and Kurura. With me? What's this about? Raza asked in astonishment. By all rights, he was merely a high-ranking jonin of Tsunade. How could he have a standing to negotiate directly with Konoha's supreme commander? Go on, Raza nodded, maintaining his composure. Shigeru smiled and continued. Your ninjutsu is magnet release, isn't it? You possess the same ability as Shikaku to control gold dust, don't you? Yes, Raza nodded. Don't underestimate yourself. Your technique will bring great economic benefit to Tsunade, and in turn, it will bolster the village's strength, Shigeru said gently. So that's it. It's about the gold dust. Raza seemed to understand Shigeru's intention. And your meaning is? He prompted. My fourth condition is this. I want to become the sole agent for your gold dust. Every time you produce gold dust and intend to sell it to any nation or individual, you must first hand it over to Konoha Bank. We will handle the sales through our bank and guarantee you generous returns. Never less than a market price, Shigeru stated like a shrewd merchant, laying out her terms. Securing the exclusive agency for gold dust meant having a steady and reliable source. Through Konoha Bank, Shigeru could easily resell the gold dust to others and make a handsome profit, not less than the market price. Let me think. Raza found himself caught in a dilemma. He was no fool and quickly realized Shigeru sought to leverage her own abilities to acquire a large quantity of gold dust. It would benefit Tsunade, but what would he personally gain from this? Raza, if this will make Tsunade stronger and boost our economy, the village elders will certainly support you, Ebizo said, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity. One that could both ease tensions with Konoha and steadily grow their economic power. Raza, don't hesitate. Agree to it. Kurura nodded as well, finding nothing amiss. As long as Shigeru followed through as promised, Tsunade would benefit. All right, I agree, Raza said with a nod, thus accepting the condition. Shigeru, who had initially held the upper hand, now willingly took a step back, proposing mutually beneficial terms as an equal. This gesture undoubtedly made Tsunade view him in a much more favorable light. Is there more? That's already the fourth condition. What's the last one? Chiyo prompted impatiently. The fifth condition is that I hope you'll quickly deploy your main forces toward Iwagakure and Kymogakure to guard against a surprise attack from either nation, Shigure said, waving his hand. Iwagakure and Kymogakure? Why would they attack us? Chiyo asked in puzzlement. Kymogakure, with its zeal for military expansion, and Iwagakure, having just completed sweeping military reforms, are like two hungry wolves. They've caught the scent of prey from you. Our battle might just be the spark that sets off their assault, Shigure predicted grimly. You mean Iwagakure and Kymogakure will launch a full-scale invasion of Tsunade? Chiyo asked in shock. Not just Tsunade, Shigure replied. I mean they want to swallow the entire shinobi world. He understood well that both nations brimming with ambition and power would not pass up this chance to invade Konoha and Tsunade. Are their appetites really so large? Are you suggesting they'll join forces? Ebizo wondered aloud, sensing that it might be possible. It's not a matter of possibility. They will definitely join forces, Shigure said with absolute certainty. With two military giants, such swelling ambition and strength would inevitably drive them to unite, seeking to bring the world under their control. If that's truly the case, wouldn't it be too late to prepare for them now? Ebizo shook his head in concern. As long as you remain vigilant. It's never too late, Shigure replied quietly. But before that, I need your genuine sincerity, he added, gesturing toward Yakura, Raza, and Karura. You three are the pride of Tsunade. You'll stand for your village, and I'll stand for Konoha. With those words, Shigure formed the seal of reconciliation. You represent the future of Tsunade. Go on, Ebizo, and Chiyo said, both unwilling to see the fighting continue. The three, Raza, Yakura, and Karura, stepped forward, marking the official reconciliation between Tsunade and Konoha. But just then, a voice rang out, cutting through the moment. How revolting! Konoha and Tsunade joining hands. Now that's a twist I didn't see coming. I was hoping to catch you off guard while you tore each other apart, but what do I find instead? What a disappointment. The voice was clearly neither from Konoha nor Tsunade. Who's there? Because the swirling sand and wind obscured everything, no one could see the newcomers clearly. It seems my worst fears have come true. There's actually an enemy. Could it be the stone hidden village? Kakashi Nansuk was taken aback. Orochimaru had led the main forces away from the sand-hidden village, but all four members of Team 7 had stayed behind. If they're enemies, they must be either from the stone or the cloud village, Red Butterfly guessed. Whoever they are, we'd better be ready for a fight, Kakuzu promptly warned. At that moment, Hizashi activated his Byakugan, and what he saw shocked him. That skin tone, that headband. They're from the cloud village? The cloud village? Hizashi wasn't the only one stunned. The other sand village shinobi were equally incredulous. If it were the stone village, it would make sense. They could have taken advantage of the war between the sand and leaf, slipped past the northern countries, and struck at us unexpectedly. But the cloud village, their home is far off in the northeast, beyond the cloud in Thunder Gorge. Even supplying an attack on the sand would be a nightmare. Both Elder Ebizo and Chiyo were at a loss to understand. In this situation, there's only one possibility. The stone and cloud villages have joined forces. In such dire times, why isn't your Kazekage showing himself? Shigure immediately pressed, Leaf Village's commander-in-chief. Don't concern yourself with that, Chiyo replied curtly to Shigure. It's all right, sister. At this point, there's no harm in saying it. The commander-in-chief of the Leaf isn't about to take advantage of us now, Ebizo reassured her. As the sandstorm gradually settled, countless elite shinobi from the Cloud Village were already poised for battle. Shigure shook his head. The third Kazekage has probably gone missing, hasn't he? You've thrown all caution to the wind, sending out ninja after ninja to search for him, leaving your northern defenses woefully thin. With pressure from the lords and elders, you had no choice but to pick an easy target in the land of rivers. If Orochimaru were the commander-in-chief, none of this would have happened. You knew he'd hold the line at the Leaf, and the land of rivers would fall easily into your hands. But as things stand, you were still attacked by the Cloud Village. Shigure's analysis left the sand shinobi awestruck. No wonder they call him the light of the shinobi world. Ebizo and Chiyo fell silent. I never imagined you'd see through everything so soon. Raza, too, was surprised. It seems you anticipated this outcome as well. Perhaps the reason you chose not to oppose us is because you saw the future potential in an alliance between our two great ninja villages. In that case, would you lend us your strength now to help drive back these invaders? Raza's tone finally carried the weight of the Kazekage, leaving both Chiyo and Ebizo momentarily speechless. Let's defend the one-line sky together. When this war ends, our sand village will join forces with your leaf village with all our heart. Raza spoke with determined sincerity. Shiyu smiled and nodded, replying, I trust you. Don't forget about me. Karura stepped forward resolutely, and me as well. Yekara also rose to stand beside them. Elder Ebizo Chiyo and the others, realizing the gravity of the situation, began preparing themselves for the imminent, fierce battle. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have let your leaf village's main forces withdraw, Chiyo grumbled with a sigh. It doesn't matter, Shiyu answered with a confident grin, because I'm the strongest force Konoha has to offer. Summoning jutsu. Without hesitation, Shiyu summoned a giant slug. Is that Lady Tsunade's legendary slug technique? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Shiyu immediately commanded the slug to split and crawl onto each of the allied shinobi, channeling his own chakra to help them heal and recover. How can this be? My wounds, they're healing. So this is why we can never best the Leaf Village? The Sand Shinobi stared in disbelief. Bathed in the boundless power of Shiyu's chakra, they gained a whole new understanding of his strength. This guy, he's been hiding his true power. He could wipe the floor with us. Even Konoha's legends Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Could they really outshine him at this moment? It seems Konoha is ready to claim the title of the strongest among the 5 great nations. Once more, Chiyo whispered, swallowing her worries and falling silent. Suddenly, a dense formation of shinobi clad in Cloud Village uniforms surged into view. Not just any force, but an elite unit. Their bodies crackled with the unmistakable blue glow of lightning release. And in a blur of motion, they closed in near the Sand Village's last defensive line. At their head marched a dark-skinned ninja, who, spotting Squad 7 and the Sand Shinobi, burst out laughing. I thought Konoha and Susanoo would both be devastated by now, but what do I see? Only 5 Konoha shinobi left alive. Wait, is that a child among you? Konoha must be desperate, sending someone so young in a battle. Have you really run out of people? He sneered at the Sand Shinobi as well. And you, Suna, letting us break through your lines so easily, now that the might of the Cloud Army is at your doorstep. I have just one question. Will you surrender? You must be shocked, aren't you? Wondering how Cloud made it all the way out here to Suna's territory, but I'm not. About to give away our secrets. My name is Bathru, captain of this Cloud ambush unit. Bathru the Cloud captain went on and on, buzzing in their ears like an infuriating fly. This Cloud captain? What a blowhard! I'd love to wipe that smirk off his face. Nanshion muttered in annoyance. Don't act rashly. Wait for instructions, Uchiha cautioned. Biding his time. The Cloud forces are no longer just a raiding party. This is a full-scale invasion, Red Butterfly observed, taking in the sheer number of enemy shinobi. Chiyo cursed. Well, you Cloud Ninja are certainly confident. You actually dared to bring your main force right up to our front lines. Aren't you afraid that the stone might suddenly betray you and launch an attack? If the stone are going to attack us, we wouldn't be standing here today, would we, HM? So you were just trying to get information out of me. Badru realized her ploy and, in a way, admitted that the stone was indeed their ally. He shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if you know now. From today on, the sand will be wiped out, Shiyu. Couldn't be bothered to argue with such a fool. Even if the Cloud managed to conquer the sand, all they would get was a patch of isolated land. In the end, the territory will be divided up by the stone and the leaf, leaving nothing for the Cloud. What a fool. Working so hard only to make it easy for someone else. Even after being betrayed, if the sand could be taken just because the 3rd Kazekage went missing, why didn't the stone come themselves? Shiyu thought the Cloud might be strong, but they'd chosen the wrong partner. No wonder the stone would stab them in the back. Badru, I've never heard of you if your army doesn't include the 3rd Reikage, the A and B brothers, or even the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, then you've already lost. Shiyu crossed his arms, brimming with confidence and arrogance. Badru scoffed. What a joke. Are you serious? Someone like you isn't even qualified to face those men. I'm a person of principle. If you're a friend, I'll help. If we're partners, then we all profit together. But if you're my enemy... Shiyu's expression darkened. Then too bad for you. I'll take you apart myself. With a sudden burst, Shiyu charged straight into the ranks of the Cloud Ninja. Laughter broke out. He's actually rushing in alone. He must have a death wish. Without Badru even needing to give the order, the elite cloud Shinobi sneered and surged forward to meet him. In their eyes, Shiyu was merely a leaf prodigy, hardly a threat besides. The cloud were naturally brawny, masters of taijutsu and swordplay, so when they saw Shiyu's slender frame, they looked down on him even more. But as Shiyu charged forward, he didn't waste a word. He unleashed a mighty kick, slamming his foot into the desert sand. A thunderous boom resounded, shaking the air. Sand exploded outward in a blinding storm, pelting the cloud ninja like a torrential downpour. Where Shiyu's foot had landed, the earth caved in, leaving a massive crater at that moment. The cloud soldiers felt the ground trembling beneath their feet. You've got to be kidding. Did he just shatter the earth with a single kick? Fall back. Badru, no fool as the unit captain, barked out the order. Instantly, his troops began to retreat. Just then, the ground split open again, and countless rocks and sand tumbled into the widening chasm. Some of the cloud ninja, who weren't agile enough, fell straight into the crevice. Before they could even climb out, Raza and his men buried them alive with sand release techniques. We're here to support you, Raza, Kurura, and Yakura called out. Long-range support will suffice, Shiyu replied, then instantly reappeared in the midst of the cloud ninja. Forming hand seals, he declared lava release. Corrosion of heaven and earth. This was a technique Shiyu had invented himself, using the chakra of the slug sage. He spun once at the center, unleashing a torrent of highly corrosive acid. In a situation where he was surrounded, it was especially effective. In an instant, several cloud ninja who failed to dodge were splashed by Shiyu's acid. Barely 10 seconds passed before those unfortunate shinobi were reduced to little more than pools of sludge. Damn it. Is this a Kekiai Genkai? Whatever you do, don't let that attack touch you. Use defensive jutsu, or try lightning release armor. Most cloud ninja had at least some training in basic lightning release armor. While nowhere near as powerful as the Raikages, it was just enough to use in a pinch. Naive Shiyu sneered coldly. Even Orochimaru dared not face this acid head-on, and not even Sasuke's Susanoo could withstand Mei Terumi's lava release. Could a mere watered-down lightning armor really make a difference? Attacking the enemy wasn't Shiyu's main goal, though. He aimed to produce large amounts of gas with his acid, obscuring the enemy's view. White vapor billowed all around, completely blinding the cloud ninja. Damn, I can't see a thing. We can't pinpoint the enemy's location. Some among the cloud ninjas specialized in sensing, but they couldn't detect Shiyu at all. Not only had he relied on the thick white mist, but he'd also used water release, hidden mist jutsu, to disrupt chakra sensing. Even Raza Sandstorm was used to further obscure vision, and by a few precious moments, everyone stay sharp. Keep your eyes on that guy. Don't let him catch us off guard. We have the overwhelming advantage in numbers, Bardru cautioned, his tone wary. The standoff lasted only a moment before Shiyu completed his preparations. This battle is over, Shiyu shouted. Release. Crimson blood technique. Yin-Yang seal fully open. In an instant, Shiyu's chakra soared past the limits of even the most elite Kage, reaching the so-called quasi-six paths level, and his chakra continued to surge without pause. The sheer force of his chakra sparked a tornado, erupting from Shiyu's center and sweeping outward in all directions. Help! Many cloud ninja, hesitating for just a moment, were swept away by the torrent of Shiyu's chakra. Fall back. Retreat. We were no match for him. Only then did Badru realize he had truly run up against an immovable force. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Is this what that man's true power looks like? Chiyo, too, was stunned. How foolish I've been. And yet how lucky. If he'd wanted to kill me, I'd have been dead long ago. Rasha spoke quietly, almost to himself. I'm glad I made the decision for Lady Chiyo and Lord Ebizo. He had always known how powerful Shigure was, but never imagined his strength could reach such heights. Divine Emperor, creator of spirits, Shigure unleashed the Mangekyo technique with his right eye. A faint crystalline sound echoed as his eyes shifted to a pale blue, the Mangekyo spinning into a four-bladed pattern in his right eye. A wondrous energy burst from Shigure's body, a power of pure law, instantly freezing the turning gears of time itself, while everyone else was still reeling. From the overwhelming force of his chakra, Shigure had already brought time to a halt. In the sliver of suspended time, all within its grasp fell completely under his control. Everyone except for Shigure himself. Although his chakra was being rapidly consumed, Shigure's Inyang seal held reserves so vast they were nearly inexhaustible. Now, with the eternal Mangekyo, his ocular power had become formidable, dramatically extending the duration of his time-stopping ability. While it couldn't be used without limit, as long as he remained in that pocket of frozen time, Shigure was truly invincible. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God. Third step 2000 consecutive. Flashes. Harnessing his ability to teleport and sense, Shigure instantaneously locked onto every single member of the hidden cloud forces. Using his shadow clones, he struck with blinding speed. In less than 5 seconds within that temporal rift, a fifth of the cloud Shinobi fell by his hand. Even the mightiest among them were helpless against Shigure in the suspended world, his speed a blur. His shadow clones multiplying his presence, his kunai marking space for teleportation, his unique Shigure-style swordplay cutting through ranks with unstoppable force. In roughly 20 seconds within the seam of time, several thousand of the cloud's elite had been struck down, each hit delivered with pinpoint, lethal accuracy. For Shigure, blessed with Otsutsuki blood and awakened to both the divine emperor, creator of spirits, and the flying thunder god slaughtering thousands of the cloud's finest, was as easy as flicking dust from his sleeve. Jinjutsu. When it came to Commander Bithru, Shigure plunged him directly into a world of illusion. Then he released the divine emperor's power and reappeared at his original spot, sheathing the dragon Fong blade. Bithru knelt on the ground, eyes vacant like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The cloud warriors who had meant to charge forward and finish Shigure suddenly doubled over, clutching their chests as if they'd been stabbed straight through the heart. A chorus of agonized screams rang out, and then, one after another, the cloud shinobi began to vomit blood. What just happened? The shinobi from the hidden sand village stared in disbelief. It seemed Shiryu had only vanished for an instant. And yet, why were the cloud shinobi suddenly spewing blood? Hey, sensory ninja from the sand whispered, their chakra is fading. It looks like they're about to die. About to die. Could the Hyuga clan from the Leaf observe them for us? Elder Ebizo asked. Of course. Byakugan. Hizashi activated his Byakugan shock written all over his face. With his vision, he could clearly see that nearly 1,000 cloud shinobi had their hearts pierced through. What? They're already dead? Hizashi was almost speechless with disbelief. Are you certain? This time, Ebizo and Chiyo had no choice but to believe. After all, both sides' sensory types had witnessed the same thing. Blood from the fallen shinobi splattered across the ground, staining even the sand with a grim crimson hue. Moments later, thousands of cloud elite collapsed in unison, falling where they stood. Just like that, Shiryu had eradicated them all in a single encounter. The tale of one man annihilating 1,000. Such things in the future even Minato would accomplish. But he had slaughtered thousands of cloud shinobi within the cracks of time itself. In other words, Shiryu had done it in less than a second. The Sand Village leaders had just seen with their own eyes. Moments ago, thousands of shinobi were alive and vigorous, and in the blink of an eye they lay dead in pools of blood. The intensity of that sight made them swallow hard, glancing at Shiryu with a tangle of emotions brewing inside. Yet Shiryu had spared only one, the captain of the Cloud surprise attack force, Bithru, bringing him before everyone at the front line. In full view of all, Shiryu questioned him. Let me ask you, why has the Cloud Village attacked the sand? He had already hypnotized Bithru with the overwhelming power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Bithru stared blankly and replied, it was the third Raikage's order. I don't know the reason. Shiryu considered for a moment, then pressed on, how many troops has the Cloud dispatched? Are they attacking anyone other than the sand? Have they targeted the Leaf? Bithru, lost in trance, answered, well, the Cloud has temporarily sent an elite force like ours planning to take advantage of the third Kazekage's absence to completely swallow up the sand, but we also have a main army, intending to seize the sand's territory once we've worn them down. Additionally, we're planning to join forces with the stone to attack the Leaf, though we want to let the stone wear down the Leaf's strength first. What? The Stone Village plans to invade the Leaf? Hizashi was stunned. The Cloud's military might is truly terrifying. They sent an elite strike force of thousands and still have a main army in reserve. Ebizo and Chiyo could hardly believe it themselves. It seems the Stone and the Cloud each plan to strike, one targeting the Leaf, the other the sand, intent on carving up the ninja world for themselves, Hyuga, Kurenai surmised. Analyzing the situation, in that case, it seems we really do need to halt the fighting here immediately, Nanxiong said. Understanding at last, as expected, the boss was right again. When the four nations go to war, it could eventually drag in the hidden mist as well. Is the great ninja war about to break out? Kakuzu glanced at Shiyu and posed a question. Do any of you have other questions? Shiyu asked, while once again using the Grand Blood Seal to store his chakra in his forehead. Sister, I think we should ask for more details about the other main force from the hidden cloud. If that's really the case, we might have another tough battle ahead, Ebizo remarked. But before Chiyo could relay the message, Raza had already returned to the front line with Badaru. Thank you, Supreme Commander of the Leaf, Shiyu. Raza said. We need to prepare for war again. As for the terms agreed upon between the Sand and the Leaf, we will keep our word. I hope that even if we fight on different fronts, we can still stand side by side. This guy. He's starting to look like a Kazuke Ebizo, and Chiyo thought. Not disappointed, at least among the younger generation of the Sand. There was still hope. Shiyu replied, sorry, but we'll be facing at least 2 major battlefronts against the Stone. We won't be able to help you this time. Farewell. Team 7, let's move out, Shiyu called as he led his team, heading off in pursuit of Orochimaru's main force. The Great Ninja War. It's really happening. Chiyo and Ebizo sighed, glancing at the hidden cloud's forehead protectors. With their small numbers and the help of slug-supplied jutsu, Shiyu's group moved swiftly. The 5 of them left the Wind Country's desert behind and caught up with Orochimaru's main force in the hot sandy wastelands. Orochimaru, do you admit your mistake? Shiyu's demeanor changed the moment he returned. Shu. It was my fault. I acted too hastily in my eagerness to destroy the Sand. I missed the best chance to defeat them. Orochimaru bowed his head, apologizing at once. Seeing Orochimaru admit his fault, Shiyu said nothing more, but later took a moment to speak to him privately. Orochimaru, atone for your mistakes. I need you to guard the border. Don't let the Sand break the alliance, and more importantly, be ready to stop any surprise attacks from the Cloud or the Stone. The Third Great Ninja War has already begun, Shiyu announced. You must have other things to say to me, right? Orochimaru, ever perceptive, knew that Shiyu shielding him from blame came at a price. Smart as always, Shiyu appreciated having someone who understood him. Otherwise, things would be much more troublesome. Aren't you trading favors with Danzo? You should be able to get your hands on some of Hashirama's cells, right? Shiyu said bluntly. I see. So that's your aim? The cells of the first Hokage? I think I can find a way. Orochimaru ultimately agreed to Shiyu's conditions. All right, then the responsibility of taking out the Cloud surprise attack unit falls to you and the main force. With that, Shiyu had essentially handed Orochimaru a favor on a silver platter. Fine, Orochimaru replied. Shiyu wrote up a detailed mission report, but he didn't make things difficult for Orochimaru instead. He attributed their terrifying victory over 8,000 Cloud ninja to his own tactics and Orochimaru's bravery. Afterwards, Shiyu sent word of the mission's completion to the third Hokage, and then together with Team 7 hurried off toward another battlefield at top speed. On the way, Shiyu received a letter in reply from the third Hokage. The message was clear. Konoha had already noticed Iwagakure's movements. Shiyu was ordered, once again in the capacity of Special Assault Unit, to help Konoha through this difficult trial. His first task was to proceed to the battlefield in the Land of Waterfalls. Orders for me to go to the Takigakure battlefield. For what I recall, Iwagakure's forces should be led by the Jonin Dong Shurin, secretly passing through Kusagakure. That's why the third later sent Minato's team to destroy the IWA supply lines at Canopy Bridge, isn't it? Why would I be sent to the Land of Waterfalls then? Could it be that Iwagakure's main force is actually at Takigakure? Maybe it's a classic diversion, drawing attention one way, while moving troops another. Shiyu couldn't quite figure it out for the moment. Perhaps the story here was already diverging from the original timeline. Shiyu, I think you'd better head first to the area near Takigakure and link up with Commander Lady Tsunade, Hisashi suggested. What? Tsunade is the front-line defense commander. Shiyu realized he'd overlooked this point. Yes, Lord Orochimaru is holding the southwest to defend against Sunagakure. Lady Tsunade is stationed at the border of the Land of Waterfalls to guard against Iwagakure. Lord Jiraiya is in the northeast of Konoha, preparing for the threat of the advancing Cloud Army. Hisashi, familiar with frontline deployments, gave Shiyu a detailed rundown of the Sannin's assignments. In that case, let's meet up with Tsunade first. Shiyu finally decided. A week passed. After enduring tremendous hardships, Shiryu and Hisashi's team finally crossed the heartland of the Land of Fire and reached the outskirts of the Land of Waterfalls. This was the main battleground where Konoha and Iwagakure confronted each other. What did you say? Iwagakure and Konoha are already fighting right now. Shiryu asked for confirmation. That's right. They've been at it for quite a while now, one of the guards replied. Sharing all the news he knew, Shiryu immediately activated his sensory abilities, and just a short distance away, sensed a chaotic melee. Tens of thousands of Iwagakure's main force clashing with several thousand of Konoha's elite, the tide threatening to encircle the Konoha shinobi. The Iwagakure commander was a stranger to Shiryu, but on the Konoha side, the chief commander was someone Shiryu knew all too well, Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade was clad in her battle armor, the diamond mark gleaming on her forehead, signifying she hadn't yet unleashed her chakra seal. Even so, her body was already covered in wounds. Despite being one of the legendary Sannin, she looked a bit battered and beleaguered in the thick of battle. We must rescue them immediately. As soon as Shiryu finished speaking, he and his companions rushed toward the battlefield. The Iwagakure battlefield was strikingly different from the Tsunade front. The carnage here was almost unheard of in the world of men. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, which had been soaked to deep crimson by rivers of fresh blood. All around, the air was filled with screams of agony, thunderous explosions, and above all, the incessant metallic clashing of kunai meeting in combat. It was clear that the Iwagakure shinobi were exceptionally well equipped with ninja tools. This place. Teacher Nichiza, Red Butterfly, non-show. This is nothing like the Tsunade battlefield. Here, we're in for a brutal fight. We must stay alert and be extremely careful. Kakuzu, cover me, Shiryu called out, then dashed straight into the fray. Explosion. Earth style. Earth dragon bullet technique. Try my swordsmanship. The entire battlefield was in utter chaos. But the differences between the Iwagakure and Konoha uniforms were still sharply distinct. Shiryu quickly surveyed the situation. Observing the deployment of Iwagakure's three main forces, it seems Iwagakure has three types of combat units. The first is the Demolition Squad, using explosions from above and beneath the ground to disrupt and strike at our Konoha shinobi. Shiryu rolled aside, narrowly dodging an enemy's attack, then joined Kakuzu in quickly dispatching several swordsmen from Iwagakure. These must be their close combat troops. Before Shiryu could finish assessing the third unit, the entire ground suddenly heaved upward. Earth style. Core tremor. So the third unit must be Iwagakure's long-range force. These three units coordinate seamlessly, and with their overwhelming numbers, it's no wonder even Lady Tsunade is struggling. Just as Shiryu finished his analysis, he sensed an attack from behind. Before he could react, Kakuzu sent the assailant flying with a swift kick. In the thick of battle, three distinct voices rang out. Shadow Possession Jutsu, Mind Transfer Jutsu, Multi-Size Technique. Three figures sprang into action. They were the famed Inoshikacho trio, Konoha's strongest current generation. Together, they fought valiantly to hold back the Iwagakure advance. Using his keen observational skills, Shiryu saw that Tsunade was locked in fierce combat with the close combat troops, while the Inoshikacho team and other ninjutsu specialists were clashing with Iwagakure's ninjutsu users. Only the Demolition Squad was left unchecked, and they continued to claim the lives of Konoha shinobi with each devastating attack. Ha! Let's blow you all away! The Demolition Squad soared through the sky on explosive clay, dominating the air and sweeping aside any opposition. Allied with another Iwagakure team, hidden underground to launch surprise explosions, they had nearly secured an invincible position. Seeing the dire situation, Shiryu had no time to plan further. Summoning Jutsu, he bit his finger, and with a swift sequence of hand signs, summoned Katsu. This time, Katsu was much larger than usual, for she needed to shield even more shinobi on the battlefield. Divide. The slug split and multiplied by Shiryu's technique, covered the bodies of all the Konoha ninja. Since everyone had fought alongside Tsunade for a long time, they naturally recognized this jutsu. Tsunade, however, was taken aback. Besides herself, only her junior apprentice Shiryu could summon slugs like this. Shiryu's here. Save your chakra. If you run out, it could mean death, Tsunade called out loudly as a warning. It's fine. I have the mark of the mighty blood. With a confident air, Shiryu pointed his thumb at his own forehead, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Konoha actually has reinforcements. And they can summon slugs too? Seems like those creatures can restore their chakra and heal their wounds. We'll have to take him out first. The leader of the demolition squad, an elite jonin skilled in explosion release, made a quick hand signal. Instantly, countless ninja, riding giant clay birds, launched a barrage of explosive clay toward Shiyu's position. Hiya. With the relentless detonations from the demolition squad, Shiyu was driven completely onto the defensive, unable to fight back at all for the moment. A testament to the formidable strength of a Wagakire's ninja. Crack! Just as Shiyu tried to dodge, hidden Idonin burst from the earth and grabbed his ankles. In that critical instant, the demolition team detonated the clay explosives all around him. Hiya! No! Tsunade instantly noticed Shiyu's peril. Her own younger brother had died in a similar explosion, so her heart skipped a beat. In that moment of distraction, the enemy ninja seized an opening. Earth-style, rock fist. Tsunade quickly recovered and lashed out with a devastating kick in retaliation. Fist met foot as their blows collided, shaking the very ground and shattering the rocky terrain around them. I never thought IWA would stoop this low. Are you trying to start the third great ninja war, Kitsuchi? Tsunade spat, recognizing the man before her as the son of the third Suchikage. Sorry, but I only follow orders from old man Inoki, Kitsuchi replied, withdrawing his fist as he continued to face off with Tsunade. Meanwhile, Shiyu was not about to be taken out so easily. At the crucial moment, he unleashed the Slug Sage's liquefaction technique, turning his entire body into liquid and slipping away from the barrage unharmed. What? Did he turn into water? Is that a water clone? Could this be the special ability of the Hozuki clan? The demolition squad was stunned. After all, the person before them was clearly a Konoha ninja. Are you guys done with your explosions yet? Shiyu frowned, bringing his hands together in a seal. His hair suddenly thickened and grew, sweeping away several nearby Idonin and then morphing into 8 gigantic lion heads, each with razor-sharp fangs. Lightning style. Wild Lion's Mane Barrage. Shiyu's lion's mane was astonishingly massive. Each strand of hair could morph into a new gigantic lion's head. Countless lion heads surged directly toward the Iwagakure ninjas, clamping down on them and unleashing a terrifying surge of lightning. Damn it! There's lightning release hidden within his hair. Someone cried out in alarm. Don't let that lion's mane touch you, whatever you do. Another warned urgently. With a sly chuckle, Shiyu taunted them. Think you can escape? Blame yourselves for picking the wrong opponent. Once again, Shiyu poured his strength into the attack. Though the Iwagakure ninjas were exceedingly cautious, most were still caught by the snapping lions' heads, seared black by the lightning coursing through them. Even the lucky few who managed to slip away weren't spared. Lightning bolts spat from the lion's jaws, burning them instantly. Attack his real body directly. A member of the demolition squad shouted. Immediately, the Iwagakure forces turned in unison, launching a coordinated assault on Shiyu himself. Yet the moment several of them closed in, Shiyu sneered, Dance of the Early Fern. Though his hands were clasped together, it didn't stop him from unleashing the power of the Shikatsumiyaku. Enhanced by the chaotic lion's mane at close range, the deadly bones pierced out, annihilating the surrounding enemies in an instant. He's too powerful. Even up close, he's protected by some kind of bone armor. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Is it a Kekkai Jinkai? How can he be this tough to deal with? Another gasped. All demolition squads, listen up. Abandon aerial and ground assaults. Go underground. Barked the demolition squad captain. Long-range units. We need your support. The Iwagakure commander quickly adjusted their strategy. Suddenly, Shiyu was left without any immediate targets as the Iwagakure ninjas disappeared underground, and the long-range ninja units began to bombard him from a distance. Earth release. Raining clay. Earth release. Mountainwood technique. A torrent of sticky clay rained down from above, instantly smothering Shiyu and encasing his entire body. Without missing a beat, the Iwagakure forces combined their strength to unleash the mountainwood technique. 2 towering mountains erupted on either side of Shiyu, trapping him tightly between their massive forms. Fantastic! This is the signature technique Lord Yellow Earth taught us. It can even suppress the Four Tails. No matter how strong he is, there's no way he's escaping Iwagakure's grasp now. Someone cheered. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure forces underground pinpointed Shiyu's location and unleashed another wave of explosive attacks, working in tandem with the crushing power of the mountains. At last, Shiryu was completely imprisoned between the twin peaks. Pathetic, do you really think you can stop me? With such half-baked tricks, Shiryu's voice echoed coldly from within the mountainwood technique, sending a shiver down the spines of the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas. Do you think anything's happened to Shiryu Nichiza? Tsunade voiced her concern, glancing toward her companion as they fought side by side against the Iwagakure. Don't worry, Nichiza replied reassuringly. The chakra being relayed through the slug is still flowing strong. That means Shiryu is perfectly safe. Nichiza also tried to offer comfort, for he had witnessed firsthand the astonishing scene where Shiryu wiped out 8,000 Cloud hidden in an instant, and Shiryu did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Bracing himself with both hands against the towering mountains conjured by the Jutsu mountain wood, he let out a thunderous shout. Immediately, the mountains began to rumble ominously. No way. The mountainwood jutsu we cast together. So many of us combined. He's actually breaking free from it. Tsunade, you truly have a formidable subordinate. Huangta frowned, speaking as he prepared to rush over in support. He's not my subordinate. And besides, I absolutely won't let you near him. Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, shattering the earth, though Huangta managed to dodge in time, fire style. Head-carving pain. Suddenly, Kakuzu appeared before Huangtu, launching a ninjutsu attack. Huangtu was forced to retreat at once, and Tsunade seized on his momentary distraction, following up with a flying kick, working in perfect tandem with Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu was soon entangled by two close combat fighters from Stone Hidden. Without hesitation, Kakuzu extended his black tentacle-like arms, seized both Stone Ninja by the neck, and smashed them hard into the ground. The battlefield here was still in utter chaos, while on the other side, Shiryu had already broken free from the weight of two entire mountains. Painful heaven kick. Shiryu's keen eyes locked onto the stone-hidden troops burrowing underground. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating painful heaven kick, slamming his foot down with immense force. With chakra control surpassing even Tsunade's and a chakra reserve greater than most, Shiryu's monstrous strength was simply terrifying. His kick landed with a tremendous crash, echoing across the battlefield. The earth trembled, the ground split open, and even Tsunade couldn't hold back her surprise. His strength has already surpassed mine. What a terrifying kid. Ah, the stone. Hidden soldiers underground sensed the upheaval below and were kicked out of the earth by Shiryu's overwhelming strike. Finally decided to show yourselves? Shiryu sneered, gathering an enormous Rasengan in his hands, so massive it dwarfed his own body. Channeling his monstrous strength, Shiryu slammed the giant Rasengan into the already devastated earth arc. The stone hidden, already forced out by his painful heaven kick, now found the ground completely unsuitable for burrowing. Lava release. Acidic tongue. Shiryu inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of highly concentrated acid at the stone hidden before him. In less than 10 seconds, countless stone ninja perished right at his feet. Damn it, we're being melted alive. We have to restrain him, otherwise the casualties will be unbearable. Earth style. Earth flow spears. The explosion release ninja, clearly adept with earth style, as well caused a forest of earthen spikes to erupt from the ground, forcing Shiryu to retreat and dodge. As he went, you've walked right into our trap. Explosion release. Clay detonation. The explosion release ninja was exceptionally clever. He used earth release techniques to force Shiryu into an area filled with clay bombs. Now he had triggered the explosives, confident that he would finish Shiryu in an instant. Yet Shiryu only smiled faintly. The clay bombs around him remained utterly still, showing no sign of exploding. Meanwhile, a crackling sound emanated from Shiryu's body. That's the lightning release armor from the hidden cloud village. A leaf ninja. How could he possibly use that technique? Isn't that exclusive to the hidden cloud? Not only was Shiryu enveloped in lightning release armor, but he had also achieved the first stage of cellular activation by utilizing it. Long ago, during his very first mission, a rogue ninja from the hidden cloud had demonstrated this armor. Shiryu had copied it with his Sharingan back then, though he'd never used it until now. Recently, during the battle in which he wiped out 8,000 elite cloud shinobi, Shiryu had witnessed the next stage of this technique, the lightning chakra mode, and managed to perfectly copy it as well against the explosive power of the Iwagakure's explosion release. Using lightning release was the perfect counter. Surprised? You should prepare yourself for a bigger shock, Shiryu said, his voice calm. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood right in front of the captain of the demolition squad. The explosion release ninja himself. That's super high-speed movement. The explosion release ninja gasped in disbelief. Correct, but there's no prize for the right answer, Shiryu replied coolly. With a swift kick, he struck the ninja square in the stomach, sending him flying through the air until he crashed hard against a boulder. Coughing up blood, the explosion release ninja could hardly believe what had happened. This speed and power. It's just like fighting the third Raikage. The explosion release ninja was clearly gravely injured by Shiryu's attack. The Raikage doesn't know this technique, Shiryu said with an easy smile. He quickly formed a set of hand seals and aimed toward the distant Awagakure Shinobi forces. 5 release. Grand consecutive bullets technique. Instantly, Shiryu's shadow clone appeared above Awagakure's long-range unit. From his mouth, he unleashed a barrage of elemental projectiles. Water, fire, earth, and lightning, combined with Shiryu's own wind element. They fused together into a formidable ultimate composite ninjutsu. The grand consecutive bullets, the attack's destructive power was overwhelming. In desperation, Kitsuchi urgently launched a powerful rock fist to force Tsunade back. While several other ninjas quickly moved in to keep her occupied, Kitsuchi then formed hand seals at lightning speed and shouted, "Everyone, lend me your strength." Earth release. Great moving earth core. All the long-range ninjas immediately joined in, performing the same seals and unleashing the moving earth core technique. Together, the ground rose up dramatically, forming a barrier as tall as a mountain, blocking the force of the grand consecutive bullets. Even so, the uplifted earth was battered to a pulp, testifying to the sheer, terrifying power of Shiryu's technique. Incredible! They actually managed to withstand the grand consecutive bullets. Shiryu didn't pay it much mind. After all, Yellow Earth had led the Awagakure ninja to use this very technique. Even the Ten Tails had fallen for it. Explosion release. Landmine fist. The explosion-style ninja forced himself to his feet and threw a punch at Shiryu. Shiryu raised the Dragon Fang blade to block, but an explosion still erupted upon contact. There was a thunderous blast. Shiryu flipped backward several times, channeling the force away, and gradually began to discern the ninja's intentions. "So, you intend to risk your life to keep me from attacking the Awagakure Shinobi? I have no choice. You're far too great a threat. If I don't stop you here, I fear Awagakure will suffer grievously." The explosion-style ninja stood his ground before Shiryu, resolute and prepared to fight to the end. "I see. You can use explosive clay and fight up close with explosion release. You must possess a Kekkei Jinkai." Shiryu was certain now. This man before him was likely connected to Deidara or the explosion-style ninjakatsu. Landmine fist. The explosion-style ninja lunged at Shiryu once more. Knowing he couldn't let himself be caught in close quarters by this attack, Shiryu swiftly avoided direct combat. 8 trigrams air wall palm. With a single palm strike, Shiryu unleashed a wave of gentle fist energy, sending his opponent flying in an instant. The explosion-style ninja clearly hadn't anticipated that Shiryu would have so many techniques at his disposal. Landmine charging fist. The explosion-style ninja rolled backwards several times, steadied himself, then slammed his fist into the ground. Instantly, explosions began erupting all over the earth, racing toward Shiryu with alarming speed. Water style. Water formation wall. Shiryu remained cautious. He purposely avoided using earth style, knowing Awagakure excelled at earth jutsu, and afraid his opponent might exploit it. What? Using water style in a place with no water? And such an enormous defensive jutsu too. He completed the water formation wall with just 2 hand signs. What Shiryu had used was in fact the second Hokage's specially simplified version of the water formation wall, a technique he'd learned long ago from a man named Gasukbak in Konoha. Shiryu's water formation wall was quite unique. Even his feet were surrounded by water, making it a comprehensive all-directional defense. Water style. Surging water wave. Drawing from the water formation wall, Shiryu conjured a waterfall-like torrent that crashed toward the Awagakure demolition captain. Under the immense water pressure, the captain's explosions were rendered useless. This guy. Could he really control all 5 elements, even water style? A sense of despair crept into the explosion-style ninja. No matter what, I have to fight to the death. With a desperate cry, he smashed his fist into the ground, leaving the already battered earth even more shattered. The surging water wave struck the explosion-style ninja head-on, but to Shiryu's mild surprise, most of the water was somehow diverted underground. So that's it. That last punch was meant to shatter the earth and divert the water flow, wasn't it? This guy is pretty clever, I'll give him that. But this is where it ends. Shiyu's eyes were now locked onto the explosion release ninja. Since you're using a Kekii Genkai, I'll kill you with one of my own. Acid release. Monstrous acid technique. Shiyu unleashed a jutsu from the future era of Meitarumi, spitting out a corrosive sticky acid. His acid was every bit as potent, if not more so, than the original. It seems this is the end for me. The explosion release ninja slumped to the ground, resigned to his fate. Boil release. Unrivaled might. Lava release. Granite slam. Two voices rang out in quick succession. Suddenly, a slab of granite wreathed in searing flames appeared, intercepting Shiyu's acid. The heated stone caused the acid to grow wildly unstable, erupting in a violent spray. At that very moment, a powerful attack struck from Shiyu's flank. With a sharp whoosh, Shiyu's eyes transformed into the likeness of a four-bladed shuriken. An immense, shadowy chakra of a grayish hue flickered into view. With a sweep of his arm, the chakra solidified and sent his two opponents flying, shattering the burning granite with a single blow. On the other side, a quick-witted Awagakure ninja rushed in and rescued the two who had been struck aside. How is this possible? Even the lava release granite was smashed to bits. And what's with that gray apparition? The chakra emanating from it is downright ominous. A red-bearded Awagakure Shinobi eyed Shiyu warily, while Shiyu allowed himself a faint, knowing smile. So that's how it is. Explosion release, lava release, boil release. The three great Kekii Genkai of the Stone Village, all gathered here. My luck must be incredible to encounter not only the Four Tails Jinchuriki, but also the Five Tails Jinchuriki on this battlefield, as Shiyu regarded the two hosts. Their names came to him at once. Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Let's see what you're truly capable of. Without another word, Shiyu lunged toward them. The explosion release ninja was already down for the count, unable to fight any longer. If you know who we are, then you must know our strength. Once we defeat you, it'll be a worthy contribution to a Awagakure. Rashi exuded utter confidence. Han, a little younger, but steady as a mountain, added, anyone who can defeat our explosive core captain is no ordinary foe. Let's focus on taking him down. First, let's go. Together, the two charged at Shiyu almost in unison. Han, a taijutsu specialist, was also a master of the boil-release steam techniques, clad in his unique steam armor. He moved with blinding speed and overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Rashi activated his lava-release chakra mode, boosting both his offensive and defensive capabilities as he joined the fray. Perhaps it was the Otsutsuki bloodline within him stirring. Shiyu's excitement flared in an instant. Interesting. This is just too interesting. With a burst of energy, Shiyu matched Han and Rashi's attacks, his left and right fists colliding with theirs. A sudden, inexplicable shockwave rippled outward from the three of them. Incredible. He blocked my steam-powered charge with sheer strength alone, and my lava release, he didn't even get burned. Rashi and Han were both stunned. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such a thing. Shiyu gave a faint, confident smile. You're not the only ones with Kekii Genkai. You know, with pure physical power, his left hand stopped Han in his tracks, while his right hand conjured a dense, white bone shield to block the lava attack. What? That's the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku from the Hidden Mist, isn't it? But your Kekii Genkai is lava release, isn't it? How can this be? Both Han and Rashi were bewildered, frozen in place by their shock. You're right about my bloodline. Except I don't just have one Kekii Genkai. Shiyu's lips curled into a sly grin. He took a deep breath, and without using his hands, spat out a fresh stream of corrosive acid. Get clear! Han used his steam propulsion to dodge Shiyu's attack in a flash, while Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, executed a spectacular roll to evade the acid as well. Seems Rashi's battle experience is truly impressive. As for Han, he's probably the younger of the 2-inch, but when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, his skills are formidable. Shiyu teased, so tell me, should I take you down one by one? Or defeat you both together? Don't kid yourself. Even if you have more than one Kekii Genkai, the best you can hope for is a draw against the two of us. Rashi's confidence seemed bolstered by the four tails within him. His close combat is formidable. We'll have to coordinate. One up close, one at range. That's the only way to win, Han suggested. My lava release is useless against his bone technique, so I'll support you from a distance and create openings. Your steam propulsion gives you the edge in speed and agility. You'll take the lead on offense. Rashi agreed with Han's tactical plan. Shiryu didn't mind. He was curious to see just how far the two of them could push their power. Lava release. Scorching river flow technique. Rashi unleashed several balls of molten lava at Shiryu, who responded by rapidly weaving hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Shiryu's swift jutsu was a perfect counter to the lava. Each water dragon bullet struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, colliding with the magma spheres. As the water met the searing lava, a tremendous cloud of steam billowed outward, cloaking the battlefield in a dense, hazy mist. Under the relentless pressure of the water dragon's assault, the magma projectiles shattered instantly into countless pieces. Boil release. Unmatched strength. Lao Zi's strategy had indeed worked. He created an opening for Han to launch a close-range attack, and Han did not disappoint. He channeled his steam propulsion system to its maximum output, surging his chakra to a boiling point in one breath. Focusing all the steam into his legs, he struck Shiryu with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Shiyu's body shot through the air like a cannonball. There was a heavy, echoing thud as he smashed into a boulder, shattering the surrounding rocks and sending cracks spidering outward. The entire hillside collapsed with a tremendous roar, burying Shiryu completely beneath a cascade of rubble. It looks like we've taken him out. Lao Zi allowed himself a rare smile. That was some fine teamwork. With things like this, the fight just got a whole lot easier, Han remarked, his composure fully restored and his resolve once again at its peak. Far in the distance, Tsunade noticed that the chakra supplied by the slug on her body had suddenly diminished. What's going on? Don't tell me. Is Shiryu in danger? Tsunade fought desperately to break free, only to be restrained once again by Huang Tu's jutsu. You'd better focus on our fight, Huang Tu warned, knowing full well that if Shiryu fell, Konoha's spirit would break, and victory would be within their grasp. Damn it! Tsunade prepared to release the Yin seal on her forehead, but then she sensed a familiar surge of chakra. So that's it. Shiryu is safe. With that realization, relief washed over her. Meanwhile, Han and Lao Zi suddenly found themselves completely immobilized, their entire bodies gripped tightly by Shiryu. With just a little more pressure, he could easily crush them both. How is this possible? We saw you go flying. How can you be completely unharmed? It's simple, Shiryu replied. I used steam to cloud your vision and slipped in a shadow clone. What you blasted away just now was nothing but a clone. He tightened his grip, and the two were racked with even greater pain. Naturally, it was the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo that allowed Shiryu to restrain them so effortlessly. Lava release mode. Lao Zi tried to burn through Susanoo's grip with his lava techniques, but his hopes were dashed once again. It's actually immune to lava release. What kind of jutsu is this? Lao Zi struggled in vain, while Han's steam propulsion proved useless against Shiryu's hold. Aren't you both Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails? If I were to kill you, I doubt the beast inside would sit idly by, Shiryu remarked. So, you're trying to force us to unleash our tailed beast powers. Are you insane? If the beasts go berserk, they won't distinguish friend from foe. They'll attack everything in sight, Han and Lao Zi warned, but Shiryu appeared utterly unconcerned. After all, he had already dealt with both the Seven Tails and the One Tail. 4 and 5 would be no different. Besides, he needed to gather the bloodlines of all 9 beasts to become even stronger. A roar of pain and fury filled the air. Old Purple and Han let out agonized, gut-wrenching screams as Shiryu's grip tightened, filling them with excruciating pain. Human, you dare force us out after discovering our existence. You'll pay the price for this, just as Shiryu was about to crush the two to death. The Four Tails and Five Tails could endure it no longer. Using their Jinchuriki as vessels, they channeled their chakra directly into them. Han's entire body became cloaked in a dark red, beast-like shroud. His form still mostly human, but 5 swishing tails now lashed about behind him. As the tailed beast chakra erupted, Old Purple also sprouted 4 tails, his body taking on a half-beast transformation as well. In the face of the overwhelming chakra unleashed by both the 5 tails and 4 tails, Shiryu's incomplete Susanoo could no longer contain them. The two mighty Jinchuriki broke free from Shiryu's grasp, and without a word, launched a furious assault against him. Strangely, though neither seemed fully conscious, both charged Shiryu as their enemy with fierce Determination, Shiryu dodged with his swift body flicker technique, grinning as he said, "So the two great-tailed beasts have decided to join forces against me. Now, this is getting interesting." He showed not the slightest intention of backing down. Bringing his hands together, he drew forth the entirety of his chakra in an instant. Though the amount of chakra transferred by the slug had lessened, it had not disappeared entirely, because at that moment, Tsunade had activated her strength of a 100 technique, sending her chakra to the slug as well. "Shiryu, leave this side to us. You'll have to handle the two rampaging Jinchuriki," Tsunade called out, her awareness of the battle's progress thanks to the slug by her side. As Shiryu summoned his chakra, a pale blue surge erupted from him, no weaker than that of the four tails or five tails. Three mighty auras clashed, creating a powerful shockwave that swept across the battlefield. To force Han and Old Purple to such extremes, and to possess chakra on par with a tailed beast. Who on earth is this Konoha shinobi? The Iwagakure commander Kuratsuchi's father Kitsuchi was utterly astonished. "Our reinforcements are truly formidable," Nara Shikaka remarked. "Indeed. We can't let ourselves fall behind." Partial multi-size technique. Akimichi Chose's hands instantly grew enormous, swatting a number of Iwagakure shinobi across the field with a single sweep. As a sensory-type ninja, Yamanaka Inoichi felt the massive chakra radiating from Shiryu and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. No one knows how a battle on the scale of tailed beasts will end. Who would have thought Shiryu would become the main force? Shiryu's chakra is truly overwhelming. Hyuga Beniko, peering through her bookkin, saw the chakra coursing through Shiryu's body, her confidence swelling at the sight. Gray Strike. Kakashi Kiva, wielding his clan's blade techniques, swiftly dispatched several Iwagakure Chunin and rejoined the fierce melee alongside Nichi and the others, continuing the fight against Iwagakure. Kakuzu, on the other hand, fought with increasing ferocity, his strength only growing as the battle raged on. The surrounding Iwagakure ninja were gripped by terror, while corpses piled up around him like mountains. Even Tsunade couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his prowess. For Kitsuchi, dealing with just Tsunade, was already pushing him to his limits. There was simply no way he could split his focus to take on Kakuzu as well. Kakuzu seized this opportunity, cutting down the number of Iwagakure forces as much as possible. On the battlefield, the immortal Kakuzu could only be described as an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, Shiryu had already engaged in fierce combat with two Jinchuriki who had each half-transformed into their tailed beast forms. "So fast," Shiryu exclaimed, in astonishment as the four tails and five tails surged toward him at lightning speed. Apart from Sure Sway and Minato Namikaze with their body flicker techniques, this was the first time Shiryu had ever encountered opponents whose speed truly left him in awe. Although Han and Rashi were only in partial tailed beast form, their fighting styles had changed dramatically. The Five Tails Kokuo was renowned as the greatest close combat fighter among all the tailed beasts, known for using super speed charges to batter foes. The Four Tails Son Goku preferred hand-to-hand combat at close quarters, relying on overwhelming physical strength. The Four Tails was a bit slower, which Shiryu seized as a breakthrough point, while dodging the Five Tails attacks. He marked the Four Tails with his flying Thunder God technique. The Five Tails was simply too fast, so Shiryu paused time itself using the Divine Emperor's Spirit, and in that frozen moment, inscribed his Flying Thunder God mark on Han as well. A series of thunderous impacts rang out. Each blow from the two-tailed beast was so powerful that it shattered the air. Shiryu found himself hard-pressed to keep up, his fists no match for four enraged hands, even if he blocked the beasts themselves there. Tails would continue the assault unabated. Clasping his hands together, Shiryu shouted Susanoo. In an instant, a gray Susanoo enveloped Shiryu entirely, from bones and sinews to flesh, clothing, and armor. When the transformation was complete, a towering, awe-inspiring gray giant stood there. At its waist hung a massive meteor blade and an enlarged dragon fang, while two wings unfurled from its back. The moment this Susanoo appeared, all eyes were drawn to it. Both Konoha and Iwagakure ninja stared in disbelief at Shiryu. Is this truly the power of a god? What on earth is that gray giant? How are we supposed to fight against this? How can Konoha have such a warrior? The visual impact was overwhelming. For a moment, both Iwagakure and Konoha shinobi forgot the battle at hand. Even Kitsuchi and Tsunade were left momentarily stunned, their attention fixed on Shiryu. With a thunderous roar, the Four Tails and Five Tails launched themselves at Shiryu. Within the Susanoo, Shiryu simply smiled, facing the combined attack of two half-transformed Jinchuriki head-on and emerging unscathed. This is the complete body Susanoo. Its strength depends on the power of my eyes and chakra. Your current state, breaking through its defenses, is utterly impossible. Shiryu commanded his Susanoo, swiftly drawing the sheath of the meteoric blade from his waist. Without even unsheathing the weapon, he swept the two great-tailed beasts aside in an instant. A guttural roar erupted from both beasts, their fury intensifying as they faced Shiryu. Without hesitation, they began gathering energy for their tailed beast bombs. With a cold snort, Shiryu maintained Susanoo's form, starting at a slow run that quickly built into a charge toward the two colossal creatures. Just as the terrifying tailed beast bombs were about to strike him, Shiryu controlled Susanoo to draw the meteoric blade in a flash, a diagonal slash, then a crosswise cut, before stylishly sheathing the sword once more. The two-tailed beast bombs were sliced cleanly into quarters, each one split perfectly in two. The severed energies crashed into the distant rocky terrain, erupting in massive explosions and sending billowing clouds of black smoke skyward, mushrooming over the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Shiryu vanished, only to reappear behind the two-tailed beasts, Susanoo. Raising Gan, he declared, the spiraling orb unleashed by Susanoo bore an uncanny resemblance to the tailed beast bombs, and it struck the two beasts head-on. A piercing howl rang out as the beast's chakra surged violently outward. The seal is broken. Son Goku, give it everything you've got. Let's defeat our enemy together, a voice cried. Rallying the two-tailed beasts, something extraordinary happened. Both beasts underwent even more astonishing transformations. Where once stood two human-like forms, now they became titanic in size. Before Shiryu now loomed a snow-white creature, part horse, part dolphin, and a massive red ape, both radiating raw power. What incredible chakra! Such vast strength! Is this the full form of the Four Tails and Five Tails? Shiryu exclaimed, startled that he had truly pushed the tailed beast to these limits. With a thunderous crash, the Four Tails Son Goku lost patience and acted first, his temper flaring hot. Without waiting for the Five Tails Coco, he lunged at Shiryu with a heavy, earth-shaking punch. Shiryu smiled calmly. Eager to test his own limits, he met brute force with brute force, controlling Susanoo to catch Son Goku's massive fist. With a fierce battle cry, Son Goku swung with his other hand, but once again Susanoo intercepted, firmly grabbing hold. Ha ha ha! Let's see how you defend against this, Son Goku bellowed, lashing out with his four tails towards Susanoo. Shiryu pressed his palms together, channeling chakra, and shouted with renewed vigor. In a stunning display, Susanoo managed to seize all four tails as well. Son Goku gasped in astonishment, for Susanoo had grown two more heads and four additional arms. Now Shiryu stood with a three-headed, six-armed Susanoo, just like Madara Uchiha himself. Without hesitation, Shiryu lifted the four tails high above his head, then slammed the colossal beast down with a mighty throw. Boom! The already devastated ground was smashed to pieces once more. Shiryu hoisted up the four tails and hurled it high into the air. In the next instant, a gray shuriken, shaped like a three-tomo, materialized in his right hand, and with a swift motion, he flung it out. Yasukani Magatama, with a sharp whoosh. The gray Yasukani Magatama struck the Four Tails dead on, erupting in a powerful blast. The force of the explosion sent the beast crashing through the air once more. Just then, the Five Tails, swift as a storm wind, charged at Shiryu with ferocious speed. Damn it! The Four Tails cursed loudly after being hit, only to see Shiryu appear before him in a blur, almost instantaneously. Susanoo, Grand Rasengan. A howl of agony echoed out. The Grand Rasengan was said to be powerful enough to shatter a mountain, let alone the Susanoo-enhanced version. Even the mighty Four Tails, known as Sun Wukong the Great Sage, was no match for Shiryu's ultimate move. The beast plummeted towards the earth like a falling star. Crash! The enormous body slammed into the ground, carving out a massive crater. Dust and debris billowed in all directions, clouding the vision of both the Iwagakure and Konoha, Shinobi watching from afar. Am I seeing this right? That's the Four Tails? This can't be. Even the Four Tails was beaten. Faced with the sight of the defeated Four Tails, even Kitsuchi was at a loss for words. A flurry of rapid footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. As a white blur raced across the flattened terrain, seemingly intent on putting some distance between itself and the battlefield, Shiryu had slammed the Four Tails into the ground, subduing it for the moment. Though the victory was only temporary, it was enough to showcase Shiryu's overwhelming strength. Now it's your turn. Shiryu's eyes were icy cold, devoid of any trace of emotion, as he leveled his gaze at the Five Tails. Moa's own eyes narrowed in response. He remained silent, pawing at the ground with a heavy hoof as he lowered his head, his five horns poised, and aimed straight at Shiryu. In a flash, Muo charged forward, swift as the wind. So this is the Five Tails' signature move, full form. Horn slash. Shiryu knew that among the nine-tailed beasts, the Five Tails was second to none in close combat. Its horns were deadly weapons. Legend had it that even Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and Uchiha Madara himself had suffered from this attack. I like to see just how strong you really are. Shiryu smiled coolly, a hint of defiance in his voice. With the power of his complete Susanoo, why should he fear the likes of the Five Tails? The thunder of Muo's hooves, thud, 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 grew louder as he gathered all his strength, channeling every ounce of chakra into his horns. He was determined to end this in a single, all-out strike. Come on, then. Shiryu drew his meteor blade, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As Muo barreled toward him, Shiryu unfurled the wings of his Susanoo and charged to meet the Five Tails head-on. In his fully manifested Susanoo form, Shiryu confronted the beast. The five-tailed beast famed for its unparalleled strength in close combat. Man and beast drew closer and closer, their paths converging at a single point. Mu Wang, the beast, slammed his front and hind hooves hard against the ground, then launched himself into the air. At the same moment, Shiryu, wielding Susanoo, pressed its massive gray form into the rocky earth and leapt skyward. One side charged forward, horn aimed like a lance. The other, katana drawn, unleashed a swift and decisive slash. With a sharp metallic ring, the two adversaries seemed suspended in time. Crossing paths midair, they landed back-to-back, motionless. Every movement halted. A distinct crack appeared on Shiryu's Susanoo, a clear fracture marring its previously impenetrable defense. Incredible, Shiryu praised, sheathing the great blade into its gray scabbard. To think you could break through my absolute defense. Among the tailed beasts, you're truly a formidable one. In the instant Shiryu's blade met the sheath, Mu Wang's body erupted with countless jets of fresh blood. With a thunderous crash, the beast collapsed, strength drained onto the earth. Dust billowed in all directions, and everyone present stood in stunned disbelief, including Tsunade, this man. He defeated both of Awagakure's great-tailed beasts single-handedly, and it seems he hasn't even released his Yin-Yang seal yet. He did all this with just his regular chakra. She thought, astonished. Is there anyone in this world who can rival him? Yellow Earth was equally shaken, Shiyu's power far beyond anything he could have imagined. What should we do now? For a moment, he was a total loss. Meanwhile, Shiryu wasted no time. He used Flying Thunder God to gather the two-tailed beasts together, then placed Susanoo's hand upon their bodies, absorbed the power of bloodlines. As he drew in their bloodline energies, he also enhanced the chakra of both beasts and tended to their wounds. Unbeknownst to him, Shiryu found himself walking into a strange, unfamiliar place. This place, it looks familiar. Wait, isn't this where I met those tailed beasts before? Shiryu mused, puzzled, for in theory, each tailed beast's inner world should be unique. So you've made contact with other Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, haven't you? A voice pure as white echoed from the darkness, drawing Shiyu's attention. Looking closely, he realized it was none other than Mu Wang, the five-tailed beast. Human, I don't know why, but you possess the ability to forcibly draw us into your spiritual world, Mu Wang. Intoned, suddenly a massive crimson figure appeared before Shiryu. Clearly the Four-Tails Son Goku. Shiryu was startled. So that's it? This is my own spiritual space. Don't play dumb. Tell us, who are you really? How could you defeat us so easily? And you can even bring us in your spiritual world, the Four-Tails Son Goku demanded. And not just that. Since you've already defeated us, why bother healing our wounds? I really can't figure out. Why did you force us out here? Was it just to have chat with us? The Five Tails Koko, who was more thoughtful, tossed out several questions of his own. Shiryu considered for a moment, realizing that Son Goku and Kokuo were more curious than anything else, so he spoke plainly. Perhaps my methods weren't the best, but I mean you no harm. I only need you to take on your complete forms so I can obtain the seed of your bloodline. This seed is useful only to me, and no one else. What nonsense. In any case, don't even think you'll get anything from us, you humans. No, most humans are so greedy, Son Goku said, clearly disappointed in humanity. Yet when he thought of Rashi, his tone softened a bit. Son Goku, Kokuo, I don't need anything from you. What I wanted, I've already obtained, Shiryu replied, not bothering to argue with Son Goku further. Wait a minute. How do you know our names? Kokuo immediately asked. Yeah. How do you know our names? We never told you. Could it be? Did those other guys tell you? Son Goku pressed. Shiryu shook his head and replied. Shikaku Matatabi. Isabu Son Goku Kuko, Saikin, Chome, Gyuki Karama. No matter where you're scattered, you are all companions. And one day, you'll become one again. Both Four Tails and Five Tails were stunned, their eyes growing wet in an instant. How do you know all this? Could it be that you're the sage of six paths? Shiryu shook his head, giving a faint smile. Don't be so sentimental. Unfortunately, I'm not the child of prophecy the sage spoke of. I just happen to know your story. But I can share some news with you. The child of prophecy will appear by your side in about 20 years. 20 years from now? Son Goku and Kokuo exchange a long look, falling silent. For tailed beasts, 20 years was nothing but the blink of an eye. Over countless years, they had witnessed too much fighting, too many betrayals. In truth, it doesn't matter if it's 20 years or not. What's really important is the sage's wish. He hoped that people could truly understand and accept each other rather than use ninjutsu for endless conflict like they do now. Shiryu also fell quiet. Yes, the sage of six paths' wish isn't that what all of us hope for deep down? To dispel the resentment in people's hearts and restore peace to the world. Haven't all young ninja dreamed of that at some point? In truth, everyone has harbored such dreams, but how many actually manage to make them come true? Shiryu considered the current state of ninjas as he faced the Four Tails and the Five Tails. And what about you? What would you do? Asked the Four Tails Son Goku. You possess the power to change the way things are. And it seems you hold love in your heart. If you truly wish to reshape this world, I believe you have what it takes, Mu Wang added after a moment's thought. Shiryu pondered for a moment before replying. I believe both love and strength are essential. If you lose the guidance of love, even the greatest power will spiral out of control. But if you possess only love, without the strength to protect it, everything becomes nothing more than a fleeting dream. To use power to fill this world with love. Shiryu continued, that is what I might try to do. The Four Tails and the Five Tails reached out with their hands and hooves. Come clash fists with us. We feel there are things we ought to entrust to you. This is a portion of our strength, and the small measure of love we still hold for this world. Shiryu stepped forward and raised his hand as well. With a resounding smack, the bond between the two beasts and the young ninja was sealed. In that instant, Shiryu glimpsed their pasts. The betrayals, the killings, the desperate flights, and the relentless hunts. Sigh. So this is the world of ninjas. It's nothing like the sunshine and justice we see in manga and anime. Shiryu thought to himself, feeling a subtle shift within. At that moment, Rashi and Han also regained consciousness, though for reasons unknown, they no longer wished to fight Shiryu. He understood at once. The tailed beast within them had intervened. Iwagakire's forces have been badly weakened. Konoha Shinobi, charge with me. Sensing the decisive moment, Tsunade immediately rallied the Konoha ninja to launch a counterattack. Led by Tsunade, the Inoshikicho Trio, Team 7, and the Sarutobi clan mounted a fierce assault, swiftly gaining the upper hand. The Iwagakure forces dwindled until their numbers matched Konoha's. This is beyond anything I anticipated. I must inform father at once. For the first time, Karatsuchi found herself at a loss. Tsunade was gasping for breath, her stamina and chakra spent, and she finally collapsed to the ground. But then a hand came to rest gently on her back, and a stream of pure, formidable In chakra flowed into her. Shiryu, Tsunade murmured. Shoo, easy now. Don't speak. Just focus on recovering, Shiryu whispered softly. Shiryu added, when I was fighting the two-tailed beasts, you used the slug technique on my behalf, healing the Konoha army while also battling against Kitsuchi. That really drained her chakra. These release chakra reserve should be enough to help you recover and maintain the slug technique, but you still shouldn't move for now, Shiryu cautioned her. Tsunade gave Shiryu a gentle smile and said, "Understood. I'll focus on recovering as quickly as possible. Katsu, let everyone know that Shiryu will be taking over my position as the chief commander. I'll continue supporting you all from behind the lines with my healing." "All right," Shiryu replied, not bothering with false modesty and simply accepting the responsibility. Although Awagakure's numbers were still overwhelming, with the demolition squad out of the picture, Konoha's ninjas could finally fight without restraint, and with Rashi and Han, wielders of Kekkei Genkai, Konoha now held the upper hand in terms of elite combat strength. Next, we just need to deal with Awagakure's ninjutsu squad and sword squad. One specializes in long-range attacks, the other in close combat. Kitsuchi leads the long-range ninjutsu team, but as for the sword squad, the captain of the sword squad is Doran. He's right over there. Suddenly, Shikaku from the Inoshikacho trio appeared in front of Shiryu to warn him. "No one else could back you up right now, Lord Shiryu. I'll buy you a little time and give you a quick rundown of his abilities. He's a master swordsman at the peak of elite Jonin level. His taijutsu is extremely powerful, and he can harden his body to attack his enemies." "That about sums it up," Shikaku explained. "Wait, that's bad. He spotted you." As soon as Doran, the sword squad's captain, noticed Shiryu, he charged without hesitation. Shadow imitation technique. Shikaku formed a hand sign, sending his shadow racing toward Doran, but Doran, clearly aware of the danger, leapt back instantly and hurled an explosive tag near Shikaku. What? With a thunderous boom, the explosive tag detonated, forcing Shikaku to release his shadow restraint. Seeing this, Shiryu quickly spread his hands and conjured a massive bone shield, blocking the brunt of the blast for Shikaku. "Shikatsumiyaku!" Shikaku exclaimed in shock. "I'll take it from here. Protect Tsunade," Shiryu said briskly, not bothering to explain further. Drawing the Dragon Fang blade from his waist, he strode forward to meet the enemy. With a resounding clang, Doran's sword crashed against Shiryu's short blade, sparks flying in all directions. Clang, clang. Their blades met 2 more times before Doran, with his free hand, began weaving signs, earth-style. Hardening jutsu. Doran managed to perform a one-handed sign, and although his speed was average, it caught Shiryu off guard for a moment. Immediately after, Duelin threw a punch at Shiryu. With his body hardened, Duelin unleashed his full strength, and his fist was about to slam into Shiryu. But in the blink of an eye, with a swift whoosh, Shiryu appeared directly above Duelin, and a spiraling sphere was already flying toward him. "What?" Duelin was taken aback. "You need to form hand seals with one hand, but I don't need any at all." Shiryu's Rasengan struck Duelin heavily, nearly toppling him to the ground in an instant, but Duelin was no pushover. Thanks to his hardening technique, he forced himself to stand, then quickly popped a blood-replenishing pill and a ration pill into his mouth. In no time, he was back on his feet, looking much better. "So you're determined to keep me occupied here, aren't you?" Shiryu shot back. "No, if I take you down, wiping out your entire force will be a piece of cake for us." Duelin boasted, his arrogance on full display. "Oh, then by all means, give it a try," Shiryu taunted. "I don't need you to tell me. I was going to do just that," Duelin replied. As the captain of the close combat ninja unit, he was not one for hesitation. The moment he was injured, a dozen ninja rushed over to back him up. "Captain, are you all right? This guy's strength is unfathomable. Let's attack him together. Let's surround him with all of us at once." "Right." Duelin wasted no time in agreeing to the encirclement plan. The surrounding Awagakure ninja moved in on Shiryu, but Shiryu merely let out a cold laugh. To him, whether it was 10 or 100 Awagakure ninja made no difference at all after such a fierce battle. "My ocular power still hasn't recovered, so let me see just how far I can push my swordsmanship." Facing a dozen sword masters from Awagakure, Shiryu didn't hesitate for a moment. He charged straight at them, fearless and bold. He had mastered the sword techniques of all 3 great Konoha schools, combining them into a unique style of his own. As the Awagakure ninja attacked, Shiryu moved among them as if dancing, weaving effortlessly through their ranks. Sometimes he used body flicker to slice an enemy's throat. At other times, the flying thunder god technique allowed him to pierce their hearts. In just a few lightning-fast exchanges, Shiryu emerged completely unscathed, while the Awagakure forces suffered devastating losses. His sword skills are on another level entirely. Konoha has produced such a powerful genius. He could defeat the 4 tails and 5 tails, and now his swordsmanship is this extraordinary. Is he even human? The close combat Awagakure ninjas felt utterly defeated. They had trained just as hard, and their talents were far from lacking. But compared to Shiryu, they could only hang their heads in shame. Duelin. Don't take this personally. I'm talking to all the so-called Awagakure swordmasters here. You're all trash. Shiryu's words were brash and unrestrained. In his eyes, none of them had truly discovered a sword style of their own. Even Dolan, the captain of the Awagakure close combat unit, had merely combined swordsmanship with taijutsu. If it came down to pure swordsmanship, he was no match for Shiryu at all. Bastard. Don't underestimate the will of stone of Awagakure. Dolan and the other sword masters launched another relentless assault on Shiryu, their attacks coming one after another. Shiryu's movements grew only faster and faster. The encirclement by the Awagakure sword masters proved futile. No matter how tight they tried to close, and Shiryu slipped out effortlessly with the flying thunder god and body flicker techniques. Earth style, earth spear. Dolan unleashed a jutsu similar to Kakuzu's, hardening his hands and turning them jet black. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap and struck at Shiryu. Just an earth spear, is that all? You really think you're something special? Shiryu met Dolan's fist head-on with his own, no hesitation, just raw force. A surge of chakra gathered perfectly in Shiryu's fist. This was the power of monstrous strength, unleashed in a single blow. What set it apart was the dense layer of protective bone covering his fist. A heavy, resounding impact echoed as their fists collided. Then something happened that Dolan could never have anticipated. For the first time, Dolan, a man who had never made a mistake in battle, let out a cry of agony, his face twisted in pain. Ah! Dolan screamed, unable to contain himself. In that instant, Dolan's arm was left limp and empty, while Shiryu's hand dripped with his blood. Sorry, I may have overdone it a bit and knocked your arm clean off, Shiryu said, unapologetic. His monstrous strength could reshape the very landscape with ease, while Earth style, Earth spear was no more than a hardened punch capable of punching through a wall. Utterly incomparable. Captain, the Awagakure ninja lost all composure and charged at Shiryu in a frenzy. Don't be reckless, Kitsuchi shouted in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He himself was tied down by Konoha's ninja. Shiryu had originally thought it would take more time to deal with these close combat ninja, who still had their wits about them, but now they were just a mob, making them far easier to handle. Instead of confronting them head-on, Shiryu darted off in the opposite direction at even greater speed. Damn you! Don't run! We have to avenge the captain! The Awagakure ninja, driven by their rage, threw themselves after Shiryu with wild abandon, determined to bring him down. But Shiryu only accelerated, widening the gap between them. Yet the Awagakure ninja refused to give up the chase. Well, don't blame me for this. Shiryu gathered chakra in his feet, and, with a sudden burst like a cannon shot, launched himself straight back towards the Awagakure pursuers. The shinobi of the hidden stone lost all sense of calm judgment, and so gripped their weapons, preparing to fight Shiryu to the death. Shiryu, swift as a gale, charged in from afar with blistering speed. Each step he took pushing him even faster. His right hand had transformed into a massive, razor-sharp bone spear, and with every stride, bony spikes erupted from the ground in wide arcs around him. Though the Awagakure ninja hurled shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags at him, none of it slowed Shiryu's relentless advance. He simply lifted his bone spear and effortlessly blocked every attack. At last, with a rapid flurry of footsteps, Shiryu burst right into the midst of the Awagakure shinobi. Raising his bone spear arm, he declared Dance of the Early Fern. The mightiest spear, the spear in his hand, formed from incredibly dense bone, was empowered by Shiryu's monstrous strength, his long-range momentum, and his uncanny senses, all while the Sharingan locked onto the Awagakure forces, to the hidden stone shinobi. Facing Shiryu was like confronting a living nightmare. Even the most skilled swordsman among them had no hope of withstanding a thrust of such terrifying force. Shiryu's spear pierced straight through countless bodies as he drove forward. In a matter of moments, the elite swordsmen who had come to reinforce the wound were all swept aside by Shiryu's unstoppable assault. He's a monster. The destruction he brings is unbelievable. We have to stop him, or our defeat is inevitable. Yellow Earth wasted no time in issuing new orders. Understood. Immediately, the long-range ninjutsu units responded, gathering together and forming hand seals in unison. Earth style, Earth flow rampart. A vast number of Awagakure ninjutsu specialists joined forces to unleash a defensive earth technique. This earth wall was far larger and more solid than any they had raised before. Their aim was to halt Shiyu's charge and greatly weaken the power of his bone spear thrusts. But who was Shiyu? He was the very embodiment of the strongest bloodline. He darted across the battlefield like a storm, his body crackling with blue lightning. Sparks of electricity flickered and danced across him. Indeed, Shiyu had activated his lightning release armor, once more, heightening both his speed and resilience. This was the combined power of lightning release armor and cellular activation. Lightning release. Bone spear. With a thunderous crash, a devastating piercing attack struck the earth wall. A deafening explosion echoed as a massive hole was blasted straight through the formidable rampart. Remarkably, aside from that gaping breach, the rest of the wall remained unscathed. This revealed the sheer speed, force, and incredible focus of Shiyu's piercing attack. The bone spear in Shiyu's hand was still intact, and the aura of the lightning release armor blazed on. It turned out that Shiyu had fused the power of the lightning release armor with the corpse bone pulse, unleashing an attack similar to the third Rakige's one-fingered thrust. That was why he so easily pierced through the earth release. Earth-style wall. Next, it's going to be a nightmare for all of you. Shiyu stomped hard, launching himself into the air. The lightning-infused bone spear in his hand was about to come crashing down on the group of Awagakure ninja before him. Even if I have only one arm left, I'll stop you. The one who stepped up to intercept Shiyu was, of course, Doran, an elite jonin from Awagakure. At this moment, Doran's face was deathly pale, completely drained of color, a clear sign of severe blood loss. To think you can still stand, this must be the stone will of Awagakure, huh? Shiyu couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Though Doran was missing an arm, he seemed to have taken some kind of coagulant medicine, so at least he wasn't hemorrhaging anymore. Earth release. Rock pillar prison in an instant. Countless massive earth pillars erupted around Shiyu, trapping him firmly in place. Earth release. Flowing earth. Doran quickly formed hand seals with his remaining hand, then slammed his fist onto the ground. There was a harsh, scraping sound as the earth shattered into fine sand, which surged toward Shiyu like an incoming tide. Earth release. Heaven's cover. Doran, using up the last of his chakra, desperately summoned a gigantic lid that plummeted from the sky. First, he pinned down Shiyu's movements, then used the sand to wear him down and divert his focus. The final move, that colossal lid from above, was meant to be the finishing blow. By all rights, it should have crushed Shiyu to death. At this point, Doran sat where he was gasping for breath, utterly spent. He had no chakra left to give. Your techniques are formidable, but they're useless against me. Shiyu had already returned to his normal state, now standing before Doran. How is this possible? 3 jutsu in a row should have killed you. Doran stared at Shiyu in disbelief. In theory, yes, but I'm not your average shinobi. Shiyu nodded as he spoke, then added, so this is the stone will. I understand now. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shiyu had no intention of grappling further with Doran. With a single glance, he cast a powerful illusion, drawing Doran into a world of genjutsu. With no chakra left, Doran had no hope of escaping Shiyu's illusion. Just then, a hoarse, ancient voice echoed out. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. A white beam of light suddenly appeared before Shiyu, sending a chill of foreboding through his heart. In a flash, he activated the flying thunder god technique and escaped just in time. With a sharp whoosh, Shiyu reappeared in the distance. That was the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. How troublesome. Even dust release can't settle this fight in an instant. The newcomer was less than 1.5 meters tall, floating in midair with the characteristic big red nose of a Wagakure. Old man, Lord Suchikage, you've actually come to the battlefield yourself? It really is Lord Suchikage. That's wonderful. The person who arrived was none other than Inoki of the 2 scales. With a shake of his head, Inoki said, sigh. To think the enemy could force me to take the field myself. The younger generation is just too incompetent. With its Suchikage's sudden appearance, the morale of the Awagakure forces surged. Idolin immediately launched a powerful counterattack, led by the Suchikage and accompanied by one of his bodyguards. Red Earth, you'll back up Yellow Earth. As for this brat, leave him to me. Yes, sir. Red Earth nodded firmly. Inoki hovered over to the Iwagakure side, surveying the scene before finally turning to Shiyu. Kid, you're the so-called light of the Shinobi world, aren't you? I, Inoki, would like to test myself against the #1 rising star in the ninja world. Will you accept my challenge? After taking in his surroundings, Inoki seemed a bit vexed. After all, Iwagakure's forces outnumbered Konoha's, and they had their share of elites. Even 2 Jinchuriki had joined the battle. Yet now they'd all been pushed back, were it not for Yellow Earth's personal plea for assistance. Inoki would have thought there'd been some mistake. Shiyu studied the Tsuchikage for a long moment. In truth, this was his first time meeting one of the current 5 Kage other than the Hokage. He'd seen Raza before, but Raza wasn't yet the Kazekage at that time. Tsuchikage, you wield the deadly dust release better than anyone. In the whole shinobi world, you alone have mastered this advanced bloodline technique. But isn't it a bit much to expect a child under 6 to face you in battle? Tsunade frowned, accusing the Tsuchikage outright. Haha, a child under 6? Now I'm even more interested. To have wiped out so many of my IWN defeated the demolition squad. And even bested the Jinchuriki of both 4 tails and 5 tails. Such a record. How could I not take you seriously? Inoki, unfazed, seemed to develop a dangerous glint in his eye as he looked at Shiyu. Old man Tsuchikage, I'm not afraid of your dust release, but you have to promise that when you fight me, no one else gets hurt. Shiyu spoke calmly. What worried him wasn't facing the Tsuchikage, but the possibility that this old man might suddenly turn his deadly technique on Tsunade or Red Butterfly. Haha. Kid, you sure are confident. Don't worry. I am the Tsuchikage, as long as you give me your all-in. Battle. I won't go back on my word. I'm genuinely interested in your strength. Seeing Shiyu agree to the duel, the Tsuchikage naturally cared about his own reputation. After all, as the Tsuchikage, he was considered a senior among the ninja. Are you sure you'll be all right? Tsunade couldn't help but ask, her concern evident. Okay. Shiyu brimmed with confidence. At his current level, he had already reached the threshold of the 6 paths. Dealing with someone like Inoki would be no trouble at all. That settled then. Follow me, he declared. In a flash, Shiyu vanished, reappearing instantly at a new location. In the blink of an eye, he jumped again, materializing on the opposite side of the battlefield. This was a desolate wilderness, far from prying eyes. A place where he could fight without restraint. So that's where you are? This kid's body flicker is really something, thought that Tsuchikage, who took to the skies and soon spotted Shiyu's position. Boy, you'd better be careful. I won't be holding back, just because you're a kid. The Tsuchikage called out, giving a clear warning. Don't blame me for what's to come. You're a tremendous threat to a Wagakure, and I have to take you down. Even if it means an old man beating up a youngster, he thought grimly. According to reports from Kuratsuchi, this kid's strength was said to rival that of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. It sounded unbelievable, but there must be some truth to it. The Tsuchikage readied himself, determined to probe this opponent's abilities first. Old man Tsuchikage, let's get this fight started. Show me the power of your dust release. Shiyu showed not a shred of courtesy as he faced his opponent. He had already scattered kunai all around, preparing thoroughly for the battle ahead. Facing dust release, he was poised to dodge at a moment's notice. After all, even Madara Uchiha's Susanoo had suffered heavy losses against that technique. Youngster, in such a hurry to meet your end? Inoki shouted, his voice echoing as he launched his attack. Earth style. Rock Fist Jutsu. He closed the distance for a close-range assault right from the start, catching Shiyu off guard. Crash. The rock-hard fist struck Shiyu squarely, but to Inoki's astonishment, his powerful blow landed on solid bone. What is this? Dance of the Willow. Shiyu immediately activated his light blue Mangekyo and engaged Inoki in close combat with his taijutsu. Inoki, one of the rare flying shinobi, was not so easily harmed. Shiyu's Dance of the Willow failed to inflict any real damage. Dance of the Camellia. With a whirling motion, Shiyu's entire body became covered in densely packed bone, both shielding himself and lashing out Inoki. His attacks came out of nowhere, managing to score a cut across the Tsuchikage's skin. Yet Inoki was undeterred, trading injury for injury as he launched another move at Shiyu. Earth style. Waiting rock jutsu. Suddenly, Shiyu felt a tremendous pressure bearing down, his movements becoming noticeably sluggish. Now your speed is sealed, the Tsuchikage said with a hint of pride. Let's see how you dodge this next move. Earth style. Waiting rock jutsu. Inoki used the enhanced weighted rock technique to amplify the power of his stone fist, and at the same time, increase Shiyu's weight. Then came crashing down with a heavy blow. Dance of the Early Fern. Although Shiyu's body couldn't move, he directly controlled his own bones to pierce up from the ground. Thanks to Shiyu's immense power, the range and distance of this area ninjutsu had clearly expanded, and the long bone spikes easily blocked the Tsuchikage's attack. Even while airborne, Inoki found the situation quite troublesome. It seems the bone spikes don't appear where you're standing. In that case, I'll try. The Tsuchikage hovered above Shiyu's head, then plummeted down from the sky. An ultra-heavy stone fist empowered by his technique was about to smash down from above. If Shiyuu took a direct hit from this attack, his head would likely be obliterated on the spot. With a sharp metallic sound, Shiyu's eyes closed for a moment, and then snapped open, transforming into four-bladed shuriken. A gray phantom appeared once again, and the fully manifested Susanoo grabbed the Tsuchikage, slamming him fiercely into the ground. Ugh! Caught off guard by the crushing blow, the Tsuchikage coughed up blood. This is the unique secret technique of the Awakened. Mangekyo Sharingan, isn't it? As I thought, this is the Uchiha clan's special dojutsu bloodline limit. The power of the Mangekyo. Inoki couldn't help but recall Uchiha Madara, whose very name made his heart tremble. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Injured by Shiyuu, the Tsuchikage quickly formed a large white cube with both hands before him, using offense as his defense. He forced Shiyuu back a step. No choice. Even if this move has side effects on me, I have to use it. Otherwise, there's no way to defeat an Uchiha in Susanoo form. Making a swift decision, the Tsuchikage declared ultra-weighted rock technique. He then unleashed a mighty stone fist at Shiyuu's Susanoo. Shiyuu responded in kind, extending Susanoo's fist to meet the Tsuchikage's attack head-on. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath them instantly caved in, leaving a massive crater. A stone fist, empowered by weighted rock, was already strong enough to shatter Madara Uchiha Susanoo, let alone one enhanced by the ultra-weighted rock technique. But Shiyuu was no pushover. His own monstrous strength was already enough to give Inoki a run for his money. Not to mention that his ocular power and chakra were no weaker than Madara's in his early days. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The Tsuchikage was actually sent flying by Shiyuu's punch, and the weighted rock technique binding Shiyuu was instantly dispelled. This, impossible, he actually overcame the ultra-weighted rock. The Tsuchikage's face was filled with disbelief. But though Inoki had been knocked away, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Something Shiyuu was well aware of. As expected of Inoki, even with my monstrous strength and Susanoo, I still couldn't take you down. Shiyuu swiftly brought his Susanoo alongside, teleporting to the Tsuchikage's side. But the Tsuchikage had clearly anticipated that Shiyuu would appear before him, and immediately formed a hand seal declaring Earth-style, ultra-lightweight rock technique. With that, he soared into the air, moving with an uncanny, almost supernatural flight. Since the Flying Thunder God's mark hadn't been placed on the Tsuchikage himself, Shiyuu couldn't teleport directly to him. If he wanted to pursue, he would have to flap Susanoo's wings. Yet the Tsuchikage's flight was far more agile. If the fight moved to the skies, there was no doubt Shiyuu would find himself at a disadvantage. As expected, the Tsuchikage's combat ability and experience are truly unmatched by anyone I've faced so far. Shiyuu quickly pondered, searching for a way to defeat the Tsuchikage swiftly. Should I use the power of the Divine Emperor? Or of the High Emperor's might? Perhaps halt time? Or absorb the dust release and strike back with it? No, that won't do. If I win that way, the Tsuchikage won't concede. Wholeheartedly, I have to leave him shocked. Let him feel the gulf between us. Only then will my plans proceed smoothly, Shiyuu decided. He resolved to rely on the versatility of the Flying Thunder God technique to bring down the Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage was conducting his own tactical analysis. Determined to end things decisively, he resolved to use his dust release against Shiyuu, even at the cost of burning through his chakra reserves. In a twist of fate, both opponents chose similar tactics. Rock clone technique. Inoki spat out several large boulders, which instantly transformed into exact copies of himself. In the blink of an eye, 4 rock clones appeared, bringing the total to 5 Inokis on the battlefield. Create an opening with the clones, then erase him with dust release. Inoki's desire to kill Shiyuu only intensified at the sight of Susanoo. Uchiha brat, you may be strong, but 1 against 5. What chance do you stand? You really don't act your age. That's just despicable. Shiyuu scoffed, huh? On the battlefield, only victory and defeat matter. Who cares about honor? Inoki shamelessly. Retorted, Shiyu sneered, if that's how you want to play, don't blame me for being disrespectful to my elders. Ninja art. Super multi-shadow clone jutsu. As the smoke cleared, chakra was drained in torrents. A dense phalanx of white-robed Shiyu surrounded the 5 Tsuchikages, hemming them in on all sides. The Tsuchikage stared in utter disbelief at the countless shadow clones. He can create so many. How can any human possess such immense chakra? Which one is the real body, you little brat? Using numbers to bully the few, the Tsuchikage cursed, where even aren't we? So, 5 against 10,000. Do you think you can win? 10,000. Inoki gasped, breath catching in his throat. What a shameless little brat, using so many to gang up on so few. Inoki also began shouting loudly, showing none of the dignity expected of Tsuchikage. Shiyu, however, shot back with biting words. On the battlefield, there's only victory or defeat. Who cares about honor or dishonor? Those are your own words. Now I'm just returning them to you. For a moment, Inoki found himself at a loss for words, unable to retort. Inoki wasn't a sensory-type ninja, nor did he possess any extraordinary dojutsu. Faced with Shiyu's 10,000 shadow clones, all he could do was unleash his dust release in indiscriminate attacks. But one shouldn't forget that Shiyu's shadow clones carried his full strength. Aside from being unable to use the Flying Thunder God technique, they could even wield some of the Mangekyo Sharingan's powers. Inoki, the mighty Tsuchikage, are you still holding back your true abilities? Shiyu taunted with a smile. You little brat, don't get cocky. Inoki quickly coordinated himself and 4 rock clones, charging straight into the dense ranks of Shiyu's shadow clones. The shadow clones showed not a hint of fear, meeting Inoki head-on with unyielding momentum. Furious, Inoki shouted, You brat, did you really think I Inoki am all talk and no bite? The 4 rock clones and the original Inoki all raised their hands in unison, combining their power to unleash their most formidable technique. Dust release, a glowing white cube rapidly formed in each of their hands. With a forceful motion, Inoki hurled the cube forward, enlarging it as it flew. The white cube landed squarely in the area where Shiyu's clones were most heavily concentrated. In an instant, it enveloped a massive swath of them. With a series of muffled bursts, Shiyu's shadow clones were engulfed and immediately dissolved into clouds of smoke. Shiyu, watching from the sidelines, understood at once. His shadow clones had been completely disintegrated down to their atoms by Inoki. Even so, the white cube did not vanish. Amazed, Shiyu exclaimed to himself, its range is even greater than the original atomic dismantling jutsu, and its power is terrifying. Does it even persist after activation? So this is Inoki's dust. Release. Atomic dismantling jutsu. In the original story, Inoki used this same move to eliminate all of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo clones. Now, even when facing 10,000 of Shiyu's shadow clones, its might remained undiminished. But Shiyu wasn't done. He shifted to psychological warfare, goading the Tsuchikage with relentless jeers. Hey, old man Tsuchikage, are you running out of steam? If you're too old for this, maybe you shouldn't embarrass yourself out here. Shiyu's shadow clones mocked him mercilessly. Looking closely, it was clear from his eyes that the Tsuchikage chakra was almost depleted. Using this technique had already put immense strain on him. Moreover, because Shiyu's clones possessed instantaneous movement, quite a few managed to evade Inoki's dust release. Humph. Embarrassing myself. Save your boasting. If you got the guts, come and face my particle style. Beads of sweat dotted Inoki's forehead as he gasped for breath. The particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu he had just unleashed, had drained a significant amount of his chakra. Clearly, Inoki was already struggling. Yet he still projected an air of dominance. You're just a feeble old man putting on a tough act. All of you attack at once. Shiyu ordered his shadow clones. These clones were created precisely as bait, meant to draw out the Tsuchikage and force him to reveal an opening. With reckless abandon, the clones hurled themselves at the Tsuchikage once more. So you won't wear me down, sap my strength and chakra? Clever brat, but remember, the same rule applies to you. I can drain your chakra just as easily. Ha. In that case, don't blame me. For what comes next? A sly satisfaction welled up in Inoki's heart. He knew exactly what he needed to do. The reason the multiple shadow clone jutsu was classified as forbidden was because it consumed an enormous amount of the user's chakra, even endangering their life. Most ninja could only manage a handful of clones, Only a rare few could create thousands. Yet here was Shiyue, producing tens of thousands in an instant, an astronomical drain on his chakra. And since his chakra was divided among the clones, every clone destroyed meant Shiyue's chakra pool dwindled further, that last particle style. Attack wiped out most of the kid's clones. Right now, I can probably manage one more atomic dismantling, or perhaps an origin dismantling. I have to seize the moment, find his true self, and finish this. Inoki resolved, stealing himself, Earth style, moving Earth core. Inoki formed hand signs with impressive speed, unleashing a jutsu without hesitation. Instead of using his particle style again, he swept through the ranks of Shiyue's clones with Earth style, causing them to sink abruptly into the ground, trying to bait me into using particle style again. Not so easy. Inoki vaulted over the chasm his jutsu had created, raising his hand high above his head. Meanwhile, 3 of Shiyue's shadow clones rushed to shield his real body, instantly transforming into the formidable Susanoo form. The gray Susanoo figures fused together, and under the control of the 3 Shiyues took on a fearsome shape. 3 heads and 6 arms, still trying to hide. Let's see whose power prevails. Your Susanoo, or my particle style, the ultimate Kekiai Toda. Determination blazed in Inoki's eyes. He was certain now that the clones behind the Susanoo were protecting the real Shiyue. At last, he aimed his upraised hand at Susanoo, unleashing the glowing white cube he had been holding, particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. In the very next instant, even the mighty Susanoo could not withstand such a kid's attack. Under the naked eye, its form was literally torn apart, piece by piece. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shadow clones in front of him burst into white smoke and vanished. As I expected, he used 3 shadow clones to shield his true body, but I'm sorry to say my chakra reserve are more than enough for me to use the dust release one more time. Inoki watched the scene unfold, waiting patiently for Shiyue to be disintegrated, but then something happened that left Inoki utterly stunned. The Shiyue who had been protected by the shadow clones also vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone again. That's impossible. Could it be that his real body is still hidden among the clones? It's possible he clung to life all the way to the end. I never imagined this kid would be so desperate to survive. Without hesitation, Inoki flew to the spot where he'd used his seismic technique. Gazing down at the countless Shiyue clones scrambling up the rocks, he steeled himself. No more games. His real body must be among them. I'll wipe them all out. In this once and for all. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. A blinding white flash cut through the air, and the white cube instantly obliterated every Shiyue clone in the pit. Inoki landed on the ground, breathless and exhausted. He could no longer even maintain his floating technique. At last, it's over. Yes, it's over. Inoki finally let his guard down, collapsing nearby, gasping for breath as he propped up his aching, injury-prone lower back. But just as he thought it was finished, a voice caught him off guard. Stirring something deep inside him once more, he turned around and saw Shiyue completely unscathed, standing right there. Impossible! You were caught in my dust release. There's no way you could have survived. Inoki's disbelief was written all over his face. Shiyue shook his head. Old Otsutsuki, who told you I was ever caught by your dust release? Right after I used my shadow clones, I could tuck my real body safely away. All you fought were just my clones, Shiyue explained, revealing the truth to Inoki. You mean? You fought me with nothing but clones, while your real body hid. What a shameless tactic, Inoki was left speechless. Shameless. Using shadow clones to lure out the enemy is common sense. Besides, that's exactly what shadow clones are for. To make you drop your guard. Now your chakra is completely spent, which means our battle is over, Shiyue said, advancing step by step, his presence taking on a shadowy, menacing air I never imagined. Once again, Inoki, have been bested by someone from the Uchiha clan. But don't think Konoha will get off easy either. Despite his defeat, Inoki stubbornly bit his own finger. Earth release. Steel binding technique. Shiyue was startled. Strange. Inoki's chakra was clearly depleted. This makes no sense. Haha. The will of stone keeps me standing tall. Inoki squeezed out the last remnants of his chakra, summoning forth a colossal stone giant. The rocky behemoth shielded Inoki behind its massive form, then began to advance step by step toward Shiyue. Inoki, you're only wasting your time. Shiyue leapt nimbly into the air, then in a flash appeared right in front of the stone giant's abdomen. With a swift flying kick, he struck the giant squarely in the gut. The stone giant let out a thunderous roar, and in the next moment, its entire body shattered into pieces. Inoki, looks like you can't move anymore, can you? Shiryu destroyed the stone giant with a single move, once again pushing the Tsuchikage to the brink. Young man, let me tell you something. I am the Tsuchikage, no matter how grievously I'm wounded or how formidable my foes, I cannot retreat. Tenacity and unbreakable resolve. That is the will of stone. Inoki spoke with a touch of tragic pride. Shiryu sensed something amiss and immediately replied, Inoki, why are you telling me all this? Are you stalling for time? Don't tell me you're waiting for your chakra to recover. Or are you hoping for good news from the front lines? Haha, you're a sharp one. If only you belonged to a Wagakure. But now, it's too late. While we're locked in battle here, I've dispatched 1,000 shinobi to slip through the land of grass and launch a surprise attack on Konoha's homeland. If my calculations are correct, they should have succeeded by now. Once they break through, they'll outflank Konoha from the rear. Soon enough, your village will be caught in a pincer, with threats on all sides. Even if I perish in this battle, Konoha won't have the last laugh. Huh. Inoki boasted, his laughter echoing with satisfaction. Shiryu just shook his head and replied, You really underestimate Konoha's intelligence network, don't you? Did you think we didn't know about Hyuga leading an IWA force to assault Konoha's main territory? That's impossible. I already received word of their success. If you had known ahead of time, why didn't you defend? How would we have driven you to such a desperate situation? Inoki, maybe you've lived too long and lost sight of what really matters, Shiryu said, looking him in the eye. Yes, your IWA, your shinobi slipped past the grass ninja for a surprise attack, and you forced Konoha's defense captain Mimura Hamaki into a dire situation with only 4 men left by his side. But all of this was simply to lure your forces deeper and stretch your supply lines thin. We've already sent a squad to blow up Canopy Bridge. With that, we can face your army head-on. At that, Inoki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha! Are you telling me a joke? I've sent over 1,000 elite IWA shinobi, and you think a single squad could stand against them? What else can you do? Inoki replied with obvious indifference. This isn't just any ordinary squad. This is Minato. Namake's team, Shiryu said, stepping closer and closer to Inoki. Never heard of them. Don't know who that is. Inoki shook his head, completely unconcerned. You'll find out soon enough. Shiryu narrowed his eyes, moving in even closer to Inoki, who showed not the slightest hint of fear, but just then another voice rang out. Earth style. Opening earth rising excavation. Suddenly a massive wall of stone erupted from the ground, separating Shiryu from Inoki. Shiryu used Flying Thunder God to leap back, quickly widening the distance between them. 2 more ninja appeared at Inoki's side. It was clear they were the main commanders of the Wagakure forces, Kuratsuchi's father Kitsuchi and Akatsuchi. Right after that, Shiryu noticed the bulk of the Wagakure army arriving in waves, and soon, the Konoha ninjas also gathered at the scene. What's going on? Tsunade, why has the battlefield shifted? Shiryu asked Tsunade, who was standing nearby. Just got word from headquarters. Canopy Bridge has been destroyed. Minato Namake's squad utterly defeated 1,000 strong. The Wagakure force. But it seems one of their children died. Not the son of White Fan, Tsunade replied. Oh, Shiryu's eyes lit up with interest. It was obvious that Inoki had received the latest intel as well, and his face showed utter shock. A single squad wiped out my entire force of 1,000 ninja. A mere child was able to defeat me, that Tsuchikage. What am I supposed to do now? Inoki was deeply shaken. Lord Tsuchikage, we should retreat, Akatsuchi suggested. The Konoha ninja are riding high on their momentum. There's no point in clashing with them now. Besides, the bulk of our Wagakure forces remain intact. Let's pull back for now and regroup for another opportunity. Kitsuchi quickly urged. Who would have thought that after all our preparations, the Wagakure would end up slinking away in defeat? I can hardly accept this. Inoki was frustrated and reluctant in the past. The Wagakure's weakness was its economy and limited number of ninja, but years of peace had brought prosperity and growth. After military reforms, Iwagakure's army had become the second strongest among the 5 great nations. This time, they'd even allied with Kimogakure, the top power, planning to swallow up Konoha in one stroke. Yet things had not gone as expected. Sigh, what a wasted opportunity. Inoki sighed in resignation, but for now he had no other options. Let's go. We're heading back. Inoki and Kitsuchi prepared to withdraw, while Akatsuchi led the main force to cover their retreat. But then Shiryu smiled. Tsuchikage, Akitsuchi, did I ever say you could leave? Shiyu's voice rang out. You, what more do you want? The Tsuchikage was clearly growing angry. Earth-style. Great moving earth core. Shiyu didn't say a word. He immediately unleashed an enormous earth-style barrier. The wall of earth was so vast that it completely blocked off the stone hidden's retreat. He just fought that fierce battle with Inoki, and yet he still has this much chakra left. Who is this guy? What's his true identity? Even Akitsuchi was shaken. This isn't someone we can judge by ordinary standards. To perform Earth-style on this scale, even we would need to combine our strength with our comrades, Kuratsuchi warned his companions. This man has mastered all 5 elemental styles, and even possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Without dust release, I see no way we could possibly win. Inoki recognized the grim reality. With a swift movement, Shiyu rushed straight toward Inoki, and the surrounding stone-hidden ninjas immediately cried out, "Protect the Tsuchikage. Don't let him get through, no matter what." But just as Shiyu reached the front line of stone-hidden shinobi, he vanished in a blur, reappearing in an instant to stand face-to-face with the Tsuchikage. "Get back!" Kuratsuchi and Akitsuchi were both on edge. They never expected that even after preparing to retreat, Shiyu would keep pressing the attack. They knew all too well. On this battlefield, he was the most terrifying opponent. "If you want to leave, you can, but you'll have to agree to my conditions, otherwise you'll remain here forever," Shiyu said bluntly, showing no hesitation. "Conditions? Are you threatening us?" "Fine, let's hear them," Inoki replied, realizing there was no point in trying to fight Shiyu head-on. Without dust release, he stood no chance. Shiyu, however, had no intention of forcing Inoki into a corner. Killing him wouldn't solve anything if stone hidden weren't restrained. Their militaristic ambitions would surely lead them to attack the Leaf Village again. "My first condition, a ceasefire. Stone hidden must withdraw its forces, and you are forbidden from taking any action that might threaten the borders of the Leaf. Otherwise, we will go to war. And next time, I'll march straight into your hidden stone village myself," Shiyu declared with commanding force. The Tsuchikage and his 2 guards exchanged glances, finding nothing to say in response. "Fine, I agree. Now, will you let me go?" The Tsuchikage yielded helplessly. "When did I ever say, I only have one condition?" Shiyu replied, then immediately pressed on with his second demand. "All the land you've occupied from your neighboring countries, you will return. And any disputed territory must be resolved peacefully," Shiyu stated firmly after a pause. "Does the Leaf have to meddle in everything? Even the territorial disputes between us and our neighbors?" Inoki grumbled, clearly irritated. "All you need to do is tell me. Yes or no." Shiyu's eyes grew cold, and the Mangekyo Sharingan began to stir beneath his gaze. All right, I agree." Inoki was forced to accept Shiyu's demands. He had been quietly seizing bits of the neighboring countries' territory, planning to one day swallow them whole. But who could have predicted that Shiyu would suddenly intervene, forcing Inoki to halt his expansion plans? "Is that all?" Inoki asked impatiently. "Very well. The third condition. The Konoha Bank will establish a branch in Iwagakure. You must permit this, offer your support, and must not interfere with our bank's normal operations," Shiyu declared. Shiyu's first step was to open Konoha Bank branches throughout the Land of Fire, the second to spread its reach across all the smaller nations, and the third to plant the bank's presence in every one of the 5 great nations. Only by doing this could Shiyu truly amass wealth that rivaled an entire country. What if this turns out to be bad for Iwagakure?" Inoki pressed, wary. "Don't worry," Shiyu replied. "This is entirely my own business. Not only will it not harm Iwagakure, but it will actually bolster your economic strength." Shiyu showed no fear of Inoki's refusal. As the victor, Shiyu's attitude was already far more accommodating than it needed to be. "Fine. In this situation, whatever you say goes. What choice do I have?" Inoki grumbled, helplessly agreeing to Shiyu's third condition. "The fourth condition," Shiyu began. "Is there no end to this?" "Go on then," Inoki groaned. "I want Konoha Bank to have exclusive rights to your mineral resources. In other words, any minerals you extract can only be sold through us. We'll purchase them at market price, so you won't suffer any loss. In fact, it will increase Iwagakure's economic gains. What do you say?" In Tsunade, Raza had amassed a fortune through gold dust. The mineral wealth hidden within Iwagakure's mountain ranges was no less impressive. After all, rare minerals could greatly enhance a shinobi village's productivity. Inoki was no fool. He immediately countered, "We mine our own resources. Shouldn't we be able to use them ourselves? You can certainly use what you need for yourselves, but it's impossible to consume everything you extract. However you use the minerals internally is your business. But when it comes to exports, all sales must go through Konoha Bank. If you can't agree to this, I don't think there's anything left for us to discuss. Shiryu said, clasping his hands together, making it clear he was ready to fight if the negotiations broke down. Wait. Inoki faltered, suddenly unsure of himself. What do you all think? He turned to his advisors. We think. Maybe it's best to at least discuss it with the elders first. Huangtu and Otsutsuki replied, their voices uncertain. Shiryu cut in at once. What's this? Are you telling me that Suchikage can't make his own decisions? I don't care what the elders or advisors think. If they refuse you, will you just get rid of them? And if you refuse me now, I'll get rid of you. I've already lowered myself more than enough. Don't force me to lose my temper. Shiryu then pointed his own forehead. Do you see this? Inoki was startled. That's a sealing technique. Is it the same chakra seal as Tsunade's? Tsunade's is called the strength of 100 seal. It seals in chakra, and once released, you all know how powerful that surge of chakra can be. As for mine, it's called a mighty blood seal. It can seal both yin and yang chakra. If I unleash it, I might gain power nearly equal to the sage of 6 paths himself. Shiryu mainly said this to intimidate the Suchikage and his companions. And to his surprise, it actually worked, so that's how it is. In other words, even after all the battles, even at the end when you fought me, you still weren't using your full strength. That's truly terrifying. Images flashed through Inoki's mind. Memories of himself and his teacher Mu being defeated by Uchiha Madara. That was a kind of fear, a fear so overwhelming that it made me abandon my own principles. And now, that same fear has returned. Inoki fell silent for a moment, then finally said, very well, on behalf of a Wagakure, I accept your terms. Shiryu considered for a moment, then turned away and said, excellent. I appreciate your attitude. I have no further demands. You may leave now. My chakra is running low, so it's impossible for me to keep all of your 1,000-plus shinobi here. With that, the colossal mud wall, crafted by Shiryu, slowly sank back into the earth, restoring the landscape to normal as he released his jutsu. Shiryu then made his way to Tsunade's side, signaling that he was relinquishing his blockade of Iwagakure's forces. Konoha's goal had only been to repel the Iwagakure assault. They had no intention of pursuing them further, as that would be far too risky. Meanwhile, Iwagakure, having tasted the bitterness of defeat, retreated en masse like a receding tide. We've managed to stop Iwagakure's invasion. How are you holding up? Tsunade asked with genuine concern. I'm all right, Shiryu shook his head. He had first fought against Iwagakure's explosion release, then battled both Rashi and Han with their dual Kekkei. Genkai faced the 4 tails and 5 tails, and even took on a close combat unit captain. Finally, he had forced the Suchikage himself to the brink of defeat. Even with his vast reserves, his chakra was nearly spent. It's almost as if Shiryu single-handedly laid the foundation for our victory. What a frightening man. Akimichi chose a marvel, just like Minato. To be able to take on 1,000-strong force alone, that's truly remarkable. Yamanaka, Haichi echoed in admiration. Luju shook his head and said Shiryu and Minato are different. Minato cut off the enemy's supply lines before launching a direct assault, while Shiryu fought head-on in the main battlefield, taking down the enemy's ace fighters one by one. Each has their own shining moments. It seems that both Shiryu and Minato will make their names resound in this battle. Nichiza and the others agreed with conviction. Afterwards, a wave of exhaustion washed over Shiryu. Inoki has led the Iwagakure forces in retreat, but their core strength remains largely intact. To prevent them from coming back, we still need to station a large number of troops, Shiryu reminded everyone. Understood, Tsunade nodded. I'll continue to stay at the front lines. Some Iwagakure stragglers who didn't withdraw with its Suchikage may not heed his orders and could still pose a threat to us. The war might drag on for a while yet. Leave things here to us, Shiryu. You've already fought in 2 major battles. You must be exhausted. You need to return and rest at once, Tsunade insisted firmly. I'm fine. Shiryu shook his head. His chakra recovered far faster than most people's. And as long as he didn't keep pushing himself, he would be back to full strength in no time. Yes, Shiryu, please head back first. Everyone knew how much effort Shiryu and Team 7 had put in, and they hoped he could return to Konoha for a well-earned break. Otherwise, working without pause could only lead to complications. Shiryu wanted to refuse, but under Tsunade's insistence and everyone's urging, he finally set off for Konoha with the members of Team 7. The battles at both the Sunagakure and Iwagakure fronts have been settled, but Kumogakure is still fighting with Sunagakure. Konoha, on the other hand, has found a brief moment of peace. Nanshion reported to Shiryu, sharing the latest intelligence. "Shiryu, does this mean the great ninja war has ended?" Hongdai asked. "Hey, little girl, you're underestimating war." Kakuzu replied with an impassive face. "This might only be the beginning." "Maybe so, but for now, things have quieted down a lot. We can finally catch our breath in Konoha," said Nichiza, a seasoned jonin whose spirit was already worn thin after 2 major battles. "Let alone how Nanshion and Hongdai must feel. I understand. We'll return to Konoha right away," Shiryu replied, knowing their intentions. This journey had been fruitful for Shiryu. He had absorbed the bloodlines of the 1 tail, 4 tails, and 5 tails, with the 7 tails and 9 tails as well, only the 2 tails. 3 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails remained. The 3 tails and 6 tails seemed to be in Kirigakure, while the 2 tails and 8 tails were in Kumogakure. If I end up fighting with the other 2 great ninja villages, it might actually be more interesting. Once I've collected the bloodlines of all 9-tailed beasts, what new changes will await me? Besides, is Obito truly dead, or was he saved by Uchiha Madara? At the moment, Shiryu couldn't offer an answer himself. Along the way, nothing particularly unusual happened as the 5 of them hurried southeast toward the Hidden Leaf Village. After several days, the group finally returned to Konoha. Shiryu's first order of business was to send Kakuzu off to handle matters at the bank on the village's main street. It was clear that the crowds had grown. The recent victory on the front lines had brought a new sense of security to Konoha. This is what victory feels like. But what if we had lost? Shiryu found the thought hard to imagine. "We should report to the 3rd Hokage first and give a detailed account of the mission," Hisashi suggested. "Good idea," Shiryu replied with a nod, and together with the members of Team 7, he made his way to the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage looked noticeably more relaxed and spirited than before. When he saw Shiryu and the others, his eyes lit up with delight. "Shiryu, Hisashi, you're back," he exclaimed. "Come, tell me, how did the mission go in detail?" Immediately, Hisashi and Shiryu began to recount the events to Hiruzen. Of course, when it came to the matter of a single person wiping out the cloud-hidden shinobi, Shiryu attributed the success to his tactics, Orochimaru's bravery, and the effective teamwork of Team 7. I'd expect nothing less from Hisashi's pupils. At this, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, brimming with pride. "To think you managed to make Sand, Stone, and Cloud all suffer setbacks at once, moving swiftly between 2 battlefields with a raiding force, and even defeating Kage-level opponents directly? Shiryu, your strength has reached such heights already. You even defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage. His dust release is unmatched in this era. Appointing you as a jonin from the start was clearly the right decision." Hiruzen showered Shiryu with praise, but Shiryu simply shook his head. His mind was elsewhere. "Old man, what about Minato's team? Kakashi, Obito, Rin?" Shiryu asked at once, his concern obvious. After all, Shursui and Obito were among the few Uchiha friends Shiryu had. "I knew you'd ask about them," Hiruzen replied with a sigh. "Obito died in the Canopy Bridge battle. Kakashi was deeply affected. He's changed, become more withdrawn. Rin, of course, is heartbroken. As for Minato, I've sent him on another mission." Shiryu pressed. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" "It's half and half," Hiruzen admitted heavily. "We all mourn Obito's death, but Minato still has duties as a leaf ninja. Please forgive me, and forgive Minato as well." At first, Shiryu thought the 3rd Hokage was being cold-hearted, sending Minato on a mission even after losing his students. But then, he realized perhaps the old man was trying to look out for Minato, and to consider Kakashi and the others' feelings as well. "Forget it. You're the Hokage. You have your own burdens to bear." Shiryu shook his head and was about to turn and leave when the 3rd Hokage's voice caught his ear. "This afternoon, there will be a funeral to honor the heroes of the war, held at Konoha's Memorial Stone." "I understand then. I'll take my leave." Shiryu turned around and in a flash disappeared from the Hokage's office. Knowing that Shiryu was feeling conflicted, neither Nansou Hongdai nor Nichiza tried to stop him. "You two should go and make your preparations as well." The 3rd Hokage took a slow drag of his pipe, lost in thought. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shiryu first made his way to the Ninja Academy to check on Xiaoxing. The war, it seemed, had not disrupted the academy's daily routine. Arriving at the academy, Shiyu saw that Xiaoxing had grown a little taller. This little girl must be living well these days. She doesn't look nearly as frail as she used to, Shiyu thought to himself. In a blink, he appeared right in front of Xiaoxing. Well, are you my brother? Xiaoxing rubbed her eyes in disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Has the war really ended? Did all the bad guys get chased away? Brother, are you hurt? Shiyu chuckled and ruffled Xiaoxing's hair. You're not dreaming. Wars aren't so easy to end. It's not like kids squabbling in the yard, but yes, I did chase the bad guys away, and I'm not hurt. It would take an army of at least 30,000 to even scratch me. What if they didn't have horses? Xiaoxing countered. Don't worry, horses or no horses, they wouldn't be able to hurt me. Come on, let me take you out for a meal. After exchanging a few more words, Shiyu happily took the overjoyed Xiaoxing out for a delicious feast. Once they finished, Shiyu attended to some affairs at the Konoha Bank. By afternoon, the sky had turned gloomy, and soon after rain began to pour down in torrents. Dressed in black, Shiyu made his way to the memorial stone. On the way, he noticed a bookstore selling works by Jiraiya, though he didn't find any volumes of Make-Out Paradise. He did come across Jiraiya's first published book, Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, so that's why Minato's child was named Naruto. It's all thanks to the hero of this story. How interesting, I didn't expect Jiraiya to have published this book so early, Shiyu mused as he purchased a copy. Arriving at the memorial stone, Shiyu saw Kakashi and Rin already there. Each held a bouquet of flowers, which they placed before Obito Uchiha's name. Soon, other shinobi arrived as well, each laying flowers before the names of comrades they remembered. Kakashi's left eye was now covered by his forehead protector, while Rin still seemed lost in a world of sorrow. Shiyu noticed that. The Uchiha clan had also come to the funeral led of course by Fugaku Uchiha. At that moment, Fugaku and another Uchiha were looking at Kakashi and speaking to him. What are we going to do about this guy's Sharingan? That belongs to our Uchiha clan. Forget it. The war may have only just begun. And since it was Obito's dying wish, let him keep it for now. Soon after, the third Hokage appeared before everyone. Standing in the pouring rain, he spoke with a heavy heart. The green hills remain silent, while the heavens weep with sorrow. Those who fight for Konoha, those who fall in battle, will forever be heroes of our village. As Hokage, I failed to protect our people. I'm deeply ashamed. The memorial ceremony ended quickly. After honoring the heroes who had fallen in the war, most people quietly dispersed, one by one. Yet Kakashi remained unmoving, rooted to the spot. Kakashi, let's go, Rin urged softly. Obito. Kakashi's voice trailed off, his silence thick with grief. Obito's words echoed again and again in Kakashi's mind. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. And come to think of it, I'm the only one who hasn't given you a gift for becoming a Jonin, right? I want to give you my Sharingan, no matter what anyone in the village says. You're an extraordinary Jonin. This is my heart, my will. Please accept it. Rin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan into Kakashi's left eye. I'm already dying, but I'll become your eyes, helping you see what lies ahead. Rin, I'm counting on you. Obito. Kakashi seemed to regain a newfound courage to face reality. He lifted his head and found Shiyu standing before him. Shiyu. Rin, too, was at a loss for words. I know everything now. Kakashi, Rin, don't blame Minato. Even now, he's out there on a mission. He couldn't even attend his own subordinate's funeral, because he bears not only the duty to protect you both. Shiyu spoke the words lingering in his heart. We don't blame Minato-sensei, Rin replied. If it weren't for him, we might never have escaped alive. I just don't understand. Why does everything I care about disappear, leaving only me behind in the end? Honestly, I'd rather it were Obito who survived, but Kakashi fell silent again. It was Shiyu who had changed the arrogant person Kakashi used to be. It was his father White Fang's death that made Kakashi rethink the rules, and it was Obito who made him truly understand the importance of comrades. Yet except for Shiyu, the others were all gone. Of course, Kakashi did not know that before long, even Rin would die by his own hand. Kakashi, Rin, I want to find an answer from you both. Shiyu's gaze grew serious as he looked at Rin and Kakashi. Kakashi and Rin were both taken aback, yes. If Obito didn't actually die, just as a possibility, if he was somehow resurrected by mysterious force, but in the end chose to become the enemy of all of Konoha and wanted to destroy this world, what would you do? Shiryu asked. Kakashi and Rin froze for a moment. He would never turn out like that. If he truly is the Obito we know, I would do everything I could to bring him back. I've seen all his efforts and the way he's changed, Rin said, optimistically, thinking Shiryu was only talking about a hypothetical scenario. And you, Kakashi? Shiryu pressed further. I don't know. The Obito, I know, would never try to destroy the world. But if that day ever did come, I'd protect the world he once wanted to protect. Kakashi replied quietly. Hearing their answers, Shiryu nodded. I want to thank you both on Obito's behalf. Maybe that's what he truly wanted deep down. Oh, by the way, I was only speaking hypothetically. You don't need to take it to heart. Shiryu brushed it off lightly, then fixed his gaze on Kakashi's left eye, which looked a bit weary. Obito entrusted his eye to you, so you could see clearly the world ahead. Don't let down the expectations he placed on you, and don't sink into despair again. Thank you. Kakashi said, his voice low. Rin had never been able to resolve the knot in Kakashi's heart. But perhaps Shiryu could take this. No matter how bleak life may seem, if you look closely, you'll always find something worthwhile. With that, Shiryu handed Kakashi the first novel written by Jiraiya, the tale of the utterly gutsy Shinobi. And thank you, Master Shiryu. Kakashi carefully put the book away. Little did Shiryu know that this small gesture today would end up shaping the course of Kakashi's entire life. After leaving the Konoha Memorial Stone, Shiryu returned to the main street of Konoha and entered the headquarters of the bank he himself had founded. Boss, you're back? Kakuzu greeted him respectfully. Kakuzu, how are things? How's the bank's income lately? Boss, there's been a war recently. A lot of villagers withdrew their savings, but now that the front lines have stabilized, they're thinking about depositing money again. It's made things difficult for us, Kakuzu replied, shaking his head. I see. So, it seems they don't trust Konoha Bank as much as I'd hoped. Even with the third Hokage's guarantee, they're still this wary. Shiryu frowned, unable to understand it. By all accounts, with Konoha untouched by the war, the villagers should have felt more secure. Boss, it's clear that someone is stirring things up behind the scenes, yes. It seems someone has already set their sights on me. And what's more, this person is someone who can easily stir up public opinion. Shiryu was also considering the identity of this person. The one most likely to oppose me is still Danzo. The third Hokage has vouched for me, and both of the senior advisors have invested. Yet, as the Hokage's assistant, he remains unmoved. Not only does he refuse to invest and seize greater profits, but he also doesn't openly oppose me. Danzo, what is he really thinking? Kakuzu spoke up bluntly. Boss, those involved often can't see as clearly as bystanders do. I've lived through too many betrayals. This Danzo you speak of, he's definitely no good. Merely gaining some profit wouldn't be enough for him. Shiryu was startled by this, but then nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the truth in Kakuzu's words. Could it be? This guy wants to get rid of me, and then swallow up my Konoha Bank? So that's it. He's got quite the appetite. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. By manipulating public opinion and stirring up resentment, he might just be testing me. Is he planning to target my Konoha Bank, or even make a move against me personally? As a Konoha ninja, Shiryu knew he couldn't just eliminate Danzo without a solid reason, no matter the circumstances. If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. I need a strategy to deal with this. If Danzo does come after me, how should I respond? Shiryu was well aware that Danzo was the most cunning old fox lurking in Konoha, full of schemes and trickery. If he wanted to deal with Danzo, he'd have to come up with a plan that could achieve more than one goal. Time slipped by quickly from daylight to sunset, as Shiryu spent the entire day meticulously crafting his plan until everything was finally settled. Kakuzu, I'm leaving all of this in your hands. If that critical situation ever arises, don't hesitate. Act at once. Shiryu handed a scroll to Kakuzu. Remember, you must only open this scroll under the circumstances I described. Shiryu repeated his instructions several times, and after Kakuzu promised he wouldn't let him down, Shiryu finally nodded in satisfaction. The night passed swiftly, and early the next morning, Shiryu was summoned to the Hokage's office by the third Hokage. Shiryu, your abilities have reached such a level that I truly have nothing more to teach you. However, there's one suggestion I'd like to offer. The third Hokage said. What suggestion? Shiryu asked. I believe there's still room for improvement in your taijutsu. By the way, have you ever heard of the 8 inner gates? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked proactively. What? The 8 inner gates? I seem to recall someone using that technique before. She put on a thoughtful expression and replied, I've heard of it, but I'm not too familiar. Susanoo nodded and said, the fewer people who know about this, the better. There's a genin in the village named Might Duel. You've actually met his son before. That's my guy. You even fought him during the Chunin exams, remember? That was when he first used the 8 gates technique. Might Duel isn't skilled in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but his taijutsu is truly remarkable. The result of his 20 years of training is the 8 gates. Once you open the 8 gates, you gain strength far beyond any ordinary person. So, Master Sarutobi, are you saying you want me to learn the 8 gates? Shiyu asked, feeling rather surprised. Sarutobi replied, yes, and it's not just me. There's someone else who hopes you can master it as well. Before Shiyu could fully grasp what Sarutobi meant, the office door swung open. Ha ha. Young man, you must be Shiyu. Such promise at your age. Truly impressive. The newcomer had short, lustrous black hair, a thick beard, a deep orange scarf around his neck, a green bodysuit, and 2 orange leg warmers. You're Might Duel. My guy's father. It was Shiyu's first time seeing Duel up close. Let me introduce you. The 3rd Hokage said, this is my personal student, the one known as the light of the ninja world, Shiyu, and this is Might Duel. In fact, Mr. Duel is your employer for this task. Employer? Shiyu echoed, a little taken aback and struggling to understand. This is an Ultra S-rank mission. Your task is to master the 8 gates as soon as possible and become its next inheritor. The 3rd Hokage explained. This is actually a mission? Shiyu was astounded. That's right. Mr. Might Duel is hoping to find a child with both talent and patience to inherit his 8 gates. In the whole village, you're the one who fits that description best. The 3rd Hokage said, sounding somewhat troubled. Might Duel gave Shiyu a big thumbs up and said, my son guy told me you're the best rival he's ever had. I hope you'll accept this challenge and carry on the fruit of my 20 years of training. Grow alongside him. Of course, learning the 8 gates will be no easy journey. As Shiyu realized what was happening, he was overcome with excitement. I can't believe it. I've been searching high and low for the chance to learn the 8 gates, but never found the time or opportunity, and now Might Duel himself is asking me to learn it. But isn't it strange? I thought the 8 gates were always passed down to only one person. Shiyu couldn't help but voice his doubt. It's not that this technique is passed down through a single bloodline. Rather, it's that very few people can even meet the standards required to train in the 8 gates. Everyone possesses the 8 gates, but if you can't satisfy the conditions to use them, forcing them open would almost certainly result in instant death. Guy underwent extremely rigorous training, which is why he's able to use the 8 gates. Even so, he was still defeated by you. I was in the audience for that battle. You primarily relied on taijutsu as well to have bested Guy. I believe you already meet the basic requirements to learn the 8 gates. I also trust in your potential to master this technique. Shiyu, the major battles at the front lines have mostly ended. What's left are just minor skirmishes. Learning the 8 gates would benefit you, Dai, and the Hidden Leaf Village alike. Why not give it some thought? The 3rd Hokage tried to persuade him. Although Shiyu sensed something was off, there was truly no reason to refuse mastering. The 8 gates would undoubtedly make him stronger. He suspected that the 3rd Hokage and Might Dai had some other motive for wanting him to learn the technique, but their intentions seemed genuinely in his favor. Oh well, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Shiyu brushed aside his doubts and made up his mind. Well, Shiyu, take on this challenge and come train with me. Might Dai raised his thumb high, his teeth gleaming in a broad smile. All right, I'll do it. Shiyu finally nodded, accepting the challenge, or perhaps it was fairer to call it a request. Without further delay, Shiyu bid farewell to the 3rd Hokage and set off with Might Dai to begin his preliminary training in the 8 gates. Mr. Dai, may I ask, did you not go to the front lines? Shiyu inquired along the way. No, I didn't. After you participated in the 2 decisive battles, victory was more or less secured. Usually, lower-ranked ninja like us are only sent when all the Chunin and Jonin have already been deployed, so most of Konoha's genin never saw combat, and some of the Chunin and Jonin didn't make it to the battlefield either, right? I remember that Might Dai only unleashed the 8 gates to save Guy's squad. That was during the fights against the Hidden Mist. I suppose Konoha was fighting on multiple fronts, and the Mist launched a sudden assault, still to face the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist alone and take out 4 of them. That a bit unbelievable. Lost in thought, Shiyu soon found himself standing at the doorstep of Might Dai's home. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sound of someone cheering themselves on. to surpass Uchiha Shiyu and Kakashi Hitaki, 1082, 1083, 1084. There was no mistaking it. Only my guy would be doing something like that in the Dai household. Guy, I've brought back your greatest rival. Dai was suddenly overcome with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. Kai, too, was instantly moved to tears. Really? Is it true, Dad? Has Shiyu really come? At that moment, Shiyu appeared before Kai and was immediately swept up into a heartfelt embrace. Shiyu, you're the best rival I could ever ask for. I can't believe you're actually willing to train with me. This is what true, passionate youth is all about. With a quick step, Shiyu slipped out of Kai's grasp, looking rather embarrassed. I'm happy to see you too, but shouldn't we figure out how we're going to train? What a dedicated and earnest young man. Might Dai couldn't help but feel deeply satisfied with Shiyu, while others kept their distance. Who would have thought Shiyu would be so eager for his training regimen? Excellent. First, you and Kai will complete the daily standard exercises together. And remember, absolutely no chakra. Using it would defeat the purpose of the training. Dai reminded them. Oh, is that so? What exactly are the daily standard exercises? Shiyu asked Might Dai, and Might Kai began taking turns explaining. Training starts in the morning. First 10,000 push-ups, then run 10 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village. On your hands, no less. That's right. Then we have a hearty lunch. After a good nap, it's time for the daily mission to earn our keep, and once that's done, we finish up with waterfall training. Shiyu shook his head and said push-ups and running on hands. I know those, but what's this mission earn our keep? And what's waterfall training? I've never heard of those, Might Dai replied in all seriousness. Here's how it goes. Earning our keep means completing D-rank missions and using the money to support ourselves. Of course, our efficiency must be higher than others. If others complete one mission, we should finish two, or even more. Shiyu is at a bit of a loss. Isn't this just doing Jinin missions? Does he really think I need that little mission reward? Don't underestimate D-rank missions. Searching for lost cats, protecting crops. These are important tasks, and the rewards we earn go right back into improving ourselves. Dai lectured and understood. So what about waterfall training? Shiyu asked again. Might Kai answered. It's all about self-cultivation. It's one of our most important daily trainings. You'll see when the time comes. Shiyu, Dad, even Shiyu, the light of the ninja world, has come to learn from you. I'm so moved. I'll work even harder. Might Kai, filled with renewed energy, dove back in his push-up routine with gusto. I slacked off just now, so I'll start over. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kai earnestly pressed himself to the ground, resuming his push-ups with determination. Kai. Dai's eyes glistened with tears once more. I give in. Let me join you. Shiyu knew that Dai and Kai were both the type of people who weren't talkative. They just focused on doing things earnestly, so without another word he began their taijutsu training. Shiyu chose not to use chakra, which made doing push-ups far less easy than usual. Doing 10,000 push-ups at a rate of 1 per second would take nearly 3 hours. If he could do them like Might Guy, managing 3 or 4 per second, it would be done in under an hour. No way, I can't let Might Guy surpass me, Shiyu thought, and threw himself wholeheartedly into his taijutsu drills. He cast aside all thoughts of being a ninja, even forgetting the strength he once possessed. Start with the basics. 10,000 reps. You can do it. Mato Dai cheered from beside him, his voice full of encouragement. Eventually, he was so moved by their determination that he joined Kai and Shiyu, dropping down to do push-ups alongside them. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, streamed down Shiyu's forehead. He had never felt this exhausted before. It seems I really do need to work on my physical fitness. In taijutsu, I've mastered Gentle Fist, the essence of the 3 great sword schools, and monstrous strength. One relies on the Byakugan, one on my sword and swordsmanship, and the last on my chakra control. But as for training my body itself, it seems I never really have. I always relied on my overwhelming chakra and fought the tailed beast head-on, not on my physical ability. But what if my body was as strong as a tailed beast's? Just how powerful could I become? Fueled by anticipation, Shiyu kept pushing forward. To his surprise, Might Guy finished before he did, and then did another round. By the time Shiyu completed his 10,000 push-ups, Guy had already done at least 3 sets. Amazing. This is your first day of training, and you managed to do 10,000. How old are you? 6. When Kai was your age, he was only doing 1,000 a day. Mato Dai exclaimed, clearly pleased. That's why he's the strongest rival I'll ever have. To score so high on his very first try. Dad, let's hurry and start the next exercise. Guy shouted, full of fighting spirit. Ha! All right, Mato Dai said, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Handstands. Run 10 laps around the village on your hands. Move forward without hesitation. Perseverance leads to greatness. Only with a strong body can you keep protecting the things most important to you. Dai shouted, his voice trembling with emotion. You too. Dai called out, keep at it. He was so moved he didn't even know what had touched his heart so deeply. After watching Shiyu for a long moment, Mado Dai walked over and said, Shiyu, your white robe looks really cool, but it's not great for training. Shiyu replied, you're right, I'll take it off because this white robe was formed from Otsutsuki chakra. With just a single thought, Shiyu retracted his robe. Immediately, the white dragon armor underneath was revealed. How can your clothes just disappear like that by themselves? Wait underneath. You're even wearing armor and a ninja tool pouch. So many things, that's way too inconvenient. Why don't you leave those things here for now? Shiyu replied. That makes sense. Are you worried about your outfit? Haha. Don't worry. I've already thought of everything for you. Might Dewey then pulled out his own green jumpsuit. Here's your jumpsuit. Put it on. It will make your training so much smoother, and your strength will transform beyond imagination. A trace of reluctance flickered in Shiyu's heart. He looked awkwardly at Might Dewey and said, Are you sure? Isn't this just the same green jumpsuit you always wear? It looks pretty ordinary. Shiyu almost called it ugly, but managed to hold back. You want me to wear this green jumpsuit and then run 10 laps around Konoha on my hands? I'm afraid I'd die of embarrassment. Is there anything wrong with strengthening your body and making yourself stronger? Might Dewey, a veteran genin for so many years, had long endured public opinion and ridicule, forging an unbreakable will. Shiyu, whatever happens, don't give up. So many people fail simply because they care too much about saving face. Guy also earnestly tried to persuade him. All right, I get it. I actually have my own jumpsuit, Shiyu said. His was made from the shed skin of a black-scaled serpent, breathable and stretchy, with a low-key black color. Definitely better looking than the green one. Well, in that case, I'll hold on to this jumpsuit for you, Dewey said, stashing it away before immediately urging them back to training. Let's begin. Hand stunts. Dewey led by example, flipping into a perfect handstand. Guy and Shiyu followed suit. The three of them began running on their hands. Along the way, they were met again and again by cold stares and mocking laughter. There go those two weirdos again. Look, there's a new weirdo with them today. Hey, doesn't that guy look like Shiyu? Uchiha Shiyu, no way. Wait, it really might be. Has Shiyu lost his mind? My goodness. I'm unfollowing him. At first, Shiyu felt a bit resistant and grew angry hearing the villagers' jeers, but after a while he got used to it, and his embarrassment melted away. If others laugh at my madness, I laugh at their blindness. You laugh if you want. I'll keep training. That's my way. With that, the burden in Shiyu's heart vanished, and he threw himself wholeheartedly into his training. The Hidden Leaf Village was quite large, but the pace that Shiyu and the others kept, even running a lap on their hands, took only half an hour. After 10 laps, 5 hours had flown by, and it was already midday. We did it. Time for a well-deserved break. Let's go have a feast, Might Dewey declared. Shiyu felt completely drained, his whole body limp and numb. Just then, both Shiyu's and Guy's stomachs began to grumble insistently, betraying their hunger. The mention of delicious food made the two of them even more excited, and their mouths started to water in anticipation. Finally, following Dewey's lead, they made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. You gotta be kidding me. This is the legendary feast. Shiyu was almost petrified on the spot. Whenever he was hungry, he would have ramen. This stuff was as common as could be. Wow. We're having Ichiraku Ramen today. Guy, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. You two did great today. So let's go all out and order the most luxurious bowls. Might Dewey ordered the most extravagant ramen for both of them, while settling for the simplest, regular version himself. The two boys tried to politely insist that Dewey take the deluxe meal, but after another round of humble exchanges, both were so moved that they shed tears once again. She rubbed his forehead and almost involuntarily started eating his noodles. The moment he took a bite, an odd flavor hit him full force. He couldn't help but gag. Uncle Tucci, what in the world is this flavor? He blurted out. Oh, that's my special deluxe sauce ramen, came the proud reply. Shiyu barely held himself together. After lunch, the three of them returned home, ready for a 1-hour midday nap. After a meal, a nice walk, then a quick nap. We need to rest up because there are a ton of D-rank missions to do this afternoon. Might Dewey sat stretching out on his bed. I don't sleep well, Dad. Shiyu, any tips for falling asleep? Guy's voice sounded tired. Try counting sheep. Before you know it, you'll drift off, Shiyu suggested. 1 sheep? Tzz. Guy was out in seconds. This kid, is he a little slow? or what? Duel, didn't he say he had insomnia? Does he always crack jokes like that? She said a bit awkwardly, sigh, that boy really is he? Before he could finish, Duel was fast asleep as well. Seriously, this family. Shiyu couldn't even bring himself to complain anymore. At last, I can get some proper rest. There are missions to do this afternoon. At least these two sleep soundly and don't snore. But just as Shiyu closed his eyes, thunderous snoring erupted in the room. One on the left, one on the right. How do they not keep each other awake? Shiyu's face was the picture of despair. Nap time ended quickly. When Guy and Duel woke up, they found Shiyu sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, clearly unable to sleep. Had a good rest. Let's go. Shiyu opened his eyes, looking full of energy. Although he hadn't slept at all, his condition and spirit were far better than the other two. How are you so lively? Didn't we just do all that exhausting training? Both Kai and Dai were utterly baffled, meditating. For an hour is more effective than sleeping for 4 inches, Shiyu replied with a hint of pride, finally having found a way to keep up with the two of them. Huh, I knew it. You'd be amazing. Might Dai laughed, then immediately assigned them a mountain of tasks. All of these were D-rank missions, straightforward and easy. Thanks to their combined effort, they quickly finished all the D-rank missions for the day, then sat down together for an early dinner. It's finally over. Next up is the most important part. The waterfall training, Kai exclaimed. Shiyu. Now comes the real challenge. Training in the 8 Gates formation. Are you ready? Dai asked, his enthusiasm contagious. I'm ready whenever you are, Shiyu replied resolutely. Excellent. You don't need to run on your hands anymore. Just follow me, Dai announced. Without delay, Might Dai led them to a small waterfall on the outskirts of Konoha village. This waterfall didn't even have a name and wasn't particularly impressive. Even the pool at its base only reached up to Shiyu's thigh. We're training in 8 Gates here. I wonder if there's some deeper meaning to this place. And how long will it take me to master? The 8 Gates here? Shiyu pondered silently. Kai, did you bring the stuff? Dai asked sternly. I've got it, Kai answered, taking off his shoes and pulling a key from inside one of them. Ugh, that's disgusting. Shiyu could only sigh, too tired to even complain. With an air of mystery, Might Dai declared, this is our secret base. We were the first to discover it. And it's the perfect place to study and train the 8 Gates. There's nowhere more fitting. Open the door. Open. Dai stood tall, arms crossed, striking a masterful pose. Kai shouted loudly, 8 Gates formation. Open. Instantly steam began to rise from his body. Thunk. Dai couldn't help but step forward and flick Kai on the forehead. Kai, you misunderstood. I meant open that door. Not the 8 Gates gate of opening, Dai explained, pointing to a large door shrouded in green vines. Sorry. Kai replied sheepishly. She was simply too weary to comment on this father-son duo anymore. Yet watching them, he couldn't help but think of his own parents. If they were still around, what would things be like now? Under Dai's guidance, Kai unlocked the rusty iron door with the key. Darkness greeted them inside. But as soon as they stepped through the entrance, the braziers within the house lit up on their own. What a fascinating place. I wonder why there's somewhere like this in Konoha. This place was left to us by the ancestors who first mastered the 8 Gates technique, Dai said. Look here. These are the locations of the 8 Gates within the human body. Might Dai pointed to a diagram of the human figure, where the positions of the gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of closure, gate of view, gate of wonder, and gate of death were clearly marked. In the human body, the purpose of the 8 Gates is actually to protect us. Each gate acts as a chakra valve. If all 8 are opened, your chakra will surge explosively. In other words, the 8 Gates are special points that suppress the flow of chakra. By releasing these points, your chakra increases dramatically for a short time, allowing you to unleash techniques with far greater power. This is a unique taijutsu technique. The first 3, Gate of Opening, Gate of Rest, and Gate of Life, are considered the safe zone among the 8 Gates. Opening these won't harm your body. Once you master the first 3, you'll be able to learn the front lotus and reverse lotus techniques, but the next 4, the gates of pain, closure, view, and wonder, each bring greater harm to your body the more you open, with each gate inflicting more damage than the last, of course. The power you gain with each is also significantly greater. Guy nodded and asked, Dad, what about the gate of death? After using the other 7 gates, you can eventually close them again and recover your body through rest. But the gate of death, I've never used it myself. Dai's voice grew solemn. According to the theory behind the 8 Gates, each gate grants more power than the last. When the death gate is opened, the user gains strength said to exceed the 5 Kage by tenfold. But this must only be used as a last resort. It's believed that opening the gate of death comes at the cost of your life. I doubt anyone could ever close it again once it's open. Might Dai pointed to the death gate's position, still at the heart. If someone's heart suffers such trauma, death is almost certain. After all, we can train our muscles, but our internal organs can't be strengthened the same way, he explained. Yet Shiyu found himself thinking along a different line. If opening the 8 gates causes bodily harm, but one uses the healing power of the blood release technique in time, could that offset the side effects? For example, after harsh training, let's say I open the death gate. Using my unique constitution and bloodline and the restorative power stored in my yin and yang chakra, could I reduce the damage by healing myself as I open all the valves within? If so, might I be able to temporarily avoid the harm caused by the 8 gates? After Shiyu finished speaking, Might Duwei shook his head and said, that's extremely dangerous. Unless your self-healing ability is so strong that even if your heart is pierced, you can recover instantly. Opening the gate of death will still be incredibly risky. Might Duwei explained everything to Shiyu in detail. Once he saw that Shiyu understood his point, he decided not to press the issue any further. All right, guy, demonstrate the first 3 gates, Might Duwei called out. Might Guy nodded, clapped his fists together, and said, attention, attention. Something amazing is about to happen. 8 inner gates formation. First gate, gate of opening, open. Instantly subtle changes rippled across Might Guy's body. Through his observing eyes, Shiyu could clearly see the mental gate in Guy's brain opening. Up like a valve, releasing half of the chakra's restraints in his mind. 8 inner gates formation. Second gate, gate of rest, open. The changes became even more pronounced. Shiyu knew that after opening the gate of rest, a person would forget fatigue, and their stamina would recover almost endlessly for a certain time, though the body would start to feel the burden. Next, the third gate, gate of life, open. Guy's skin flushed red, and the chakra valve at his chest sprang open. His whole body state broke through to an unexpected peak, with both strength and speed receiving a dramatic boost. That's enough, Might Duwei reminded him. Release. With that, Might Guy closed the chakra valves, those 3 gates. Once again, since the demonstration was brief, the strain on his body was minimal. Now let me take over. Might Duwei stepped forward and declared fourth gate, gate of pain, open. In the blink of an eye, Might Duwei opened the first 4 gates. His eyes turned and unclouded white veins bulged across his face. His skin flushed completely red, and both his strength and speed soared far beyond what the Gate of Life could offer. Amazing. Dad, you're incredible. Might Guy looked at Duwei in awe, his eyes brimming with admiration. Fifth gate, gate of limit, open. Might Duwei pushed further, unlocking the 5th gate above his abdomen. A brilliant green aura burst from his entire body. Shiyu could see that this green glow was pure chakra surging out from Duwei. Incredible. Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim. Even with so little chakra left in his body, Might Duwei's opening of the 5th gate of limit was already enough to contend with a top-tier elite jonin. We're not done yet. 6th gate, gate of view, open. Might Duwei pressed on without pause, opening the 6th gate. Instantly, the green light around him was swallowed up by a blinding white radiance, and the swirl of chakra seemed to vanish entirely. After opening the gate of view, sparks began to crackle in the air from the sheer friction against his body. Keep watching. This is the last gate. I can show you. The 7th gate of shock, open. How powerful, incredible, for both Shiyu and Kai. This was their first time witnessing Dai unleash the gate of shock. The surge of energy exploding from Dai's body was staggeringly immense. Blue steam poured off him in a dramatic spectacle so intense and overwhelming that it blew Shiyu and Kai backward. They stared in wide-eyed astonishment, completely taken aback. Through the lens of the observation, it was clear that apart from the heart, every gate from the brain down to the lower abdomen had been flung wide open. The blue beast of the leaf. So this is what it means, someone marveled. Remarkable. To reach this level, just by using taijutsu alone, he can generate blasts of air strong enough to annihilate even Kisame in an instant. Even Susanoo was suppressed by this technique. All right, release. Might Dai immediately closed the 7th gate, gasping for breath. He hadn't moved a step, only held the 7th gate open for a few seconds, yet already took such a toll on him. It was easy to imagine how overwhelming it would be to open all 7 gates and fight an enemy in earnest. So these are the first 7 gates of the 8 inner gates technique. If you want to master this art, You must start from today. Every day, we'll do intense physical training. That's the foundation for learning the 8 gates. You must never rush or get impatient, or it could cost you dearly. Can you promise me that? Dai panted, his eyes locked on Shiyu. No problem. I have no wish to die the moment I open the 8 gates. Shiyu responded, agreeing to Dai's terms. In that case, you still haven't told me. What is waterfall training? Shiyu pressed. Dai nodded. Aside from physical training, the most important thing is training your mind. Only by combining a healthy, strong body with unwavering willpower can you master the 8 gates. Come on, let's head to the waterfall. Leaving their secret base, Might Dai led Shiyu to the base of a waterfall. You need to sit beneath the waterfall and let it pour over you until nightfall. Give it a try, Dai instructed. Gesturing to the cascade, Shiyu pointed to a stone platform beneath the torrent. Over there? Yes, sit there with Kai, and persevere together. Kai and Shiyu then climbed onto the stone seat, crossed their legs, and settled in. The water from the waterfall crashed down, soaking them through. At first, the falls weren't too heavy, and only their clothes and bodies were drenched. But as time went on, they began to feel the biting chill of the water. This is tough. So cold. So this is what it means to train the mind. Shiyu, as long as you clear your mind and don't focus on the cold, the waterfall won't feel so icy, Dai said. He too sat beneath the waterfall, his expression calm and serene, as if the freezing water had no effect on him at all. Shiyu was having a tough time too. How could anyone avoid thinking about such a freezing sensation? Even Might Guy was shivering uncontrollably from the cold, clearly unable to finish this training either. It seems you two are still far from your goal, Might Dewey said, but that's all right. How about this? Every day before nightfall, you must move all the pebbles from the pond to the shore. Only when there isn't a single stone left in the pond will you be allowed to start focusing on waterfall training. Oh, and one more thing. You can't use any ninja techniques or clever tricks at all. You're only allowed to use your hands one stone at a time, and you can't just toss them randomly. Not only must you clear every stone from the pond, you also have to arrange them on the shore to form the characters for perseverance. Both Might Guy and Shiyu were taken aback. There are countless stones in this little pond. Even if we pick up hundreds or thousands a day, who knows how long it would take to spell out perseverance. And we're only allowed to pick up one at a time. Are you sure we have to do this? Might Guy and Shiyu were clearly reluctant. Don't you want to become strong? If you want to master the 8 gates formation, both physical endurance and perseverance are essential. Besides, Konoha is very peaceful right now. This is the perfect time to train. Just focus on your training and leave everything else to me. Might Dewey explained. After thinking it over, Shiyu finally nodded. All right, sorry. The problem was with my attitude. From today onward, I'm going to double my efforts. Might Guy cheered himself on again, his confidence and determination seemingly rekindled. Oh, and starting tomorrow, you'll both have to wear extremely heavy weights on your lower legs. That will help you improve even faster, said Might Dewey. Understood, they replied. From that day forward, Shiyu calmed his mind and began his training in the 8 gates formation alongside Might Dewey and Might Guy. The days were filled with all sorts of physical exercises. After an afternoon nap, he would go on missions, and upon finishing, he'd return to the secret base to pick up stones from the pond. Time flowed by like water. During this period, Shiyu focused entirely on training the 8 gates formation. Meanwhile, the wars across the ninja world continued to rage on, except between Konoha and Tsunade and Konoha and Iwagakure, where large-scale battles never erupted again. In Tsunade, the hero Raza, with his mastery of magnet release, united the village and repelled the Kumogakure invasion. His popularity soared, and rumors had it he was about to succeed as the next Kazekage. As for Kirigakure, things remained eerily stagnant, as if something was brewing in the shadows. Over in Kumogakure, restlessness began to stir. Aside from attacking several small nations, there hadn't been any major moves from them. For reasons unknown, the entire ninja world had suddenly fallen into a strange, uneasy calm. Beneath a waterfall near the Hidden Leaf Village, a solitary figure sat motionless, as solid and unmoving as a stone. The pounding, icy water crashed down on him, yet he seemed unaffected, as if he felt nothing at all. Shiyu style, draw blade to sever the current. Suddenly the young man sprang to life. He drew the blade from his waist, spun, and thrust it backward. Instantly, the waterfall split into 2 streams, divided cleanly above and below the sweep of his sword. With a swift motion, he flicked the blade, sending a single gathered drop of water hurtling toward a rock on the riverbank. there was a sharp crack. The rock split cleanly in two. Even a drop of water can pierce through stone and metal now. Looks like today's stone was the last one. And under this waterfall, I can't even feel the cold anymore. I've mastered the 8 gates technique at last. I've finally done it. His once snowy white hair had grown long, now cascading down to his shoulders. He had grown taller, his muscles honed to a perfect balance. Clad in a suit of imposing armor and a robe patterned after the 6 paths, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to the legendary sage of 6 paths. Indeed, this was Shyu. 2 years had slipped by. Even he could scarcely believe how time had flown. At that moment, a shout rang out from nearby. "Oh my goodness, Shyu! You can't be serious. Did you really complete all those D-rank missions? Don't tell me you even finished the perseverance training. Unbelievable. You've truly surpassed me. I never thought I'd be overtaken by someone younger. This is the strongest rival I've had in my entire life." The speaker, of course, was Guy, who had trained alongside Shyu for these 2 years. Even Guy himself could now open the 6th of the 8 gates. "Guy, I think it's time for me to leave. 2 years have passed already." Over these 2 years, Shyu had changed not only in appearance. His strength had grown even more dramatically. Through relentless training in stamina and willpower, his taijutsu had reached a whole new level. He faced challenge after challenge, but through sheer determination, overcame every obstacle. The greatest of these was the mastery of the 8 gates and the control of his own chakra. Owing to his unique body and bloodline, Shyu felt no exhaustion or discomfort when opening the initial rest or life gates. However, upon opening the wound, limit view, and shock gates, he discovered that his body began to suffer internal damage. The shock gate in particular was notorious for its backlash. Even Guy, in the later parts of the original story, suffered intensely when using it. And Shiu's chakra reserves far surpassed Guy's, so the backlash on his body was even greater. The 8 gates within the body were like traffic lights, while chakra was the car that raced through them. The 8 gates regulate the flow of chakra through the different meridians of the human body during normal times. The process of opening the 8 gates is like turning off one red light after another. Although the traffic speeds up, it also leads to congestion and even the risk of serious accidents. However, Shyu managed to avoid these consequences thanks to the blood release seal atop his head. When the first 6 gates of the 8 gates were opened, Shiu's injuries had already begun to reach an irreversible stage. Fortunately, he noticed the changes early on and immediately summoned the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage said this kind of damage is not mental, but a backlash within the physical body itself. "I can heal it, but it will require an enormous amount of chakra upon." Hearing this, Shyu immediately released the Yin-Yang seal, which he typically used as a container to store chakra. A vast amount of chakra was then transferred to the Slug Sage, who soon healed Shiyu's wounds. After opening the Gate of Shock, Shyu asked Slug Sage, "If I were to keep the Gate of Shock open permanently, would you be able to continuously repair my injuries?" Judging from the current situation, it's impossible for you to keep the 8 gates open permanently. There's really no need for that, as there's a better way," replied the Slug Sage. "The reason you open the 8 gates is for battle, to become stronger. The reason your body bursts forth with so much chakra and energy is because you temporarily redirect chakra meant for other functions into your limbs. Maintaining the 8 gates for long periods will cause irreversible, permanent harm. However, so what is this better method you mentioned?" Shyu inquired. "It's like this," the Slug Sage explained. "Since both your main body and the chakra stored within the blood release seal are incredibly abundant, if you can maintain the blood release mode, I can keep healing you until your chakra runs out. In other words, before you exhaust all your chakra, you can ignore any damage or fatigue caused by opening the first 7 gates. So whenever you wish to use the 8 gates technique, you must summon me and activate the blood release technique. This essentially becomes a special combat mode. Use it only when necessary. At other times, keep the 8 gates closed so you won't harm yourself, and you can continue storing chakra." Restoring the Yin-Yang seal to its peak state, the Slug Sage's explanation was a revelation for Shyu. "Then, if I open the Gate of Death, Sage, do you think you could keep me alive? Based on your current level of chakra, it's theoretically quite possible to keep you alive. However, I can only guarantee your survival. I can't promise that you'll still be able to fight." Shyu understood what the Slug Sage meant. After opening the Gate of Death, he was supposed to perish instantly, yet the Slug Sage could use chakra to keep him clinging to life. but he'd be left with nothing more than a single breath. His meridians, bones, and muscles would all suffer devastating damage. The Gate of Death, the final of the 8 gates, has only appeared twice in the original story. Once with Dai, and once with Guy. After using it, one died, and the other was crippled. If Naruto hadn't received the power of the Sage of Six Paths and the force of Yang release at the time, Guy probably would have died too. So, I'd better put aside any thoughts of opening the Gate of Death for now. After all, I'm unlikely to face opponents of that caliber. Noticing Shiyu's crestfallen expression, the slug offered another inspiring suggestion. When you activate the 8 gates, your chakra and energy surge dramatically. The chakra of Slug Sage mode within you will also be amplified. And since both you and I possess the ability to split and merge, I can directly fuse with you. In other words, you can disregard injury, ignore fatigue, and use chakra without restraint. The power of Slug Sage mode will be magnified without limit. Even the strength of your melting release will soar. Hearing this, Shiyu was so overjoyed he nearly fainted on the spot. The problem of balancing the 8 gates and his own chakra control was solved in an instant. The second issue was how to combine monstrous strength with the power of the 8 gates. For Tsunade and Sakura, wielding such raw power required precise chakra control. At first, Shiyu could manage his internal chakra with great efficiency thanks to his constitution, bloodline, and relentless effort. But once he opened the 8 gates and his chakra overflowed, it became nearly impossible to control. The sheer force was overwhelming, making it hard to harness effectively and leading to tremendous waste. In the end, Shiyu compared the destruction he caused in his normal monster strength state with that unleashed after opening the 8 gates. He felt that the latter should have been far more powerful, but in reality, it didn't measure up. What am I going to do? There's too much waste. I have to find a way to adapt to this wild, rampaging state of the 8 gates and my bloodline, or else I'll never control this surge of chakra. But if I could absorb the dragon vein, why should I fear not mastering my own power? With the first problem resolved, Shiyu could finally shift into battle mode, maintaining the opening of the 7th gate for an extended period. Over the past 2 years, Shiyu spent an entire year building a solid foundation for his physical strength, then devoted half a year to studying the 8 gates formation, and finally used another half year to master combat mode. After all this, he naturally achieved perfect control over his chakra, seamlessly combining monstrous strength with the so-called battle mode. This state, in which he summoned and merged with the Slug Sage, activated the Yin-Yang Seal, and perfectly layered the 8th gate's shock gate with his overwhelming strength Shiyu called Erasure mode. Soon, Guy's words pulled Shiyu out of his reverie. It's really been 2 years already. Time flies so fast. Even I've become a chunin now, Guy said, full of nostalgia. Have you already said goodbye to your father? Looks like this time we really are going our separate ways. There was a hint of sadness in Guy's voice. Guy looked at Shiyu with some reluctance, but he knew he'd been far outpaced. So he looked at Shiyu and declared, "You're the best rival I've ever had. I'll never forget you." "Thank you, Guy." Shiyu wasn't very good at expressing himself, but he managed to say the words. Over the past 2 years, he had come to regard the straightforward Guy as a true friend. "Keep working hard in the future." Guy flashed a bright, sunny smile, his white teeth gleaming. "I will, and I believe you'll achieve your goals too, in the end." Shiyu still said farewell to Guy. He had now completely mastered the 8 gates formation. His hard work had finally paid off. Once he was sure Guy had completely left, Shiyu's tone grew less polite. "Come out," he called calmly. "You've been watching me train here for 2 years already. Isn't it time you showed yourselves?" No one responded to Shiyu, and he didn't intend to waste any more time with them. He slammed his foot down into the water, sending up a burst of spray. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the water with the flat of his blade, sending droplets flying in all directions toward the most likely hiding spots. At that moment, several figures realized they'd been exposed and instinctively tried to flee to other hiding places. Shiyu called after them, trying to reason, "Enough, since you've already been forced out. Why not have a talk? I don't mean any harm," but seeing themselves discovered, the figures only ran harder. "If you won't take the easy way, you'll have to face the hard way," Shiyu said with a disappointed shake of his head, Shiyu style. "Draw blade, strike the water." He drew his meteor blade and smacked the pond's surface with the back of the blade. Instantly, a shower of water erupted, and with a twist of his wrist, Shiyu sent a barrage of droplets hurtling straight toward the fleeing figures. Knowing full well what Shiyu could do, and having just witnessed the power of his water droplets, the figures could do nothing but defend themselves with all their might. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Water style. Water formation wall. Thud. 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 5 water droplets shot toward the group, and just as they neared, exploded into a spray of shrapnel. The force of the attack shattered their defensive jutsu in an instant, and the tremendous pressure sent everyone sprawling to the ground. Shiryu drew the fallen blade, and with a swift movement appeared in the midst of the group. He pointed his sword at them, a faint smile on his lips. Well, do you have time to talk with me now? The figures before him varied in height, but all wore the gray ninja uniforms of Konoha and donned the distinctive masks of the Umbu. It was clear they were members of Konoha's covert Umbu unit. Why have you been surveilling me for 2 years? Whose orders are you following? The third Hokage's or Danzo Shimura's? Shiryu suspected these were Danzo's operatives. The Root Division had once been a small organization, but now it was growing ever more sophisticated. Is it that you still don't trust me? I've already done as they wish, quietly training here for 2 years. Even so, you're still not at ease. The presence of the Umbu was cold and unyielding, making it clear they had no intention of speaking. This feeling, it's as if I'm facing machines, so that's it. You've erased your emotions, haven't you? That settles it. You're definitely Root agent sent by Danzo. Shiryu had no more doubts about his conclusion. Kill him. Seeing that both their location and their identities had been exposed, the Root members decided to eliminate Shiryu without hesitation. They charged at him immediately. Bug Sphere, Mind-Body Switch Technique, Shadow Possession Jutsu, Partial Expansion Jutsu, Wind Style, Wind Cutter Technique. A barrage of powerful attacks rained down on Shiryu. Countless insects swarmed around him, encasing him completely. At the same time, the Shadow Possession Jutsu locked his body in place. Then the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan took over his mind, while the mighty hands of the Akimichi clan pinned down his arms. A blade of wind was coming straight for him. Ready to sever both limbs, Shiryu chuckled softly. With a slight twist of his body, he broke free from the Shadow's hold. How is that possible? He broke out of my Shadow Possession Jutsu. The ninja from the Nara clan stared in disbelief. In the next instant, Shiryu's body erupted with an overwhelming surge of chakra, so powerful it inspired despair. Shockwaves rippled outward, instantly blasting away the insects that clung to him. With the bugs blown off, Shiryu seized the Akimichi Umbu and with hardly any effort hurled him to the ground in a crushing throw, then sent him flying into the air. The airborne Akimichi was struck head-on by the wind cutter, which sliced clean through his body. There was no way he could survive, so... You thought you could control my mind? That's not something so easily done. Shiryu's eyes gave off a sudden resonating hum, and in an instant they transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope of pale blue light. The Yamanaka clan member who had entered Shiryu's mind saw in front of him a pair of pale blue Sharingan eyes. The Yamanaka Yanbiyu let out a wail of agony before collapsing to the ground, his spirit shattered. Shadow Imitation, Strangle Technique, Ultra Great Ball Rasengan, Wind Style, Breakthrough. 3 fresh attacks rushed toward Shiryu. He gave a faint smile, and then, just like that, vanished from sight. Where did he go? The Aburame Anbuyu's voice was laced with shock. Release. The Nara Anbuyu was the first to break the Jinjutsu affecting the Yamanaka. Regaining his senses, the Yamanaka immediately began to scan his surroundings, only to realize something was terribly wrong. This is bad. Our sensing abilities are completely jammed. I have no idea where he is, in truth, over the past 2 years. In addition to his training in taijutsu, Shiryu had developed a jamming technique inscribed onto his flying thunder god kunai. This technique disrupted the sensory skills of surrounding ninja, while leaving his own abilities unaffected. Draw blade. Flowing water. In a flash, Shiryu materialized before the Anbu who had just unleashed a jutsu. His body flickered like a ghostly silhouette as his blade swept out. In another instant, he appeared before the Yamanaka. Then he was in front of the Aburame. Finally, Shiryu sheathed his sword. The Aburame, the jutsu specialist, and the Yamanaka all lay motionless on the ground, their faces frozen in the expressions they wore upon first seeing Shiryu. Even in death, they never understood how he had killed them. I won't waste my time with you any longer. 2 years is long enough. Without another word, Shiryu activated a Jinjutsu against the Nara in front of him. The Nara stood no chance against the power of Shiyu's Mangekyo-level illusion. In an instant, he became like a marionette with his strings pulled. Who sent you? Whose orders are you following? Lord Danzo. Why were you sent to surveil me? By Lord Danzo's command. Tell me everything you know about Root. Shiyu pressed for answers, but the Nara remained stubbornly silent. No matter how he questioned, there was no reply. What's going on here? Shiyu could see that the Nara was clearly trapped in his judo, yet still no answers came. Suddenly the Nara coughed up blood. Pain etched across his features as a complex curse mark manifested around his mouth. In the end, the seal inside his mouth claimed his life. So that's it. Danzo must have placed a silent seal on his subordinates. If they try to reveal any secrets, they're killed on the spot. That bastard Danzo! Just what is he planning? Looks like I have no choice but to seek him out myself. Shiyu glanced back at the corpses of the members of the Umbu. Without pausing or hesitating, he walked up to the fallen ninjas, placed his hand on their foreheads, and absorbed the bloodline powers of the Yamanakara, Kimichi, and Aburame clans. Let's go. It's time to get some answers from Danzo. Without delay, Shiyu hurried straight to the Hokage's office. As he opened the door to the office, Shiyu saw the third Hokage seated inside. With Danzo by his side, Shiyu, you're here. Hiruzen greeted him, a hint of something strange in his expression. You really know how to show up at the worst possible moment, Brat Danzo said, his tone full of obvious hostility towards Shiyu. And what do you mean by that? Shiyu shot back immediately. If anything, I should be asking why you've been sending your men to spy on me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, everything I do is for the sake of the leaf. You're simply too powerful. And only Hiruzen would be reckless enough to trust an Uchiha like you, Danzo replied, making no effort to hide his disdain for both the Uchiha and for Shiyu himself. It seems you've already awakened the power of the Mangekyo, haven't you? You know better than anyone just how dangerous that power can be. It could threaten the village at any time. Shouldn't the village be watching and protecting you? You need to understand, Danzo continued, voice cold and righteous on the surface, but hiding a sinister edge beneath. Your life and your power are valuable assets to the Leaf. As a shinobi of this village, you must always be prepared to lay down your life for it. When the time comes for surveillance or isolation, you should simply obey without complaint. Shiyu's eyes narrowed in mock amusement. Is that so? Then tell me, when the second Hokage died, buying time for you to escape? What did you do, Danzo? Were you afraid? Did you just want to survive? Was it really out of necessity? All these years in the Leaf, you know exactly how much filth you've rolled in. Don't tell me you haven't been scheming for the fourth Hokage's seat all this time. Danzo's composure faltered. Back then, he had been just one step away from becoming Hokage, but because of that single step, he and Hiruzen had grown further and further apart. Shiyu's words left Danzo speechless. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to play the peacemaker. Instead, he listened to Shiyu's accusations in full. Shiyu, I understand what you're saying. And I agree. In this matter, Danzo hasn't acted appropriately. Danzo, the shinobi of the Leaf, cannot be placed in isolation for their own protection. Their duty is to protect the village. So, I suggest we end the surveillance on Shiyu. Dai has already reported to me. Shiyu has mastered the 8 gates. Technique. Hiruzen, this man slaughtered the Uchiha clan. You have all the proof you need, and yet not only have you spared him, you've even taken him as your student. Danzo finally let his resentment spill out. Danzo, enough. Hiruzen's anger was evident now. How many of our own village's ninja has this man killed? Once the Uchiha clan becomes consumed by power and hatred, their strength knows no bounds. With the Mangekyo Sharingan and such terrifying power and potential, he poses a threat to the village no less than Madara Uchiha ever did. Danzo reminded them once again, Danzo, that's enough. Hiruzen's anger was clearly building. The second Hokage knew this well, which is why he left behind his will. We should honor that. But never mind, I've said too much already. You'll just end up blaming everything on me again. Danzo was no fool. He knew when to stop. He'd already said more than enough, so he immediately turned to leave. Did I say you could go? Shiyu's voice was icy cold. What? Danzo was taken aback. He could see unmistakable murderous intent in Shiyu's eyes. Shiyu, let it go. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He sent people to keep watch on me. I could tolerate that. But in the end, they tried to kill me. That's something I can't forgive. Under Hiruzen's watchful gaze, Shiyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Back during the Chunin exams, he had already placed a mark on Danzo. This technique, once marked, could never be erased. In a flash, Shiryu vanished with blinding speed. So fast that even the third Hokage was caught off guard. Shiryu, don't, Hiruzen. Try to stop him, but it was already too late. Draw blade. Sever the current. Shiryu drew his meteorite sword. Danzo instinctively raised his right arm to block. Blood gushed instantly, splattering across the Hokage's office as Danzo's right arm was severed in a single blow arc. You little brat, how dare you? You. Danzo was shocked and terrified, stunned by how swiftly Shiryu struck. So quickly he hadn't even had a chance to defend himself. And alarmed, thinking Shiryu must be insane to attack him right in front of the third Hokage as expected. Hiruzen's expression darkened, summoning jutsu. The third Hokage immediately summoned Inma, his battle aura fierce and imposing. Shiryu, I never imagined you'd actually attack a fellow villager. No matter what, this man is an advisor to the Hokage, your senior. Though his methods are extreme, everything he does is for Konoha. But honestly, there's no need to go this far, is there? The third Hokage fixed Shiryu with a stern gaze. Shiryu shook his head. This man has tried to kill me countless times, all for the sake of stealing my mutated Mangekyo Sharingan. How could I possibly forgive the one who's been trying to end my life? The third Hokage shook his head as well. Shiryu, do you really believe all those people came after your eyes on Danzo's orders? So what you mean is, I'm sorry, Shiryu. The reason those 5 ninja were sent to keep an eye on you was a decision made by Konoha's higher-ups after careful discussion. Danzo was only responsible for picking the people to watch over you. Shiryu was shocked and immediately asked, so even you agreed to it? Then, the reason you had me study the 8 gates technique, could it be? Yes, the 8 gates aren't something you can master so easily. We originally thought it would take you at least 4 or 5 years to learn it. But you managed it in just 2. We underestimated your talent. The third Hokage laid out the hard truth before Shiryu. So that's how it is. You kept me away from the battlefield for 2 years, watched my every move, restricted me. What is it you're all so afraid of? Is it the Uchiha? Or is it me, Shiryu? Are you afraid I'll compete with you for the Hokage's seat, Danzo? Do you really think I don't know an Uchiha could never become Hokage? For a moment, Shiryu saw just how narrow-minded the 2 men before him really were. Of course, it's you. You single-handedly wiped out 8,000 of the Cloud's forces. You alone stormed the Sand's front lines. You drove back the entire Stone Army by yourself. Your power has become too great. If we don't put some limits on you, how are we supposed to hold our ground? I see. I understand now. These last words came from Danzo. After hearing them, Shiryu suddenly realized the truth, and instead of anger, he felt a strange clarity. So this is what they mean by outshining your master, huh? Shiryu thought to himself, Danzo needs medical attention. He must be taken to the hospital at once. The third Hokage looked at Danzo, whose face was deathly pale, and his heart softened a little. Shiryu shook his head, bit his own finger, and swiftly traced a symbol with his blood across his palm, summoning jutsu. In the next instant, a small slug sage from the Shikatsu forest appeared before them. This is a slug sage from Shikatsu forest. It can stop Danzo's bleeding. Third Hokage, please answer my question. Third Hokage, Danzo said you've known for a long time that I killed the Uchiha. Why didn't you just arrest me then? Why take me on as your disciple instead? Shiryu asked at that time. Hiruzen Sarutobi recalled the past. It was because you were different from the rest of the Uchiha. The hostility the clan showed you was far beyond what I expected, and you and your sister had a very hard life. Your parents died as heroes fighting for Konoha. Even when I learned of the conflict between you and your clan, I still chose you without hesitation. That day, a surge of Kage-level chakra erupted from one part of the village. I went to investigate with the ANBU. At the scene, you were the only one there. When I discovered you were the child of those 2 heroes, I suspected right away that the one with Kage-level chakra had to be you. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke of everything that had happened in the past. She was genuinely puzzled this time. Why? I'm their child. Shouldn't I have Kage-level chakra? Are you saying they were both masters? Then why have I never heard of them in Konoha? Shiryu voiced his doubts. The third Hokage sighed and replied, I suspect you already know among the great clans of Konoha, in order to preserve the purity of their bloodlines and to strengthen their own power, marriages outside the clan were strictly forbidden. But your father and mother broke this rule, especially the Uchiha clan. After learning of this, they erased your father's name. Konoha, which should have hailed him as a hero, could do nothing about it. Both your parents were unparalleled geniuses, and you are a talent who surpasses even them. I know about your past and your parents. That's why I treat you as I do. The third Hokage revealed everything he knew. With that, most of Shiyu's anger melted away. The third Hokage knew his past, understood that he wasn't a killer without reason, so it was only natural for him to be cautious or suspicious. Still, Shiyu knew that after his open conflict with Danzo, the third Hokage would be forced to take action. Otherwise, he'd have no way to explain it to anyone. Lord Third, perhaps you sent those ninjas to watch me, but Danzo put a silencing curse on them. They've long since become part of his secret unit. Shiyu looked at Hiruzen, who clearly didn't quite trust him, knowing that nothing he said would truly matter now. Forget it. Since you've already summoned the Monkey King, then no matter what, I must fight you, Shiyu said, striding over to Danzo and retrieving the slug. Danzo had already fallen unconscious, but was otherwise out of danger. Then with a sudden twist, Shiyu vanished in a flash and reappeared behind Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Before leaping out the window, in the next instant Shiyu ascended swiftly. Shiyu, the third Hokage shouted after him, then turned to the Monkey King by his side. Please do not harm him. Their footsteps echoed across the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, where the view was wide and the great faces carved into the mountain could be seen clearly. Shiyu, things haven't reached the point where we as master and disciple must cross swords. There's still a chance to turn back, Hiruzen urged, glancing at the ANBU who had already gathered. Stand down. This is a matter between teacher and student. In the end, I'll have to leave Konoha, and I'll never become Hokage. Even if most people acknowledge my talent and strength, as long as the name Uchiha exists, I'll never be Hokage. From the moment Hashirama and Madara joined forces to found the Hidden Leaf Village, it was already destined that even the Uchiha who inherited the so-called Will of Fire would have no future. Shiyu thought of the battle between Madara and Hashirama at the Valley of the End, and how, in the end, Hashirama still struck down Madara for the sake of the village. Sensei Tsurutobi, let's fight. If you win, I'll go to the Konoha prison, but if you lose, I'll leave the village. At last, Shiyu made his choice. Very well. Let me bring you back myself, Shiyu. Hiruzen Tsurutobi shrugged off his Hokage robes, revealing the armor underneath, and charged toward Shiyu with overwhelming force. The third Hokage's skills are incredible. I never imagined that the uncle who always smokes and handles village affairs is actually this strong. Are you new here? That's the third Hokage, the ANBU members whispered among themselves from the sidelines. At this moment, Hiruzen Tsurutobi was truly at the peak of his power, a far cry from his later battle with Orochimaru. As told in the original story, Sarutobi, he shouted, and in an instant the Monkey King Enma transformed into the adamantine staff. Wielding the staff, the third Hokage launched a powerful swing at Shiyu. A thunderous crash resounded, and dust billowed all around. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone was left in stunned silence. What, he caught it with just one hand? Shiyu had simply reached out and seized the adamantine staff with one hand. No matter how hard the third Hokage tried, he couldn't wrench it free from Shiyu's grasp. So that's it. Is this strength similar to Tsunade's monstrous power? The experienced third Hokage immediately released the staff and called out, "Adamantine prison wall." With a loud clang, the staff split into dozens of copies, which then formed a cage, trapping Shiyu inside. Incredible! With just one move, he's managed to confine the light of the ninja world. A master is always greater than his disciple. The fight's only just begun. Watch closely. Shiyu won't be stopped so easily. The ANBU members murmured, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. With this, it's over. Hiruzen believed the fight was already decided. Sensei Tsurutobi, you're too naive. Did you really think something like this could hold me? Shiyu shook his head, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body erupted with a surge of pale blue chakra. In that instant, the arm of Susanoo shattered the adamantine cage. The dozens of staff cages vanished in a puff of smoke, and the real adamantine staff returned to Hiruzen's hands. You truly have become much stronger. It seems defeating you won't be so easy. Hiruzen Tsurutobi's tone grew serious. Of course, use your true strength. I won't surrender without a fight. Shiyu was eager to see just how powerful the legendary strongest Hokage was at his prime. With another resounding crash, the battle raged on. Hiruzen Tsurutobi planted his Rui staff firmly into the ground, then began forming hand seals. It was clear that the two were about to engage in a duel of ninjutsu. On Shiyu's side, he too quickly started weaving hand signs. Using his observation, Shiyu had already discerned which jutsu the third Hokage intended to use, so he prepared to counter each one with the elemental advantages of the five natures. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The third Hokage unleashed a mighty fire dragon in a single breath. Its power was immense, and thick black smoke instantly billowed around them. Water style. Water Formation Wall. Shiyu's hand seals were even faster. A wall of water surged up before him in an instant. Thanks to his vast reserves of chakra and exceptional control, his water formation wall stopped the fire dragon flame bullet dead in its tracks. How is this possible? He's able to summon such a powerful water technique in a place with no water source. Incredible. It's just like Lord Tobirama himself. The members of the Umbu were astonished. But it wasn't just the Umbu who were shocked. The third Hokage was just as surprised. Water style. Severing Wave. This time, Shiyu seized the initiative. He aimed directly at the third Hokage and unleashed a slicing wave of water. This move was a signature technique he had learned from Kosuke, originally the specialty of the second Hokage. Its execution left the third Hokage wide-eyed with shock. Earth style. Earth Flow Wall. The third Hokage didn't hesitate. He immediately performed hand seals and conjured a sturdy earth wall in front of himself. But to everyone's amazement, Shiyu's severing wave sliced the earth wall cleanly in two. So strong. Is this what a Kaga-level battle looks like? Such a terrifying water style. Even the third Hokage is at a disadvantage. Isn't that move the second Hokage, Tobirama's signature technique? It seems we underestimated the light of the ninja world. The Umbu had assumed the third Hokage would claim an easy victory, but now they weren't so sure. As the crowd marveled, Shiyu completed another round of hand seals. What incredible speed with those hand signs. Wind style. Vacuum Sphere. That's Lord Danzo's technique. Could it be because of the Sharingan? This time it's wind style. The third Hokage drew the adamantine Rui staff, using the indestructible Enma to block the vacuum sphere. Shiyu, your ninjutsu is truly powerful. Try this one. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bullet technique. An Earth Dragon lunged at Shiyu, and the third Hokage kept forming hand seals without pause. Fire style. Fire Dragon Bullet technique. The fire and earth dragons combined, fusing into a composite jutsu. Earth style. Great Mud River. The combined earth and fire dragon bullets hurtled through the air, while the ground itself surged towards Shiyu in a mighty torrent. An onslaught from above and below, leaving him nowhere to escape. But just as the three attacks were about to strike Shiyu, suddenly and most mysteriously, they vanished in a thin air. What just happened? Everyone was baffled. With a ninjutsu of such overwhelming power, it should have defeated Shiyu outright. Yet Shiyu hadn't made a single move and still managed to nullify the third Hokage's attack. The whole scene felt utterly uncanny. What's going on? Hiruzen Sarutobi was just as shocked. The staff in his hand grew in. I spoke that ninjutsu attack just now. It seemed to be absorbed by him. I'm not entirely certain, Hiruzen. Could you try one more time? I can. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew upon his chakra and called out, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, countless shurikens shot toward Shiyu. Shiyu loosened his grip and then raised his hand, calmly aiming at the third Hokage. As he spoke, Takamura no Mikoto. Immediately, the Earth Dragon Flame Stream and the Grand Earth River techniques were magnified dozens of times, rebounding straight back at the third Hokage. The moment the Shadow Clone Shuriken touched Shiyu's reflected ninjutsu, they were swallowed whole. What is this? What's happening? Hiruzen, that's the ninjutsu you just used. This guy has the ability to absorb ninjutsu and send it back even stronger. Enma, the Monkey King, saw through it instantly, and Hiruzen Sarutobi realized it as well. He immediately prepared a defensive jutsu. We can't rely on just the Earth-style wall. His technique is too powerful. Let me help. Enma suggested, all right, Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall, adamantine prison. Wall. In the next instant, the Earth Wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. The amplified Earth Dragon Flame Stream and Grand Earth River surged toward the third Hokage. In the nick of time, the third Hokage's staff transformed into a cube, shielding him. Thanks to his indestructible body, he managed to withstand it. The third Hokage has been pushed onto the defensive. Yes, the professor of ninjutsu, facing his own student, is barely managing to fend off the attacks. It seems we've underestimated Uchiha Shiyu. Members of the Umbu, watching from the shadows, noticed that Shiryu showed no signs of chakra depletion, while the third Hokage was already breathing heavily. Should we step in to help? One masked Umbu member asked. Don't underestimate the third Hokage. He hasn't shown his true skills yet. Hiruzen-sensei, when it comes to ninjutsu, you're absolutely no match for me, Shiryu declared with unwavering confidence. Hiruzen, he's right. Don't go head-to-head with him in ninjutsu. He can absorb and reflect the attack, even stronger than before. This has to be his special ability. So, use Jinjutsu or Taijutsu. That's your chance. Emma wasn't foolish, his analysis was spot on. Even so, he possesses the Sharingan. And it's a mutated Mangekyo. I don't think I could defeat him with Jinjutsu. The third Hokage replied honestly. That can only be Taijutsu then. I'll rely on my indestructible body. As Saruman finished speaking, the third Hokage once again gripped his staff and charged straight at Shiryu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the third split into 3 identical selves. Abandoning ninjutsu is a wise choice. So between Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, you've chosen Taijutsu, using shadow clones for a feint, planning a 3-on-1 assault? How interesting. It's been ages since I last fought someone of Kage level. Shiryu dashed directly toward the third as well. With a sharp sound, Shiryu activated his Sharingan. Every attack trajectory, the flow of chakra, all of it was laid bare to him, entirely within his grasp. A barrage of strikes echoed as the third Hokage unleashed taijutsu far beyond what Orochimaru could muster. The 3 Sarutobi avatars wielding their adamantine staffs reminded Shiryu irresistibly of the Monkey King himself. The third grew more formidable as the battle raged on, and the assault of the 3 Sarutobis surged all at once, pressing Shiryu so hard that he seemed completely suppressed. Yet, all Shiryu did was simply evade every attack, never letting a single blow find its mark. To think you can dodge every single strike. Is it your sensory skills, or do you possess the Sharingan? The third instantly adjusted his tactics. If I just lock down your movement, it doesn't matter how well you predict my attacks. You won't be able to escape. 2 of the Sarutobi swung their now thickened staffs to block Shiryu's path, while the third hurled shuriken and explosive tags to seal off the skies above him. As expected of Master Sarutobi, you've trapped me in place, touching me. May be easy, but defeating me is far from simple. Blade art. Roaring thunder and gale. At last Shiryu drew his meteorite blade. Master Sarutobi, are you ready? A thunderous rumble shook the sky. In an instant, the clear day turned to a storm of lightning and thunder. Fierce winds howled all around. Lightning crackled along the blade in Shiryu's hand, while a strange whirlwind spiraled around its edge. By compressing both wind and lightning chakra, I can conjure storms and thunder, an art that blends the traits of both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Now how will you defend against this? Raising his meteorite blade high, Shiryu prepared to unleash his technique. Sarutobi immediately sensed the coming onslaught and chose to attack rather than defend. One Sarutobi clone lunged down from above, while the other 2 on the ground swung their staffs at Shiryu. But from the instant Shiryu drew his blade, it was already too late for them to stop him. Blade art. Roaring thunder and gale. A deafening boom split the air, followed by a furious crackling as lightning and hurricane winds tore across the sky, slamming down toward Shiryu at breathtaking speed. The force was overwhelming, but though the tempest struck Shiryu dead on, he stood unscathed. The 3 Sarutobi avatars, however, were not so lucky. The devastating, destructive power of wind and thunder hurled them away in an instant. This third Hokage, the members of the Umbu were utterly astonished, completely unprepared for the fact that Shiryu could actually summon the forces of nature. With 2 thunderous crashes, the third Hokage's 2 shadow clones vanished in a mist, leaving only Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, his body scorched and hovering in the air. Hiruzen, are you all right? Are you hurt? Inma, having reverted from his staff form back to his true self, swiftly caught the third before he could fall. An Umbu skilled in medical jutsu rushed forward, intent on tending to the third Hokage's wounds. But Hiruzen waved him off. I'm fine. It's nothing more than a superficial injury. Indeed, he had escaped any serious harm, though the lightning still left him numb and unsteady. Hiruzen, you can't afford to take this lightly anymore. He may be your student, but he's exceptionally difficult to face. If you hold back, you might suffer for it. Inma cautioned, his concern genuine. I understand. I have to stop him. He's not a bad child. But even if I must seal him away, I cannot allow him to make the mistake of leaving Konoha. Hiruzen declared resolutely. Inma, staff form. Understood, Hiruzen, Inma replied, transforming once more into the indestructible staff. This time, both Hiruzen and Inma were of one mind, ready to give it their all against Shiryu. Shiryu offered a faint smile, sliding his fallen blade back into its scabbard. Not for show, but to veil his killing intent. Shiryu, let's clash again, old man Hiruzen. This time Hiruzen relied, not on shadow clones. The cost was too great, and it left him vulnerable to being picked off and exhausting his chakra. With a spinning motion, Hiruzen charged forward, wielding the staff as it twirled in his hands, growing longer and thicker with each step before he brought it crashing down. Shiryu met the blow head-on, parrying with his blade. With a sudden surge of strength, Hiruzen pressed Shiryu back, momentarily gaining the upper hand. As expected of hero, you're finally getting serious. But it's still not enough, Shiryu retorted. Tapping into his monstrous strength, he used his sword to overpower Hiruzen's staff, exposing a gap in the third's defenses. In one swift move, Shiryu twisted his body and delivered a powerful back kick, sending Hiruzen flying. Yet the old Hokage's reflexes were as sharp as ever. After tumbling across the ground from the impact, he immediately drove the staff into the earth. Anchoring himself and regaining his footing, blade art, flashing wind and thunder, Shiryu raised his sword high, vanishing in a blur. In the next instant, he had already darted past the third Hokage. Not good. Inma cried out, panic in his voice. Hiruzen, use me to defend yourself. In response, Hiruzen spun the staff in his grip, turning it like the blades of a propeller. What? How is he so fast? Did he already strike? The AMBU watched for quite some time, but all they saw was Shiryu suddenly vanishing and then reappearing. Never once did they catch sight of Shiryu attacking the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi III. Hokage also sensed something was amiss. When he saw Shiryu appear once more, the meteor blade was already sheathed at Shiryu's side. What exactly did you do, Shiryu? Sarutobi's voice was filled with confusion. He hadn't sensed any attack at all. Shiryu simply smiled faintly. In the next instant, dazzling streaks of lightning erupted from every spot where Shiryu had just teleported. These bolts of lightning blazed so fiercely that they seemed to sear the air, tracing the path of his movements, and finally shooting away from the third Hokage in the opposite direction. Through his ultra-high-speed movement, Shiryu had unleashed over a dozen slashing attacks imbued with lightning release and wind release, all aimed at the third. The strikes came so fast that the lightning and wind flashed by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the third Hokage felt his adamantine staff struck with tremendous force. What? In the very next moment, the third felt as though he'd been struck by a surge of electricity. His entire body convulsed, his skin charred black, and even the little beard on his chin gave off the acrid smell of burnt hair. How could this happen? The AMBU were once again left in shock. What's going on with the third? How could he end up like this at Shiryu's hands? Is it because the third has grown old? Or is it that Shiryu is simply too powerful? None of the AMBU dared step forward. The scale of this battle was already far beyond anything they could hope to intervene in. Hiruzen Tsunade panted heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At last, he wiped the blood away with his hand. Incredible. You truly are my proudest student. It seems even your swordsmanship has become the finest in all. The ninja world. I'm your proudest student, Shiryu interrupted, his voice tinged with bitterness. Yet you still keep your guard up around me. And all the while, you shield someone like Danzo. Is it all because I'm an Uchiha? I once thought I'd found a sense of belonging here in Konoha, but now I see this place was only ever somewhere I lived. Shiryu's disappointment towards Sarutobi was painfully clear. Sarutobi's kindness had been a form of compensation for Shiryu's parents later. It was because of Shiryu's talent, perhaps in the end. It was simply because of his strength. But in the end, all that remained was distance and suspicion. This was no longer a place Shiryu wished to call home. Shiryu, come back. Sarutobi pleaded, I admit there were things I should have done differently. You've done so much for Konoha, and yet I hope you'll think carefully. Sarutobi's voice trembled with regret, still hoping to hold on to Shiryu. But Shiryu shook his head. I'm sorry. Even if you offered me the seat of Hokage, I wouldn't be interested. Maybe your choices are right for Konoha, but I possess a greater love than you ever did, and strength that surpasses yours. I am destined to shatter the narrow-minded prejudice you hold in your heart. I will guide this world onto the right path. Shiryu spoke with unwavering determination. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said, Child, you are a ninja of the leaf. Even if you are an Uchiha, you are still an Uchiha of the leaf. Ha ha! What a joke! If the Uchiha clan ever plans to rebel, what would the village leaders do to maintain stability in the leaf? And when that time comes, what am I supposed to do? This question left the third Hokage at a loss for words. Yes, if for the sake of the village's peace the leaf is forced to act against the Uchiha clan, then what about Shiryu? Should you be killed along with them, or treated as part of the leaf? Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself caught between two difficult choices. He could see there was reason in Shiryu's words, yet for some reason he instinctively wanted to reject Shiryu's perspective. You're oversimplifying everything. The 5 great ninja nations and dozens of smaller countries are constantly at war. Leaf Shinobi protect the villagers, and the Hokage guards every person in the village with his life. If someone hurts us, we must defend ourselves, even strike back if we must. If for the safety of the majority, we have to sacrifice a few. Does that really seem fair to those people? Shiryu pressed him. In my eyes, the Sage of Six Paths founded the Shinobi Order to help humanity, to teach people to use the chakra within themselves. Yet we use ninjutsu to fight each other. My understanding of what it means to be a ninja is not the same as yours. So please don't stand in my way as I search for my own answer. Blade art. Gale thunder. Shiryu slashed at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and a surge of wind and lightning burst forth like a raging tornado, sweeping toward him. Hiruzen spun his adamantine staff like a propeller, blocking the oncoming gale and thunder. But the chaotic mix of lightning and storm winds left the third Hokage paralyzed once more. Sensei Sarutobi, it seems you've lost. When it comes to taijutsu, you're no match for me, Shiryu stated plainly, simply telling the truth. Struggling against the numbness, Hiruzen steadied himself, and for the second time performed the shadow clone jutsu. Oh, now this is interesting. Using chakra is already taxing for you, and yet you're still creating shadow clones? Intriguing, she mused, unable to fathom Hiruzen's intention. Footsteps pounded rapidly as 3 Hiruzen Sarutobis charged in from a distance, each wielding the adamantine staff, launching a coordinated assault on Shiryu. This time, Hiruzen aimed to use the numbers advantage to attack Shiryu's blind spots. I already told you, it's useless. Shiryu spun his body, releasing a burst of chakra that instantly formed a glowing blue sphere, which rippled outward. No way. That's the Hyuga clan's rotation. This guy must have the Byakugan's power. Damn it. To think that such a mutated bloodline ability exists. The Mangekyo Sharingan and the Byakugan, is it? Both are abilities that are truly troublesome to deal with. The members of the Umbu were equally shocked. Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled as well, then said, It seems you've even mastered the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, that's right. In a flash, Shiryu vanished, and the air around him shimmered with a pattern, resembling the 8 trigrams. Without the slightest pause, he unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 16, 32, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. After finishing the rapid sequence, the 2 shadow clones of Hiruzen Sarutobi vanished with a burst, leaving only the real Hiruzen remaining. Take this! Hiruzen swung his staff at Shiryu. Shiryu's reflexes were lightning fast. He caught the blow at once. Suddenly, 5 purple flames of identical hue appeared at Hiruzen's fingertips, each inscribed with a different character: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Sarutobi Inma. With a thunderous shout, Hiruzen's staff transformed into Inma. Inma struck Shiryu with a heavy kick, then immediately restrained his limbs, locking him down and giving Hiruzen the perfect opening. 5-element seal. Hiruzen pressed the seal directly onto Shiryu's abdomen. Ah! Shiryu cried out in pain. His chakra and strength suddenly drained away, and he collapsed where he stood. Shiryu, you've lost. The third Hokage had given everything he had. If even this technique had failed, he would have had but one final move left to use. Well then, I've lost. What do you want me to do? Shiryu asked. A wager's a wager. Take me to Konoha prison. I attacked Danzo, kill members of the Umbu, and I possess the power to wreak havoc on the entire shinobi world. Naturally, I should be locked up. Shiryu had no intention of arguing or resisting further. He looked at the Umbu, who were hesitating, and urged them. What are you waiting for? Put the cuffs on me. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment, knowing Shiryu was a man of his word. Very well. Since you've made your decision, I'll carry out Konoha's usual punishment at Hiruzen's signal. Several Umbu placed handcuffs on Shiryu, then bound him tightly with iron chains before escorting him to the farthest corner of the village. Konoha Prison. Konoha Prison was managed by the Uchiha clan and linked to the Konoha Military Police Headquarters. Compared to the police detention cells, the prison's conditions were far harsher. Shiryu was forced to change into prison garb, shackled at both hands and feet. The chains wrapped around him layer after layer, and his eyes covered with thick cloth. When he was led into his cell, even the other inmates were taken aback. Who is this kid? What's his story? What? This guy's the light of the ninja world. He's the third Hokage's last disciple. That brat from the Uchiha clan? What's he doing here? The entire cell block burst into commotion. None of them had expected that Hiruzen, who was known for fiercely protecting his own, would actually throw his own student into prison. Quiet, the Uchiha guard bellowed, and the prisoners fell silent. For the moment, move. The Uchiha jailer shoved Shiryu forward, leading him into a solitary cell. The cell was bare, containing only a simple bed and a corner for relieving one's self. Behave yourself. Don't you dare cause any trouble for me. The Uchiha warden warned Shiryu once again, but Shiryu simply smiled and nodded. Understood. I can't see a thing and I can't do anything, Shiryu replied, his tone unusually calm. The Uchiha guard didn't give it a second thought. That's for the best, satisfied. The Uchiha guard finally left. It seems everything is going exactly as I planned, Shiryu murmured to himself, slipping easily out of his chains. The shackles on his feet and hands fell away without resistance. They cover my eyes with cloth, probably to guard against my man Gekyo, he mused, but what a pity for them. Even without my eyes, my sensory abilities are still terrifying. Placing his palms together, Shiryu whispered, "Art of the noble blood." A surge of immense chakra erupted from within him. The 5-element seal on his abdomen instantly faded, its strength dissipating. 5 elements unseal. Blue symbols for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared on his fingertips, pressing them against his abdomen. He quickly unraveled the seal. Releasing the yin-yang seal required no chakra, and once freed, the chakra that returned to him was more than enough to break the 5-element seal that the third Hokage had placed upon him. Now, it's time for the next step.